The pain is excruciating. A deep-seated agony envelopes Zheng Yi's entire being. This is not merely an illusion. It is a stark reality unfolding before him. The apocalypse has arrived, beginning with a plague that ravaged his body, rendering all medical interventions futile. Next, every morsel of food within his reach has turned moldy and inedible. Then, an uncountable horde of monstrous beasts emerges throughout the city, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. Finally, a black fog descends, shrouding the entire metropolis. Within this haze, he is pierced through the organs by a beast with the head of a goat and the body of a man, lying on the ground, awaiting death. No, that is not correct. He and his beloved, Lu Ruyan, are hiding in a refugee gathering point. When the beasts attacked, he was sacrificed by the desperate refugees. His consciousness gradually fades, watching as the refugees are brutally slaughtered, witnessing Lu Ruyan's pale, terrified visage, his eyes filled with sorrow. It is that woman who informed the refugees of his affliction, claiming he would soon perish. If he were not killed, the plague would spread. She suggested that offering him as food to the beasts might spare their lives. Alas, she and the other refugees were deluded. The beasts, cruel and merciless, view humanity as mere sustenance. How could they ever spare them? Lu Ruyan is torn apart, devoured bite by bite. In his final moments, Zheng Yi gazes at the blood-stained sky, observing the monstrous creatures freely soaring and consuming humanity. And at the horizon's edge, the four horsemen, resembling dark deities. Is this truly the end? Zheng Yi cannot accept it. He refuses to succumb to death so easily. He was filled with an unquenchable sense of loss. The illustrious legacy of the Dragon Nation, spanning 8 millennia, was poised to vanish into oblivion. Yet, it was all too late. The universe had already been upended. Zheng Yi's gaze grew increasingly dim, until darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness faded into nothingness. However, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and rose from his chair. The harrowing scenes he had just endured, the excruciating pain, flashed vividly in his mind. Zheng Yi gasped for breath. What is happening? Did I not succumb to the plague, betrayed by Lu Ruyan, only to be slain by a beast? Regaining his composure, Zheng Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was familiar. It was the company where he toiled day in and day out. At this hour, during the lunch break, he found himself alone in the office. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time. November 11th, 2024. A full 3 months remained until the first round of the apocalyptic judgment would descend upon the world. I have been reborn. Zheng Yi inhaled deeply, swiftly grasping the reality of his situation and understanding what had transpired. However, as he contemplated the impending doom that would befall Blue Star in 3 months, ushering in the end of days, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. He was merely a commoner, with little influence. Should he proclaim to the world that the apocalypse was imminent, that the mysterious and formidable four horsemen were coming to obliterate Blue Star? Who would heed his words? What might I do? Am I, a descendant of Yin and Huang, destined to become mere fodder for the beasts and face extinction? Is it truly the fate of my magnificent Dragon Nation, with its thousands of years of splendid civilization, to be severed forever? The painful lessons of a past life, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, wish to never endure such horrors again. No, the Dragon Kingdom shall not fall. The descendants of Yin and Huang shall not perish. Zheng Yi's gaze turned resolutely steadfast. Since I've been reborn, I must take action. As he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Ruyan calling. If Zheng Yi recalled correctly, Lu Ruyan was calling to inform him that she would be accompanying her boss, Gu Haotian, on a business trip for a month. In reality, Lu Ruyan had long been entangled with Gu Haotian. Their trip was merely a guise for a vacation. Zheng Yi had unwittingly donned a green hat, one that he could not remove. It was not until the cataclysmic judgment of the apocalypse descended that the Gu family fled in panic, and Gu Haotian cast Lu Ruyan aside, that she finally confessed everything to Zheng Yi. He was filled with rage. He loathed his own foolishness, believing in the sincerity of Lu Ruyan even as the end of days loomed, allowing her to accompany him in his escape. He had contracted the plague through her treachery. Alas, in the end, he was betrayed by Lu Ruyan, who sought to sacrifice him to the monstrous beasts in exchange for her own survival. Such a malicious heart, Zheng Yi yearned to bring her swift demise. However, taking a deep breath, he answered the call, and Lu Ruyan's voice came through, though it sounded somewhat peculiar. It seemed to be laced with breathy gasps. Zheng Yi cursed inwardly. Damn it, engaging in such indecency with Gu Hao Tian in broad daylight? What a wretched creature, how blind I was. Suppressing his inner fury, Zheng Yi queried, Ruyan, I have work to attend to at the moment. What is it that you need? Lu Ruyan let out a few more soft gasps. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, Zheng Yi overheard the conversation. His heart seethed with anger, yet he managed to contain it, vowing to take revenge on Lu Ruyan with relentless fervor. Lu Ruyan sweetly remarked, Ego, I will be accompanying my boss on a business trip for a month, so I won't be able to spend time with you. I hope you can understand. Zheng Yi let out a cold snort. Accompanying the boss on a business trip? It sounded more like sharing a bed with him. That promiscuous woman would undoubtedly pay a price for her infidelity. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Zheng Yi abruptly ended the call, unwilling to waste any more time on a woman like Lu Ruyan. What can I do in advance in this apocalyptic judgment, now that I have been reborn? Zheng Yi pondered desperately, anxiety gnawing at his insides. Report to the relevant national authorities? He feared he would merely be deemed insane and confined to a mental institution. What's that? In the midst of his distress, Zheng Yi suddenly spotted a golden orb appearing in his line of sight. He reached out to touch it and, to his astonishment, made contact. In an instant, the golden light shattered and surged into his forehead, as if it had always belonged to him. Simultaneously, information about the orb flooded his mind. With a mere thought, Zheng Yi's consciousness entered the golden orb. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated. Congratulations, host. On activating the sci-fi Heavenly Court system, complete specified tasks to receive corresponding rewards and construct the sci-fi Heavenly Court. Sci-fi Heavenly Court system? Zheng Yi was momentarily bewildered, but quickly grasped the situation. Once the system was bound, his consciousness materialized in an expansive and boundless realm, abundant with endless energy and resources, resembling a miniature universe. Is the system allowing me to create a sci-fi paradise here? He murmured to himself. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Random task triggered. Will the host commence the task? A task has arrived? Zheng Yi pondered for a moment and decisively made his choice. Commence. Random task has begun. Current random task. Anger the boss with 3 sentences. Task reward. 100,000 mechanical warriors. Host, shall you begin the current random task immediately? Anger the boss with 3 sentences? This, I am quite familiar with. A reward of 100,000 mechanical warriors? This is astonishingly impressive. Zheng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he declared, commence. Instantly, his consciousness returned to reality. The lunch break was over, and colleagues gradually returned to work, including the boss, Wu Zhongqian. Zheng Yi stroked his chin, chuckling to himself as he picked up a stack of documents and feigned seriousness while stepping into Wu Zhongqian's office. Chapter 2. 3 sentences that infuriated the boss. 100,000 mechanical soldiers. Zheng Yi, what brings you here? Wu Zhongqian inquired, his expression tinged with displeasure. Zheng Yi chuckled softly, closed the office door, and set aside the documents in his hands, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Wu Zhongqian, sipping his tea, furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening further. Boss, your wife is having an affair. Zheng Yi dropped this bombshell, leaving Wu Zhongqian momentarily stunned. However, Wu Zhongqian scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Zheng Yi. Have you lost your mind? Zheng Yi's gaze was resolute. The son you have raised for the past decade is not your biological child. Wu Zhongqian's expression turned to one of disbelief. He abruptly stood, hurling his teacup at Zheng Yi, who deftly evaded it. Anger surged within him, and Zheng Yi felt a flicker of triumph, though his visage remained impassive. It's your good friend, Lin Tao. Upon hearing this third proclamation, Wu Zhongqian was consumed by rage, disregarding his dignity as he shouted, Zheng Yi, are you out of your mind? Did you take the wrong medication at lunch? What nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Yi merely smiled, and in the next moment, he received a system notification. Random task completed. Task rewards have been delivered to the celestial space. Host may enter to collect. However, this was not the time for reward collection. Wu Zhongqian was seething with anger at Zheng Yi's words. Zheng Yi gestured towards Wu Zhongqian's phone. Your phone's location is being shared with your wife. It's currently working hours. She must think you are at work. If you return home now, the truth will be revealed. Wu Zhongqian's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Zheng Yi's words did not seem like mere fabrications. Could it be that his wife truly had an affair? Wu Zhongqian took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Zheng Yi. If you deceive me, regardless of your intentions, resign immediately. With that, he swiftly left the company, opting for a taxi home instead of driving his own car. Zheng Yi returned to his workstation and let out a soft sigh. Those three statements were not mere fabrications, they were truths. Wu Zhongqian's wife had indeed betrayed him with his close friend, Lin Tao. The so-called biological son was also Lin Tao's. Wu Zhongqian had unwittingly raised someone else's child for a decade. In a previous life, just before the apocalypse's judgment descended, Wu Zhongqian uncovered this secret. In a fit of rage, he murdered his wife and Lin Tao, landing himself in prison, resulting in a tragic end. However, Wu Zhongqian was not without his own flaws. He had several mistresses and was rumored to have recently taken on a 19-year-old college student. Confronting such a scoundrel, Zheng Yi bore no moral burden. Sitting in his chair, he allowed his consciousness to enter the celestial realm. Before him floated a golden treasure chest, radiating brilliance. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Open the chest." In an instant, the chest trembled violently and began to slowly unveil itself. Countless golden specks burst forth from within, cascading to the ground and transforming into humanoid silhouettes. As the light diminished, Zheng Yi finally discerned what these figures were. Robots? No, more accurately, they were armored, indestructible celestial warriors. A staggering 100,000 of them. Zheng Yi was already well aware of the information regarding these heavenly soldiers. Each celestial soldier stands at an imposing height of 6 feet, equipped with an infinite supply of laser energy guns. These firearms possess the remarkable ability to transform into a variety of weaponry, facilitating close combat with adversaries. Their steel bodies are indestructible, even if they sustain damage. They possess the capacity for automatic regeneration. Furthermore, these celestial warriors can effortlessly alter their forms and combine with one another. Infinite ammunition, transformable weapons, self-repairing bodies, shape-shifting capabilities. Zheng Yi was ecstatic. With 100,000 mechanical celestial soldiers at his command, what threat could the horde of monstrous beasts present? What fear could he possibly harbor in battle? After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the comprehensive data and parameters of the 100,000 celestial soldiers, he exited the celestial realm. Embarking on a long journey, he took the crucial first step, with many more endeavors ahead. He aspired to construct his own sci-fi celestial realm. As his consciousness returned to reality, Zheng Yi felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld a stunning beauty before him. She donned a white shirt, the fullness of her bosom nearly straining the buttons, complemented by a form-fitting skirt that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Bai Yi. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow. She was a close friend of Lu Ruyan, yet they were not well acquainted. Zheng Yi recalled vividly that in his previous life, after Lu Ruyan had called to inform him of a business trip, Bai Yi had approached him for dinner. It turned out to be a trap. Bai Yi had tormented him for an entire night, capturing numerous photographs to send to Lu Ruyan. Only later did he realize he was merely a pawn in Bai Yi's vendetta against Lu Ruyan. This woman was far from virtuous. With a playful laugh, Bai Yi leaned in, her lips brushing against Zheng Yi's ear as she whispered, "Ruyan is away on business. Do come to my house for dinner tonight." As she spoke, her ample bosom brushed against Zheng Yi's arm. Zheng Yi initially intended to refuse, but a new prompt from the system appeared, random task triggered. Will the host begin the task? Zheng Yi was taken aback. Another random task had been activated? He chose to commence the task. Random task has begun. Current random task, avenge past enemies, Zheng Yi? He glanced at Bai Yi and suddenly comprehended the situation. The system urged him to exact revenge on Bai Yi? This task he was more than willing to undertake. Task reward, super intelligent celestial host. Shall we proceed with the current random task immediately? Without hesitation, Zheng Yi opted to begin right away. Bai Yi, thinking that Zheng Yi had remained silent out of refusal, pouted with a look of grievance on her face, just as she was about to turn and leave. Zheng Yi grasped her delicate hand. "I have been to your home with Lu Ruyan. I will arrive punctually tonight." Bai Yi smiled radiantly, her delight evident as she replied, "All right, I will prepare at home, and you must come after work." Zheng Yi maintained a calm demeanor, but inwardly cursed the flirtatious girl. To befriend a woman like Lu Ruyan surely indicated she was not of good character. Strategizing against Bai Yi should not prove overly challenging. The critical question was how to ensure her satisfaction with him. Zhang Yi pondered deeply, and before long, work had concluded for the day. Aware of Bai Yi's residence, he took a taxi and soon arrived. Ascending the stairs, he knocked on the door, and Bai Yi promptly rushed to answer. Clad only in a sheer black silk robe that was rather short, barely reaching the top of her thighs. It was undeniably too transparent and too brief. Zhang Yi couldn't help but steal a few extra glances before regaining his composure. I was fretting about how to gratify you, you vixen. I'll ensure your satisfaction tonight. Bai Yi was quite pleased with Zhang Yi's performance. She possessed unwavering confidence in her figure and had been seeking an opportunity to test Zhang Yi. Ruyan, you always extol Zhang Yi's prowess in that regard, claiming he brings you to ecstasy, leaving you insatiable, so much so that even when you were involved with young Master Gu, you couldn't bear to part with Zhang Yi. Tonight, I shall ascertain just how potent Zhang Yi is and whether he can render me equally insatiable. Bai Yi proactively reached out, took Zhang Yi's hand, gently closed the door, and welcomed him inside. Within the room, Bai Yi had prepared a sumptuous feast, complete with fine wines and delicacies. As amorous music filled the air, the two dined together. As they ate, their proximity grew ever closer, until they were entwined in each other's arms, ultimately retreating to the bedroom. A night of tempestuous passion ensued, the bedstead rocking with fervor. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi, his complexion flushed and spirits high, departed from Bai Yi's residence. Bai Yi, on the other hand, did not rise from her bed until noon, her gait unsteady, her hands supporting her lower back, yet her face adorned with a radiant smile. Even 30 wouldn't have sufficed. That fellow's instrument is practically an electric motor, never ceasing its activity throughout the entire night. Bai Yi, utterly content, proceeded to the bathroom to cleanse herself, harboring no sense of shame for betraying her confidant. Zhang Yi, for his part, felt no remorse towards Lu Ruyan. As for Bai Yi, she had settled a score from a previous life, and their paths would never cross again. En route to the company, a notification echoed from the system, random task completed, rewards obtained, available for collection within the celestial realm space. With a mere thought, Zhang Yi entered the celestial realm space, where he beheld a cerulean treasure chest. Open. Chapter 3, Divine Creation. The super-intelligent eye of the heavenly bead. A misty blue light emanated from the treasure chest as a pale blue sphere emerged, hovering before Zhang Yi. In the next instant, a beam of blue light shot forth from the sphere, striking Zhang Yi's forehead, instantly flooding his mind with information about this azure orb. The super-intelligent eye of the heavenly bead, a creation of a level 10 civilization? Such a notion surpassed Zhang Yi's comprehension, truly a divine artifact. As he gazed in awe at the blue sphere, it rapidly transformed, first expanding into a flat surface, then gradually folding and folding again. Zhang Yi stood perplexed, watching as the intelligent eye continued its intricate folding until, after 10 iterations, it mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated, not from the system, but from the intelligent eye. Master, I have completed the transformation and entered 10-dimensional space. The entire blue star is under my surveillance. There are no secrets. You may issue commands at any time. Aside from combat, I am omniscient and omnipotent. Zhang Yi was instantly filled with elation. A creation of a level 10 civilization, acknowledging him as its master in 10-dimensional space. In that case, could you ascertain the whereabouts of Lu Ruyan, whom she is with, and what she is doing? Zhang Yi resolved to test the capabilities of the intelligent eye. Within 3 seconds of issuing the command, the intelligent eye promptly responded, presenting the gathered information before Zhang Yi in textual form. The GZTian Yin possesses the extraordinary ability to project information in a manner akin to 3-dimensional imaging, presenting the content before Zhang Yi's very eyes, exclusively for his perusal. Overwhelmed with elation, Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim, "Truly a divine creation. With my current level of understanding, it is incomprehensible how all of this is accomplished." However, as he completed his review of the information, his expression darkened in an instant. A tempest of rage brewing within him, poised to erupt at any moment. Lu Ruyan had gone to the seaside for a vacation with Gu Haotian, securing a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. The two indulged in a passionate night, even as they succumbed to slumber. Just as Zhang Yi was about to command GZ to erase the information, he received a new file. This time, it was a video. Puzzled, Zhang Yi inquired, "GZ, what is this?" To which GZ replied, "Master, I exist in a 10-dimensional space, far exceeding the dimensions of your blue star. I can monitor and record everything that transpires on Blue Star, capturing it in video format." Zhang Yi was left speechless. At that moment, no words could adequately convey the shock reverberating within him. Such a divine creation was beyond his grasp. All that mattered was its functionality. Upon opening the video, Jing Yi was confronted with the sight of Lu Ruyin entwined with Gu Haotian, an image that even he found too shameful to behold. Lu Ruyin, adorned in the Valentino I had purchased for her, was entangled with Gu Haotian in a passionate embrace. She was indeed a wanton woman. Consumed by fury, Jing Yi resolved to exact revenge on Lu Ruyin. He commanded Jizi to disseminate the video across the internet of Blue Star, ensuring that not just the citizens of the nation but the entire world could witness it. Within mere seconds of issuing the directive, Jizi responded, "Master, the video has been anonymously published across the entirety of Blue Star's network and is irretrievable." Jing Yi nodded in satisfaction, his consciousness withdrawing from the celestial realm and returning to reality. As he alighted from the taxi and entered his workplace, he had scarcely settled into his seat when he overheard his colleague Yang Liuxin remark that Wu Zhangqian had been apprehended. The incident stemmed from his wife's infidelity, which he caught in the act. In a fit of rage, Wu Zhangqian had fatally attacked the illicit couple. It was rumored that he had even contemplated ending the life of the child he had raised for a decade, though he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Zhang Yi was entirely unfazed. Even without his input, Wu Zhangqian would have come to this realization before the apocalypse descended upon them. He had merely expedited the inevitable. Moreover, Yang Liuxin further informed him that Wu Shuefeng was temporarily assuming the role of general manager, having presented a clandestine agreement signed with Wu Zhangqian, which had also been legally notarized. After all, she was Wu Zhangqian's mistress, a fact that everyone in the company was acutely aware of. As for the employees, as long as the company continued to operate and salaries were dispersed punctually, the identity of the owner was of little consequence. Zhang Yi was indifferent to these developments. He was even reluctant to attend work. With the world on the brink of collapse, what was the point of maintaining a job? Just as he succumbed to ennui, his colleague Yang Liuxin, seated beside him, suddenly regarded him with an unusual expression. Zhang Yi sensed something amiss. "Xiaoyang, why are you looking at me like that? What is the matter?" Yang Liuxin hesitated to speak, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson, overtaken by shyness. Then she handed her phone to Zhang Yi, saying, "Egu, perhaps you should take a look yourself?" Zhang Yi, puzzled, accepted the phone and glanced at it, instantly comprehending the situation. It turned out to be an explicit video featuring Lu Ruyin and Gu Haotian. Zhang Yi maintained an air of composure, for he had already viewed it, having authorized GZ to upload it online. However, he had underestimated GZ's formidable capabilities. On a certain social media platform, Lu Ruyin and Gu Haotian's clandestine rendezvous at a hotel was captured, with the explicit nature of the footage leaving viewers astounded, rendering the scenes utterly unspeakable. Sensationalist headlines began to circulate, igniting a wave of public interest. Lu Ruyin and Gu Haotian consequently achieved notoriety. Meanwhile, some onlookers expressed their astonishment in the comments beneath the video. "I thought it was fake, but it turns out to be real. What a visual feast. Kudos to the photographer for their remarkable skills." The entertainment circle is truly chaotic. Despite the repetitive nature of many actions depicted, the fact that they were recorded was undeniably exhilarating. It was rumored that Lu Ruyin had a boyfriend. One could only wonder what thoughts crossed his mind upon seeing this video. On the trending topics of that social media platform, Lu Ruyin became a hot tag. In a bid to prevent further dissemination and mitigate adverse effects, relevant authorities sought to remove the video, only to discover that deletion was impossible. Why was it impossible? At the information headquarters of the social media platform, a senior executive slammed the table in frustration, his neck veins bulging with anger. Opposite him sat the representative of the Gu family. Alas, no matter what measures his subordinates took or what methods they employed, the video remained untouched. Similarly, the largest short video platform in the country faced the same predicament. They wished to delete the video, but it was utterly impossible. Overseas, on YouTube, the video featuring Lu Ruyin and Gu Haotian caused a massive uproar, yet no one desired to remove it. Instead, it was widely shared and liked, with views skyrocketing past hundreds of millions, even billions. When Lu Ruyin and Gu Haotian, still deep in slumber, were awakened by a phone call and saw the video online, they felt as though the sky had fallen. "Who is scheming behind my back? I swear I'll kill him," leaving him no place to be buried. Gu Haotian smashed his phone in a fit of rage. As for Lu Ruyin, she turned ashen, appearing lifeless. The mastermind behind all this, Zhang Yi, had already submitted his resignation and left directly, knowing full well what was to come next. "Jizi, Investigate for me the mysterious organizations in Dragon Country, such as the 749 Bureau, the Dragon Group, and the like. Since I've been reborn, I must protect myself and safeguard Dragon Country. Upon receiving the command, Jizi responded within 3 seconds as usual. Zhang Yi quickly scanned the information, exclaiming in awe, so, the 749 Bureau and the Dragon Group truly exist. Dragon Country harbors many secretive organizations, unknown to the public, yet silently defending the nation and protecting this land. Zhang Yi commanded again, locate the 749 Bureau. In less than a second, Jizi responded, Master, the location of the 749 Bureau has been confirmed, and a dangerous creature has been detected. Immediately after, Jizi sent a video. Zhang Yi opened the video, and what met his eyes was a monster with the head of a goat and the body of a human. In an instant, Zhang Yi's mind exploded with realization as he gritted his teeth and muttered, so those otherworldly beasts have indeed descended. Chapter 4, The Mechanical Celestial Soldiers Crush the Superhumans' Wang Shower, a tailor's shop? Zhang Yi cast a peculiar glance at the establishment before him, for it was the location designated by Jizi for the enigmatic 749 Bureau. Had he not experienced the formidable prowess of Super Ji, he would never have believed that this unassuming tailor's shop was, in fact, the headquarters of the mysterious 749 Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom located in Yanjing. The saying great secrets lie hidden in plain sight perhaps applies perfectly here. Upon entering the tailor's shop, Zhang Yi noticed that there were no customers within. At the cash register stood a female attendant, her figure graceful and her beauty striking, her voice a melodious delight. She smiled warmly, Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Armed with the intelligence provided by Jizi, Zhang Yi was already well acquainted with all the pertinent details regarding the 749 Bureau's Yanjing headquarters. The charming attendant before him was named Tang Xian. Though she appeared to be a harmless beauty, she was, in truth, an A-class superhuman affiliated with the 749 Bureau's Academy of Superhumans. The Bureau not only conducted research on monsters but also recruited superhumans emerging from all corners of the nation, integrating them into a unified management system and establishing the Academy of Superhumans. Based on the potency of their abilities, superhumans were classified into 9 grades: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. As an A-class superhuman, Tang Xian possessed the formidable ability of cryokinesis, making her a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Yi shook his head and offered her a smile. Tang Xian, I am here to see Director Sunday. Would you kindly relay my request? As soon as the words left his mouth, the originally smiling Tang Xian felt her smile falter slightly before returning to its normal state. She replied with a smile, Sir, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Tang Xian, and there is no Director Sun here. Zhang Yi chuckled, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Tang Xian. Just as he was about to speak, a prompt from the system sounded. Random task triggered. Shall the host commence the task? Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he affirmed. Commence. Random task has begun. Current random task. Defeat the current A-level ability user. Task reward. Level 4 Civilization Biological Evolution Fluid. Host, shall you immediately begin the current random task? Biological Evolution Fluid? A level 4 civilization one? Blue Star barely qualifies as a level 2 civilization. If I consume this bottle of evolution fluid, will I evolve into a level 4 civilization being? Zhang Yi was overjoyed, decisively nodding. Begin immediately. With his 100,000 mechanical heavenly soldiers. Even breaching the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yanjing would be a trivial matter. Defeating a Tang Xian would be effortless. As an A-level ability user, her alertness was commendable. Yet her perception was lacking. Given that I could locate this place and even call out your name, what do you think I am? His words made Tang Xian acutely aware of the immense danger, her expression instantly turning cold as she extended her hand to unleash a blast of icy energy. However, Zhang Yi was well prepared. With a flicker of his mind, he summoned a mechanical heavenly soldier to shield him. Tang Xian's icy energy struck the soldier without inflicting any damage. Tang Xian's eyes widened in horror. You are also an ability user? However, she had never encountered Zhang Yi before, and instinctively labeled him as an intruder, triggering the alarm to notify headquarters of the 749 Bureau. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and shook his head. He initially intended to keep his actions minimal, merely completing the system task. Yet now, he was determined to teach Tang Xian a lesson. Thus, he summoned 5 mechanical warriors, bringing the total to 6. Tang Xian's expression turned grim. She ceased holding back her strength, unleashing her ice abilities with the intent to capture Zhang Yi alive. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi had already devised a plan. He commanded two of the warriors to transform their laser guns into Tang knives and engage in close combat with Tang Zian. Using laser guns would obliterate the tailor shop, and Zhang Yi had no desire to offend the 749 Bureau. For the success of his subsequent plans, the 749 Bureau was a crucial pawn. The remaining four warriors surrounded Zhang Yi, converting their laser guns into shields to ensure his safety. Zhang Yi stood unmoving, watching with keen interest as Tang Zian battled his two mechanical warriors. Although her ice abilities were formidable, they proved inadequate against the mechanical warriors. Her icy breath, frost palms, and even her ability to freeze the world failed to inflict any significant damage on the warriors, who remained impervious to her freezing attempts. Tang Zian's defeat was inevitable. In just 7 moves, Zhang Yi decisively concluded the battle. When the Tang knife of the mechanical warrior was poised at Tang Zian's throat, she conceded. It was simply impossible for her to prevail. The celestial shield was lifted, and Zhang Yi beamed with a radiant smile as the system's notification chimed. Random task completed. Rewards are available for collection in the heavenly realm. His joy intensified. However, the moment was not opportune for celebrations, for someone was approaching. Beside the cash register of the tailor shop stood a door leading to a specialized elevator descending 1,000 meters underground. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a slightly portly middle-aged man emerged. He bore a receding hairline yet appeared quite spirited, exuding an aura of good fortune. Zhang Yi scrutinized the newcomer and, based on the intelligence from Jizi, confirmed him to be Sun Dashing, the head of the 749 Bureau's Beijing headquarters. In a gesture of sincerity, Zhang Yi commanded the celestial soldiers to release Tang Zian and clasped his fist in salute, saying, "Director Sun, I beg your forgiveness for any offense." Sun Dashing narrowed his eyes, becoming increasingly vigilant. He had never encountered Zhang Yi before, yet the latter addressed him by name, which struck him as peculiar. Those who could locate the 749 Bureau were either allies or adversaries. "What brings you to me?" Sun Dashing pondered Zhang Yi's intentions. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhang Yi quickly clarified, "I'm not an enemy of the 749 Bureau. I seek Director Sun to report a matter of importance." Sun Dashing furrowed his brow. "What matter?" "Judgment Day." The 4 words slipped from Zhang Yi's lips, leaving Sun Dashing momentarily stunned. Just having captured a creature with a goat's head and a human body, he had yet to document the encounter. Could this young man be connected to the monster? For the sake of caution, he resolved to escort Zhang Yi to the headquarters. However, Director Sun, this individual has an ambiguous background and a questionable identity. It is perilous to bring him into the headquarters like this. Tang Zian interjected. Sun Dashing smiled faintly and countered, "Zian, do you comprehend why I ascended here alone, without a single ability user accompanying me?" Tang Zian's face was a canvas of confusion, adorned with an enormous question mark. Sun Dashing cast a glance at Zhang Yi and continued, "If he were an enemy, you would already be deceased. If he were an adversary, this tailor's shop, and indeed the entire headquarters, would have been reduced to ruins." With that, he turned his back and led Zhang Yi into the elevator. Zhang Yi waved at Tang Zian with a mischievous grin, inciting her fury to reach new heights. As an A-class ability user, Tang Zian was an extraordinary talent, a rarity among thousands. Having never faced defeat, today she experienced an undisputed loss against Zhang Yi. She could scarcely withstand 10 moves. What an embarrassment. Humph. Relying on robots is no true skill. If you possess the ability, engage me in a genuine duel, and I shall make you weep and plead for mercy. Tang Zian silently vowed to seek another opportunity to challenge Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, as the elevator descended, Zhang Yi's consciousness entered the celestial realm, where he beheld a violet treasure chest suspended in the air. A gentle smile graced his lips. Open the chest. Chapter 5. Congratulations, you are surrounded by me. A violet halo shimmered, and a crystalline jade vial emerged, containing a flowing purple liquid, resplendent and ethereal, certainly not an ordinary item. The vial hovered before Zhang Yi, its cap automatically unfastening, and in an instant, an indescribable fragrance wafted through the air. Is this truly the evolution fluid of a level 4 civilization? He muttered softly. Meanwhile, information regarding the evolution fluid reached Zhang Yi. If I consume this, I could transform into a level 4 civilization being. Not only would my combat prowess soar, but I could also master the laws of space. Zhang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mastering the laws of space? How astonishing. Zhang Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. As his consciousness returned to reality with a mere thought, the evolution fluid materialized in his hand from the celestial space. Zhang Yi showed no signs of hesitation. Standing beside him, Director Sun gaped in astonishment as he witnessed Zhang Yi conjuring an object from thin air. Is that a beverage? It smells divine. How come I have never seen it before? Sun Dashing pondered, his brow furrowing. The elevator was equipped with surveillance cameras. Everything would be recorded. Zhang Yi was aware of the cameras, yet he remained unfazed, even waving at the monitor as if to greet it. Then, with a swift gulp, he downed the evolution fluid. A few drops lingered at the bottom, and he intentionally left them there. In an instant, a marvelous energy coursed through his body. He felt no pain. In fact, it was quite pleasant. This sensation lasted only a few seconds before fading, leaving Zhang Yi with an odd sense of unreality. Why didn't I experience the transformative sensations described in novels, like the cleansing of marrow and the rebirth of my being? He inquired with Jizi about the normalcy of this situation. Jizi responded, Master, the evolution fluid has achieved its full efficacy. Your body has already met the standards of a level 4 civilization being. Subsequently, Jizi sent a data report to Zhang Yi. Subject, Zhang Yi combat prowess, Tier 1000, defensive capability, Tier 1000, mental acuity, Tier 10, Tier 4 civilization biological talent 1, complete rebound. Amplified tenfold, Tier 4 civilization biological talent 2, spatial laws, both offensive and defensive, spatial translocation, definition of Xi. 1 tier equates to 10,000. After a swift perusal, Zhang Yi was overcome with elation. This is simply extraordinary. An opportunity must be sought to test his mettle and ascertain the true extent of his Tier 4 civilization standard physique. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, contemplating the possibilities. However, Sun Dashing perceived Zhang Yi's expression as indicative of some clandestine scheme. The elevator's descent was rapid, and before long, they reached the bottom. As the doors parted, Zhang Yi followed Sun Dashing out. Before them lay a vast subterranean expanse, partitioned into 10 levels, each with a distinct design and purpose. The jade vial was discarded by Zhang Yi into a refuse receptacle adjacent to the elevator. With a deliberate glance at the surveillance camera above, subsequent to his departure with Sun Dashing, an individual promptly inspected the receptacle, swiftly extracting a sample for laboratory analysis. Concurrently, all available personnel from the Academy of Espers were swiftly summoned to headquarters. Their sole objective, Zhang Yi, whose allegiance remained ambiguous. Among the assembled Espers was a Tier S individual named Pei Muan, who possessed formidable pyromantic abilities. Inside an interrogation chamber on the 3rd floor of headquarters, Sun Dashing broached the matter directly. Young man, enlighten us as to your knowledge of the Doomsday Judgment. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and gestured towards the floor. I wish to ascend to the 5th floor to observe the beast with the head of a ram and the body of a man. Sun Dashing's demeanor shifted, betraying his typically unwavering composure. Such a reaction was rare for him. As the head of the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yanjing, emotional regulation was an essential skill. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Zhang Yi as inconsequential. However, the revelation of the young man's extensive knowledge now cast doubt upon that assessment. Who exactly are you? He demanded. With that, Sun Dashing slammed his palm onto the table, prompting the door to the interrogation room to swing open, allowing dozens of Class A supernaturals to pour in. This was the very assurance that enabled Sun Dashing to bring Zhang Yi into the headquarters. Should Zhang Yi be an adversary, the agents of the 749 Bureau would eliminate him within the confines of the headquarters to prevent any secrets from leaking. Zhang Yi remained unfazed as he gazed at the encircling supernaturals. He slowly raised his hands and declared, I am Zhang Yi, a fervent patriot, and in 3 months, the apocalypse shall descend upon us. As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Dashing. Surely, the beast with the ram's head and human body was also proclaiming the imminent arrival of the apocalypse on Blue Star, was it not? Sun Dashing's eyes narrowed, burning with intensity as he scrutinized Zhang Yi. The creature that had altered its appearance to masquerade as human had indeed uttered words of judgment and doomsday when captured. But how could Zhang Yi possess such knowledge? Sun Dashing found himself at an impasse, wavering and uncertain of how to proceed. Realizing that he must demonstrate absolute strength to instill fear in them, Zhang Yi summoned forth 100 mechanical celestial soldiers, instantly filling the entire interrogation room. Zhang Yi grinned widely and proclaimed, Congratulations, you are surrounded by me. If you do not surrender and dare to attack, your headquarters shall surely meet its demise today. Sun Dashing and the dozens of extraordinary beings stood frozen, bewildered. What is happening? Mechanical soldiers? A full 100 of them. Where on earth did they come from? At that moment, Tang Xian, observing the scene through the surveillance monitors, felt a surge of shock. Two celestial soldiers had rendered her utterly defenseless. What abilities had he awakened? How could he command such formidable robots? Tang Zian was at a loss, glancing back at a woman clad in red standing behind her. The woman, standing at 169 centimeters, boasted cascading fiery red hair that flowed gracefully to her waist. Smooth and silky. Her features were exquisite, her skin as delicate as porcelain, seeming so tender that it appeared one could squeeze water from it. She wore a custom-tailored combat suit, snugly fitted to accentuate her ample bosom and shapely rear, perfectly showcasing her hourglass figure. She exuded the air of a powerful enchantress. From her gaze, it was evident that she was immensely proud, embodying the demeanor of a superior who held sway over life and death. This was Pei Muan, an S-rank fire ability wielder, known as the Phoenix Immortal. At this moment, her attention was fixed on Jing Yi in the interrogation room. Casting a glance at the mechanical soldiers he had summoned, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. How intriguing. Her competitive spirit had been ignited, and she was determined to test his prowess. Meanwhile, within the interrogation room, surrounded by 100 celestial soldiers, Sun Dashing resolved to retreat in order to advance. He observed the combat footage of Tang Zian against the two celestial soldiers. Based on his assessment, 100 mechanical soldiers could undoubtedly annihilate him and the dozens of A-grade ability users in the room. And with devastating force, effortlessly, Sun Dashing flashed his signature smile, stating with amiable tone, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Quick, put down your arms. I'm just jesting with Mr. Zheng." Upon hearing this, Jingyi knew that Sun Dashing had yielded and heaved a sigh of relief. Thus, he cooperated, saying, "Indeed, I was merely joking with Director Sunday. Why did you barge in, making the atmosphere so tense?" Sun Dashing, seizing the opportunity, commanded the ability users to stand down. "Let's go, Mr. Zheng. I shall escort you to meet the ram-headed humanoid monster." As he spoke, he activated the communicator concealed in his pocket. Simultaneously, Pei Muan received Sun Dashing's message on a watch-like device on her wrist. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she offered a faint smile. "It's my turn to make a move." Chapter 6. Excuse me, but I have a penchant for trampling geniuses. Monster Containment Cell 51. Accompanied by 10 ability users, Sun Dashing led Jing Yi towards the special prison where the ram-headed humanoid beast was confined. Inside the prison, the beast was restrained by specialized equipment charged with high-voltage electricity, immobilizing its limbs and ensuring maximum security. Upon seeing Sun Dashing's appearance, the beast's eyes blazed with intense fury, and it spoke in a human tongue. "Humans. The doomsday judgment is nigh. Your end is rapidly approaching." Sun Dashing did not respond, but glanced at Jing Yi before silently stepping back. At the same moment, Pei Muan entered, nodding her head towards Sun Dashing in acknowledgement. Her arrival brought a sense of reassurance to Sun Dashing. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi stepped forward, his figure appearing before the beast as if he had teleported. The prison was but a mere illusion to him. Sun Dashing's pupils widened in disbelief, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, as he gazed at Zhang Yi. Was this teleportation? Even Pei Muan was astounded. "This man is formidable," she mused. The beast, confronted by Zhang Yi's sudden appearance, also expressed surprise, yet remained haughty. "Human, you are indeed powerful, but ultimately, you shall be obliterated." Zhang Yi scoffed, retorting, "Pray tell, who are the 4 knights riding steeds of different colors?" The beast's expression shifted dramatically. It stared at Zhang Yi in astonishment. "How do you know of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? The 4 lords have yet to descend. No one has seen them." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Their conversation was being meticulously recorded, and Sun Dashing could hear every word. Realizing there was more to uncover, he immediately activated a communicator, instructing an investigation into the secrets surrounding the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Bureau 749 had no records concerning them. Yet Sun Dashing was aware that there were those obsessed with studying the prophecies of the final judgment. Among these, the 4 horsemen mentioned by the beast were included. As he faced the goat-headed, human-bodied creature so close at hand, Zhang Yi recalled the manner of his death in his previous life. It was this very beast that had pierced his body with its claws, draining him of blood until he perished. The agony of that moment remained vividly etched in his memory, impossible to forget. In the next instant, Zhang Yi clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the beast's abdomen, piercing through with unrelenting force. In an instant, the monstrous beast was hemorrhaging, the air thick with the stench of blood. You actually managed to pierce my hide?" The beast's eyes dilated in disbelief. Not only the beast, but even Sun Dashing and the others were utterly astounded. The beast's hide was incredibly resilient. During its capture, 749 suffered grievous casualties. As conventional weaponry proved futile, only heavy artillery managed to inflict superficial wounds. Moreover, the beast possessed the uncanny ability to regenerate. Thus, the researchers at 749 dubbed it the Undying Monster, codenamed 051. Zheng Yi scoffed, "This is to avenge my past life. Now, meet your demise." Withdrawing his fist, Zheng Yi struck again. His velocity was blinding. To onlookers, it appeared as a single blow, yet in reality, he had delivered thousands. Boom. The beast's frame instantly shattered. Its fragmented remains strewn across the ground. According to the intel provided by Jizi, Zheng Yi knew that this particular beast possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, hence his ruthless assault. "I'll obliterate you. Let's see you regenerate from this." The beast's ocular orbs lay on the ground, silently observing Zheng Yi. Crack. Zheng Yi crushed them underfoot, grinding them into nothingness, a sense of catharsis washing over him as if settling an old score. However, in the subsequent moment, he found himself surrounded once more. Sun Dasheng glared at Zheng Yi, his face ashen, and his tone frigid as he spoke. "To act with such audacity within 749, what do you take this place for? That monster was captured at exorbitant cost, and it was under study. How dare you reduce it to mere fragments? Even if Jesus were to descend today, he would be powerless to save you, I declare." At this moment, Sun Dasheng was consumed by an overwhelming desire to devour Zheng Yi alive. How could that monstrous creature have been obliterated by a single punch? How was he to report this to his superiors? After delivering his threats, he promptly retreated. Engaging in combat was not his forte. He entrusted the situation to Pei Muin and 10 elite A-level supernatural beings. Zheng Yi shrugged, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had lost his composure and had directly slain the beast. Yet, a kill was a kill. It was hardly a catastrophe. The 749 Bureau was responsible for studying these creatures, while his sole intent was to eradicate them. Not just this one, but any he encountered henceforth. He would slay them without hesitation. Not even the arrival of Jesus could impede him, I assert. Zheng Yi countered with unwavering resolve, showing Sun Dasheng no mercy. Sun Dasheng's face turned icy as he commanded his subordinates to subdue Zheng Yi, regardless of the cost. Upon receiving the order, the 10 A-level supernatural beings launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing their powers in perfect harmony, sealing off every escape route for Zheng Yi. "However, you are far too slow," Zheng Yi whispered, and just as their attacks were about to land, his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he descended from the heavens as if treading upon a wooden post. In the blink of an eye, he had driven the 10 A-level supernatural beings into the thick metal floor beneath them. Agonizing cries of despair erupted around him. Just moments ago, they had carried themselves with an air of superiority before Zheng Yi. Now, they were stripped of any semblance of high-ranking supernatural beings. "I hear you are all prodigies among supernatural beings? My sincerest apologies. I take great pleasure in trampling on prodigies." Zheng Yi unabashedly mocked them. "Since Sun Dasheng refuses to appreciate the situation, let us engage in a duel until he concedes." Little did he anticipate that 10 top-tier A-class abilities would prove so easily defeated. They hardly exerted themselves, merely using their feet to subdue them. What a disgrace. He approached Pei Muin and clasped his hands, saying, "Fairy Pei, you may now make your move." Pei Muin smiled gently, replying, "Director Sun, you and the others should step outside. The prison's defenses are adequate. I can hold my ground." Sun Dasheng, filled with delight, hastily commanded the ability users who had been trampled into the floor by Zheng Yi to withdraw. With Fairy Pei taking action, he felt assured. Soon, the prison was vacated, leaving only Zheng Yi and Pei Muin in each other's presence. Having undergone perfect evolution, Zheng Yi had begun to experience the formidable power of his new physique. Although he could summon celestial soldiers for battle, engaging in combat himself was a thrill unlike merely observing others, especially when facing a stunning, dominant woman like Pei Muin. The sensation of fighting firsthand was entirely different. The exhilarating thought of having her begging for mercy before him was tantalizing. Under Zheng Yi's gaze, Pei Muin felt an uneasy chill, as if she were unclothed and exposed to his scrutiny. In truth, this perception was not unfounded. As a being of a fourth-level civilization, Zheng Yi possessed the ability to see through all illusions, effortlessly gazing upon Pei Muin's flawless physique. With a calm demeanor, Zheng Yi awaited Pei Muin's attack. At that moment, a system notification echoed. Random task triggered. Will the host commence the task? Zheng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Another task was at hand. Without hesitation, he chose to begin. Random task initiated. Current random task. Conquer S-class ability user. Zhang Yi could not help but stroke his chin, somewhat astonished. Conquer, rather than defeat? This task is rather intriguing. Task reward. A blueprint for controllable nuclear fusion technology. Host, shall we commence the current random task immediately? Zhang Yi, naturally, wasted no time. He embarked on it at once. Chapter 7. Full Rebound. Conquering Pei Xinzi. As he gazed at Zhang Yi before her, Pei Mu-wan felt a flutter of unease, prompting her to delay no longer. The S-class fire ability was unleashed in its entirety, and with a single strike, she executed a lethal move. Blazing Inferno. In an instant, flames engulfed the sky, radiating from Pei Mu-wan as the epicenter, transforming the surroundings into an ocean of fire. Zhang Yi stood amidst the inferno, neither evading nor flinching, allowing the flames to envelop him, his expression unwavering, not retreating even a single step. With his defensive power reaching a staggering level of 1,000, he was virtually immune to all forms of assault. How could such trivial flames harm him? Pei Mu-wan's gaze shifted slightly, a cold huff escaping her lips as she altered her technique. Phoenix of Fire descends. Pei Mu-wan unleashed her signature move, channeling all her strength into this powerful strike. The flames howled, rapidly coalescing in midair into the silhouette of a flaming phoenix, an awe-inspiring presence soaring aloft, emanating an aura of destruction. Zhang Yi calmly regarded the fiery phoenix, gesturing invitingly with a flick of his fingers. Enraged, Pei Mu-wan waved her hand, sending the phoenix charging fiercely. Its piercing cry directly aimed at Zhang Yi. As the phoenix emerged, Sun Dasheng, observing from the monitors, wore a relaxed expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. He spoke to the Esper watching from behind, declaring, "The outcome is already determined. That fellow is doomed." However, in the next moment, as the fiery phoenix struck Zhang Yi's body, it mysteriously dissipated. No, it was not dissipating but rather being absorbed. All the fiery energy was devoured by Zhang Yi. Pei Mu-wan was struck with immense shock, instantly suffering a backlash, causing her to spit blood and appear wan and weakened. Looking at Zhang Yi, he slowly ascended into the air, radiating a golden divine brilliance, as if a deity had descended upon the earth. The phoenix that had just vanished reemerged, albeit in a dramatically transformed state, more vivid and imposing than before. Fairy Pei, allow me to teach you a technique. Pay close attention. Phoenix Nirvana. Zhang Yi unleashed a full counter, amplifying its power tenfold. In the next second, Pei Mu-wan witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory for eternity. Like a true phoenix emerging into the world, a colossal bird of flames soared forth, exuding a cataclysmic aura. The flames were still hers. Yet the phoenix was not her own. She gazed at the man standing triumphantly upon the phoenix's form, feeling as though she were crushed beneath his feet. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Go. Zhang Yi uttered softly, his right hand pressing forward. The reborn phoenix let out a deafening cry, hurtling toward Pei Mu-wan. Refusing to succumb, Pei Mu-wan summoned all her remaining strength, conjuring a fiery shield to withstand Zhang Yi's assault. Alas, it was futile. Zhang Yi's phoenix shattered her defenses with an unstoppable force, flames engulfing her delicate form in an instant. Yet, at the critical moment, Zhang Yi held back, choosing not to annihilate her completely. Could it be that the esteemed immortal Pei has truly been vanquished? Unbelievable. She, an S-ranked Esper, defeated? Sun Dasheng was incredulous. Pei Mu-wan. Defeated. Utterly defeated. Zhang Yi triumphed over her by employing her very own techniques. Immortal Pei, I concede. Dispersing the cataclysmic flames, Zhang Yi extended his hand, a radiant smile gracing his countenance as he gazed down upon Pei Mu-wan. Observing Zhang Yi's smiling face and outstretched hand, a hitherto unknown sensation stirred within Pei Mu-wan's heart, swiftly taking root and blossoming. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispatched to the celestial court dimension and are available for retrieval. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered subtly. Had he truly captivated the immortal Pei so effortlessly? Lost in her reverie, Pei Mu-wan had failed to notice the disrepair of her battle suit. The fullness of her bosom was almost entirely exposed, catching Zhang Yi's gaze. Zhang Yi couldn't resist stealing a few more glances before Pei Mu-wan realized her predicament. Yet, she seemed unfazed. Grasping Zhang Yi's outstretched hand, Pei Mu-wan rose gracefully, her demeanor composed as she regarded Zhang Yi. In the next instant, she reached out and snatched Zhang Yi's coat, draping it over herself to conceal her exposed skin. My body is for your eyes alone, and no others. With those words, Pei Mu-wan turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Yi stared after her retreating figure, lost in thought. I am permitted to gaze upon her body? What could this possibly signify? The fierce battle between the two had decimated cell number 51, where the monster was held captive. Although the main structure remained intact, it would undoubtedly require extensive repairs or be decommissioned altogether. Pei Muen's attacks were sharp and merciless, while Zhang Yi's counterattacks were straightforward and effective. The video of their duel has been preserved. In a remarkably short span of time, news rapidly spread within the 749 Bureau and subsequently permeated the Academy of Abilities. Upon learning of this outcome, numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, particularly admirers of Pei Muen, were astonished and consumed by a tempest of rage. They vehemently declared their intent to seek retribution against Zhang Yi, eager to avenge the grievances suffered by the esteemed Fairy Pei, including several SS-level abilities. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil was being treated as a distinguished guest by Sun Dashing. Mr. Zhang, please understand that the previous misunderstandings were unintentional. The 749 Bureau harbors no ulterior motives. We merely wish to ascertain your intentions, Sun Dashing spoke in a gentle tone, abandoning any previous hostility. Zhang Yi's objective was not to foster enmity with the 749 Bureau, but rather to disseminate the impending apocalypse through their influential channels. Given the capabilities and resources of the 749 Bureau, accomplishing this was a trivial matter. Thus, he chose to accept Sun Dashing's goodwill. Director Sun, I must responsibly inform you that the Judgment Day will arrive in 3 months, heralding the end of the world. Plague, famine, war, and death will follow in succession. The enigmatic and formidable 4 horsemen shall bring about the world's destruction. Sun Dashing regarded Zhang Yi with a grave expression. This proclamation had previously been uttered to him by a friend, though he had not taken it seriously at the time. In retrospect, it appeared that his friend's words were not mere fabrications. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Dashing solemnly stated, Mr. Zheng, your strength is formidable. According to the regulations of the 749 Bureau, it is necessary for you to maintain a personal file and join the Academy of Abilities. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised at the prospect of being recruited. However, Director Sun, I shall not engage in actions that would jeopardize the Dragon Nation. If my assistance is required after the 749 Bureau, I shall certainly lend a hand. Zhang Yi declined Sun Dashing's invitation, for he wished to preserve his personal freedom. Most importantly, he aspired to create a celestial realm of science fiction, resolutely refusing to confine himself within the confines of the 749 Bureau. Despite the fact that it could never truly restrain him, Sun Dashing, having anticipated this response, was not taken aback. After exchanging contact information with Zhang Yi, he prepared to escort him personally. However, Zhang Yi waved him off and, with a swift motion, tore through the fabric of space. He nodded and smiled at Sun Dashing before stepping into the rift, vanishing from sight. Sun Dashing stood there, speechless, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was fortunate he had not forcibly recruited him. Had he incited Zhang Yi's ire further, the outcome could have been dire. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he promptly compiled a report detailing Zhang Yi's situation to submit to his superiors. In the S-Class Ability User's exclusive chamber within the Ability User Academy, Pei Muen stood quietly beneath the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over her. She gently caressed her body, particularly her ample bosom, recalling the way Zhang Yi had looked at her, causing a pleasant warmth to spread through her. A man's coat hung before her, and she gazed at it, lost in thought. What an enigmatic man he is, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, having successfully torn open a rift in space for the first time, returned to his rented apartment. So, this is the power of the spatial laws mastered by 4th-level civilized beings, he mused, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Sitting on the sofa, he took a sip of water to steady himself, then focused his consciousness on the celestial realm, where he beheld a golden treasure chest floating serenely. With a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Open the chest." Chapter 8, Controllable Nuclear Fusion. As the radiant light unfolded, a treasure chest gradually opened, from which a scroll emerged, landing gracefully in Zhang Yi's hands. Upon turning the first page, he was taken aback by 5 bold characters. Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Not being a scientist and lacking expertise in this domain, Zhang Yi sought the counsel of GZ, inquiring about the implications of controllable nuclear fusion. GZ responded, Master. Theoretically, controllable nuclear fusion technology can provide limitless energy, with abundant raw materials, minimal hazards, and high safety. GZ continued, in the dimensional space where Blue Star resides, the value of controllable nuclear fusion technology is immeasurable. Should a nation possess this technology, the energy dilemma would be resolved permanently. After absorbing this information, Zhang Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Limitless energy? A permanent solution to energy issues? Submitting it to the nation seems like an excellent choice. However, GZ, since the system has granted me this technology as a reward, what can I do with it? Zheng Yi inquired. GZ replied, Master, with your authorization, I can command mechanical celestial soldiers to establish an energy base within your celestial domain, providing infinite energy to construct your sci-fi paradise. Zheng Yi's mouth fell open in astonishment. So that's how it works? He was thoroughly delighted. He had been grappling with how to build his own sci-fi paradise, and GZ's response had resolved his dilemma. Thus, he commanded GZ, provide me with a flawless design blueprint for my sci-fi paradise. The task of creating this celestial realm is entirely entrusted to you. GZ acknowledged. Order received. In merely 3 seconds, Zheng Yi received 10 design blueprints for his sci-fi paradise. He marveled at GZ's efficiency. After careful deliberation, he finalized the layout and structure of the sci-fi celestial court. To facilitate the construction of the sci-fi celestial court, Zheng Yi authorized GZ to utilize the mechanical celestial soldiers. As a secondary controller, GZ was able to command 80,000 mechanical celestial soldiers. Soon, the 80,000 mechanical celestial soldiers obeyed GZ's command and transformed. They shifted from combat mode to infrastructure mode, transforming into one mechanical construction soldier after another. Using the endless resources of the celestial court space to build a controllable nuclear fusion energy base. For a time, the celestial court space underwent a dramatic transformation. Like an undeveloped wilderness world, turning into a cyberpunk world full of technological sense. Returning to reality, Zheng Yi's thoughts moved, and a controllable nuclear fusion technology manual appeared in his hand. Before the arrival of the Doomsday Judgment, he wants to maximize the technological strength of the Dragon Kingdom, so that even if the end of the world comes, they will have the power to fight. Zheng Yi clearly realized that with his strength, protecting himself was no problem. But if he wanted to protect the entire Dragon Kingdom, he did not have enough confidence. So, he asked GZ to search for experts and authoritative institutions in the field of controllable nuclear fusion research, and decided to hand over this blueprint to professionals. In less than 3 seconds, GZ replied, Master, I have found an authoritative expert in this field for you, named Feng Rulin. Contact information is 198 after receiving it. Zheng Yi was about to contact Feng Rulin when he heard someone knocking on the door. When he opened the door, it was actually Lu Ruyan. She lowered her head. Not daring to look directly at Zheng Yi, her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried. What are you here for? Saying that, Zheng Yi was about to close the door, but was stopped by Lu Ruyan. With a trembling voice, she fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Ego, please let me explain. I love you. I truly love you. I never wished to be with Gu Shao. It was he who forced me. I had no choice. Ego, you must believe me. My heart belongs solely to you. Forced? Zheng Yi was no fool. He could distinguish between consent and coercion. Ego, listen to me. I was truly compelled. Even while being with Gu Shao, my thoughts were only of you. Ego, you must trust me. You must. Zheng Yi felt utterly repulsed and scoffed coldly. He pushed Lu Ruyan aside and was about to close the door when Bai Yi suddenly appeared. Her attire was revealing and exuded sensuality, and she was adorned in an alluring manner. Bai Yi approached Lu Ruyan, pulled out her phone, and played a video, mocking. To put a green hat on Ego and still claim to love him. How amusing. Lu Ruyan reached out to seize Bai Yi, exclaiming, This is between Zheng Yi and me. What are you doing here? Bai Yi, let me warn you. Do not think you can take advantage of this to steal Zheng Yi away. Bai Yi laughed heartily, played another video, and presented it to Lu Ruyan for her viewing pleasure. It featured herself and Zheng Yi. Upon witnessing it, Lu Ruyan's fury ignited. She sprang up from the ground, intent on grabbing Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi struck first, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Ruyan's face, sending her sprawling. Humph, you shameless hussy. Climbing into Gu Shao's bed while still not breaking up with Zheng Yi, a wretched creature straddling 2 boats. You deserve this. Ah, Ruyan. I must express my sincere gratitude to you. Zheng Yi is indeed remarkably virile, capable of delivering intense pleasure and an almost unbearable ecstasy. Alas, he is no longer yours to possess. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan was consumed by a furious rage, her breath catching in her throat. She felt an overwhelming desire to devour Bai Yi alive. However, she was left with no recourse but to helplessly watch as Bai Yi entered Zheng Yi's chamber. Unable to intervene, Zheng Yi's heart remained unmoved, devoid of both joy and sorrow. He considered neither of the women before him to be virtuous. He thought that using Bai Yi to provoke and exact revenge upon Lu Ruyan was not a bad idea. Inside the room, Bai Yi threw herself into Zhang Yi's embrace, proceeding to disrobe and wrap her arms around his neck, eager for a passionate kiss that would lead to him being overwhelmed. However, Zhang Yi resisted her advances. Her countenance shifted slightly, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she implored him in a coquettish manner, e.g., "I desire you so much. I have missed you terribly." Zhang Yi remained silent, disengaging Bai Yi's grasp, straightening his attire, and preparing to depart. Nevertheless, Bai Yi persisted in her amorous pursuit, swiftly shedding her garments and lunging towards him once more. Alas, she was once again thwarted by Zhang Yi's outstretched hand. He gazed upon Bai Yi with a detached expression, a hint of revulsion gracing his features. He gently snapped his fingers near her ear, causing Bai Yi to instantly fall into a state of unconsciousness. After depositing her on the couch, Zhang Yi murmured softly, "I harbor no fondness for wanton women." Outside the door, Lu Rian wandered off in a state of despair. Yet her eyes betrayed a burning resentment. She vowed to seek retribution. "Zhang Yi, Bai Yi, this is far from over between us. I may betray others, but I shall not tolerate betrayal myself." The perversion of human nature was vividly manifested in Lu Ruyan at that very moment. Based on the contact information provided by Jizi, Zhang Yi successfully reached Feng Rulan. "Hello, I have heard that you are an expert in the field of controllable nuclear fusion." Before he could finish his sentence, a gasp echoed from the other end of the line, the voice sounding like that of a young girl. Zhang Yi pondered to himself, are scientists in Long Country becoming increasingly youthful? However, since the phone number was provided by Jizi, he believed it to be accurate. Moments later, Feng Rulan sarcastically remarked, "Have scam calls become this sophisticated? You've conducted research beforehand and know that I study controllable nuclear fusion. Your professionalism is quite impressive." Zhang Yi was taken aback. A scam call? He found it amusing yet frustrating to be mistaken for a fraudster. Nevertheless, he did not give up and immediately requested Jizi to locate Feng Rulan's position. In less than a second, Jizi responded, "Master, Feng Rulan's location has been pinpointed." Zhang Yi did not hang up. Utilizing the address provided by Jizi, he reached out to tear through the fabric of space and vanished into thin air. Chapter 9. This plot, I am familiar with in a certain location in Long Country. At the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Center, Feng Rulan, donned in a white lab coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, was organizing experimental data in her office. Holding her phone, she was engaged in a call. "Hello, why are you silent? Speak, please." Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a fissure appearing before her, causing her to halt mid-sentence. At that moment, a figure stepped through the rift, also holding a phone, and greeted her with a warm smile. Zhang Yi spoke into the phone. "I have arrived." Feng Rulan wore an expression of disbelief, on the verge of sounding the alarm. But Zhang Yi halted her with a mere wave of his hand. The alarm was deactivated in an instant, never having sounded. Feng Rulan, filled with trepidation, trembled in fear and grasped her laptop defensively, stammering, What do you intend to do to me?" Zhang Yi scrutinized Feng Rulan from head to toe, his brow furrowing slightly. She seemed rather youthful. Was she truly an expert? Zhang Yi pondered inwardly. Feng Rulan appeared quite young, indeed, as she had just turned 27. Under his gaze, she felt increasingly uneasy, contemplating ways to extricate herself, when she noticed Zhang Yi toss a volume onto her desk. It was a manuscript detailing controllable nuclear fusion technology, deemed feasible through testing. "You are to commence implementation immediately, achieving a technological breakthrough that will position Longhua as the first nation on Blue Star to master controllable nuclear fusion technology." With his words echoing in the air, Zhang Yi effortlessly tore through the fabric of space and departed with an air of nonchalance. Feng Rulan, still in shock, took a considerable time to regain her composure. She slapped her own face vigorously to confirm she was not dreaming, before picking up the manuscript to peruse its contents. To her astonishment, she realized the source of the discrepancies in their experimental data. Furthermore, it appeared that 2 modules were missing from the apparatus. Oh, and here, it could actually function this way. Captivated by the revelations within the manuscript, Feng Rulan quickly flipped through its pages, concluding that this document was indeed authentic and reliable. Consequently, she promptly gathered her team, intending to conduct experiments utilizing the devices and parameters outlined in the manuscript. Once successful, she would etch her name in history. Who exactly is that person? With a swift motion, they arrived and departed. Indeed, the number. I shall have someone investigate it. Feng Rulan promptly entrusted someone to inquire about the telephone number she had just received, seeking to confirm the identity of the individual. Shortly, she received feedback. Zhang Yi, orphaned. lives alone in Yanjing, engaged in e-commerce operations. After perusing the information, Feng Ruolin's mind was awash with questions. How could he, all by himself, have achieved controllable nuclear fusion technology? Where did he acquire the funding? How could he possibly conduct such complex experiments alone? Feng Ruolin was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs and immense resources required for nuclear fusion research. The foremost scientists across the Blue Star had dedicated decades of effort and expended hundreds of billions, yet none had truly succeeded. Remarkably, such advanced technology had seemingly been unraveled by an obscure, ordinary youth. However, upon contemplating Zheng Yi's ability to tear through the fabric of space and perform spatial leaps, Feng Ruolin found solace. Could it be that he is a deity? Collecting her thoughts, Feng Ruolin swiftly regained her composure. Drafting a report to organize the blueprints Zheng Yi had provided into a formal document, she aimed to apply for sufficient funding support, striving to bring controllable nuclear fusion technology to fruition in the shortest possible time. Upon returning home, Bai Yi lay nude on the sofa, deeply asleep. Zheng Yi, with a stoic expression, swiftly dressed her before tearing through space once more. After delivering Bai Yi to her home, Zheng Yi felt a pang of hunger and thus sought a noodle shop to satisfy his appetite. While indulging in his meal, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. However, the number consisted of only 3 digits, 749. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow but did not decline the call. Once connected, he heard the animated voice of Sun Dashing. "Mr. Zheng, do you have a moment? I urgently wish to discuss something with you." Sun Dashing's tone was imbued with excitement. Zheng Yi inquired, "Director Sun, what seems to be the matter? It has barely been 4 hours since I left your office." Sun Dashing chuckled, "Mr. Zheng, may I ask what you consumed during your visit to our bureau?" Zheng Yi suddenly realized that it was the 4th-level civilization evolution liquid. He had intentionally left a few drops in the jade bottle and had carelessly discarded it in the trash bin of room 749. Sun Dashing's contact was surely prompted by the researchers from room 749 uncovering the mysteries of the evolution liquid. With this in mind, Zheng Yi cleared his throat and, maintaining his composure, responded, Director Sun, that was the last bottle. I have none left. I truly apologize. Is there an issue with the beverage I consumed?" His feigned ignorance was evident. Sun Dashing, though disappointed, suspected that Zheng Yi was not being entirely truthful. He responded with a gentle smile, "Mr. Zheng, I have dispatched a vehicle to escort you. This matter is of great significance, and I wish to discuss it with you in person." Zheng Yi contemplated declining the invitation. But at that moment, 2 men in suits and sunglasses entered from the noodle shop. "Mr. Zheng, please accompany us. Thank you for your cooperation." Zheng Yi glanced at them momentarily. They were individuals with extraordinary abilities, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Observing the ordinary patrons around him, he decided to comply and stepped outside with the 2 men. However, he did not intend to travel to Bureau 749 by vehicle. Instead, he grasped the shoulders of 2 supernatural beings and directly tore through the fabric of space. In an instant, they found themselves before Sun Dashing. Startled, Sun Dashing initially feared that enemies had breached their defenses. Upon observing Zheng Yi, who casually discarded the 2 supernatural beings as one might handle a pair of chicks, his countenance darkened like stormy waters. "Director Sun, I refuse your overtures and do not wish for anyone to follow me. Should this occur again, I will not show any mercy." Zheng Yi was incensed. He yearned neither for constraints nor for surveillance. Sun Dashing's actions had provoked his ire. Witnessing Zheng Yi's fury, Sun Dashing hastily offered apologies, explaining, "Mr. Zheng, please remain calm. I, too, am in a difficult position." Perceiving sincerity in his demeanor, Zheng Yi inquired about the situation. After hearing Sun Dashing's account, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. It was simply due to the fact that he was extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that his presence could not be overlooked or ignored. The original intent behind the establishment of Bureau 749 was to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, Zheng Yi's emergence now posed a threat to its security. The directive given to Sun Dashing was to closely monitor Zheng Yi's every move, and should any unusual activity arise, to act decisively. If Zheng Yi were willing to be integrated into Bureau 749, it would be a different matter. However, in truth, he desired neither incorporation nor surveillance, which left Sun Dashing in a predicament. Realizing the difficulty Sun Dashing faced, Zheng Yi's inner fury dissipated entirely. "Director Sun, you have my sympathy. Understanding is one thing, but allowing him to join Bureau 749 is out of the question. 3 months hence, the world shall meet its end." He could not afford to squander time on the trifles of Bureau 749. Sun Dashing waved his hand dismissively, choosing to shift the conversation. Mr. Zhang, the beverage you are consuming has been analyzed by researchers who extracted samples from the jade vessel, detecting a potent, pure energy. Preliminary experiments have led us to conclude that this energy can facilitate the evolution of those with extraordinary abilities, enabling a leap in their ranks. As he spoke, Sun Dashing could not contain his excitement. Zhang Yi was well aware of the miraculous properties of the evolution liquid. However, just as he and Sun Dashing were poised to delve deeper into their discussion, the conference room door was forcefully flung open. Concurrently, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Who is Zhang Yi? I have heard that you defeated Pei Xianzi, and I have come to challenge you, to deliver a beating on her behalf. Zhang Yi slowly turned, observing a burly figure storming in, shaking his head inwardly. This narrative felt all too familiar. Chapter 10. A single slap to send an SS-level ability user flying. My name is Chen Hutu, an SS-level ability user from Bureau 749. So you are the one who vanquished Pei Xianzi? You appear to be nothing more than a soft-shelled shrimp, hardly impressive. After introducing himself, the large man took the opportunity to belittle Zhang Yi. Sun Dashing was incensed. He and Zhang Yi had been discussing something critical when Chen Hutu's interruption occurred. Should Zhang Yi become agitated, the Bureau would certainly not forgive him for jeopardizing the acquisition of that mysterious pure energy liquid. Sun Dashing immediately donned a conciliatory smile. Mr. Zhang, he is merely a rough individual. We need not pay him any mind. Let us continue our discussion, shall we? Zhang Yi gestured dismissively. I am not one to instigate trouble, nor do I shy away from it. When someone bullies me, how can I turn a blind eye? Sun Dashing felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. This is it. Zhang Yi is furious. He glared angrily at Chen Hutu, who remained unfazed, dismissively scoffing and giving a thumbs up. Excellent. You have spirit. I admire your courage. He then requested, Director Sun, may I use training room 006? I wish to spar with him. Sun Dashing was rendered speechless. Inwardly cursing, foolish. Are you not just inviting a beating? Zhang Yi chuckled, about to respond when the system notification chimed. Random task triggered. Does the host wish to commence the task? His eyes lit up. A random task. How fortuitous. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi chose to begin. Random task initiated. Current random task. Accept the challenge of an SS-level ability user and incapacitate him. Incapacitate, rather than defeat? How intriguing. Zhang Yi silently exclaimed. What a stroke of luck. To incapacitate Chen Hutu suits me perfectly. Task reward. 7 level 4 civilization biological pills. Host. Do you wish to immediately commence the current random task? Once again, Zhang Yi thought. What a stroke of luck. 7 level 4 civilization biological pills? What miraculous effects might they possess? Overjoyed, he resolutely opted to begin immediately. His body had already evolved into a divine form. And it was unlikely he would need these pills, but they would certainly be of use to others. With a smile, he turned to Sun Dashing and declared, I am eager to test the prowess of an SS-level ability user. I accept this challenge. Sun Dashing could not help but cover his face. It was over. Zhang Yi's smile was so sinister. He would undoubtedly seek retribution, mercilessly beating Chen Hutu. Reluctantly, Sun Dashing had no choice but to agree to their duel. Like a whirlwind, the news of SS-level ability user Chen Hutu challenging Zhang Yi to avenge Pei Xianzi swiftly spread throughout the 749 Bureau S Academy of Ability Users. Those not on external duty hurried to training room 006 to witness the confrontation. The female protagonist behind this duel, Pei Mu-wan, upon hearing the news, felt a mix of disdain and anticipation. She detested that Chen Hutu was using her name to flaunt himself, falsely claiming to seek vengeance on her behalf. Yet, she eagerly wondered if Zhang Yi would once again astonish her by effortlessly defeating the SS-level ability user. He surely wouldn't disappoint me. Murmuring to herself, Pei Mu-wan donned her new battle attire, deciding to attend the match in person. Meanwhile, Chen Hutu and Zhang Yi had already arrived at training room 006. The spacious training facility was filled with numerous spectator seats. More and more ability users flocked to the scene, with some even starting a betting pool on who would emerge victorious. Come, place your bets. Betting on SS-level ability user Chen Hutu to win had odds of 5 to 1. Betting on Zhang Yi's victory had odds of 55 to 1. Betting on a draw had odds of 30 to 1. Observing this situation, Zhang Yi could only chuckle ruefully. These odds certainly did not favor my triumph. Who do they look down upon? Many ability users eagerly placed their bets, the majority siding with Chen Hutu for the win. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, causing the dealer to shudder upon recognizing the newcomer Pei Mu-wan. I too shall place my bet, wagering on Zhang Yi's victory, she declared, producing a black card and presenting it to the dealer. This card contains my entire earnings, all of it on Jingyi. As her words echoed, an unsettling silence enveloped the audience, swiftly followed by a collective intake of breath. What could this mean? Shinhutu, who had been advocating for Pei Yuan, how could she support Jingyi? Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Do you not know? Shinhutu is an SS-level ability user, long captivated by Pei Yuan's beauty, publicly claiming her as his own, while she has dared not voice her objections. A knowledgeable spectator added to the discourse. I surmise that Pei Yuan's overt support for Zhang Yi in front of so many is intended to humiliate Shinhutu, to make him lose face. Another chimed in. Indeed, Shinhutu has vowed to avenge Pei Yuan, challenging Zhang Yi, thus. Her endorsement of Zhang Yi would undoubtedly diminish his stature. Excitement rippled through the crowd. So, whom do you support for victory? I still bet on Shinhutu, after all. He's an SS-level ability user. I too shall back him. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the audience, Pei Yuan remained unperturbed by the surrounding chatter. Her gaze had been fixed upon the man in the arena since her entrance into the training room, never wavering. What sort of surprise will you bring me? In the arena, Shinhutu's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot, fully aware of the unfolding events in the audience. He could never have anticipated that Pei Yuan would publicly support Zhang Yi, an act that starkly slapped his face. Gazing at Zhang Yi across from him, Shinhutu seethed with rage, unleashing his SS-level abilities. A swirling vortex of brown energy radiated from him, expanding outward. Soon after, the ground trembled violently, fracturing rapidly before coalescing into a towering stone giant. As the stone figure emerged, gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. This was Shinhutu's ability, the earth element of the five elements' power, a formidable force. The giant he summoned was both fiercely aggressive and remarkably defensive. It was said that even Pei Yuan's Fire Phoenix could not defeat him, rendering him impressively invincible. TSK. I reckon Zhang Yi is in a precarious position. Betting on Shinhutu's victory is undoubtedly a safe wager. In the arena, Shinhutu exuded confidence, fully assured in his stone giant. He cast a derisive glance at Zhang Yi, then defiantly raised his middle finger in provocation. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi swept his hand, causing cracks to appear in the space surrounding the colossal stone figure, and then gently clenched his fist. Space compression. In an instant, the giant was mercilessly sliced apart by countless fissures, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reduced it to mere dust. The triumphant smile on Shinhutu's face abruptly froze. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly summoned all his powers, enveloping himself in a thick layer of earth and stone, a measure of absolute defense. With a soft exclamation, he unleashed his renowned technique, confident that even Pei Yuan's Fire Phoenix could not breach it. But now, his adversary was Zhang Yi. Absolute defense? Merely a turtle shell. Watch as I shatter it with a single punch. Boom. Zhang Yi instantaneously appeared above Shinhutu, his right fist clenched, and he struck down with fierce determination. In an instant, earth and stone were sent flying. Zhang Yi's fist effortlessly shattered Shinhutu's impenetrable defense, crashing into his back. Boom. Shinhutu's large face met the ground in an intimate encounter. Coughing violently, he could not stem the flow of blood. Yet, Zhang Yi showed no signs of restraint. The task assigned by the system was to incapacitate Shinhutu. This was merely the beginning. Consequently, Shinhutu was sent sprawling by a powerful slap, his visage contorted and deformed. He then endured a brutal onslaught. In the audience, a profound silence fell, as if time had frozen. The crowd was petrified. Only Pei Yuan, with a graceful smile, departed with poise. This man is an enigma. Chapter 11. A hard fist is the most persuasive argument you flaunt your arrogance. Raising a middle finger at me, did your mother forget to teach you the manners of civility? As Zhang Yi relished the fight, the system chimed with a notification. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispatched to Tian Ting Space. You may proceed to claim them. After delivering one final blow, Zhang Yi finally ceased his assault. Shinhutu, once brimming with arrogance, now lay defeated on the ground like a heap of mud. How could this be? An SS-level superhuman has fallen? My heavens. Who is this Zhang Yi? The evidence lay bare before all. Shinhutu had been vanquished, with a single strike. Zhang Yi had shattered the colossal stone figure. Could he possibly be an SSS-level superhuman? An SSS-level superhuman? It is plausible. In years past, when those twin sisters emerged, they dominated all with an invincible prowess, revered as deities. What sort of spectacle would unfold if Zhang Yi were to face off against those twin sisters? In the audience, numerous superhumans gradually regained their composure, only to begin whispering amongst themselves. Shortly thereafter, they erupted into wails, their faces contorted in anguish. My money has vanished just like that. Had I known to bet on Jing Yi's victory, the odds were 55 to 1. To abstain from betting brings momentary discomfort. Yet to wager brings a day of unease. It is utterly maddening. As the sparring concluded, Zhang Yi appeared entirely at ease. Sun Dashing approached to greet him and arranged for Chen Huda to be carried away, tidying up the aftermath. Mr. Zhang, your prowess is remarkable. Even an SS-class superhuman could not withstand a single move from you. This is truly unprecedented. At that moment, Sun Dashing was captivated by the strength displayed by Zhang Yi. From henceforth, he would never again mention the idea of recruiting Zhang Yi. Should the higher-ups continue to exert pressure, he would retaliate with footage of this battle. Whoever seeks to recruit Zhang Yi is welcome to do so. He, for one, shall not. Zhang Yi exhibited great humility. I truly apologize for the damage inflicted upon this training room. I trust one need not compensate you? Sun Dashing shook his head vigorously. No need for that. We do have funds allocated for the repair of the training room. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. That is a relief. I certainly do not possess the means to reimburse you. Sun Dashing remarked. Even if you had the wealth, I would not dare to accept compensation from you. Subsequently, Sun Dashing invited Zhang Yi to his office to further discuss the matter of the pure energy liquid. Director Sun, I truly find myself unable to assist. The energy liquid you mentioned, I only have a single portion. Moreover, I consumed it entirely, with only a few drops remaining in your laboratory. Zhang Yi candidly faced Sun Dashing, speaking the unvarnished truth. The fourth-level civilization biological evolution fluid is indeed one of a kind, and he could not provide it to Bureau 749. Sun Dashing was unwilling to relent. The energy fluid capable of assisting extraordinary individuals in their evolution was simply too alluring. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to obtain it. Thus, he proposed a compromise. Mr. Zhang, could you possibly provide a blood sample? We shall attempt to extract serum and ascertain if the effects of that energy fluid linger. Zhang Yi's gaze flickered. To be honest, he had been contemplating this as well. However, he needed to maintain a faiade and could not acquiesce too readily. Well, I just resigned from my job, and my savings are scant. Without a source of income, I must seek employment to earn a living. Zhang Yi began to outline his conditions. Upon hearing this, Sun Dashing immediately comprehended. Absolutely. Here is a black card for you. Feel free to use it without any reservations, he said, retrieving a black card from his desk drawer and presenting it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, taken aback by such straightforwardness, thought, well, I shall not be modest then. Alas, the housing prices in Yinjing are exorbitant. After years of toil, I cannot even afford a restroom. I am weary of the days spent waiting to pay my rent at the end of the month. Sun Dashing maintained his smile. Absolutely. I will arrange everything for you right away. With that, he picked up the office phone and dialed a number. Send the keys to Villa No. 1 by the Mirror Lake immediately, and do so swiftly. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi's heart soared with joy. However, he was not finished yet. I am a person who cherishes tranquility. The villa at Mirror Lake is quite exquisite, with an enchanting environment, though it tends to be a bit crowded and noisy. Sun Dashing, ever the sycophant, added over the phone, forget the villa at Mirror Lake. I desire the number 1 villa at Shishan. Bring the keys at once. Zhang Yi was taken aback, thinking, are you serious? It truly is given? Indeed. Strength is paramount. A firm fist is the most persuasive argument. Subsequently, Zhang Yi honored his commitment. Researchers at the 749 Institute extracted a blood sample from him, swiftly isolating the serum for study. Once the transaction was complete, under careful escort, Zhang Yi made his way to the Shishan number 1 villa bestowed upon him by the 749 Bureau. Nestled atop Shishan, the villa is situated within the confines of the 6th Ring Road in Yinjing, boasting a serene atmosphere and fresh air, making it an ideal residence. Upon arrival, Zhang Yi received the keys from the personnel of the 749 Bureau, graciously bowed in thanks, and promptly dismissed them. The villa, perched on the mountaintop, is expansive with breathtaking views. Entering through the grand entrance, one is greeted by an outdoor swimming pool, where the water circulation and temperature are managed by intelligent controls. Following a path of flagstone, one reaches the main structure of the villa, which encompasses a spacious open-plan living area and kitchen, fully equipped with smart home technology, exuding a sense of comfort and grandeur. On the 2nd floor lie the bedrooms and guest rooms. The master bedroom is remarkably spacious, featuring a bed measuring 5 meters in length and 4 meters in width, ample enough to accommodate 6 or 7 individuals at once. Zhang Yi marveled. Such a large bed is a bit excessive for just me. Furthermore, the villa includes a subterranean safe room, constructed to high security specifications. The safe house is divided into two levels, one for work and daily life, and the other for storing supplies and resting. Zheng Yi was effusive in his praise. The person who designed this villa was exceptionally thorough, even considering a safe house. After touring the villa, Zheng Yi reclined on the sofa and entered the celestial court space with his consciousness. The instant he entered, he was astounded. What did he behold? 3 intricately constructed bases, occupying vast areas, were taking shape under the ceaseless construction of the mechanical celestial soldiers. Simultaneously, Jizi's voice resonated. Master, I have commanded 80,000 mechanical celestial soldiers to simultaneously construct 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy bases as a contingency. Zheng Yi nodded, having no objections to Jizi's arrangement. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before the 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy bases were completed and operational. At that point, the construction of the sci-fi celestial court could officially commence. Subsequently, with a mere thought, a light blue treasure chest materialized before him. He smiled faintly and declared, "Open." In the next instant, the treasure chest sprung open, and 7 medicine boxes of varying colors emerged, hovering in front of Zheng Yi. With a soft click, the medicine boxes opened simultaneously, each containing a single pill. 7 pills, each a different color. At the same time, Zheng Yi became aware of the efficacy of these 7 pills. Level 4 civilization biological pills, veritable panaceas. In particular, a blue pill among them was capable of curing any plague caused by a virus. The White Rider of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. His ability is to spread plagues. If this pill could be replicated and distributed to the entire nation, even if the White Rider descended upon the Dragon Kingdom, it would be possible to resist him for a time. No sooner said than done. He promptly commanded Jizi to inquire about the foremost biomedical engineering experts in the Dragon Kingdom, preparing to submit the pill. Within 2 seconds, Jizi responded, "Master, I have located a qualified expert named Su Qiqing, residing at." Following the address provided by Jizi, Zheng Yi tore through the void and departed. Chapter 12. The side effects induced by the pill in a remote area of the Dragon Kingdom, within a little-visited sector, lies a viral research center of a biomedical engineering institute. Inside a sterile laboratory, Su Qiqing, with her hair tied in a ponytail, was intently operating a microscope. Engaged in scientific experimentation, her features were exquisite, and her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat jade. Even without makeup, she radiated an extraordinary beauty, truly embodying the essence of allure. Even clad in a simple white lab coat, her exceptional grace could not be concealed, just as she was immersed in her research. A group of armed assailants clad in black stormed into the research center, heading straight for her laboratory. The alarm emitted a piercing sound. Su Qiqing's experiment was abruptly interrupted, leaving her unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. It wasn't until someone burst into the laboratory and confronted her, threatening her to surrender the virus serum she was researching, that she realized the laboratory had been breached and these thugs aimed to seize her findings. However, she thought to herself, "I have not yet completed my research. Even if you take it, it will be of no use." Despite her fear, Su Qiqing mustered her courage to face the intruders. Yet, the assailants paid her no heed. Their sole purpose was to collect wealth for others and carry out their nefarious deeds. As Su Qiqing displayed her unwillingness to cooperate, the group of marauders began to indiscriminately wreak havoc within the laboratory, attempting to coerce her into submission. Unexpectedly, one of the assailants accidentally shattered a test tube containing an unknown virus. Su Qiqing cried out in protest, but alas, it was too late. The thugs quickly recognized the impending danger and fled, but in their haste, one of them kicked Su Qiqing, leaving her exposed to the viral outbreak within the lab. Her breathing grew rapid, and she felt a dizzying sensation as her body betrayed her. With a thud, she collapsed onto the floor, her consciousness gradually fading. However, in the next moment, a rift in space materialized before her, and a figure emerged from it, approaching her. The individual seemed to be speaking, yet she could discern nothing before succumbing to unconsciousness. Zheng Yi stood in bewilderment, surveying the chaotic laboratory. He commanded Jizi to investigate what had just transpired. Jizi promptly reported, "Master, 3 minutes ago, a group of marauders invaded this place, toppling a test tube containing an ancient virus. Su Qiqing has been infected, and her vitality is rapidly diminishing." Zheng Yi silently cursed his misfortune. Without hesitation, he embraced Su Qiqing and tore through the fabric of space, instantly returning to the villa on Xishan. Utilizing the principles of spatial manipulation, he confined Su Qiqing within a separate realm to prevent the virus from spreading. He inquired of Jizi whether there was a means to save her. Jizi responded, "Master, that blue pill can cure all ailments caused by viruses. It will undoubtedly restore Su Qiqing to health." Zheng Yi's eyes brightened with hope. However, Jizi cautioned, "Master, I advise you to administer only half of the pill. The potency of a level 4 civilization's medicinal capsule is formidable, and Su Qi is merely an ordinary individual. Her body may not withstand the full effects of the entire pill." Zheng Yi's mind sharpened. This advice was indeed prudent. Moreover, he harbored another concern. Jizi, will she experience any side effects after consuming the pill? After all, she is not a being of level 4 civilization, and taking the medication may provoke adverse reactions. Upon hearing this, Jizi promptly responded, "Master, side effects are certain, but they will not be fatal. You may use it with confidence." Reassured by Jizi's words, Zhang Yi proceeded to split the pill in half and personally administered the half to Su Qingqing. The half pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and its powerful effects swiftly took hold, rescuing Su Qingqing from the clutches of the ancient virus. Within 5 minutes, she opened her eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. She rubbed her eyes and struggled to rise, only to find Zhang Yi smiling gently at her. "Who are you? Where's this place? How did I end up here?" Su Qingqing inquired, her voice laced with confusion. Instinctively, she perceived Zhang Yi as a marauder who had invaded the laboratory. Zhang Yi explained, "You were infected by a virus. I saved you. This is my home, so you need not worry." Su Qingqing's expression was one of skepticism. She was aware of her viral infection, but found it hard to believe that this unfamiliar man had come to her rescue. She would rather believe that her demise was imminent. Despair enveloped her. The virus she had contracted was unearthed by a scientific expedition team from glaciers melting in Antarctica, a virus that had been sealed away for millions of years. At long last, a formidable and contagiously potent unknown virus has re-emerged. Should circumstances permit, the global proliferation of this virus could result in the tragic loss of countless lives. In response, Su Qingqing has resolved to develop an antiviral serum for this virus. However, the path has proven exceedingly arduous, and she has faced numerous failures in her research. Observing Su Qingqing's despondent demeanor, Zhang Yi comprehended that she lacked faith in herself. Consequently, he elucidated, "Dr. Su, this is the pill I have provided for you. Due to its potent effects, I have only given you half, leaving the other half for you." He extended the remaining half of the pill towards Su Qingqing, adding, "You may take it home for further study. This will serve as proof that I have not deceived you." Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the pill within arm's reach, she caught a whiff of its rich medicinal aroma. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Why am I still alive? I feel no pain whatsoever. The virus should have rapidly disseminated within my body. Logically, I ought to be dead by now. Could it be? She lifted her gaze to Zhang Yi, who continued to beam at her with a radiant and sincere smile. Yet, in the next moment, she sensed something amiss. An inexplicable heat began to emanate from her lower abdomen, intensifying and becoming increasingly unbearable. Her delicate features flushed crimson, her gaze turned unfocused, and her body began to act against her will. Su Qingqing recognized the unfolding situation and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "What kind of drug have you given me? What are your intentions?" Zheng Yi too became aware that something was amiss, because he noticed Su Qingqing's flushed complexion and rapid breathing. Zheng Yi immediately consulted Jizi, asking why Su Qingqing had become like this. Jizi replied, "Master, these are the side effects of the pill, not life-threatening. To save her, you must share a room with her." Zheng Yi, is this even possible? Sharing a room? Does this mean taking advantage of her? However, Su Qingqing's condition worsened rapidly, her body burning as if on fire. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Yi decided to take the plunge. He carried Su Qingqing out of the room and jumped into the pool in the courtyard, intending to cool her down first. Immediately after, he quickly removed both his and Su Qingqing's clothes, leaving them exposed to each other. Su Qingqing, still clinging to a shred of consciousness, her eyes brimming with tears, tightly embraced Zheng Yi and bit his shoulder hard. "This is my first time." Her voice was faint, but Zheng Yi heard it clearly. At that moment, Zheng Yi could only feel that Su Qingqing's body was as hot as a burning coal. If they waited any longer, she would be consumed by the heat. "Miss Su, I must apologize." Zheng Yi could no longer afford to hesitate. At the same time, at the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yanjing, Sun Dashing entered the video surveillance room, intending to have someone pull up the surveillance footage from the Western Hills villa to see what Zheng Yi was up to. However, everyone in the surveillance room was stunned. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Sun Dashing immediately switched the surveillance feed and sternly ordered that what had just been seen must not be leaked. He then quickly exited the surveillance room. "Mr. Zheng, you truly are someone to be revered," he exclaimed with admiration. 3 hours later, As Su Qingqing's condition stabilized, Zheng Yi carried her upstairs and laid her down on the bed to rest. Subsequently, he commanded Jizi to investigate the assailants who had invaded the laboratory, and results emerged swiftly. Chapter 13. Dragon Group. Eastern ancient warriors in a remote mountainous region of the Dragon Kingdom, a band of black-clad marauders was marching hastily, preparing to cross the border under the cover of night. "Boss, are we really leaving without completing the mission?" One of the marauders whispered anxiously. The leader, a burly man dressed in black, responded in a hushed tone. "Isn't it all your fault? Who told you to be so clumsy and ruin that woman's laboratory?" The one who had spoken earlier fell silent, chastised into submission. The leader continued, "The mission has failed. Our foremost priority now is to escape. If we are captured by the Dragon Group, the consequences would be dire." His words spurred everyone to quicken their pace, fleeing in desperation. However, not long after, the leader halted abruptly upon spotting an individual ahead, blocking their path to freedom. A wave of unease washed over him. Years of experience warned him that this newcomer bore ill intent. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and fired, his subordinates following suit. Yet, the figure did not flinch or evade the oncoming bullets, instead wearing a serene smile. Panic surged through the leader. "This is bad. It's someone from the Dragon Group. Run for your lives, escape as many as you can," he ordered urgently. Zheng Yi observed the terrified marauders fleeing in disarray and, with a firm grasp, invoked the laws of space. Space confinement. In an instant, everyone seemed to be immobilized, rendered utterly motionless. Subsequently, Zheng Yi acted decisively, swiftly subduing the band of thugs. However, he refrained from taking their lives. Zheng Yi disarmed them and inflicted grievous injuries, binding them together with the power of space. He then instructed Jizi to ascertain the location of the Dragon Group within Long Country, receiving the response, "Master, the personnel from the Dragon Group will arrive in 3 minutes." Zheng Yi nodded to himself, choosing to disregard the incapacitated thugs and tearing through the void to depart. Approximately 2 minutes later, a squad from the Dragon Group arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the battered and bound thugs, they were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated engaging in a fierce battle, only to find themselves there to collect prisoners. At that moment, a woman stepped forward from the team, wielding a sword that hinted at her distinguished status. She was Yin Hongye, the captain of this Dragon Group squad. Approaching the captives, she inquired, "Who was responsible for leaving you in such a state?" As she reached out to examine the ropes binding the thugs, she was unexpectedly repelled by a powerful force. Such strength. Could it have been an ability user from the 749 Bureau? Yet, in the next moment, the spatial restraints shattered as though predetermined to do so. Immediately, Yin Hongye commanded, "Bring these individuals back to headquarters for interrogation. We must uncover the mastermind behind this." "Yes." All members responded in unison. The thugs were swiftly apprehended. And one member reported, "Captain Hongye, the thugs are severely injured and we need to request support from headquarters to transport them in an armored vehicle." Yin Hongye nodded. "Immediately submit the request and escort the prisoners back to headquarters." Upon concluding her thoughts, she ventured alone in search of any clues, yet regrettably found nothing. The enigmatic powerhouse had struck with such decisiveness that not a trace remained. Yin Hongye murmured, "This matter must be reported to headquarters. I shall contact those from Bureau 749 to inquire whether it was their personnel involved. If it were their superhumans, that would be fortuitous. But if not, the allegiance of this mysterious figure remains shrouded in uncertainty. Should they be an adversary, it is imperative to eliminate them post-haste, lest they pose a threat to the safety of Long Nation." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, her gaze resolute and piercing, brimming with martial fervor. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi returned to the West Mountain Villa, utterly unprepared for the reality that, despite erasing all traces of his actions and performing a good deed anonymously, he had still caught someone's attention. However, that was a matter for another time. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, he gazed upon the slumbering Su Qingqing, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. "I merely intended to deliver some medicine. And yet I ended up bringing home a beauty. And, well, we even shared a bed. What a predicament." Thankfully, Su Qingqing's life had been salvaged, making his efforts worthwhile. Without rousing her, Zheng Yi quietly descended the stairs and settled onto the sofa in the living room, turning on the television. The news channel was broadcasting a report about the assault on the research center where Su Qingqing was employed, concluding with a significant emphasis on her disappearance. Her whereabouts currently unknown. Zheng Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This incident must remain undisclosed to those from Bureau 749. Since it is the Dragon team who detained the assailants, I shall seek them out. Thus, he commanded Jizi to inquire about the location of the Dragon Group in Longwo and soon received a response. Su Qiqing would remain asleep for a considerable duration. So Jing Yi intended to seek out the members of the dragon group first. Before departing, he instructed Jizi to disable all surveillance at the Shishan villa. The moment the surveillance went offline, the personnel from Bureau 749 were alerted and promptly reported to Sun Dashing. Upon hearing the report, Sun Dashing waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. It is far preferable to losing one's head. Above all, do not provoke him. After uttering this, he furrowed his brow and sighed in relief that Zhang Yi had not come to cause trouble. In a certain area of southern Longhua, halfway up a grand mountain, amidst the tranquil forest, a fissure suddenly materialized in the air, from which Zhang Yi stepped forth. Observing the desolation before him, he couldn't help but marvel. The dragon group of Longhua is shrouded in mystery, its combat team comprised of masters who have cultivated ancient Eastern martial arts, boasting formidable strength, rivaling that of the superhumans from Bureau 749. From the intelligence provided by Jizi, he gained a lucid understanding of the dragon group. This very mountain range served as the headquarters of the dragon group's southern region. Not long after his arrival, through his spatial perception, he sensed individuals encroaching upon him. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the dragon group's members. Moments later, a streak of sword energy surged toward him from the distance. Zhang Yi smiled lightly, subtly shifting his stance, allowing the sword energy to whiz past him, striking with precision against a tree behind him. With a resounding crack, the tree, embraced by 3 individuals, splintered and crashed to the ground. Simultaneously, a voice of surprise echoed. Did he truly evade my sword energy? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, bemused. To attack without so much as a greeting is hardly the way to treat a guest. However, he did not take it to heart. After all, in a position of seeking assistance, one must adopt a more humble demeanor. Soon, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting black battle suit emerged within Zhang Yi's line of sight. In her hand, she wielded a drawn longsword, the very source of the earlier sword energy. Following her was a contingent of formidable individuals, each exuding an extraordinary aura, all ancient martial artists. Truly, they were from the dragon group, bold yet meticulous. If they were to ascertain that I am an enemy, they would strike me down on the spot. Zhang Yi marveled. Who are you? And why have you entered the restricted area? There should be a notice at the foot of the mountain. Did you not see it? The woman who had unleashed the sword energy regarded Zhang Yi with a serious expression, carrying an air of interrogation. Zhang Yi shook his head. This is the headquarters of the southern division of the dragon group. I have come from Yinjing, and I did not come here to be met with your sword energy. As soon as these words left his mouth, the woman's expression shifted instantly. With a swift motion, she pointed her sword at Zhang Yi, while her comrades encircled him, poised to apprehend him. Just as Zhang Yi prepared to clarify the situation, the system's notification chimed unexpectedly. Random mission triggered. Does the host wish to commence the task? Zhang Yi, this mission has arrived rather opportunely. Chapter 14. If you don't comply, prepare for a spanking. Given that a system task had been triggered, Zhang Yi found no reason to decline and chose to begin. Random mission initiated. Current random mission. Subdue a group of ancient martial artists. The system's notification left Zhang Yi in a state of astonishment. Subdue? Not to defeat, nor to incapacitate, and certainly not to conquer. Why has the system's task become increasingly peculiar? He murmured softly to himself. Task reward. A blueprint of quantum shield technology. Host, shall we commence the current random task immediately? Zhang Yi exhibited a look of skepticism. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a quantum shield, the rewards provided by the system had never failed to meet his expectations. Surely, this time would be no exception. Even if he could not utilize it himself, he could always submit it to the nation. Without further ado, Zhang Yi opted to initiate the task at once. His combat power stood at a formidable level of 1,000, with an equally impressive defensive capability. He discreetly instructed Jizi to assess the combat strength of the ancient martial artist before him, and the results nearly made him laugh aloud. The most formidable among them was a sword-wielding woman, whose strength barely reached a level of 10. The others were even weaker. Zhang Yi believed that subduing them would be a trivial matter. Therefore, the notion of treating guests with courtesy, as per the dragon group's protocol, was met with his nonchalant demeanor. He hardly regarded them as a threat. In the next moment, an order escaped the lips of the sword-wielding woman. Capture him and bring him back to headquarters for interrogation. Clandestine and with unclear motives. He is undoubtedly a villain. At her command, all present launched their attacks. Like a scene from a martial arts film, a dozen ancient martial artists unleashed their signature moves, converging upon Zhang Yi. It resembled a spectacular cinematic effect, with various beams of light surging through the air, all directed at the same target. Naturally, Jing Yi would not remain passive. With the invocation of spatial laws, the very fabric of space fractured in an instant. All the attacks from the ancient martial artists were torn asunder by the spatial rifts, obliterated, and vanished in a heartbeat. The group of ancient martial artists stood frozen in astonishment. Especially the sword-wielding woman, while marveling at Zheng Yi's formidable strength, quickly regained her composure and launched another attack. With a swift stroke, she unleashed her sword, the aura of her blade extending 800 meters, a green shadow of the sword hurtling toward Zheng Yi. As the shadow descended, it carried an overwhelming momentum, intent on annihilating him. However, in the next moment, the massive sword shadow was caught between Zheng Yi's two fingers. And with a gentle tremor, it shattered into fragments. The sword-wielding woman was knocked back several meters, barely managing to maintain her balance. Her expression shifted dramatically as she promptly activated her communicator, calling for reinforcements from headquarters. Zheng Yi offered a slight smile and glanced at the others. Do you yield? Or shall we continue? No one uttered a word. After a few seconds of silence, it became clear that the mission had not been marked complete by the system, indicating that some remained unconvinced. Just as he was about to speak, the sword-wielding woman stepped forward, pointing her sword at Zheng Yi and declaring, I, Yin Xiaowu, do not yield. If you have the ability, come again. Having said this, she commanded the others to retreat. Preparing to unleash her most powerful sword technique to vanquish Zheng Yi chuckled softly, beckoning her with a gesture, inviting her to make her move. Yin Xiaowu felt insulted. Such provocation ignited her fury. Thus, she leaped into the air, dancing with her sword, executing her renowned sword technique, Sword Dance of the Azure Sky. As the technique was unleashed, mountains crumbled and trees splintered. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. A sword shadow, even more colossal than before, rapidly took form, bearing down on Zheng Yi. The other members of the dragon team, witnessing Yin Xiaowu's formidable swordplay, hastily distanced themselves, fearing to be caught in the fallout. It's over. The captain is furious. Even if that guy survives, he will surely suffer. Someone remarked. Indeed, that maneuver is the captain's signature sword technique, having vanquished countless opponents. While this fellow is formidable, it remains uncertain if he can withstand it. Someone chimed in. The harrowing scene from moments ago had momentarily slipped their minds. Others remained silent, intently observing the unfolding situation. They had already alerted headquarters for reinforcements. Yin Xiaowu's swordplay genuinely astonished Zheng Yi. He mused that ancient martial artists, upon reaching profound levels of cultivation, could become so formidable, rivaling even the gifted individuals of Bureau 749. In the ensuing moment, a flurry of sword shadows descended. Zheng Yi, without evasion or counterattack, opted to meet Yin Xiaowu's assault head-on, relying solely on his physical form. To presume to withstand my sword technique through sheer resilience is sheer folly. Yin Xiaowu sneered. However, her smile faltered in the subsequent instant. The sword shadows, upon striking Zheng Yi's body, met an unyielding resistance, halting their advance. Zheng Yi offered her a smile before gently exerting force, causing the sword shadows to shatter and crumble. Disbelief washed over Yin Xiaowu's countenance. How is this possible? This is my most potent sword technique, yet it failed to inflict even a scratch? Zheng Yi, maintaining his sincere smile, inquired, Do you concede? Yin Xiaowu pouted, retorting in exasperation, I don't. I simply refuse to concede. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow inwardly. Why was she acting like a petulant child? Was this mere obstinacy? Thus, he feigned the demeanor of an adult teasing a child, threatening, if you refuse to concede, you'll receive a spanking. Are you afraid? Yin Xiaowu, initially taken aback by his words, grew even more incensed. You wouldn't dare. I simply refuse to concede. What can you possibly do to me? No one has yet been born who dares to strike my posterior. Who do you think you are? Zheng Yi chuckled at the banter. In the next moment, he wielded the laws of space, summoning Yin Xiaowu to his side with a mere gesture. Subsequently, Zheng Yi harnessed the power of space to conjure a chain that bound Yin Xiaowu, casting her down to the ground, her backside elevated. A look of alarm finally crossed Yin Xiaowu's face. Nevertheless, she threatened, if you dare to strike my behind, I will not let this rest. Even if I must chase you to the ends of the earth, I shall have my vengeance. Zheng Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is it truly so difficult for you to admit defeat? With that, he extended his broad right hand and brought it down with force upon Yin Xiaowu's pert dairy. A resounding smack echoed, plunging the surrounding atmosphere into a profound silence. The members of the dragon team, who had accompanied Yin Xiaowu, were left in stunned disbelief. As if turned to stone, this was soon followed by a piercing scream that sliced through the forest. You actually struck my behind? I will kill you. Yin Xiaowu had never anticipated that Zheng Yi would dare to strike her. Zheng Yi inquired once more, Do you yield? Yin Shiwu retorted defiantly. I do not yield. I refuse to yield. Zheng Yi felt a headache coming on. How had he encountered such a stubborn individual? No wonder the system assigned him this task. It was evidently quite a challenge to subdue this group of ancient martial artists, particularly Yin Shiwu. With a series of resounding smacks, Zheng Yi struck her 3 more times, causing her pert backside to jiggle. Yet, she remained unyielding. In exasperation, Zheng Yi continued to strike, eventually bringing her to tears. She had never imagined that Zheng Yi would remain unfazed by her threats. Alas, you scoundrel! Who would dare to strike another's dairy re? Release me at once. I concede. I concede. Is that not sufficient? Yin Shiwu finally relented, ceasing her obstinacy. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been delivered to the celestial realm. You may enter to claim them. Zhang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to untie Yin Shiwu, a fierce and domineering sword aura descended from the heavens. Who dares to bully my sister? I, Yin Hongye, will ensure he meets a most dreadful fate. Chapter 15, Shattering the Void. Is this a shortcut? The overwhelming sword aura enveloped Zheng Yi. The mere fluctuations emanating from the sword's energy shattered all trees and boulders within a 10-meter radius. The might of a single strike was truly terrifying. Yin Hongye's figure plummeted from the sky, landing before Yin Shiwu. She hastily steadied Yin Shiwu, but as her hands touched the spatial ropes binding her, her expression changed dramatically. This power, could it be that he is the enigmatic force who apprehended the ruffian? Yin Hongye regarded Zheng Yi with suspicion. Having been inexplicably struck by a sword, though unscathed, Zheng Yi felt quite perturbed. I came seeking assistance, not to engage in combat. If a fight is inevitable, then I shall oblige. Zheng Yi had initially intended to release Yin Shiwu from her bindings, but given the circumstances, he decided to keep her restrained. Sister, please help me untie this. That wretch dared to strike my dairy re in front of so many onlookers. It is utterly humiliating. Sister, expedite the release. I shall avenge this affront. Yin Shiwu gritted her teeth in anger, yet Yin Hongye swiftly sheathed her sword and respectfully bowed to Zheng Yi, saying, I apologize for any offense caused in the heat of the moment. I beg your forgiveness. Zheng Yi's expression shifted slightly. This progression of events seemed rather incongruous. Subsequently, Yin Hongye softened her tone once more, pleading on behalf of Yin Shiwu. My younger sister is young and inexperienced. She has spoken out of turn. I implore you, as a person of great stature, to overlook her transgressions. Yin Shiwu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was her sister doing? Why was she apologizing to the very person who had wronged her? She cried out, Sister, what are you doing? He bullied me and humiliated me. How can you apologize to him? Yin Hongye shot her a glare. Be silent. If you wish to live, heed my words. Yin Shiwu looked at her sister in confusion. She could not fathom how Yin Hongye had transformed into someone so unrecognizable. Not only Yin Shiwu, but the other members of the dragon team were equally perplexed by the situation. They all knew that Yin Hongye was notoriously protective, especially of her sister, Yin Shiwu. Yet now, she seemed indifferent to Yin Shiwu's feelings, apologizing to another even when her own sister had been wronged. This was an unprecedented sight. Zheng Yi's ire was somewhat assuaged by Yin Hongye's apologies. After all, it was not a matter of great significance. There was no need to contend with a young lady. Just as Yin Shiwu was preparing to press her case, the head of the southern district of the dragon team arrived. Through remote video equipment, the head was already aware of everything that had transpired here. It was astonishing that a stranger had intruded into the dragon team's jurisdiction without anyone noticing. If this were to get out, it would greatly undermine the authority of the southern headquarters of the dragon group. A middle-aged man approached, towering and robust, exuding a powerful aura, unmistakably a master of ancient martial arts. Zheng Yi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Long Wuji, the head of the southern district of the dragon group. Who might you be, and what brings you here? At last, a reasonable person had arrived, sparing him from an unnecessary confrontation. Zheng Yi felt a sense of relief. He was not one to shy away from conflict, but he dreaded the thought of another reckless individual provoking him, risking a catastrophic breach of the dragon group's southern headquarters. I am Zheng Yi, and I seek assistance from the dragon group regarding a matter of national security. I implore you not to decline. Long Wuji's eyes flickered with intrigue. What is the matter? It concerns Su Qingcheng. Zheng Yi spoke candidly, revealing the truth without reservation. Upon hearing the name, Yin Hongye became even more convinced that Zheng Yi was the enigmatic powerhouse who had thwarted that band of marauders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Long Wuji prepared to invite Zheng Yi into the dragon group's headquarters for a detailed discussion. He intended to guide Zheng Yi personally, only to be unexpectedly seized by the shoulder. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Allow me to take a shortcut. As he spoke, a rift in space materialized, and Zheng Yi pulled Long Wuji through the torn fabric of reality. Simultaneously, the spatial tether binding Yin Xiaowu snapped with a resounding crack. She fell to the ground, her face a picture of astonishment. Broke through the void? Yin Xiaowu realized she had inadvertently attracted the attention of a significant figure. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, she had heard tales that when a warrior reached the pinnacle of their training, they could indeed shatter the very fabric of space. Oh my goodness, I'm doomed. Yin Xiaowu shrieked in despair. Yin Hongya let out a sigh of relief. Although she had anticipated Zheng Yi's formidable strength, she was still taken aback to discover that he could shatter the void. It is known to be the ultimate dream of all ancient martial artists. Thud. Yin Hongya sharply tapped Yin Xiaowu on the forehead, admonishing her. Now you realize the fear? Why didn't you act sooner? Yin Xiaowu, flustered, replied, Sister, he won't kill me. Will he? Oh dear, I've already been punished. Surely he must have calmed down by now? Yin Hongya shot her an exasperated glance and shook her head in disbelief. Yin Xiaowu had been spoiled by her, nearly leading them into a grave disaster. If she had truly offended Zheng Yi, the entire dragon group would suffer the consequences. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the southern district headquarters of the dragon group, Long Wuji had never felt so speechless. To be grabbed by the shoulder and taken on a shortcut? Shattering the void was considered a shortcut? However, Long Wuji quickly realized that Zheng Yi possessed extraordinary strength. It was likely that no one within the dragon group could withstand even a single blow from him. Thus, he respectfully inquired about Zheng Yi's purpose. Zheng Yi then elucidated the sequence of events. I do not wish for the personnel of the 749 Bureau to learn about my involvement in this matter. Hence, I seek the assistance of the dragon group. Zheng Yi articulated his request, awaiting Long Wuji's response. Long Wuji found no reason to decline Zheng Yi's appeal. He felt an obligation to assist. Therefore, he assured him, the safety of Dr. Su Qingcheng will be entrusted to the dragon group, and we will ensure that all subsequent matters are handled appropriately, without entangling you in any way. Zheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement. He currently desires to remain out of the spotlight, seeking to evade attention. As for the secrets of the apocalypse judgment, Zheng Yi refrained from disclosing them to Long Wuji, aware that the personnel of the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly broadcast the matter far and wide. With the affairs here concluded, Zheng Yi did not linger. He tore through the void and departed from the dragon group. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, he discovered that Su Qingcheng had awakened. His exceptional perception informed him that Su Qingcheng's body was no longer in peril, and she had even grown more robust and healthy, as if she had undergone a form of evolution. As Zheng Yi entered, Su Qingcheng's eyes gradually regained their luster. What is your name? She inquired, her previously rigid expression softening. Zheng Yi appeared somewhat awkward as he responded, My name is Zheng Yi, Zheng from Zheng Qinggong, any meaning resolute. Su Qingcheng nodded gently and continued, Thank you for what you did last night. Without you, I would have perished. Zheng Yi managed an awkward smile. He had always prided himself on his thick skin, yet now he found himself unable to face Su Qingcheng. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. After a moment, Su Qingcheng quietly asked, Do you have a girlfriend? Zheng Yi hesitated, first nodding, then shaking his head. I had one. Her name was Lu Ruyan. He did not conceal the truth. Su Qingcheng's brows furrowed slightly, as if a realization struck her. Lu Ruyan? The one embroiled in the recent scandal online. The one associated with Gu Haotian? Zheng Yi affirmed, Yes, that's her. Su Qingcheng was momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. After a lengthy pause, she asked Zheng Yi, Do you have any women's lingerie at home? Chapter 16. Quantum Shield. Su Qingcheng's delicate face flushed crimson as she tilted her head, unable to meet Zheng Yi's gaze. Last night, Zheng Yi had been rather vigorous, tearing her lingerie in the pool, rendering it unwearable. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi was instantly flustered, recalling the indiscretions of the previous evening. However, having just arrived at the Shishan villa, he had yet to properly settle in. The room was devoid of essentials. He had not even prepared his own clothing, let alone any female undergarments. Thus, he suggested, Miss Su, I shall escort you home at once. You can wrap yourself in a blanket. Su Qingcheng looked at Zheng Yi in confusion. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she complied. Miss Su, give me your hand. I must hold on to you. Zheng Yi urged. Su Qingcheng's cheeks reddened further. Then, recalling something, she asked Zheng Yi, Did you truly take that half pill for research? Zheng Yi flashed her a smile. Not only can you take it back, but you must also endeavor to develop a replica in the shortest time possible. If you succeed, all the people of Longwo will be eternally grateful to you." Su Qiqing laughed, amused by his words. Subsequently, Zheng Yi reached out, grasping Su Qiqing's hand, and tore through the fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Su Qiqing found herself transported from Yinjing back to her home in the distant Gue city. She stared at Zheng Yi in astonishment. Was this man a deity? Su Qiqing pondered internally as she subtly loosened her grip on the blanket, which then slipped away, leaving her exposed. Zheng Yi was about to speak when he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Su Qiqing's complexion was flustered as she hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket, dashed into her bedroom, and swiftly donned her clothes before stepping out. Once she was settled, Zheng Yi advised her, "I have arranged for someone to protect you. You can work and live without worry." Su Qiqing looked at him in confusion, about to speak, but was interrupted. Zheng Yi added, "Remember, do not mention me to anyone." "Do you understand?" She nodded, seemingly comprehending, and indicated that she would remember his words. Zheng Yi smiled, ready to depart, but was halted by Su Qiqing's grasp. Her eyes darted away, and with her head bowed, she softly inquired, "Zheng Yi, will we meet again? Will you come looking for me?" Zheng Yi raised an eyebrow and replied with a light tone, "Of course, you are important to me." Su Qiqing's eyes flickered, her delicate form trembling slightly as she gazed deeply at him, affirming, "I will wait for you." After saying this, Zheng Yi smiled at her and vanished into thin air. Su Qiqing watched his retreating figure, her heart brimming with joy. How wonderful it was that he was not the kind of irresponsible man. How could that Lu Ruyin bear to hurt him so cruelly? She murmured softly, then immediately immersed herself in her research on imitation drugs. Back at the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi plopped down on the sofa, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Were my earlier words a touch ambiguous? Zheng Yi chuckled to himself, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. As his consciousness entered the celestial space, a green treasure chest hovered before him. With a flicker of his mind, the chest burst open, and a manual flew out, drifting towards him. Quantum shield technology? Zheng Yi frowned upon seeing the title of the manual. This was yet another realm of ignorance for him. He inquired of Jizi, "What exactly is a quantum shield?" Jizi responded, "Master, the quantum shield is an energy defense system that utilizes the relationship between quantum mechanics and the material realm. It can sever the transmission of anything in the material world, including energy and space. In simpler terms, within the dimensional space of Blue Star. The application of quantum shield technology is profound. If equipped on a person, it can virtually withstand all physical assaults." Jizi's explanation was remarkably thorough, and Zheng Yi listened intently. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and pondered aloud, "Jizi, can you create a quantum shield to equip 100,000 celestial soldiers?" Jizi replied, "Master, this is a trivial task for me. Moreover, should we establish a futuristic celestial court in the future, I shall also construct a super quantum shield to envelop the entire court." Zheng Yi felt an overwhelming joy within him. He had struck gold once more. Yet, as he contemplated, he realized that after the arrival of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, a vast army of otherworldly beasts would be summoned. If the army of Long Country could each be equipped with a set of quantum shields, their chances of victory would increase dramatically, and casualties would be significantly reduced. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Zheng Yi focused his mind, and the manual on quantum shield technology appeared in his palm. He resolved to submit this technological manual to the state. Consequently, he instructed Jizi to search for renowned scientists in the field of quantum science. Jizi promptly provided the results. Zheng Yi initially intended to set out immediately, but upon noticing the desolate state of his home, devoid of any warmth or liveliness, he decided to postpone his plans for departure. He clutched his black card and hurried to the downtown shopping mall, embarking on a spree of extravagant purchases. After spending the better part of the day, he adorned himself with a plethora of garments and footwear. The kitchen refrigerator was brimming with an assortment of fruits and vegetables, and all necessary household items were meticulously prepared. After a thorough tidying up, the abode finally resembled a home. Zheng Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction and then, following the address provided by Jizi, he tore through the fabric of reality and departed. In Yang City, at a quantum technology research and development center, a young and striking woman clad in a white lab coat was engaged in a significant experiment with her colleagues. Her name was Situ Jing. At that moment, she was intensely focused, her eyes fixed on the fluctuations of the experimental data, unwilling to let her concentration waver. Regrettably, the results proved disappointing. The deviation in the experimental data was considerable, heralding failure. She calmly announced the outcome. Such is the nature of scientific inquiry. Failure is an all too frequent companion, and Situ Jing had long since acclimatized to it. Upon returning to her office, she found a tall man with glasses who had been waiting for quite some time. His name was Song Imo, Situ Jing's boyfriend. Unlike her, he worked in the securities and finance sector. Possessing an air of refined charm and affluence, an archetype of a societal elite. Have you been waiting long? It's the weekend. Let's go out for dinner and then catch a movie to unwind. Situ Jing said with a light-hearted smile, turning to remove her lab coat, oblivious to the impatience. Even disdain flickering in Song Mo's eyes. Nevertheless, he masked his feelings well, offering her a smile. All right, whatever you say. Thus, the two of them strolled hand in hand out of the research center as Song Imo drove her to dinner, relishing their intimate world together. Shortly after Song Imo drove away, the void shattered, and Zheng Yi stepped forth. He gazed at the departing vehicle, stroking his chin. A moment too late, but there is no rush. I can seek out Situ Jing tomorrow. Zheng Yi reassured himself. Since his reincarnation, he had scarcely found a moment's respite. Fortunately, having evolved into a level 4 civilization being, he could barely keep up. Just as he was about to head home, GZ suddenly alerted him, Master. A trace of a dangerous creature has been detected, currently in the company of the target, Situ Jing. Zheng Yi's expression changed dramatically. What dangerous creature? Within a heartbeat. A dossier projected before his eyes. The file contained a photograph of Song Imo alongside an image of a bull-headed, humanoid beast. Zheng Yi was perplexed. And GZ responded, Master, Song Imo is Situ Jing's boyfriend, but his true identity is that of an extraordinary beast. And he shares a common origin with the goat-headed creature from Bureau 749. Zheng Yi's pupils dilated in shock. He instantly recognized the peril that Situ Jing was in. GZ tracks Situ Jing's location in real time. She cannot come to harm. Chapter 17. This man, again, has rescued me at the Yangqing branch of Bureau 749. Alarms blared. Warning, warning. Signs of monstrous activity have been detected near a restaurant in the eastern part of Yangqing city center, classified as an unknown entity by the system. The intelligence center's alert resonated, capturing everyone's immediate attention. At that moment, a middle-aged man in uniform entered. His face grave as he scrutinized the warning information displayed on the large screen. His name was Chen Xing, the head of the Yangqing branch of Bureau 749. Deploy the ability user team and the special tactics unit. Proceed immediately to the site of the monster activity. If capture proves impossible, we shall eliminate the threat on the spot. The safety of the populace must not be compromised. Chen Xing was issuing commands when a statuesque woman with flowing red hair approached. Upon seeing her, Chen Xing steadied his gaze and added, The team of extraordinary individuals will be led by the S-rank ability user Pei Muang, while the Special Operations Squad, equipped with heavy weaponry, will be under the command of Lu Ming. With preparations in place, all personnel sprang into action. Chen Xing stepped before Pei Muang, clasped his hands in greeting, and remarked, It is fortunate that Fairy Pei happened to be inspecting Yang City. This beast is destined for demise. Pei Muang nodded, turned, and proceeded towards the monster's location within a Western restaurant. Song Imo and Situ Jing chose a cozy table against the wall and ordered their meals. Song Imo, you appear rather untroubled, Situ Jing observed with concern. Song Imo offered a slight smile and shook his head in denial. No, I am not unhappy. Perhaps I am merely fatigued. By the way, how is your research on the quantum shield progressing? At this, Situ Jing's expression fell, and she sighed. The quantum shield represents cutting-edge technology. It is not easily achieved. We conducted a pivotal experiment today, and, unsurprisingly, it failed. Song Imo nodded discreetly, his gaze shifting to something deeper. He smiled and said, If quantum technology proves too challenging, perhaps you should reconsider your research. Your relentless dedication to work is not entirely beneficial. Situ Jing widened her eyes in surprise and inquired what was amiss. Song Imo offered an awkward smile, pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage. Sir, let us part ways. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Situ Jing, who had been smiling brightly, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Song Imo, then replied with a chuckle, Song Imo, what are you rambling about? The smile vanished from Song Mo's face, replaced by an icy indifference. He seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Situ Jing sensed that something was amiss. Song Mo's expression was not that of a jest. Thus, she inquired, Why do you want to break up with me? Song Imo responded with a cold chuckle. Situ Jing, I work in finance. Surely you understand the nature of this industry? The women I encounter are all far superior to you, more cultured. Do you comprehend? Situ Jing stared at Song Imo, as if viewing a stranger. She whispered, Have you been intimate with other women? Song Imo burst into laughter. Of course. I've slept with them. Did you expect me to wait for you? You possess some charm, but you are overly conservative, insisting that intimacy must wait until marriage. It truly disgusts me. Tears welled in C2 Jing's eyes, her heart aching. She finally asked, then why did you choose to be with me? If you don't like me, why pursue me and engage in a relationship? Upon hearing this, Song Mo's gaze hardened. Because I need to keep an eye on you. To prevent you from developing a quantum shield, C2 Jing gazed at Song Mo in disbelief, a daring hypothesis forming in her mind. Who exactly are you? Song Mo sneered, the one who will send you to your demise as soon as the words left his lips. He abruptly stood up and reached out toward C2 Jing. At that moment, the agents from Bureau 749 sprang into action. The Special Operations Squad initiated the assault, striking Song Mo with heavy ordnance, resulting in a violent explosion. However, instead of killing him, the blast only incapacitated C2 Jing. Recognizing his compromised position, Song Mo resolved to break free. Simultaneously, Pei Muan directed Lu Ming to order the Special Operations Squad to lure the monster away from the city center, deeming it too densely populated for an all-out engagement. Had they not detected Song Mo's intent to eliminate C2 Jing, the 749 Bureau would not have initiated the attack. However, cognizant of their intentions, Song Mo refused to be deceived. With a furious roar, he metamorphosed into a minotaur-like monstrosity, indiscriminately attacking the populace. This abrupt transformation caused Pei Muan's face to pale, realizing the impossibility of concealing the situation. In this age of ubiquitous networks, news of a monster appearing in the heart of the city would undoubtedly dominate trending news. The Minotaur monster, with unparalleled brutality, slaughtered innocent civilians, exclaiming with fervor, "The apocalypse is nigh. You shall all become sustenance for the beasts. Tremble, cower, for the end of your civilization is at hand." The Special Operations Squad launched a full-scale assault, but their suppressive fire proved futile. The monster's hide was too thick, rendering even heavy weaponry ineffective. Moreover, the monster deliberately targeted densely populated areas, exacerbating the situation. Pei Muan ordered everyone to stand down, tasking them with ensuring the safe evacuation of the populace. She unleashed her pyrokinetic abilities, preparing to single-handedly apprehend the Minotaur monster. Sensing the impending threat, the Minotaur monster dared not underestimate her, swiftly altering its tactics. It apprehended the potential for reinforcement arriving to aid Pei Muan, and thus resolved to flee. Pei Muan relentlessly pursued. The solitary figure and the monstrous entity rapidly traversed to the city's outskirts, a locale sparsely inhabited. The Fire Phoenix descended. Immediately, Pei Muan unleashed a lethal maneuver, determined to eliminate the monster and avenge the innocent lives lost. Contrary to expectation, the monster neither evaded nor shielded itself, enduring Pei Muan's attack, yet remaining unscathed and impervious to harm. "Insolent girl, I am a fourth-tier Taurus. Only mankind's nuclear ordnance can obliterate me, although you wield supernatural abilities. The potency of your attacks is insufficient to bring about my demise." Pei Muan's brow furrowed slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Monsters also possess tears and the capacity for evolution. In the ensuing moment, the monster instantaneously accelerated, materializing before Pei Muan as if through teleportation. A massive hand clenched into a fist, vehemently lunging toward Pei Muan. As if by reflex, Pei Muan conjured a fiery shield as a defense. Regrettably, it proved futile. Like flimsy dregs, the fiery shield was shattered by the monster's punch, the force undiminished. The monster's fist hurtled forth, and just as it was poised to strike Pei Muan's heart, a soft exclamation resonated. Spatial imprisonment. Simultaneously, a spatial fissure manifested, and a figure emerged from within. Zheng Yi had arrived. He imprisoned the Taurus monster, binding it with spatial cords, rendering it unable to break free. Pei Muan gazed at Zheng Yi, her countenance filled with astonishment, experiencing a sense of reprieve from imminent peril. Had the monster's fist struck her, she would have been either mortally wounded or severely maimed. The monster was gripped by terror, having never encountered such a formidable human. "Who are you? How can you confine me?" it bellowed in fury. In the next moment, Zheng Yi transformed his hand into a blade, wielding the power of spatial laws to sever one of the beast's limbs with a decisive stroke. Blood gushed forth, saturating the air with a metallic scent. This scene intensified the beast's terror as it exclaimed, "How is this possible? I am a fourth-tier Bullman. Only a human nuclear weapon can harm me. You have severed my arm with a mere hand?" Zheng Yi regarded it with an impassive expression and replied in a measured tone, "Were it not for the necessity of your cooperation, I could easily end your life right now." He then turned to Pei Muan, inquiring, "Are you all right? You aren't injured, are you?" Pei Muan shook her head, silently reflecting. "This man has saved me once again." Shortly thereafter, personnel from the 749 Bureau's Yangcheng Division arrived. Zheng Yi resolved to accompany Pei Muan on a journey. Chapter 18. Beasts that evolved by consuming humans in the 749 Bureau's Yangcheng Division, within the monster detention chamber. Pei Muan maintained her stoic demeanor as she interrogated the imprisoned Bullman beast. You claim to be a fourth-tier Bullman. What does that imply? Are you capable of evolving? Even Zheng Yi remained focused, hesitant to lose concentration. In his past life, he had been an ordinary individual, lacking the opportunity to uncover many secrets before and after the apocalypse. The concept of a fourth-tier Bullman was one he found perplexing. The restrained Bullman beast cast a dismissive glance at Pei Muan, initially disinterested, but upon receiving a fierce glare from Zheng Yi, it became visibly unsettled. It nodded and responded. When a beast is born, it is merely first-tier, possessing weak abilities. You can easily slay it with ordinary firearms. In pursuit of strength, we have assumed a semblance of humanity, surreptitiously consuming human flesh and blood to facilitate our evolution. Upon reaching the second tier, conventional firearms become ineffective against us. Ascending to the third tier, only large-caliber artillery or missiles can inflict harm or fatality upon us. As for beings of my fourth tier, only a nuclear weapon possesses the capacity to extinguish our existence. Pei Muan's gaze darkened. According to the monster's account, with her current S-level prowess, she could only vanquish third-tier beasts. Zhang Yi's expression mirrored her discontent. How many humans must you devour to ascend? He posed a crucial question. The captured Bullman remained silent for a few moments before responding. To progress from the first to the second tier, approximately 10 humans must be consumed. From the second to the third tier, around 500 are required. And to advance from the third to the fourth tier, at least 1,000 must be devoured. This revelation elicited gasps from those present. This creature was a fourth-tier Bullman, implying that since its inception, it has claimed the lives of no fewer than 1,000 humans. Enraged, Pei Muan unleashed her fiery abilities, only to be restrained by Zheng Yi. Fairy Pei, please remain calm. It cannot perish just yet, and moreover, your flames are ineffective against it. Pei Muan's expression darkened as she extinguished her flames. Subsequently, Zheng Yi implored, please, Fairy Pei, convey to the person in charge here that this fourth-tier Bullman must be taken back to the headquarters in Yanjing. Kindly seek their approval. Pei Muan nodded and promptly approached Qinqing to explain the situation. At this moment, Qinqing was being held accountable by Sun Dashing at the Yanjing headquarters. Qinqing, what on earth are you doing? Have you forgotten that the primary principle of the 749 Bureau's operations is confidentiality? You've created quite the uproar. Qinqing, drenched in sweat, fervently admitted his mistakes. However, he was met with a barrage of questions. Have you seen the news? Have you checked the trending topics online? A monstrous creature has appeared in the city center, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents and inciting public panic. How did you command the operation? On the other end of the line, Sun Dashin's scolding was harsh, leaving Qinqing to endure in silence. It was only when Pei Muan entered the room that he mustered the courage to respond. Director Sun, the incident occurred unexpectedly. I had no intention of allowing it to escalate to this point. Then, casting a glance at Pei Muan, he implored. The S-class ability user Pei Muan was present at the scene. She may provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing that Pei Muan was also there, Sun Dashing's anger subsided considerably, and he instructed Qinqing to pass the phone to her. Director Sun, regarding this operation, I will furnish you with a written report. But at this moment, we are facing a significant crisis. Sun Dashing frowned. What crisis? Pei Muan inhaled deeply. The aberrant beast evolves by consuming humans. The bull-headed monster that has emerged is exceedingly powerful. I was nearly defeated by it, which is why this uproar ensued. Sun Dashing gasped in shock, quickly inquiring. Even you are not its match? How did you manage to capture the beast? Pei Muan replied, it was Zheng Yi. He arrived just in time, not only saving me but also capturing the beast. Otherwise, it would have claimed even more lives. Upon learning of Zheng Yi's presence and his role in subduing the monster, Sun Dashing was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of elation. After a moment's contemplation, he issued the command. You and Mr. Zheng are to escort the creature back to headquarters in Yanjing immediately. Pei Muan concurred, stating, this is also Zheng Yi's wish. Sun Dashing couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. If this matter could serve to strengthen his connection with Mr. Zheng, it would be a favorable outcome. In the subsequent moment, he promptly relayed instructions to the Information Intelligence Center, tasking them with closely monitoring online news. If necessary, they were authorized to employ measures to suppress news reports so as to prevent further societal panic. With Sun Dashing personally issuing the order, Qinqing dared not delay. The handover process for the Tier 4 Minotaur was swiftly completed. Qin Sheng had preemptively arranged for armored vehicles and an escort team, only to be informed that they were not required. Subsequently, in Qin Sheng's presence, Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of space, clasping Pei Yuan's hand in one of his, while using the other to restrain the beast's shoulder, and vanished into the void. Qin Shen was left utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What kind of ability is this?" In an instant, Zheng Yi and the others materialized at the entrance of the 749 Bureau's Yanjing headquarters. Upon seeing Pei Yuan leading Zheng Yi inside, accompanied by a bound Minotaur, Tang Xian swiftly grasped the situation. "Welcome, Mr. Zheng." Tang Xian hastily rose to greet him, her countenance displaying reverence. Her respect was not directed towards Pei Yuan, but rather towards Zheng Yi. Such is the nature of women, who are often drawn to strength. As an Esper herself, Tang Xian held even greater admiration for the powerful. In her eyes, Zheng Yi was a super-powerful individual far beyond her imagination. Zheng Yi acknowledged her with a nod and a smile, offering a brief greeting. Without further ado, he directly boarded the elevator, heading towards the headquarters confinement chamber. The fourth-order aberration beast poses a threat comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. He must personally oversee its confinement and ensure all safety measures are in place. Entrusting this task to others is simply too perilous. Pei Yuan has already informed Sun Dashing and prepared the prison for the monstrous creature. Upon seeing Zheng Yi once more, and assisting the 749 Bureau in capturing the beast, Sun Dashing could hardly contain his joy. "Mr. Zheng, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Zheng Yi nodded, personally intervening to harness the power of spatial laws and forge a spatial cage, impenetrable by anyone but himself. He then turned to Pei Yuan. "Fairy Pei, please convey your insights to Director Sunday. Furthermore, I wish to know when you plan to disclose the secret concerning the apocalypse to the public." Upon hearing this inquiry, Sun Dashing's expression turned grave, and he refrained from giving a direct answer. Zheng Yi, sensing the hesitation, did not press too hard, stating, "The aberrant beast will only multiply and grow more audacious. After all, paper cannot contain fire indefinitely." With that, he turned to leave, and Sun Dashing was unable to restrain him. Zheng Yi intended to return to Yang City to visit Situ Jing and deliver the technical blueprints for the quantum shield. The judgment day of the apocalypse is less than 3 months away, and time is exceedingly urgent. Just a few minutes after Zheng Yi departed, the head of the research laboratory excitedly came to report. "Director Sun, we have succeeded. We have succeeded." Sun Dashing, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What have we succeeded in?" The head of the laboratory elaborated, "From Mr. Zheng's blood sample, we extracted serum containing a trace of pure energy, which can assist ability users in advancing." Sun Dashing was overjoyed. The individual continued, stating, "We have produced 10 doses of the evolutionary serum, ready for immediate trials." Upon hearing this, Pei Yuan's eyes flickered with interest, and she declared, "Director Sun, I request to be among the first to undergo the experiment." Chapter 19. You want to see me show off? Very well. I shall oblige. Yang City, Municipal First People's Hospital. Situ Jing lay in her hospital bed, now conscious. Quantum shields, a monster impersonating Song Mo, monitoring my research progress. Could it be that my research project is under surveillance? Situ Jing speculated, musing to herself. At that moment, a spatial rift materialized before her bed, startling her. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from it, none other than Zheng Yi. Situ Jing, frightened, was about to cry out when Zheng Yi smiled at her and gestured for silence. Who are you?" she asked, fearfully. Without answering her question, Zheng Yi tossed her a manual. "Do not inquire as to my identity, nor speak of having seen me to anyone. Here, this is the Quantum Shield Technology Manual. Its feasibility has been confirmed." Situ Jing stared blankly at the manual before her, instinctively beginning to peruse it. After only a few glances, she was greatly enlightened. Many long unresolved issues found their solutions within the manual. She looked up at Zheng Yi. "Quantum shields are cutting-edge technology. Why would you entrust them to me? Success in this research would guarantee fame and fortune. Such an anomaly was suspicious." Situ Jing did not believe in unearned windfalls. Zheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, a wry smile crossing his face. "Soon, the world shall face an unparalleled calamity. By that time, fame and fortune will hold no significance. The essence of existence will be paramount." Situ Jing gazed deeply at Zheng Yi, although she could not fully comprehend his intentions. The manual before her was indeed a priceless treasure. In the next moment, she inquired, "What would you have me do?" Zheng Yi offered a subtle smile. "I implore you to devise and produce a quantum shield in the shortest possible time and report it to the relevant national authorities for rapid mass production. His demeanor was earnest. Situ Jing was taken aback. Instinctively, she nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself tirelessly to accomplish this in the least amount of time. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, he swiftly tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Situ Jing remained in a state of astonishment. Pondering the extraordinary nature of the man, could he possibly be a divine being? Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zhang Yi relished a rare moment of relaxation. However, he had scarcely settled into the sofa when, before it could even warm beneath him, Jizi suddenly alerted him. Master, entities with extraordinary abilities and ancient martial artists are approaching. Jizi projected the individuals nearing the villa before Zhang Yi, simultaneously relaying their pertinent information. Observing the multitude of names and their backgrounds, Zhang Yi was perplexed. The ability users from the 749 Bureau and the ancient martial artists from the Dragon Group have come to seek me? Among the throng, he recognized only one, Chen Hutu, an SS-level ability user. Meanwhile, outside the Shishan villa, SS-level ability user Chen Hutu, accompanied by a cadre of fellow ability users and several friends from the Dragon Group, had arrived at the villa's entrance. Gazing at the tightly locked door, Chen Hutu's eyes hardened with resolve as he summoned a stone golem using his extraordinary abilities, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the barrier. He charged ahead, leading the charge into the fray, with others following closely behind in a formidable surge. Inside, Zhang Yi's expression darkened, a tempest of anger brewing within him, poised to erupt. Zhang Yi, come out and face your demise. Chen Hutu's voice resonated with authority, his SS-level powers fully unleashed, a torrent of ferocity emanating from him. If you do not emerge, I shall raze this villa to the ground and obliterate your den. As he spoke, the earth trembled beneath his feet, the ground fracturing under the might of his earth-based abilities, showcasing immense destructive potential. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle, his figure flickering before manifesting directly in front of the group. What do you intend to do? He inquired in a somber tone. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi's sudden appearance, Chen Hutu was initially taken aback, but after glancing at his assembled comrades, his confidence surged. Zhang Yi, we are all admirers of Pei Muan. On that fateful day, you defeated me, and I refuse to accept it. I have brought my companions here to seek counsel. Chen Hutu's sneer was palpable as he gestured towards his allies. Zhang Yi's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he scoffed. Are you out of your mind? You challenge me over such trivial matters? He couldn't fathom that even with the apocalypse looming, these individuals still had the audacity to engage in such frivolities. Do you wish to see me flaunt my prowess? Very well, I shall oblige. Insulted by being deemed irrational in front of so many witnesses, Chen Hutu's fury ignited. Zhang Yi, do not be so arrogant. I have summoned a brother who is an SS-level psychic, named Mubai. His mental prowess is formidable and will undoubtedly defeat you. He pointed to a man among the ranks of ability users, clad in a black mask. He continued, moreover, I have also invited the elite master from the Dragon Group, known as the Blade Overlord, Long Wuyang. Upon finishing, he gestured towards a young man in the crowd, wielding a long blade. The young man was robust and imposing, with striking brows and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, akin to a razor-sharp, wild sword. The moment Zhang Yi laid eyes on him, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this presence before. In the next instant, Mu Bai and Long Wuyang stepped forward simultaneously, positioning themselves beside Chen Hutu. The trio joined forces, unleashing their oppressive aura in an attempt to subdue Zhang Yi. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Just as Zhang Yi prepared to defeat them with a single strike, the system's notification echoed. Random task triggered. Would the host like to commence? Zhang Yi glanced at the individuals before him, vaguely speculating, and without hesitation, chose to begin. Random task initiated. Current random task. Defeat SS-level psychic master. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Was the system's task solely directed at psychic masters? Task reward. 10 bottles of Meng Pa soup. Zhang Yi. Upon hearing the task reward, Zhang Yi felt a surge of astonishment. Meng Pa soup? Is this what I think it is? The system's tasks were growing increasingly peculiar, and even the rewards appeared to follow suit. Host, would you like to immediately commence the current random task? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation and opted to proceed without delay. He was eager to discover what exactly the system's Meng Pa soup entailed. Across the way, Chen Hutu sensed something amiss. He lowered his voice and urged, Brothers, do not hold back your strength. Unleash your full power and vanquish this fellow. The rewards I promised you will be most generous. Mu Bai, with a confident smile, fully unleashed his psychic abilities, waves of intangible energy sweeping forth to envelop Zhang Yi. To Zhang Yi's eyes, the sky suddenly turned a ghastly crimson, suffused with an ethereal quality that felt utterly surreal. This was the illusionary realm conjured by a psychic master. Zhang Yi made no effort to resist, quietly observing Mu Bai's actions. In the next moment, Mu Bai's figure loomed large, as if he could crush Zhang Yi with a mere finger. Zhang Yi lifted his gaze, remaining unperturbed, his expression calm and composed. After a brief pause, he remarked, "The illusion is quite commendable. The scenery is decent, though the aesthetic leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing this, Mu Bai's heart jolted, an ominous premonition washing over him. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, his pupils dilating in shock, his face stricken with terror. What did he behold? A towering Zhang Yi, resembling a divine being, raised his foot to stomp upon him. Mu Bai, bereft of any means of defense, screamed in terror as he was crushed beneath that foot. In the next instant, the illusionary world dissipated, reality returning to its normal state. Gasping, Mu Bai coughed up blood in rapid succession, his complexion ashen, collapsing to the ground, breathless. The sudden turn of events left everyone, especially Chen Hutu, in a state of disbelief. How could this be? A psychic master attacks the mind, and Mu Bai, an SS level, has been defeated? He could scarcely fathom it. In the next moment, Zhang Yi smiled softly. "Badeo Long Wuyang? Are you also an admirer of Pei Mu Wan? Come, make your move and let me test your blade." Chapter 20. You only know how to use your fingers, don't you? Part 3. Mu Bai lay grievously injured, unable to continue the fight. Chen Hutu swallowed hard and glanced at Long Wuyang. "Brother Long, if we join forces, we will surely defeat him." Long Wuyang shot him a sidelong glance. "Brother Chen, did you not hear? He wishes to test my blade." Chen Hutu hesitated for a few moments before responding, "Since you are so determined, I shall support you from the sidelines." Long Wuyang nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped forward, drawing his long knife, unleashing a fierce wave of blade energy that surged toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blade energy to approach him without flinching. Long Wuyang inwardly acknowledged Zhang Yi's formidable strength. Yet, he would not shy away from battle. "Pei Xinzi, the one I am infatuated with. You have defeated her in front of so many, leaving her humiliated. I cannot abide by that." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing a flock of crows flying overhead. "I defeated Pei Muan, and she did not trouble me. Why do you feel the need to intervene? Did I cause her humiliation? I was unaware." Zhang Yi, suppressing his anger, slowly extended his right hand, beckoning him with a finger. "Words are futile. Make your move." Long Wuyang was incensed. How could he be so insulted as to be beckoned with a finger? With a low growl, he wielded his great blade, channeling all his internal energy to unleash the 9 styles of the overbearing blade. This was his family's secret technique. The energy surged as Long Wuyang executed the first strike, akin to a glimmering blade in the darkness of night, racing toward Zhang Yi. The blade's light descended, aimed squarely at Zhang Yi's shoulder. Regrettably, the blade's edge was impeded, struggling to descend and strike Zhang Yi. With a gentle tremor, he shattered the blade's aura. Long Wuyang was also repelled, his figure staggering backward several paces before halting. Long Wuyang was taken aback, his gaze turning solemn. Subsequently, he gathered his strength and unleashed it, his swordsmanship flourishing as he executed the second stance of the Overlord Blade's 9 forms. This strike, imbued with the might to cleave mountains, was delivered with forceful resolve, causing flagstones to crumble and the ground to shatter in its wake. Yet, the fiercely unmatched blade's radiance was arrested by Zhang Yi with a single finger. "Shatter," he uttered softly, obliterating the blade's aura and crushing Long Wuyang's second strike. Long Wuyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Never before had anyone been able to receive his Overlord blade so effortlessly. He was, after all, a celestial-ranked expert of the Dragon Group, his strength widely acknowledged as formidable. However, at this very moment, an unknown man was proving to be far more powerful than he had imagined. With 2 consecutive strikes, in addition to the probing move from before, Zhang Yi had not even made a move, simply standing still and blocking his attacks. This scene was unacceptable to the usually haughty Long Wuyang. Therefore, he ceased testing with 1 strike at a time, and instead mobilized the internal force of his entire body, executing the 8th stance of the Overlord Blade. This maneuver was even more astonishing in its power. In the next instant, a blade's aura spanning 40 meters was unleashed, cleaving through everything, sweeping through 1,000 armies. Long Wuyang roared, his entire being surging to its zenith. Alas, the 40-meter blade's aura was intercepted by Zhang Yi with 2 fingers, and then, with a gentle tremor, boom, the blade's aura shattered. and Long Wuyang was thrown back, coughing up blood, his momentum instantly plummeting. Shinhuda was dumbfounded by what he had witnessed. He immediately retrieved his mobile phone, dialed a number, and hastily called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the numerous practitioners of extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts who followed Shinhuda were left in sheer astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. The SS-class mentalist Mu Bai had been defeated. The renowned expert from the Dragon Group, the formidable blade master Long Wuyang, was also unable to stand against him. It was over, truly over. We would surely be dealt with next. The sight of Long Wuyang falling into a disadvantage ignited a profound unease among the crowd. Yet, Long Wuyang refused to concede defeat, continuing to unleash his attacks. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the ninth stance of his blade mastery, declaring dominance over all, channeling all his inner strength into his blade. He unleashed a ferocious aura that radiated power. Anyone witnessing the strike could feel the overwhelming force emanating from Long Wuyang. However, even this ultimate move failed to achieve its purpose. The colossal blade light descended but was effortlessly caught between Zheng Yi's two fingers, then with a mere tremor, all its power was dissipated. Long Wuyang, consumed by rage, thought to himself, "You can only use your fingers? How utterly humiliating." Blood spewed from his mouth, leaving him uncertain whether he was injured internally or merely enraged by Zheng Yi's provocation. Shinhuda was utterly panicked, with both Mu Bai and Long Wuyang defeated. He stood alone, wholly outmatched by Zheng Yi. In the next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud, pleading for mercy. "Mr. Zheng, I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me this once. I shall never dare again." Zheng Yi scoffed coldly. "Was it not you who taunted me to come out and face my doom?" Shinhuda's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Immediately, a fissure materialized before him, instantly tearing him apart and crushing his body beyond recognition. The SS-level superhuman, Shinhuda, met his demise. Zheng Yi gazed impassively at the heap of mangled flesh on the ground and remarked disdainfully, "If apologies were of any value, what purpose would my formidable strength serve?" The accompanying superhumans from Bureau 749 were utterly bewildered. The death of an SS-level superhuman was nothing short of catastrophic. This scene profoundly shocked the ancient martial artists who had followed. They hastily assisted Long Wuyang, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded Zheng Yi. Meanwhile, a high-speed car screeched to a halt in front of the villa, and a tall, imposing man emerged. "Who dares to harm my brother? I, Long Wuji, shall see who possesses such audacity." His voice preceded his arrival. Upon hearing the name Long Wuji, Zheng Yi smiled subtly, realizing, "Now I understand why Long Wuyang felt familiar. He is indeed the brother of Long Wuji." In the next moment, Long Wuji stood before everyone, but upon seeing Zheng Yi, he instantly lost his composure. His earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by a demeanor of meekness and respect. However, others began to stoke the flames of conflict. The leader. He defeated brother Wuyang and brazenly proclaimed he would kill him. "You must take charge." A group of ancient martial artists spoke recklessly, hurling accusations. "Leader, this concerns the reputation of the Dragon Team. We implore you to seek justice." Hearing these words, Long Wuji was nearly driven to the brink of fury, nearly spitting blood. "Take charge? Seek justice?" At that juncture, Long Wuyang stepped forward. "Eldest brother, my defeat is of little consequence. But I cannot stand idly by while he affronts the Long family. I implore you to intervene, vanquish him, and restore the honor of our lineage." Scarcely had he uttered these words when Long Wuji's massive hand lashed out, striking Long Wuyang squarely across the face. The resounding slap left Long Wuyang utterly bewildered. "Kneel and offer your apologies to Mr. Zheng," Long Wuji commanded, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Long Wuyang questioned in bewilderment, "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" A second resounding slap echoed through the air. Subsequently, Long Wuyang beheld, with utter astonishment, Long Wuji bowing reverently towards Zheng Yi. "Mr. Zheng," Long Wuji intoned, "it is my younger brother who has offended you today. I beseech you to pardon his transgression, and I shall administer familial discipline upon our return home." Long Wuyang stood petrified, rooted to the spot. Long Wuji, a man who had never humbled himself before anyone, the esteemed leader of the Dragon Group's southern territory, was now offering an apology? Yet another slap reverberated. Long Wuyang was forcefully driven to his knees by Long Wuji, his eyes vacant as he uttered, "I am sorry." Upon hearing this apology, Long Wuji breathed a sigh of relief and once more extended his apologies. "Mr. Zheng, how does this meet with your approval?" Zheng Yi chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Take your men and depart. I prefer tranquility." Long Wuji, feeling as though he had been granted a pardon, promptly departed with Long Wuyang. As for the remains of Chinhutu, they were taken into custody by the 749 Bureau's espers, who intended to return and lodge a formal complaint, seeking authorization to execute Zheng Yi. Chapter 21. Spurning a Goddess's Overture? System, I have a bone to pick with you. Thus, a farcical episode concluded in an anticlimactic fashion. The slaying of an SS-ranked esper held no significance for Zheng Yi. Seated upon the sofa, a notification resonated. Task completed. Rewards delivered to the celestial realm, accessible for claim. Zheng Yi took a deep breath, his consciousness transitioning into the celestial realm. 80,000 heavenly soldiers were tirelessly laboring to construct 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy bases, nearing completion. After a swift inspection, Zheng Yi wheeled forth an orange treasure chest, which materialized before him. He promptly opened it, and from within, 10 amber-hued jade vials soared into the air, hovering before him. Is this the Mingpa soup? Zheng Yi murmured, simultaneously gaining insight into the elixir's properties. In essence, the Mingpa soup enhances one's mental fortitude, yet each individual may partake only once. The effects, however, vary from person to person. My current mental power level stands at 10, with each level equating to 10,000. Thus, my mental power totals 100,000. If I continue to elevate this, what might I become? Zheng Yi mused quietly, his gaze filled with anticipation. Before the SS-level mental master Mu Bai confronted Zheng Yi, he had instructed GZ to assess Mu Bai's mental power level, which was found to be below 6, rendering him utterly incapable of challenging Zheng Yi. Consequently, Mu Bai's illusions could not inflict any harm upon Zheng Yi, ultimately leading to his demise. As his consciousness returned to reality, Zheng Yi willed a jade vial into his palm. Without hesitation, he uncorked it and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Why do I feel nothing? Zheng Yi pondered in confusion. After ingesting the Mingpa soup, he felt no immediate reaction. Just as he was about to consult GZ, a sudden, excruciating headache struck, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke, the night had fully descended. Hiss, does the after effect of Mingpa soup pack such a punch? I thought I had consumed a placebo. After a moment of grumbling, Zheng Yi swiftly regained his composure and requested GZ to assess his current mental energy level. In less than 3 seconds, GZ responded, Master, your current mental energy level is at the 100 magnitude. Based on the dimensional space of Blue Star, you may be regarded as a deity. Zheng Yi was overjoyed. His mental energy had astonishingly surged from a magnitude of 10 to 100, truly unbelievable. A deity? I have no desire to become a lofty god. That would be utterly dull. In high spirits, and with no pressing matters at hand, Zheng Yi decided to indulge in some relaxation. He headed to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of vegetable and egg noodles, poured himself a bottle of cola, and turned on the television, savoring his meal. Yet, before he could take more than a few bites, GZ's voice echoed, Master. S-Class ability user Pei Mu 1 is speeding towards you in a purple Lamborghini, arriving in 5 seconds. Startled, Zheng Yi wondered aloud, what could she possibly want at this late hour? The gates of the Shishan villa lay in ruins, and the cobblestone path and ground of the courtyard were severely damaged. Pei Mu 1 gazed grimly at the scene before her, her inner fury escalating. Chinho 2, you shall pay, she murmured to herself, noticing the lights on in the living room. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she stepped inside. However, upon entering, she found Zheng Yi seated on the sofa, enjoying his noodles. Pei Mu 1's expression turned to one of surprise, while simultaneously finding the scene quite endearing. In contrast, Zheng Yi was taken aback by the unexpected visit from Pei Mu 1, with cascading crimson locks that fall gracefully to her waist. Her exquisitely delicate visage can only be described as transcendent, a beauty beyond compare. Clad in a violet chi-pao with daring slits, it clings to her form, accentuating her enchanting curves flawlessly. The slits of the dress rise nearly to the thigh, revealing a pair of snow-white legs, akin to flawless jade, captivating to behold. Sensual, yet resplendently elegant. Zheng Yi swiftly inhaled a mouthful of noodles, dabbed his lips with a napkin, and rose to greet her. Miss Pei, your late-night visit is an honor. I apologize for not receiving you properly. May I inquire what brings you here? Pei Mu 1 paused momentarily, her gaze fixed peculiarly upon Zheng Yi, who was still indulging in his meal. This man is truly extraordinary. I find myself drawn to him. Come, let me treat you to dinner, followed by some delightful pursuits. Pei Mu 1 said, her eyes sparkling with allure. Zheng Yi, taken aback, pondered. Dining is understandable. But what might these delightful pursuits entail? Naturally, he could not refuse the invitation from such a captivating lady. Aware that Pei Mu 1 must have a purpose for her visit, he quickly donned his attire and joined her in her Lamborghini. This car is magnificent. How I wish to possess one myself. Zheng Yi mused, seated in the passenger seat, enthralled by the exhilarating roar of the engine, his heart racing with excitement. This vehicle represents the ultimate aspiration for many men. Pei Mu Wan flashed a radiant smile. If you truly admire it, would you allow me to gift it to you? Zheng Yi turned to glance at Pei Mu Wan, her ample bosom gently swaying. In that moment, he hastily averted his gaze. Lady Pei, you jest. How could I, unworthy as I am, accept such a precious gift from you? Unexpectedly, Pei Muan came to an abrupt halt and slowly parked the car by the roadside. Her eyes trembled slightly as she reached out with her right hand to grasp Zheng Yi's collar. Do not call me Lady Pei, call me Wana or sister. Zheng Yi's heart raced. What is this all about? Before he could speak, Pei Muan softly said, Zheng Yi, sister likes you. Will you be my boyfriend? As she spoke, she unbuckled her seatbelt, her voluptuous and soft figure pressing tightly against Zheng Yi. Just as Zheng Yi was at a loss, a system prompt sounded. Temporary mission triggered. Host cannot refuse. Current temporary mission. Reject the goddess's confession. Mission reward. 10,000 Qingwan aerospace fighters. Zhang Yi's mind went blank. What kind of temporary mission is this? Never encountered before. And I can't refuse to execute it? Alright, that's understandable. Missions come with conditions, I get it. But, to make me reject the goddess's confession? System. Can you really play like this? The scent of Pei Muan wafted into his nostrils, and Zheng Yi immediately sobered up, looking at the peerless beauty within arm's reach. Zhang Yi's breathing quickened, and he shook his head. Sister, I refuse. Zheng Yi struggled to utter these 5 words, his heart filled with frantic complaints. System. I'm not done with you. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Temporary mission completed. Reward has been delivered to the celestial space. Accessible for collection. Zheng Yi was speechless. What kind of situation is this? Rejected by Zheng Yi, Pei Muan showed a look of astonishment. Following a moment of bewilderment, she beamed radiantly, her spirit soaring. Puzzled by her disposition, Zheng Yi inquired solicitously, Are you all right, sister? Pei Muan cast an assertive gaze upon him. Little man, I shall not relinquish my pursuit. I am determined to make you mine. Zheng Yi, perplexed, questioned, Sister. I have already declined your advances. Why do you persist? Pei Muan regarded him with tender affection. I have never experienced romance, sought companionship, nor been sheltered by a man. And you shall be my inaugural experience. Subsequently, Pei Muan executed a U-turn and escorted Zhang Yi back to his residence. She rejoiced in her avowal, yet derived even greater satisfaction from Zhang Yi's rejection. This man, she mused, has utterly captivated me. Chapter 22, Azure Phoenix Aerial Fighter, Arrival of Flying Beasts upon returning home. Zheng Yi found himself increasingly uneasy. While Pei Muan's declaration appeared genuine, he suspected that certain sentiments remained unspoken. Jizi, he instructed, monitor Pei Muan in real time. Should she encounter any peril, alert me immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi issued further directives to Jizi. Nay, not solely Pei Muan, but also Feng Rulan, Su Qiqing, and Sidu Jing. Maintain real-time surveillance over them all, ensuring their safety. Jizi responded, command received, commencing real-time monitoring. Zheng Yi nodded with assurance, then settled upon the sofa, his consciousness entering the celestial court space. A pale azure treasure chest levitated before him, which Zheng Yi promptly opened. Instantly, a multitude of azure light motes erupted forth, coalescing into a squadron of futuristic fighter aircraft, numbering a full 10,000. Is this the Azure Phoenix aerospace fighter? Zheng Yi exclaimed, his face radiant with delight. Concurrently, he assimilated the data parameters and performance specifications of the Azure Phoenix. Admittedly, aerospace fighters were outside his purview of expertise. However, judging from the data, it was exceedingly formidable, powered by a compact controlled nuclear fusion reactor. It boasted comprehensive stealth technology, with absolutely no blind spots, and featured a twin-engine, 2-seat configuration. Each Azure Phoenix aerospace fighter included an unmanned aerial vehicle control module, housing 6 collaboratively operational drones. Furthermore, the Azure Phoenix was armed with 2 75mm laser cannons and a single 105mm laser cannon, resulting in explosive combat capabilities. Should it be equipped with a quantum shield, its combat effectiveness would be elevated to an even higher echelon. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Zhang Yi's consciousness returned to reality. He promptly summoned a fighter and settled into the cockpit. Subsequently, the fighter issued a prompt. Biometric sequence recognized. This fighter is exclusively authorized for your use. Automatic flight mode selectable. Overjoyed, Zheng Yi decisively chose automatic flight mode. Thereupon, The Azure Phoenix aerospace fighter initiated a vertical takeoff from the villa's courtyard, activating its stealth mode as it soared into the distance. The entire fighter seamlessly integrated with its surroundings, rendering it undetectable by any nation's radar surveillance technology on Earth, representing absolute stealth. Is this the sensation of piloting a fighter across the firmament? Zhang Yi mused, experiencing unparalleled emotions on his inaugural flight. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Yi's fighter maintained a moderate velocity, emitting no sound and disturbing no one. Even as it traversed restricted airspace, its presence remained undetected, a testament to its absolute stealth capabilities. He soared from Yanjing, traversing the ocean and venturing into the majestic mountains, reveling in the exhilaration of aerial flight. Suddenly, an alert blared from the fighter jet, accompanied by photographic imagery on the screen. A tremor of apprehension ran through Zhang Yi. Could there be an engagement ahead? Yet, upon viewing the scene, his heart sank with a foreboding sensation, and he urgently steered the fighter jet forward. For in the airspace not far ahead, two J-50s were locked in aerial combat with a monstrous creature. Zhang Yi recognized the beast's form. Flying alien beast had indeed emerged. It seemed the day of apocalyptic judgment was drawing ever closer. He inwardly lamented as the Qingwan aerospace fighters swiftly approached the battle zone. Concurrently, the two J-50 fighters, having exhausted their ordnance, were desperately attempting to evade the monster's pursuit. Qinyu, I'll hold off the beast. You must return to headquarters immediately and report the situation. One fighter pilot implored the other. Nay, I shall not abandon you, Zhao Jie. We shall depart together. I have already transmitted images and partial video footage of the monster to the base. Even should I perish for my country, I shall have no regrets. Qinyu's gaze was resolute, unflinching in the face of death. However, the pilot she addressed as Zhao Jie exclaimed, fuel reserves are dwindling and ammunition is depleted. To persist will result in our mutual demise. Qinyu offered no response. Casting a glance at the winged monstrosity looming nearby, she propelled the control stick forward, surging ahead with sudden acceleration. Zhao Jie, your son awaits your return. I am unattached, with few earthly ties. After my demise, I implore you to take exceptional care of my parents. With these final words, Qinyu piloted the J-50 fighter, transforming herself into the ultimate missile, hurtling towards the monstrous entity. In a nearby aircraft, Zhao Jie, her eyes brimming with tears and her face contorted with strain, maneuvered the control stick, swiftly returning to base. Observing the fighter's change in course, a serene smile graced Qinyu's face. Yet, in the subsequent moment, her gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Headquarters, this is Qinyu. Aircraft designation 008-9512. I am unable to return. I urge you all to press onward, she declared over the comms, before the line went dead. Simultaneously, at the Dragon Kingdom's Guiqing Air Force Base Command Center, a high-ranking officer named Gao Dashan, his face etched with anxiety, bellowed, "Someone, enlighten me. What is transpiring?" In response, an officer within the command center projected images and videos transmitted by Qinyu, revealing the monstrous assailant. What manner of creature is that? Have Qinyu and Zhao Fengxiao encountered a monstrous attack? Gao Dashan's pupils dilated in shock. However, his question went unanswered within the command center. As Qinyu severed the comms link, her fighter rapidly approached the aerial monstrosity. In the climactic moment before impact, the creature abruptly accelerated and, with a forceful flap of its wings, pulverized Qinyu's aircraft. With a thunderous roar, the J-50 Dragon Kingdom's state-of-the-art strategic fighter disintegrated into scattered fragments. With a resounding thud, Qinyu deployed her parachute, preparing for an emergency landing. However, the monster, having detected her descent, wheeled around, its maw agape, intent on devouring her whole. Qinyu did not remain idle. She skillfully maneuvered the parachute to evade the relentless pursuit of the monstrous creature. Alas, her efforts proved futile. The beast's claws tore through the parachute, leaving Qinyu unprotected as she plummeted rapidly towards the ground. In that moment, despair engulfed her. The monster lunged after her, its gaping maw wide and sharp, ravenously snapping at her. In her desperation, Qinyu closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Just as the creature was about to seize her in its jaws, two brilliant beams of light descended from the heavens, striking the monster's wings with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, a remarkably sleek and futuristic fighter jet materialized in the sky. Zhang Yi opened the cockpit, employing the laws of space, and in a flash, caught the rapidly falling Qinyu in his arms, instantly returning to the cockpit. After placing her in the rear seat, Zhang Yi commanded the aircraft to fire once more, eliminating the flying beast. With her eyes tightly shut, Qinyu sensed something amiss and instinctively opened them, only to discover she was seated in a cockpit that was not the familiar J-50 fighter jet. Before her, Zheng Yi operated the Qinghuan fighter's 75mm laser cannon with the enthusiasm of a child engrossed in a video game, bombarding the creature. Boom, boom, boom. The monster's head, abdomen, and tail were each struck, its vitality extinguished in an instant, utterly lifeless. Gazing at the fallen carcass of the beast with a wry smile, Zheng Yi piloted the Qinghuan fighter jet, escorting Qin Yu back to the Air Force Base where she served. Chapter 23. I must protect myself. I must safeguard the Dragon Nation. This is the sequence of events. In her bid to save me, Qin Yu crashed her aircraft into the beast, and alas, it is feared that she, Zhao Fengxiao, wept bitterly, her tears flowing freely. Upon receiving the report, Gao Dashan felt a similar sorrow welling within him. However, with the situation having reached this juncture, he could only resign himself to reality. Brother Qin, I am deeply sorry. I could not take proper care of your daughter. Gao Dashan's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Just as everyone was enveloped in profound grief, an officer hurriedly approached with news. Report, sir, Qin. Qin Yu, she has returned. Gao Dashan looked up in bewilderment, momentarily unable to comprehend, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Who has returned? The officer reiterated, it is Qin Yu. She has come back. Gao Dashan gazed incredulously at Zhao Fengxia, who was equally taken aback. Wiping her tears, she rushed outside. Beneath the cloak of night, Qin Yu stood unscathed before a magnificent fighter jet. Upon seeing her, she waved her hand eagerly. Sister Zhao, I'm here. I have returned. As they ran toward each other, they embraced tightly. Zhao Fengxia, puzzled, inquired, Qin Yu, how did you escape that beast? Qin Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar as she glanced back at Zheng Yi and the remarkably sleek and formidable fighter jet. Lowering her voice, she replied, Sister Zhao, it was that man. He piloted the mysterious jet, vanquished the beast, and saved my life. Zhao Fengxia was incredulous, struggling to accept that such a formidable monster had been vanquished. As she pondered this, Gao Dashan approached with a group of individuals. His keen eyes immediately spotted the fighter jet on the tarmac, its design both striking and awe-inspiring. He had never encountered this particular aircraft model, nor had he heard of Zheng Yi. Prioritizing caution, Gao Dashan dispatched envoys to engage with Zheng Yi, extending an invitation for him and Qin Yu to convene in the conference room for discussions. Zheng Yi, showing no reluctance or arrogance, readily accepted Gao Dashan's invitation. Understanding that when the apocalyptic trials descended and hordes of alien beasts assaulted the Dragon Kingdom, it would be these uniformed individuals who would selflessly fight on the front lines. Inside the conference room, Gao Dashan, accompanied by two aides, directly addressed Zheng Yi, while Qin Yu stood behind Gao Dashan, her expression grave. Gao Dashan, eschewing formalities, inquired directly, who are you? Does that fighter jet belong to you? Zheng Yi nodded, smiling, and responded, I am Zheng Yi, and the Qinghuan fighter jet outside is mine. Gao Dashan's eyes narrowed slightly. Qinghuan fighter jet? He mused, puzzled. He then pressed on. Which base do you belong to? What is your unit designation? For security reasons, I need to verify your identity. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi waved his hand, stood up, and said, there's no need for an investigation. Even if I hadn't rescued Qin Yu, I would have found a way to contact you. This is an opportune moment to address my concerns. Gao Dashan's gaze sharpened, unable to discern Zheng Yi's true nature. However, in the next moment, Zheng Yi continued, Commander Gao, I am willing to surrender the Qinghuan fighter jet to the nation, and I would like you to receive it on behalf of the state, if that is agreeable to you. Gao Dashan was taken aback, as was Qin Yu, whose expression was a mixture of confusion and profound astonishment. She had always cherished the Qinghuan fighter jet dearly. Yet, Gao Dashan harbored doubts. Why would you do such a thing? Have you tampered with the aircraft? Zheng Yi was instantly taken aback, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. Wasn't this a tad too cautious? Nevertheless, he could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Matters of national security warranted utmost vigilance. Thus, he elucidated, in due time, a catastrophic disaster is poised to descend. I must protect myself and safeguard the Dragon Nation. Protect myself? Safeguard the Dragon Nation? Gao Dashan had not anticipated such a response from Zheng Yi. Moreover, Zheng Yi's gaze was resolute and serious, devoid of any deceitful semblance. Gao Dashan chose to place his trust in him and subsequently inquired, as for this fighter jet, I will report to the higher-ups. And once we ascertain there is no danger, we will study its construction and initiate mass production for operational use. To his surprise, Zheng Yi shook his head and posed a question. Commander Gao, how many fighter jets can this base accommodate? After a brief hesitation, the commander replied, We can house a total of 1,000 aircraft of various models. Upon hearing this number, Zheng Yi smiled slightly, raising a single finger as he declared, "As for the Qingwan fighter jets, I possess 10,000 of them. Gao Dashan and Qin Yu? 10,000 Qingwan fighter jets?" Everyone present was left astounded by Zheng Yi's proclamation, utterly incredulous. However, upon witnessing Qin Yin perceive a figure akin to a deity, rending the firmament and suspending a full 10,000 Azure One aerospace fighters above the base, they were utterly subjugated. Gao Dashan and Qin Yu were bedazzled. An indescribable sense of oppression left everyone breathless. Gao Dashan, in particular, murmured to himself, "If Zheng Yi were to command these fighters to attack us, I fear we wouldn't last even a minute." Concurrently, Zheng Yi directed Jizi to transmit the blueprints and technical specifications of the Azure One aerospace fighters to the base's top-secret information network. Immediately thereafter, he entreated, "Should anyone inquire as to the origin of the Azure One aerospace fighters, do not utter my name. Pretend you have never laid eyes on me." Gao Dashan cast a profound glance at Zheng Yi and nodded emphatically. Having concluded his affairs there, Zheng Yi waved farewell to the assembly and departed, tearing through the void. Qin Yu, gazing at Zheng Yi's receding figure, mused aloud, "Is that man a god?" In the blink of an eye, Zheng Yi was back at the West Mountain Villa. Having indulged in the thrill of piloting the aircraft, Zheng Yi was thoroughly content. Surrendering the 10,000 Azure One aerospace fighters to the nation would allow them to serve a more significant purpose than if they remained in his possession. Retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, he savored a few delightful gulps, and as he was about to sit down to relax, his phone rang. The number consisted of merely 3 digits, 749. Zheng Yi's heart skipped a beat as he answered the call. At the other end, Sun Daxing's feeble voice conveyed, "Mr. Zheng, there is a troublesome matter I need to inform you of." "What is it?" Zheng Yi inquired, his mind already anticipating what was to come. Sun Daxing hesitated, stammering for a considerable time before reluctantly uttering, "You have killed the SS-level ability user Qin Hutu. Although the circumstances were justified, the Qin family is unwilling to accept it. They insist that I hand over the perpetrator. I refused, and as a result, I was reported by members of the Qin family within the 749 Bureau, leading to my suspension." Zheng Yi's eyes sharpened. Reflecting on the earlier reticence of Pei Muan, he felt an increased sense of guilt. On the phone, Sun Daxing continued, "My suspension is only temporary, but you must exercise caution." "Caution regarding what?" Zheng Yi inquired, perplexed. Sun Daxing, seemingly evading the issue, lowered his voice and said, "To my knowledge, the Qin family, far away in Tongcheng, has dispatched a team of ability users to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi chuckled. He reassured Sun Daxing, "No matter how many come, I fear not. Are you worried about my strength?" However, upon hearing this, Sun Daxing appeared startled and hurriedly advised, "Mr. Zheng, when I say to be careful, I mean to hold back a bit. Do not kill them all." Zheng Yi's expression shifted awkwardly. It turned out that Sun Daxing's caution was of this nature. After hanging up, Zheng Yi continued to sip his cola, completely disregarding the impending threat posed by the Qin family. Meanwhile, a significant number of Qin family ability users were entering Yinjing, hastening towards the Xishan Villa. Chapter 24. The temporary task is triggered again. The Songlong-class Star River cruiser that night was indeed exhilarating and tense. After finishing the last sip of his cola, Zheng Yi tossed the bottle into the trash and cast a glance into the distance, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With his extraordinary spatial perception, he accurately discerned the swift approach of 20 superhumans. The intelligence indicated that they were all of SS rank. Soon, the 20 figures entered the Xishan Villa from all directions, led by an elderly man named Qin Zhang, who held considerable reputation and authority within the Qin family. His ability was toxic gas, enabling him to generate and utilize poison to assault his foes. "Charge." He signaled with a wave of his hand, commanding his subordinates to rush into the villa, having sensed the presence of someone inside. However, as they neared the main entrance of the living room, they were suddenly repelled by an inexplicable force. Zheng Yi had long since employed spatial energy to create a barrier, rendering intruders utterly unable to enter. With a flicker of movement, Zheng Yi hovered in midair, emanating a formidable mental pressure that loomed over the superhumans intent on his demise. His combat strength had now reached an astonishing level of 1,000, with defensive capabilities equally formidable, and his mental power soared to a terrifying level of 100. At this juncture, his prowess was sufficient to dominate Blue Star, declaring himself a deity. This night, he intended to demonstrate to the 749 Bureau that deities are not to be trifled with. Boom. Under the oppressive mental force, Qin Zhong found himself utterly unable to resist, and all the SS-ranked superhumans knelt, their faces drained of color. Qin Zhong was filled with dread. The opponent had yet to strike. Merely through mental pressure, they were rendered incapable of lifting their heads, let alone engaging in combat. Qin Zhong had initially believed that with 20 SS-ranked superhumans, they could undoubtedly eliminate Jing Yi, avenging Qin Hutu and restoring the Qin family's honor. Yet, when faced with Jing Yi, it became painfully evident that this was not merely a slight enhancement over Qin Hutu. The messenger of information truly deserves condemnation. They have led us into a predicament. Just as Zhang Yi was prepared to take decisive action, intent on annihilating them all, Sun Dashing rushed in, filled with urgency. Upon witnessing the incapacitated Qin family as supernatural practitioners, he implored with cupped hands, "Mr. Zheng, I beseech you, show mercy and do not eradicate them completely." Zhang Yi hesitated for a few moments, ultimately refraining from delivering the fatal blow and lifting the mental pressure he had imposed. Sun Dashing let out a sigh of relief. However, Qin Zhong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sprang forth in righteous indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "I acknowledge your strength. Yet before the might of the Qin family, you remain inconsequential." Zhang Yi could not help but laugh in disbelief, smirking, "The might of the Qin family? Is it truly formidable?" Qin Zhong snorted derisively, his demeanor haughty as he declared imperiously, "If you know what is good for you, accompany me to the Qin family for judgment." Sun Dashing, incensed, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. Was this not adding fuel to the fire? Zheng Yi's previously subdued anger flared up once more. Just as he was about to act, the system's prompt resonated. Temporary mission activated. Refusal is not an option. Current temporary mission. Eliminate 20 SS-level supernatural practitioners. Mission reward. 1,000 Songlong-class Starry River cruisers. Zheng Yi's mind stirred with excitement. Setting aside the nature of the reward for the moment, this mission was precisely what he had longed for. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Sun Dashing hurriedly stepped forward. Bowing deeply in earnest supplication, "Mr. Zhang, I implore you to consider the greater good. 20 SS-level supernatural practitioners represent a formidable force for Bureau 749. However, Zheng Yi did not indulge him. With a mere flicker of mental pressure, he subdued him, rendering him prostrate on the ground. "Old son, I must impose upon you for a moment. I intend to eliminate them, and no one shall stand in my way." Sun Dashing found himself at a loss for words, immobilized under the weight of oppression. Yet, Qin Zhong and others continued their reckless threats against Jing Yi. One person scoffed, "Jing Yi, to confront the Qin family alone is akin to courting death. Once you are dealt with, we shall turn our attention to that despicable woman, Pei Mu Wan." Another added, "Hudu has pursued Pei Mu Wan for quite some time, yet she remains unresponsive. That woman truly overestimates her worth. The Pei family shall pay for her arrogance." A further voice chimed in, "I have heard that woman possesses ample curves and an exquisite figure. Before we dispose of her, let the brothers have their fun. Then sell her to the pleasure houses, where she shall be shared among countless men." Listening to their vile words, Sun Dashing felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had already surmised the impending chaos. Zhang Yi was enraged. He had never felt such fury as in this very moment. With a cold laugh, his mental pressure surged forth, overwhelming in its intensity. All members of the Qin family instantly fell to the ground, resembling a horde of wretched toads. Soon after, their bodies began to fracture and shatter, splitting apart until they were reduced to mere fragments. Bang, bang, bang. Each head burst like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere, creating a scene of utter disarray. Not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. In an instant, they were all dead. The SS-level abilities never had a chance to manifest, extinguished by Zhang Yi's might. His mental power was rated at a staggering level of 100, with each level corresponding to a value of 10,000. At the magnitude of 100, precisely 1,000,000. One might ponder whether there exists another individual on this blue planet whose mental prowess rivals that. The system's notification resonated. Temporary mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispatched to the celestial realm, available for retrieval. Zheng Yi's countenance bore no sorrow nor joy. The elimination of these vile scoundrels left him devoid of any sense of guilt. Preserving their existence would only spell further calamity. Sun Dasheng remained sprawled on the ground. Zheng Yi lifted the mental pressure he had imposed upon him, assisting him to his feet, and respectfully declared, "I apologize. I shall bear full responsibility for this matter." Sun Dashing surveyed the scattered remains, brain matter, and chunks of flesh, his brows knitting together in concern. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Mr. Zheng, you must not blame yourself. It was indeed a folly for me to attempt to hinder your actions. Some pests truly must be eradicated." Zheng Yi's gaze sharpened, and he continued, "I shall send you a video. Should the individuals from the 749 Bureau seek to hold you accountable, you may present it to them." Sun Dashing cast a profound glance at Zheng Yi before silently departing. After tonight, the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly be shaken to its core. The animosity between the Chun family of Tongqing and Zheng Yi would also intensify, and the unfolding events had become wholly unpredictable. Yet, Sun Dashing understood that should the Chun family persist in their provocations, annihilation would await them. With a wave of his hand, Zheng Yi harnessed spatial power to cleanse the courtyard of all remnants, rendering it immaculate, devoid of any trace of bloodshed. At last, he could indulge in a moment of respite. Zheng Yi chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the senior leadership at the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yanjing received the alarming news of the demise of 20 SS-level extraordinary individuals. In the wake of their astonishment, they promptly convened an emergency council. Upon discovering the perpetrator to be Zheng Yi, they summoned Sun Dashing for immediate interrogation. Unafraid, Sun Dashing presented the video Zheng Yi had sent him, playing it before the upper echelons of the organization. The video depicted Zheng Yi levitating effortlessly, employing mental coercion to decimate 20 SS-ranked ability users with ease. Following the video's conclusion, Sun Dashing added, "We have extracted serum from Mr. Zheng's blood and developed an ability user evolution fluid, capable of assisting lower-ranked ability users in advancing their abilities." The high-ranking officials were rendered speechless, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, one of them proposed, "This is a private feud between Zheng Yi and the Qin family. The 749 Bureau shall maintain neutrality and is prohibited from intervening." The others nodded in unison, concurring, seconded. Sun Dashing breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, upon receiving the dire news, the Qin family of Tong City were incensed. "Zheng Yi, the Qin family will not rest until we have our revenge. Men, settle accounts with the Pei family first." Chapter 25. I merely rejected your advances. There was no need for suicide, was there? At West Mountain Villa, Zheng Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, his consciousness entering the celestial court space. A blue treasure chest floated serenely, and with a flicker of anticipation, Zheng Yi opened it. Instantly, beams of light erupted from the chest, and a fleet of colossal Azure Dragon-class Star River cruisers materialized within the celestial court space. Zheng Yi stared in bewildered awe. This was yet another realm beyond his comprehension. Despite receiving information and technical specifications for these cruisers, he struggled to grasp their intricacies. His initial impression was that this contraption was vastly larger and far more powerful than an aircraft carrier. Moreover, it was equipped with quantum shields. Most importantly, this vessel could not only traverse the cosmic seas but also navigate the oceans. Presently, the mightiest aircraft carrier on Blue Star is the USS Ford of the United States. Measuring 330 meters in length, 78 meters in width, with a full displacement of 110,000 tons and a cruising speed of 30 knots. In contrast, the Songlong-class stellar cruiser boasts a length of 512 meters, a width of 120 meters, with a full displacement of 200,000 tons while sailing in the sea, and a remarkable speed of 50 knots. Such a comparison renders the USS Ford utterly insignificant. Furthermore, the Songlong-class stellar cruiser is equipped with 120 vertical launch systems, each capable of launching nuclear fusion missiles. Each missile can carry 20 independently targetable warheads. The power of a single warhead is sufficient to obliterate a metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million. Zheng Yi could not help but stroke his chin, murmuring, "It seems I shall have to report this to the authorities." However, he did not rush to do so, preferring to wait for an opportune moment. In Tongqing, at the Pei family's council chamber, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. The family patriarch, Pei Yuanqing, wore a grave expression, his brows furrowed in concern. Opposite him sat Qin Yaonan, the authoritative figure of the Qin family. "Pei Yuanqing, I shall not engage in idle chatter with you. Suffice it to say, you must hand over Pei Muan for the Qin family to deal with," Qin Yaonan declared imperiously. Pei Yuanqing, infuriated, pointed at Qin Yaonan, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? You old scoundrel?" The descendants of the family, lacking in prowess, brazenly challenged others only to face defeat. Losing is merely a part of life. Yet they insisted on further challenges. Ultimately, tragedy struck, resulting in a fatal outcome, and they dared to place the blame on the Pei family. Pei Muwan did not demand Shin Ho-tu to stand up for her. Why, then, should Shin Ho-tu's demise lead them to seek retribution from me? Pei Yuanqing argued staunchly, showing no reverence to Qin Yaonan. Exposed publicly, Qin Yaonan felt humiliated and coldly retorted, regardless of the circumstances. Shin Ho-tu died because of Pei Muwan. Hand her over to me, or else. Pei Yuanqing widened his eyes defiantly, or else what? Do not overestimate your worth. I, Pei Yuanqing, fear you not. Unleash whatever tactics you desire. Your family may possess extraordinary abilities, but so does mine. Qin Yaonan's expression stiffened. The Qin family was already in the wrong and had no justification. If the conflict escalated, a battle between the extraordinary beings of the Qin and Pei families would ensue, and the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly intervene. Since a direct confrontation was futile, he opted for a more insidious approach. With a disdainful snort, he departed, but not before leaving a chilling remark. We shall see. That wretched Pei Muwan will be claimed by the Qin family. Pei Yuanqing's countenance darkened. Watching Qin Yaonan's retreating figure, he promptly summoned his aides, commanding them to send a warning to Muwan to be wary of the Qin family's vengeance. Simultaneously, he issued various directives, all aimed at countering the Qin family. In no time, the prominent families and influential figures throughout the city became aware of the escalating conflict between the Qin and Pei families. The orchestrator of this tense situation, Zheng Yi, has indulged in a well-deserved slumber. Although he no longer requires sleep to replenish his energy, he still finds that resting is the most delightful form of relaxation. Zheng Yi chooses not to become overly detached. Instead, he opts to live like an ordinary human being. At this moment, he remains unaware that the conflict between the Qin and Pei families has escalated to a boiling point. Over the deceased Qin Ho-tu, the two prominent families have openly torn at each other. Qin Yaonan, disregarding the reprimands from Bureau 749, has secretly dispatched a 10-member team to Beijing. All members of this team are SS-level superhumans, prepared to abduct Pei Muwan and covertly return her to the Qin family. Meanwhile, Pei Muwan, resting at home, receives an urgent notification from Pei Yuanqing. The audacity of the Qin family is remarkable. Their own incompetence led to the death of one of their own. Yet they lay the blame at her feet. Such shamelessness. Pei Muwan, filled with indignation, suppresses her rising anger. Inevitably, her thoughts drift to Zheng Yi, and she sighs softly. Fortunately, he did not accept my confession. Otherwise, he would have been embroiled in this turmoil. At this moment, Pei Muwan remains unaware that, in a fit of rage, Zheng Yi has slain 20 SS-level superhumans from the Qin family. This situation has not arisen solely due to Zheng Yi's actions against Qin Ho-tu. The 10 SS-level superhumans from the Qin family moved swiftly, arriving in Beijing in less than half a day. Although their movements had long been detected by the headquarters of Bureau 749 in Beijing, Sun Dashan and the upper echelon refrained from issuing any orders. All they could do was watch the developments unfold and prepare to deal with the aftermath. In Beijing, at the villa on Mirror Lake, number 11. This is the residence of Pei Muwan, who at this moment is immersed in deep meditation within her chamber. Suddenly, her heightened perception as an S-class ability user jolts her from her trance. Pei Muwan swiftly realizes that an ability user from the Qin family has intruded. Without hesitation, she unleashes her S-class fire abilities. She would rather incinerate this villa than passively submit to capture. However, she underestimates the strength of her assailants. 10 SS-class ability users are far beyond the capacity of a single S-class to contend with. With a resounding boom, a fiery phoenix soars into the sky, only to be dissipated by a colossal hand. Pei Muwan falters before a single strike. What a stunning beauty! The name of the enchanting Pei Xianzi has long echoed through the land, and to behold her in person is truly a sight to stir one's heart. As Pei Muwan collapses to the ground, she coughs up blood, her cold gaze fixed upon the Qin family members looking down at her with disdain. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. Even in death, I shall not be taken by you. With that declaration, she channels all her fiery abilities, her entire being radiating an intense heat, as if on the verge of explosion. Someone among the assailants perceives the imminent danger and shouts, "Retreat." She is about to self-destruct. Pei Muwan continues to gather her strength, contemplating a fatal end. For she is acutely aware of the dire consequences should she fall into the hands of the Qin family. Little man, had you not rejected me last night, I would have taken you to bed. As she speaks, the flames within her intensify, nearing a critical threshold. Yet, just as her body is about to erupt, a light chuckle resonates in her ear. Meanwhile, a broad palm pressed against her shoulder, channeling all the fiery powers accumulated within her outward. Sister, I merely rejected you. There was no need for such drastic measures, Zheng Yi declared. tearing through the fabric of space to instantly resolve Pei Muen's dire predicament. Pei Muen stared blankly at Zhang Yi, an indescribable emotion swelling within her. To her astonishment, she felt the urge to weep. Trembling, she rose to her feet, her gaze locked onto Zhang Yi, and she reached out to embrace his waist, her lips fervently capturing his. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was he being overwhelmed? Chapter 26, Come. I shall take you to kill. After biting down several times, Pei Muen reluctantly released him, still craving more. She had never kissed anyone before, and it felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, Zhang Yi relished the moment. Just as he was about to speak, 10 SS-level ability users from the Chun family stormed in. They regarded Zhang Yi with malice and inquired, "Who are you?" Zhang Yi responded with a cold smile, "The one here to slay you." Upon finishing his statement, he extended his hand, invoking spatial confinement to restrain the 10 SS-level ability users. Then he tore through the void, using the rift in space to mercilessly eliminate 9 of them. Subsequently, he pressed down with his hand, causing the remaining ability user to collapse helplessly to the ground. With a menacing aura, Zhang Yi threatened, "Go inform the Qin family to prepare themselves. I intend to annihilate them all." The terrified ability user trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering as he stammered, What is your name?" Zhang Yi flashed a radiant smile. "I am Zhang Yi. Remember it well." His voice was light and cheerful, yet it resonated with an unmistakably sinister undertone in the ears of his adversary. Pei Muen coughed lightly a few times, intending to urge Zhang Yi not to leave any survivors, yet she restrained herself. She trusted that Zhang Yi had his own plans. Suddenly, she could not suppress the urge and coughed up blood, her complexion ghastly pale. Moments ago, she had unleashed all her extraordinary powers in an attempt to self-destruct, resulting in severe internal injuries. Zhang Yi inquired, "Sister, are you all right?" Pei Muen shook her head. Her fiery abilities possessed a miraculous healing effect. Observing this, Zhang Yi refrained from unilaterally offering her a 4th-level civilized creature as medicinal pill, terrified of replicating the same predicament that had befallen Su Qiqing. The side effects were truly. Gazing at the recovering Pei Muen, Zhang Yi's eyes fixated on her, unable to resist drawing closer, until they were mere inches apart. "Sister, you truly are beautiful. What did I actually refuse last night?" He chuckled wryly. Little did he know, his lament was overheard by Pei Muen, causing her heart to flutter. This little man, claiming he had no feelings for me? Daring to reject me? He must be regretting it now. Pei Muen thought with a hint of pride. Thus, Zhang Yi remained by Pei Muen's side until she opened her eyes. With his heightened perception, he confirmed that she was out of danger, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth noting that Pei Muen had faced retribution from the Qin family because of him. Had he not slain Qin Hutu, the Qin family would not have sought vengeance against him and Pei Muen. If Pei Muen had lost her life or sustained injuries due to this, his heart would be troubled. Observing the severe destruction of their home, which could not be inhabited for the time being, Pei Muen's eyes twinkled as an idea sparked in her mind. She reached out and embraced Zhang Yi, pressing his head against her bosom, her voice sultry as she said, "Dear brother, my home has been destroyed, and I have nowhere to stay. Might I reside with you?" Zhang Yi found his face nestled between 2 soft mounds, nearly struggling to breathe. Upon hearing Pei Muen's request, he initially intended to decline, yet words eluded him. Pei Muen chuckled heartily, seizing the moment. "Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence." With that, she released Zhang Yi and hastily began to gather her belongings. Zhang Yi gasped for air, his gaze lingering on Pei Muen's exquisite silhouette, a sigh escaping his lips. It was over. This infuriatingly captivating demeanor was utterly irresistible. Meanwhile, Sun Deshing and the higher-ups of the 749 Bureau had been apprised of Pei Muen's assault. They were also aware that Zhang Yi had struck again, eliminating 9 SS-level ability users and deliberately allowing one to escape as a declaration of war against the Qin family. Sun Deshing had anticipated these developments. Moreover, he predicted, the Qin family in Tong City is doomed. At that very moment, far away in Tong City, Chun Yaonan learned of the entire situation. His fury erupting like a tempest, he immediately commanded all ability users of the Qin family to converge in Tong City, vowing, if Zhang Yi dares to come, let him meet an unmarked grave. On the other side, Pei Muen, under the pretense of seeking refuge, moved into Zhang Yi's villa in Xishan, utterly unashamed. "This bed is truly spacious," Pei Muen observed with a teasing smile directed at Zhang Yi. He, at a loss for words, managed an awkward smile before suggesting, "Sister, come with me to a certain place." Pei Muwan, puzzled, inquired, "Where to?" "Come, I shall lead you to slaughter," Zheng Yi unabashedly declared, his eyes shimmering with boundless murderous intent. In the conference hall of the Qin family in Tong City, Qin Yaonan surveyed the assembly with a grave countenance. All present were S-class or higher ability users. "The scion of the Qin family has been slain, and we must exact vengeance," he proclaimed. As he gazed upon them, his voice surged with fervor. "We are the Qin clan, the sovereigns of Tong City. How can we allow others to trample upon us?" With a rallying cry, he raised his arm high. "Brave sons of the Qin family, let us fight to defend our dignity. Even if we were to perish, our ancestors shall endure. As long as our forebears stand, the Qin family shall never fall." Qin Yaonan epitomized the essence of a family head. His reputation and authority united the hearts of his kin, forging an immensely potent fighting force. Yet, they remained oblivious to Zheng Yi's formidable prowess. At that very moment, as the family convened, a rift in space materialized above the Qin estate. Zheng Yi grasped Pei Muwan's hand, standing aloft and gazing down upon them. In secrecy, he instructed GZ to connect to the internet of Long Nation and log onto certain streaming platforms for a live broadcast. If the deed is to be done, let it be monumental. Only by amplifying the situation would the 749 Bureau and the Dragon Group genuinely acknowledge his presence. Those lurking in the shadows, intent on his demise, would then be compelled to take heed. In less than a minute, GZ responded, "Master, the live broadcast is now active. The entirety of Long Nation can witness this event, and your visage has been obscured, rendering you unrecognizable." Zheng Yi nodded, proclaiming, "Qin family, I, Zheng Yi, have arrived." Concurrently, across the entirety of a certain social media platform, every internet user, irrespective of their device, was confronted with an unswitchable live-stream broadcast. Bewilderment rippled through the digital sphere as users flooded the comment sections with queries and speculations. Suspecting hacks and marveling at the surreal scene unfolding before them, a man and a woman suspended in the sky. As the virtual audience swelled, the location was identified as the Qin family manor in Tongcheng, adding another layer of intrigue to the inexplicable event. On another popular video platform, a parallel phenomenon occurred, ensnaring countless viewers in the same bewildering broadcast. Among them were members of the clandestine organization known as Department 749. Sun Dashing, a member of the 749, grasped the gravity of the situation, intuiting Zheng Yi's intentions. Within the Qin family's estate, Qin Yaonan was taken aback by Zheng Yi's swift arrival. In response, he commanded his ensemble of metahumans to confront the impending threat. However, Zheng Yi merely smirked, opting instead to unleash his legion of mechanical soldiers to decimate his adversaries. With a mere thought, Zheng Yi conjured forth 3,000 mechanical sentinels from the celestial domain. These formidable automatons materialized behind Zheng Yi and Pei Muwan, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that not only paralyzed the Qin family, but also left the captive online audience utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, the internet erupted. Chapter 27. Live streaming across the network, annihilating the Qin family's superhumans. What on earth is that? A mechanical warrior? Netizens began to flood the live chat. How many of them are there? Who is that man, and why is his face obscured? Has the technological advancement of Longwa reached such heights? Has the outside world become this fantastical? Will it affect my meager monthly salary of 3,000? Upstairs, wake up. They are live streaming a battle. What does that have to do with your monthly income? Everyone, quiet down and watch the stream. The live location is right here in Tongcheng, at the Qin family estate. Amidst the chatter in the live stream, Zheng Yi had no time to heed the comments. He gazed down upon the Qin family members and, with a sweep of his hand, summoned 3,000 mechanical warriors to descend upon the Qin family estate. As the mechanical soldiers landed, they unleashed a barrage of laser fire upon the superhumans of the Qin family, igniting a chaotic melee. Qin Yaonan had not anticipated that Zheng Yi would initiate the assault without a word. In an instant, a dazzling array of abilities erupted, overwhelming the senses. Boom. The formidable power of the warrior's laser guns exceeded that of a heavy artillery shell. A single shot was enough to obliterate anyone below the S rank among the Qin family superhumans. The attacks from the superhumans barely scratched the mechanical soldiers. Only those above the S rank could momentarily halt the advance of the warriors with their full strength. The entire battlefield leaned heavily in favor of the mechanical soldiers, rendering the Qin family's superhumans nearly defenseless. With just one charge, the 3,000 warriors shattered the ranks of Qin Yaonan's superhumans. The entire Qin family estate was swiftly reduced to ruins, with not a single brick left intact. Zhang Yi commanded the 3,000 heavenly soldiers not to assault Qin Yaonan. He intended for Qin Yaonan to witness the downfall of his family with his own eyes. At that moment, Qin Yaonan stood as if petrified amidst the debris, his expression vacant. It was not only he who was struck dumb. The online realm fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into fervent discussions. On a popular streaming platform, many netizens, lacking in vocabulary, flooded the chat with exclamations of disbelief. What on earth is this robot? Its combat prowess is astonishing. Is there a link? I want to purchase one. Are you joking? That's a battle robot. How could it possibly be for sale? Streamer, hurry up with the link. I want one too. I can't quite discern if this is a movie or reality. Is live streaming really this intense now? How much would this cost? Listen to me. Everything happening in the live stream is real. A mysterious man commanded 3,000 robots to obliterate the Chun family estate. This must be a setup. How much is the streamer getting paid to peddle lies? I am not a shill. I was right there watching. If you don't believe me, ask your friends in Tongqing to inquire. Is this live stream genuine? What is happening here? The chat exploded with an array of comments, brimming with excitement. As the situation escalated, it spiraled further out of control. Far away in Yinjing, Sun Dashing never anticipated that Zhang Yi could annihilate the Qin family in mere minutes. Even if he wished to send someone to intervene, it would be too late. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Yi's formidable power. Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with. In stark contrast to Sun Dashing's astonishment, Qin Yaonan was engulfed in despair. The vast Qin family estate, home to hundreds of extraordinary individuals, was reduced to ruins in an instant, leaving nothing behind. He looked up at Zhang Yi, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Zhang Yi, you have forced my hand. You have destroyed the Qin family, and I will ensure you pay for it with your life. In the next moment, Qin Yaonan struck the ground with a fist, activating a hidden mechanism. The earth split asunder, revealing an underground chamber. Zhang Yi frowned, a peculiar sensation rising within him. Simultaneously, Qin Yaonan shouted, I summon the ancestral spirit of the Qin family to annihilate our foes and save the Chun lineage. Boom. A torrent of blood energy erupted from the chamber, exuding an overwhelming presence. Pei Muan, standing beside Zhang Yi, could not suppress her frown. This aura was far beyond that of an SSS-level extraordinary being. In disbelief, she exclaimed, the Qin family actually possesses an ancestor of super SSS-level power? No wonder they have acted with impunity for so many years. Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, the energy was potent, yet it was still insufficient to concern him. At that moment, a prompt from Jizi resonated. Master, a beastly aura has been detected. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the surging blood energy. Could it be that the ancestral spirit of the Qin family was a beast? Immediately, the system's prompt resonated. Special mission triggered. The host must comply. Current special mission. Eliminate the 5th-tier Lionman beast. Mission reward. 10,000 sets of extraordinary mechanical armor. Host. You must complete the current special mission within 10 minutes, or it will be deemed a failure. Host. The timer has commenced. May you successfully fulfill the task. Zhang Yi's heart raced not merely due to the urgency of the special mission, but rather because of the nature of the task itself. A 5th-tier beast. The ancestral figure of the Qin family was, astonishingly, a 5th-tier beast, and of the Lionman lineage. As he pondered this revelation, a formidable figure burst forth from the hidden chamber, crashing heavily onto the ground, with the head of a lion and the physique of a man. It was robust and imposing, reminiscent of a beastman. This creature was indeed the ancestral figure of the Qin family, as mentioned by Qin Yaonan. The appearance of this beast left the livestream audience in stunned silence. Moments later, the barrage of comments erupted once more. What on earth is that thing? Is it even human? Indeed. Are there any locals in the stream? Who is that creature? I am right here. That entity is the ancestral figure of the Qin family, but I have no idea how it turned into a monster. What has the Qin family been up to all these years? How did their ancestor become a beast? This is bad. I have an ominous feeling. The apocalypse is upon us, and we shall all be devoured by monsters. Hey, don't say such terrifying things. The livestream studio erupted in pandemonium. Amidst the ruins of the Qin family manor, Qin Yaonan prostrated himself before the monstrous beast, lamenting, Venerable ancestor, I implore you to safeguard the Qin lineage. Nearly all of the Chun family's gifted individuals had been slain, yet numerous ordinary members of the Chun clan still lived. Should Zhang Yi remain unvanquished, the Qin family was destined for annihilation. The Qin family patriarch cast a frigid gaze upon him, swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation. With a disdainful snort, he delivered a fatal blow to Chun Yaonan, the sheer force of the impact resulting in a gruesome demise. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze towards Zhang Yi, hovering in the air, and proclaimed, "You too shall meet your end." With that, he launched himself forward, charging towards Zhang Yi, intent on delivering a swift and decisive strike. However, the mechanical sentinels promptly retaliated, intercepting his advance. "Out of my way!" The monstrous beast roared, its massive, sturdy palm slamming into the sentinel, the force of which was so immense that it warped the metallic construct. Zhang Yi was taken aback. According to the captured rank for bovine humanoid, only nuclear weaponry could inflict harm or death upon rank 4 monstrous beasts. Just how formidable, then, was a rank 5 beast? "It seems I must intervene personally," Zhang Yi mused. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. "Host, you have 7 minutes remaining to complete the task. Please expedite your actions." Chapter 28. A single blow fells a rank 5 monstrous beast, shaking the entire internet. Zhang Yi prepared to enter the fray. Pei Muan watched him with a hint of trepidation. If even the mechanical sentinels were unable to withstand the monstrous beast, could Zhang Yi possibly? As if divining her thoughts, Zhang Yi reassured her, "Do not fret. I have yet to unleash my full potential. Dealing with it will be a trifling matter." Pei Muan smiled knowingly and nodded. In an instant, Zhang Yi's figure vanished, only to reappear next to the beast of the Lion Man tribe. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he unleashed a powerful punch at the creature, refraining from employing spatial powers. Zhang Yi intended to personally gauge the offensive and defensive capabilities of a 5th-tier beast. The lion-like beast, with a wide grin, faced Zhang Yi's approaching fist, neither dodging nor flinching, and countered with a punch of its own. The collision resounded with a tremendous roar, shaking the very fabric of space, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. And faint fissures emerged in the air. The sheer force of their clash was formidable. Zhang Yi maintained a relaxed demeanor. Through this exchange, he discerned the creature's strengths and weaknesses. Its combat power was below 300, and its defense was less than 200. While its prowess was respectable, against him, it was destined for demise. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, offering his assessment. Across from him, the Lion Man beast appeared utterly astonished. You actually withstood my punch? This is impossible. You are merely human. How can you possess such strength?" The beast struggled to accept this reality. In the next moment, Zhang Yi let out a sharp command, channeling his full combat power, and launched another punch. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing a staggering force of 1,000. The thick-skinned Lion Man beast W, the 5th-tier beast, is indeed formidable. Only super SSS-level superhumans or elite members of the Dragon Squad can contend with it. However, in Zhang Yi's hands, a single punch suffices. After dispatching the creature, he clapped his hands, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of space to dispose of the beast's remains. He then summoned 3,000 celestial soldiers back to the heavenly realm, thus concluding the matter. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Special mission completed. Rewards have been delivered to the heavenly realm and are available for collection. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy. Yet, this was not the moment to claim the reward. He would wait until he returned to the Shishan villa to open the treasure chest. With swift and decisive action, Zhang Yi dispatched the 5th-tier beast, which had proven too resilient even for the mechanical soldiers, in mere moments. The livestream exploded with activity. What on earth did I just witness? A one-punch hero? That beast seemed formidable, yet turned out to be so feeble? Hey, you up there, are you blind? That beast withstood attacks from robots and could even smash one into deformation. How can you call it weak? I concur with the previous commenter. It is not that the beast is weak, but rather that the man is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, that man is exceptionally strong, but why is the streamer obscuring his face? Streamer, please remove the mosaic. I wish to see your true appearance. Streamer, do you have a partner? May I marry you? Streamer, shall we connect via voice? In a certain live streaming room, the viewers were utterly captivated. Beyond those watching the live stream, many others were equally enraptured. The headquarters of the 749 Bureau in Yanjing. Sun Dashing stared in astonishment at the live broadcast, fully aware that a significant event had transpired. He promptly convened a meeting with the headquarters management to deliberate on critical matters. At the headquarters of the Yanjing Dragon Group, the 4 heads of various branches fortuitously gathered for a conference while simultaneously watching Zhang Yi's live stream, while others were oblivious to the source of the commotion. Long Wuji understood it all too well. Who, besides that transcendent figure, could exhibit such formidable prowess? With a mere gesture, he obliterated the Qin family and dispatched a powerful beast with a single blow. Mr. Zheng, just how formidable are you? Long Wuji mused, feeling an immense sense of relief over his earlier decision. Had his brother, Long Wuyang, chosen to confront Jing Yi head-on, the fate of the Long family might have been dire. The outcome of the high-level meeting within the Dragon Group was a resolution to contact the head of the 749 Bureau, with the intent to gradually reveal their existence to the public. Whether concerning the Dragon Group or the 749 Bureau, it was essential for someone to stand forth and provide the populace with answers. What exactly are these beasts? What is the nature of the ability users? Who is that mysterious powerful figure? Regardless of the implications, Zheng Yi's objectives had been achieved. From this day forth, the existence of the 749 Bureau and the Dragon Group would no longer remain an absolute secret. Simultaneously, the Qin family would no longer possess the strength to trouble him and Pei Mu Wan. Within the ruins of the Qin family estate, Zheng Yi gazed at the entrance to the underground chamber, sensing that secrets lay within, and instructed Jizi to investigate. The result was Jizi's report. Master, there is a vast space underground, along with a door that connects to another dimension. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation before leaping into the depths of the chamber. Pei Mu Wan intended to follow, but halted in her tracks. Upon receiving a message from Sun Dashing instructing her to remain stationary, she realized that personnel from the 749 Bureau in Tongxing were about to arrive. The Qin family had been eradicated, and someone was needed to manage the aftermath. Concurrently, the 749 Bureau and the Dragon team convened a press conference to announce their existence to the world. They addressed various major online media outlets, declaring that the annihilation of the Qin family's enigmatic powerhouse was part of a special mission they had been assigned. Nevertheless, the spectators, ever eager for excitement, remained skeptical and began to employ their own means to track down the mysterious figure. Unbeknownst to all this, Zheng Yi was wholly captivated by a spatial portal before him. The voice of Jizi echoed, Master, this is a spatial teleportation portal, a passage for otherworldly beasts to cross over. Zheng Yi understood, in his previous life, he had never been privy to such secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the power of space. The space began to collapse. With a sharp command, a swirling black hole enveloped the portal, and the formidable force of space swiftly tore it apart, obliterating the entrance. After destroying the portal, Zheng Yi turned and returned to the surface without a backward glance. Pei Muan and the personnel from the 749 Bureau were busy, yet they followed their procedures with an air of calm. Fairy Pei, I am leaving. Will you remain in Tongxing or return to Yinjing? Pei Muan's expression shifted slightly as she playfully admonished, Call me Wana or sister. If you call me Fairy again, I shall give you a good beating. Zheng Yi replied, All right, sister. Subsequently, Pei Muan playfully pinched his cheek and gave him a quick kiss. Zheng Yi's eyes widened in surprise. This woman was undeniably bold. Pei Muan smiled gently and remarked, Logically, I should remain in Tongxing to visit home, but after this incident, I no longer wish to return. Zheng Yi, perplexed, inquired, Why is that? Pei Muan scoffed, Since the matter has come to light, have you seen a single member of the Pei family step forward to assist me? Zheng Yi silently nodded. Unfamiliar with the Pei family, he refrained from commenting. He then grasped Pei Muan's hand, tore through the fabric of space, and instantly returned to Yinjing. Zheng Yi first escorted Pei Muan to the Yinjing headquarters of Bureau 749 before heading back to the Shishan villa. Sitting on the sofa, he allowed his consciousness to enter the celestial realm, where he beheld a pale green treasure chest hovering in midair. Open the chest, Zheng Yi exclaimed with great anticipation. Chapter 29, The Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Countless green lights burst forth from the treasure chest, transforming upon landing into a series of futuristic, humanoid mechanical battle armors, far more visually striking and formidable than any so-called Iron Man. Simultaneously, Zheng Yi absorbed the information regarding these armors. The extraordinary mechanical battle armor could not assist in flight, yet possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand a nuclear strike. This single piece of data filled Zheng Yi with immense joy. If it could endure a nuclear attack, did that not imply it could resist the onslaught of fourth-tier exotic beasts? The inability to fly was not a significant drawback. It could be perfectly utilized by infantry. It seemed that this batch of 10,000 mechanical armors would need to be presented to the nation at the right opportunity, Zheng Yi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, it appears that 10,000 sets of mechanized battle armor are hardly sufficient. At that moment, the voice of Jizi resonated, Master, 3 controllable nuclear fusion reaction bases have been established, and the foundation for the sci-fi celestial palace has been laid. The construction of the 99 levels of the heavenly ladder is imminent. Once the ladder is completed, we shall commence the construction of the southern heavenly gate. Zheng Yi, upon hearing Jizi's report, was filled with immense joy. The sci-fi celestial palace was finally underway, according to the previously drafted blueprints. Once the foundation for the celestial palace was completed, the next endeavor would be the construction of the 99 levels of the heavenly ladder. Upon the completion of the ladder, there would stand a southern heavenly gate towering 100 meters high. Beyond the southern heavenly gate, inspired by mythological legends, 36 palaces would be erected. Each palace would bear its own unique name and serve distinct purposes. For instance, the first tier would house the Hall of Heavenly Soldiers, a place where 100,000 mechanized celestial soldiers would be on standby. In Zheng Yi's vision, he aimed to have Jizi mass-produce numerous advanced and sophisticated weapons, such as the Qingwan aerospace fighter, the Songlong-class galaxy cruiser, and the recently acquired extraordinary mechanized battle armor. As a seasoned individual plagued by the fear of insufficient firepower, once worried that his electric scooter's battery would run out, Zheng Yi felt that the weapons and technologies he had submitted to the state were grossly inadequate. Therefore, he resolved that if the rewards granted by the system proved beneficial to the nation and instrumental in defeating the alien beasts, he would command Jizi to initiate mass production through the celestial soldiers. As a divine creation, Jizi possessed an abundance of resources within the celestial realm, making the crafting of cutting-edge sci-fi weaponry a trivial endeavor. Naturally, Jizi would execute Zheng Yi's plans with utmost precision. However, in this scenario, only 20,000 mechanical soldiers remain at Zheng Yi's disposal from the initial 100,000. Before the apocalypse descends, 20,000 mechanical soldiers would suffice for Zheng Yi. Yet, once the end of the world arrives, the situation becomes uncertain. While self-preservation poses no challenge, safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom appears increasingly difficult. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he sighed, "Our firepower is severely inadequate. I must undertake more missions and secure additional rewards." Within the celestial realm, 1,000 Azure Dragon-class star cruisers hovered in the air, accompanied by 10,000 sets of mechanical armor radiating brilliant light. Zheng Yi needed to devise a method to dispatch these assets. Thus, he instructed the intelligence system to search for suitable locations, and results emerged swiftly. As his consciousness returned to reality, Zheng Yi inhaled deeply and tore through the fabric of space. In the Western Pacific, in the international waters, Zheng Yi willed forth an Azure Dragon-class star cruiser from the celestial realm. With a resounding roar, the cruiser descended into the water, creating tumultuous waves. Its majestic and handsome hull was nothing short of an unparalleled work of art, breathtaking in its splendor. Standing upon the deck, Zheng Yi gazed at the vertical launch system outfitted with nuclear fusion bombs, his heart racing with exhilaration. He looked toward the direction of the Cherry Blossom Nation, tempted to launch a few nuclear fusion bombs to test their might. However, he restrained his impulsive desire, having just staged a live broadcast of the annihilation of the Chen family. Sinking the 4 islands of the Cherry Blossom Nation would surely escalate into an international incident. If memory serves, in his previous life, when the apocalypse arrived, the White Horse Knight of the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse descended upon the Cherry Blossom Nation, unleashing a plague that resulted in widespread mortality among the populace. Zheng Yi mused to himself, if measures to confront the impending apocalypse are not established, then the demise of the Foot Basin Chicken will be irrevocable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the automatic alarm of the cruiser blared. Zheng Yi swiftly checked the situation and learned that a Dragon Kingdom 0555 destroyer and a nuclear-powered submarine were situated 100 nautical miles ahead, both engaging in combat with an octopus-like creature. Simultaneously, an alert from the intelligent assistant chimed. "Master, an oceanic aberration has been detected ahead, a 4th-tier octopus monster." Zheng Yi's eyes widened in alarm. He dared not delay and immediately commanded the cruiser to close the distance. Meanwhile, the 4th-tier octopus monster unleashed a frenzied assault on the destroyer and the nuclear submarine, inflicting severe damage. The submarine, critically compromised, sought an opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. For failure to do so would result in its disintegration and the demise of all aboard. The octopus monster did not pursue the submarine, instead concentrating its full force on the 0555 destroyer. Boom, boom, boom. The Aegis system aboard the destroyer activated entirely, launching all 100 vertical launch unit missiles before the octopus monster could inflict further damage. Alas, Only a nuclear weapon could inflict harm upon or slay the fourth-tier aberration. Bang, bang, bang. The ship's onboard cannons fired relentlessly, yet their efforts were akin to mere tickles for the octopus monster, proving utterly ineffective. As all offensive measures faltered, the captain swiftly ordered a retreat. In truth, from the moment the encounter with the aberration began, the onboard helicopter had been ferrying crew members to safety. Captain Zhao reported that all non-combat personnel had been evacuated, and the operational command staff had also largely withdrawn. We must make our exit now. According to the report from the Chief of Staff, although his eyes were filled with panic, he remained resolutely steadfast. After listening to the report, Zhao Fengqing nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of relief within. She commanded, "You must evacuate immediately. As the captain, I shall remain with my ship. I will not abandon it." As a female captain, Zhao Fengqing had proven herself time and again, executing numerous escort missions to safeguard her homeland, earning a plethora of military honors. Little did she anticipate that today she would encounter a lethal and enigmatic beast. Not only had her ammunition been depleted, but this destroyer, which she treasured as dearly as her own life, also faced destruction. I, Zhao Fengqing, shall not retreat. This destroyer has already become an extension of myself. The octopus monster swung its colossal tentacles, delivering a devastating blow that split the hull of the destroyer, annihilating its onboard cannons. The ship suffered catastrophic damage exceeding 70% and was on the verge of sinking. With tears brimming in his eyes, the Chief of Staff rendered a solemn salute and turned to exit the command room, only to be halted in his tracks. He swiftly returned to report, "Captain, it seems reinforcements have arrived." Zhao Fengqing was taken aback and hurried out of the command room, only to witness a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. A vessel far larger than an aircraft carrier, with an extraordinarily fantastical and dazzling design, unleashed a barrage of shells that struck the octopus monster directly. Unlike the projectiles fired from her destroyer, these shells penetrated and obliterated the creature's body, shattering its massive head and leading to instant demise. In disbelief, Zhao Fengqing exclaimed, "What? What type of vessel is this? Why is there no hull number? When did our Dragon Kingdom Navy acquire such a ship?" After the octopus monster was vanquished, Zhang Yi emerged from the command room of the Dragon-class cruiser. He gazed down at the astonished Zhao Fengqing and the soldier by her side. By discerning the insignia on their naval uniforms, he recognized that one was the captain and the other the Chief of Staff. At last, the Dragon-class cruiser could be handed over to the state. Chapter 30, Delivering the Cruiser. Winning the heart of a fair lady, observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Zhang Yi offered a subtle smile. He leapt gracefully to Zhao Fengqing's side and bowed with a flourish. "Do not be alarmed. I am, like you both, a citizen of Longhua. I am currently conducting sea trials for this Dragon-class cruiser and fortuitously encountered you." Zhang Yi began to fabricate a plausible tale to justify his unexpected presence. Conducting sea trials on a Dragon-class Star River cruiser? What a preposterous claim. Zhao Fengqing regarded him with a look of skepticism. "You alone are maneuvering such a colossal vessel for sea trials?" Zhang Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This deception was impossible to sustain. How could he conduct sea trials on the cruiser with only himself aboard? Navigating such a ship was far beyond the capability of a single individual. Never had he felt so tongue-tied. His lie was riddled with inconsistencies and utterly implausible. Just as he grappled with how to respond to Zhao Fengqing's inquiry, the hull of the destroyer 0555 suddenly tilted violently. Due to severe damage, the vessel was beyond saving. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi grasped the arms of both individuals and leapt, swiftly landing on the deck of the Dragon-class cruiser. As he watched his beloved ship gradually sink, Zhao Fengqing felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Not far from the surface, fragments of the octopus monster's carcass floated aimlessly. Seeing the bow of the vessel adorned with a shipborne cannon, Zhao Fengqing inquired of Zhang Yi, "May I manually operate the cannon to bombard the remains of that octopus monster?" Understanding her intent, Zhang Yi acquiesced to her wishes, promptly switching the cannon's control from automatic to manual. He cautioned, "Captain, that is a 105mm laser cannon, exceptionally powerful." Initially taken aback, Zhao Fengqing nodded in agreement and swiftly approached the cannon, unleashing dozens of rounds upon the carcass of the octopus monster, reducing it to mere fragments. Once she had vented her fury, Zhang Yi stepped forward and asked, "So, do you like this vessel?" Zhao Fengqing nodded affirmatively. "I do. It surpasses my previous destroyer. No, it is more formidable than the largest and most powerful aircraft carrier currently in service." Zheng Yi chuckled heartily. Since you admire it, I shall bestow it upon you. I hereby declare that, from this day forth, you are the captain of this Songlong-class interstellar cruiser. Zhao Fengqing was taken aback. Who are you? Why would you give me such a powerful vessel? No, I cannot accept it. I am part of the National Navy. And how could I accept such a gift privately? Zheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her, do not concern yourself with that. Come, take me to your naval base. I possess 1,000 of these Songlong-class interstellar cruisers, all of which I intend to surrender to the Navy to assist our nation in repelling external threats and monstrous foes. Zhao Fengqing's mouth fell agape, nearly wide enough to accommodate a chicken egg. 1,000 CH-Re class cruisers, each surpassing the combat capabilities of an aircraft carrier? Who is this man, truly? Filled with a multitude of questions, Zhao Fengqing guided Zheng Yi in maneuvering the cruiser towards the naval base in the southern waters of Longhua. Meanwhile, the personnel at the naval base had already come to believe that Zhao Fengqing had perished in service to the nation. This was due to the complete loss of maritime signals from the destroyer 0555, with all communication devices rendered inoperative. Thus, when they spotted a mysterious and unknown vessel entering the port, they immediately activated battle readiness protocols. However, upon seeing Zhao Fengqing standing on the deck, waving at them, the initial shock gave way to overwhelming joy. Within the command center, the base's senior commander, Tang Zhan, accompanied by a cadre of chief officers and investigators, inquired about the circumstances surrounding the destroyer's sinking. Their expressions turned to astonished disbelief upon hearing about the Kraken incident, but soon shifted to composure. As they were informed at the national level of the emergence of various mythical beasts across Longhua, with the 749 Bureau and Dragon Team publicly declaring their existence. Once the inquiry into Zhao Fengqing concluded, Tang Zhan's attention turned to Zheng Yi. He asked, "Who are you? Is that vessel yours?" Zheng Yi, mindful of the gravity of the situation, replied with measured calmness, "Please harbor no hostility toward me. My name is Zheng Yi, a fervent patriot. I possess 1,000 CH-Re class cruisers, and I hereby pledge them to the National Navy. I ask for your acceptance." Tang Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. And then a chuckle escaped his lips, amused by Zheng Yi's declaration. "Young man, do you comprehend what you are asserting? The most advanced aircraft carriers in the world pale in comparison to a single one of your cruisers, and you claim to possess 1,000? Zheng Yi smiled faintly, then rose to his feet and walked to the window of the command center, standing still. With a thought, he summoned the remaining Songlong-class Star River cruisers from the celestial realm. In the next moment, the sky above the naval base was densely populated with colossal cruisers, their immense presence profoundly awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this, Tang Zhan nearly collapsed into his chair, trembling as he stammered, "Your cruisers can still fly in the sky?" Zheng Yi grinned and nodded, replying, "Indeed, how else could they be called Star River cruisers? Well then, I entrust the cruisers to you. As for their arrangement, that is for you to decide." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Fengqing and added softly, "Regardless of the arrangements, she has been appointed as the first captain of the Songlong-class cruiser." Zhao Fengqing's eyes quivered slightly, her gaze fixed on Zheng Yi, as an unusual emotion took root and flourished within her heart. Tang Zhan nodded earnestly, looking up at the cruisers, a plan forming in his mind. He solemnly promised, "Mr. Zheng, please rest assured, we will handle these cruisers with the utmost care and will not betray your trust." With that, Zheng Yi felt reassured. He then cautioned, "By the way, do not disclose my name to the public. Remember this." After speaking, he glanced at Zhao Fengqing, waved with a smile, and tore through the fabric of space as he departed. Everyone in the operations command center was left astounded by this spectacle. In a moment of clarity, Tang Zhan seemed to realize something and hurriedly contacted the personnel from Bureau 749, eager to confirm the suspicions brewing within him. Zhao Fengqing, her heart already captivated. Upon returning to the Western Hills Villa, Zheng Yi refrained from immediately surrendering the 10,000 sets of mechanical battle armor, opting instead for a balance of work and leisure. He turned on the television news, settling onto the sofa to peruse the recent headlines. However, upon viewing them, he discovered that all the trending stories revolved around him. Alas, it was fortunate that his image was blurred. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be recognized upon venturing out, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Zheng Yi offered a wry smile, shaking his head, before rising to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Similarly engrossed in the news was Qin Chongqing, the Qin family's SSS-level esper, who had just returned from an assignment abroad and learned of the annihilation of his family's estate. His father was none other than Qin Yaonan, the head of the Qin family. Who could have done this? Who is this enigmatic powerhouse? He wondered. Indeed, Pei Muan was present. She must know. At the 749 Bureau's Beijing headquarters, Chen Chongqing, clad in a specialized combat suit, was about to seek out Pei Muan for questioning when he was informed of her departure. Subsequently, he inquired with his colleagues at the 749 Bureau, finally piecing together the entire sequence of events. Chen Hutu to champion a woman's cause. You have sacrificed the greater part of the Chen family. Chen Chongqing was mortified to the point of near vomiting. However, his gaze swiftly turned sinister and venomous as he muttered, Pei Muan, you are the genesis of the Chen family's tragedy. You too must meet your demise. At this very moment, Pei Muan had already returned to the Western Hills villa, engaging in playful teasing with Xing Yi. Chapter 31. A Calamitous Beauty. Surrendering the mechanical battle armor Western Hills villa. Dear younger brother, call out to me, sister, won't you? Be good. The voice of Pei Muan was irresistibly enchanting, sending shivers down Zhang Yi's spine, tantalizing him with its allure. Unable to withstand it any longer, he attempted to flee. But Pei Muan seized him, pressing his head against her soft bosom. The intoxicating sensation of her fragrant softness was overwhelming, leaving Zhang Yi breathless yet exhilarated. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released him. Gasping for air, Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Sister, while this is indeed amusing, I would advise against indulging too much. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do to you. Do you understand? Pei Muan chuckled lightly, pointing towards the grand bed. Are you suggesting that you wish to topple me? I must admit, I am rather intrigued. Zhang Yi was taken aback by her bold words. Just as Pei Muan was about to continue her playful teasing, her communicator buzzed. It was a call from Sun Desheng. She promptly answered, and after receiving her assignment, she began dressing to return to the Abilities Academy. Curious about the matter at hand, Xing Yi inquired, and Pei Muan replied. There are reports of a suspected beast in Ling City, and the Bureau has dispatched me on a mission. Zhang Yi's heart raced at her words. He understood the implication all too well. But sister, I am quite formidable. I can go for hours without pause. The mission is of utmost importance, he said with a light chuckle. Pei Muan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she playfully chided. Indeed, you are such a mischievous little brother. Uttering such audacious words. Very well. Upon my return from the mission, I shall see just how long you can endure. With that, she departed from the Shishan villa, heading towards the designated rendezvous point. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Dealing with such a bewitching enchantress was truly a headache. He sighed gently. Concurrently, the image of the girl he had taken innocence from, Su Qiqing, surfaced in his mind. He pondered how far her research on the imitation drug had progressed. With a sigh, he contemplated seeking an opportunity to visit her. Yet he was apprehensive about the potential awkwardness of their meeting. Shaking his head, Xing Yi decided to put such thoughts aside for the moment. Quickly reclining on his bed to rest his eyes. In Guay City, at a certain biotechnology research institute, Su Qingcheng, clad in a white lab coat, was wholly engrossed in her experiments. After an indeterminate amount of time, she exclaimed in delight, At last, the crucial first step of the experiment has succeeded. If we can successfully progress to the third step, the imitation drug will be developed. As she spoke, Zheng Yi's image flashed through her mind. Recalling all that had transpired that night by the pool, how she longed to see him again. Su Qingqing murmured softly, a blissful smile gracing her lips. After a restful night, Zheng Yi felt rejuvenated. Following a period of organization, he instructed Jizi to locate suitable venues for the submission of 10,000 sets of mechanical armor. As the mechanical armor was not designed for flight, it would be most appropriately submitted to the army's infantry. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the Dragon Nation's army is reputed to be the foremost force on Blue Star, to which military district should the infantry be assigned. Jizi swiftly proposed an ideal solution, which Xing Yi wholeheartedly endorsed, leading them to tear through the void. In a mountainous region of Huaxia, a heavy armored combined battalion was conducting military exercises. Equipped with advanced weaponry and a diverse array of gear, their combat prowess was formidable, allowing for rapid maneuverability even in the dense mountainous terrain. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Two hidden beast men, belonging to the Lionfolk tribe, were stirred from their slumber, mistakenly believing that humans had come to hunt them down. Fortunately, these two beasts were only of the second tier, thus not overly powerful. Upon encountering each other, a fierce battle ensued. The beasts, with their thick hides, absorbed the infantry's bullets. Though they felt considerable pain, it was not lethal. The Lionfolk beasts, while fighting, began to retreat, desperately seeking to escape, But the infantry soldiers were not inclined to let them go easily. After consulting their superiors, they promptly called for reinforcements and initiated a pursuit. Among them was a valiant female soldier named Xie, who had steadfastly locked on to one of the lionfolk beasts. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured deep into enemy territory, separating herself from the main force. By the time she realized her predicament, the lionfolk beast had executed a counterattack, cornering her into a perilous situation. Humans, I have retreated into the depths of the mountains. Why must you pursue me? The lionfolk beast roared in fury. It utilized its body to withstand Xie bullets, while simultaneously wielding its sharp claws to launch powerful assaults against her. Even clad in specialized combat gear, Xie found herself reeling from the beast's ferocious strikes, her combat effectiveness waning. Before long, Xie had exhausted her ammunition, and her specially crafted combat suit was in tatters. The leonine beast, however, grew increasingly fierce with each exchange, its aura becoming more savage. Sensing Xie despair, it let out a derisive snort before lunging forward, intent on killing her. In that critical moment, a spatial rift materialized, and Zheng Yi emerged from it. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a powerful punch, directly confronting the onrushing leonine beast. Another one? Meet your end. The beast roared, its assault undiminished. Alas, it had underestimated Zhang Yi's capabilities. With a sickening squelch, the leonine beast was obliterated by the force of the blow, a rain of blood showering the surroundings. Not even a fragment of its corpse remained. Xie stared in stunned disbelief at Zhang Yi, who had vanquished the beast with a single punch. Her mind reeling from the spectacle. It was only when Zhang Yi turned, a familiar, disarming smile gracing his features, that she began to regain her senses. Are you all right, little warrior? He inquired softly. Xie nodded dumbly, realizing that the danger had passed, and her legs turned to jelly, causing her to collapse to the ground. Just moments before, she had steeled herself for the ultimate sacrifice. Xie eyed Zhang Yi warily, her gaze fixed upon him. After a moment, Zhang Yi approached, gently scooped her up in his arms, and murmured, "Don't be alarmed, I'll take you back to the camp." Thereupon, Xie witnessed a scene straight out of a Xinxia novel. Zhang Yi reached out and tore through the fabric of space, transporting them across the void. In the blink of an eye, they were back at the camp. At that moment, the camp was organizing a search party to locate Xie. The sudden return of the pair astonished everyone, and their minds were filled with bewilderment. At that moment, a man bearing the rank of lieutenant emerged from the camp. His expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you, and how did you return with Second Lieutenant Xie?" Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at him and commanded, "Enough of this nonsense. Take me to your commander." The man, anger flashing across his face, was about to seize Zhang Yi when he found himself grasping at thin air. Zhang Yi merely shook his head, uninterested in engaging further. Embracing Xie, he once again tore through the fabric of space, heading directly to the brigade command post. Upon their swift arrival, Xie widened her eyes in alarm and urged, "Let me down quickly. The security team has spotted us." Zhang Yi chuckled softly and released her. However, in that instant, they found themselves surrounded by the security personnel. Fortunately, they recognized Xie. After a brief explanation, both she and Zhang Yi were escorted to meet the commander of the command post. "I am Zhang Yi, here with a singular purpose, to deliver 10,000 sets of mechanized battle armor to enhance the combat capabilities of the heavy armored combined brigade's mechanized infantry," he stated forthrightly to the commander. "Mechanized armor? 10,000 sets?" Hua Tiandu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the enigmatic Zhang Yi with suspicion. The location of this exercise was classified, and yet Zhang Yi had brazenly appeared at the exercise site and made his way to the brigade command post. Had it not been for Xie presence, Hua Tiandu would have certainly dispatched personnel to detain Zhang Yi for questioning. Aware of Hua Tiandu's skepticism and distrust, Zhang Yi focused his mind and summoned a set of mechanized armor from the celestial realm. In an instant, a dazzling and magnificent suit of armor materialized before everyone's eyes. Zhang Yi elucidated, "This suit of armor cannot fly, yet it boasts formidable defenses, capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. Thus, it is most suitable for mechanized infantry." Hua Tiandu gazed in astonishment at the armor before him, struggling to comprehend how Zhang Yi had conjured such a marvel. Meanwhile, Xie looked at the armor with starry-eyed wonder, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. Noticing her fascination, Zhang Yi commanded the armor to activate and invited Xie to step inside. Following a series of identification procedures, she swiftly mastered the operational protocols and was soon able to maneuver the suit independently. Engaging the land cruise function, the armor roared to life and, at an astonishing speed of 60 kilometers per hour, barreled through a wall of the command center. As Xie Shuichen piloted the armor, her heart raced with excitement. She instantly fell in love with this extraordinary creation. She familiarized herself with the suit's comprehensive capabilities through a series of trial programs. And her sole reflection was one of awe. It was immensely powerful. Clad in this armor, with ample ammunition, a single individual could stand against a multitude. What do you do? With a keen gaze, turned to Zheng Yi and inquired, "What is your intent in handing over such an exceptional suit of armor to me?" Zheng Yi rolled his eyes. He had encountered this question far too often. "Please do not overthink it, Commander. I am merely a passionate patriot. This armor holds little significance for me. It is only through submission to the state that its true value can be realized." Hua Tiandu regarded Zheng Yi with a contemplative look before continuing. "What can I do for you?" With a dismissive wave, Zheng Yi replied, "My declaration of my name already signifies my sincerity. My request is simple. Do not mention me to outsiders." Hua Tiandu pondered this, only to be taken aback as he witnessed Zheng Yi summon an astonishing number of suits of armor. Almost the entire base of the heavy-armed synthesis brigade was on the verge of being occupied. Zheng Yi smiled contentedly, waved at Hua Tiandu, and then tore through the void, vanishing from sight. Hua Tiandu's expression resembled that of a man confronted by a specter. In that moment of daze, he recalled a recent significant event. Zheng Yi? Could he possibly be affiliated with the 749 Bureau or the Dragon Group? No, I must investigate discreetly. Without doing so, I shall find it hard to feel at ease. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi was about to take a sip of water when Ji notified him that several individuals were standing at the entrance. Among them, he recognized Sun Dashing and Long Wuji, while the others were unfamiliar to him. Sensing that something was amiss, Zheng Yi set aside any pretense and personally went to greet them at the door. Seeing this, Sun Dashing hurriedly smiled and said, "Forgive our unexpected visit. We hope it is not too much of an intrusion. There is a pressing matter that necessitates your understanding." Long Wuji echoed similar sentiments in his greetings. Observing the situation, Zheng Yi did not dare to be dismissive. He glanced at the individuals behind them and invited them into the house. "If there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly lend a hand within my capabilities," Zheng Yi declared with conviction. Hearing this, Sun Dashing responded with repeated gratitude. "Mr. Zheng, your magnanimity is truly admirable. Our visit is not merely to seek your aid, but rather to confirm a matter in person." Zheng Yi furrowed his brow. "You wish to confirm something with me? What is it?" Sun Dasheng glanced at the silent visitors before turning back to Zheng Yi. "Mr. Zheng, these individuals are investigators from the National Security Bureau in various military districts. They wish to ascertain whether you pose a potential threat to national security." Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to an understanding. He then shook his head with a wry smile and explained, "Please do not overthink this. I am undoubtedly a patriotic young man." Upon hearing his response, an investigator from the National Security Bureau inquired, "Mr. Zheng, how do you prove that you are a patriot?" Zheng Yi raised an eyebrow. From their perspective, it was entirely reasonable to harbor such doubts in the interest of national security. How could one prove their patriotism? After a brief contemplation, he replied, "I have entrusted controllable nuclear fusion technology to a researcher named Feng Ruolin. Does that not qualify as patriotic?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. Controllable nuclear fusion technology? Noticing their disbelief, Zheng Yi added, "I have also shared quantum shield technology with an expert named Sidu Jing. You may verify this." Gasps of astonishment echoed in the room. Quantum shields? The legendary protective barriers said to withstand all forms of attack? He had submitted those to the state as well. One of the National Security Bureau officials fervently scribbled notes, his lips trembling as he asked, "Is there anything else?" Zheng Yi stroked his chin and decided to reveal everything. "I have submitted 10,000 Qingwan aerospace fighters to a certain Air Force unit commanded by General Gao Dashan. I have delivered 1,000 Songlong-class star cruisers to a certain Navy unit commanded by Admiral Tang Zhan. Additionally, I have provided 10,000 sets of mechanized battle armor to a heavy armored synthetic brigade commanded by General Hua Tiandu." As Zheng Yi disclosed the items he had submitted to the state, the crowd was left speechless, their faces awash with shock. The information he shared was already known to them through highly classified channels. Particularly, Sun Dashing had been inundated with calls, primarily from military personnel, all seeking information about Zheng Yi. Little did he realize that Zheng Yi had been accomplishing so much in silence, a testament to his quiet diligence. "Gentlemen," Zheng Yi stated, "I invite you to investigate these matters thoroughly, whereupon you will undoubtedly conclude that I, Zheng Yi, am a genuine and patriotic young man. Apart from Sun Dashing and Long Wuji, the others departed swiftly to verify the veracity of the situation and report their findings. Zheng Yi smiled calmly, maintaining his composure. Observing his ease, Sun Dashing cautioned, "Mr. Zheng, there are survivors from the Qin family who may seek retribution. Please be vigilant." Zheng Yi chuckled softly, unconcerned. Long Wuji then shared an amusing anecdote. "Mr. Zheng, my younger sister, Long Linger, upon learning of your victory over my brother, insists on challenging you. I implore you, be gentle in your engagement, lest you inadvertently cause her demise." Zheng Yi responded with hearty laughter. "I shall endeavor to exercise restraint." At that moment, Jizi's urgent alert sounded. "Master, Su Qiqing is in danger. She is being assaulted at home, and the situation is dire." The smile vanished from Zheng Yi's face instantaneously, and he tore through space, departing without delay. Sun Dashing and Long Wuji exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that something significant had transpired. Concurrently, at Su Qiqing's residence, a towering young man was forcibly accosting Su Qiqing, attempting to violate her. "Huang Jingkong," Su Qiqing pleaded, "we are merely colleagues. I have never harbored any ulterior motives towards you. Please cease this immediately." Resisting fiercely, Su Qiqing remained unyielding. Huang Jingkong chuckled coldly. "Su Qiqing, we've been childhood sweethearts. I've adored you since we were young, and we even have an arranged marriage. Can you deny that?" Slap. Su Qiqing struck him, retorting, "I will never acknowledge it. The man I love is not you." As if possessed, Huang Jingkong seized Su Qiqing's hair, raising his hand to strike. In that moment, Zheng Yi shattered the void and arrived, grasping Huang Jingkong's arm and twisting it gently. With a sickening crack, Huang Jingkong's arm broke. "You dare harm her? I'll slaughter your entire family." Zheng Yi's face was grim, his eyes filled with boundless murderous intent. "Ack, you broke my arm?" Huang Jingkong cried out in agony. He had locked the door when he entered, so how did someone else break in? Zheng Yi paid him no mind, turning to check if Su Qiqing was injured, relieved to find her unharmed. Su Qiqing stared blankly at Zheng Yi, instinctively throwing herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, afraid to let go. Zheng Yi's body stiffened, his hands involuntarily embracing Su Qiqing, patting her back in reassurance. "It's all right. I'm here. No one can bully you." Su Qiqing hummed softly in response, feeling a profound sense of security. Witnessing this intimate scene, Huang Jingkong was consumed with rage, immediately pulling out his phone to record a video, threatening, "Su Qiqing, I'll tell your aunt that you're keeping a lover and refuse to acknowledge our arranged marriage." Zheng Yi cast a glance at him, and with a swift motion, shattered the phone in Huang Jingkong's hand, which was recording a video. "Speak another word, and you shall face dire consequences." Huang Jingkong's eyes widened in terror, as if he had seen a ghost, and he fled in a panic. Su Qiqing shot him a disdainful look and turned to Zheng Yi, explaining, "Our relationship is merely that of colleagues. Our families have a long-standing friendship. As for the betrothal, that was all in our childhood, nothing to take seriously." Su Qiqing's thoughts were quite innocent, and Zheng Yi found himself touched by her gaze. Having lived 2 lives, he understood her sentiments perfectly. Thus, he reassured her, "You need not explain anything to me. I trust you." A blush crept onto Su Qiqing's delicate face as she suddenly realized she had been holding on to Zheng Yi for quite some time, instinctively releasing her grip. Although they had only met once and their intimacy had blossomed unexpectedly, she found herself deeply ensnared, unable to extricate herself. She recognized her feelings for Zheng Yi but remained uncertain about his sentiments toward her. Consequently, when she next encountered Zheng Yi, she appeared somewhat flustered and visibly anxious. Zheng Yi smiled gently, refraining from addressing the unspoken tension, instead finding Su Qiqing's shyness to be endearingly charming. Soon after, Su Qiqing inquired, "Will you stay with me tonight?" Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended her intentions, teasingly responding, "Are you not afraid I might devour you?" Su Qiqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she softly replied, "As long as you wish, I would gladly offer myself to you." Zheng Yi could only exclaim in exasperation, overwhelmed by her boldness. Although Su Qiqing may not possess the alluring sensuality and passionate exuberance of Pei Muan, her simplicity and sincerity have become her most formidable assets. Zheng Yi finds himself utterly defenseless in her presence. Upon learning that Zheng Yi is willing to stay and accompany her, Su Qiqing is filled with joy. She promptly changes her attire and heads to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi explores her home, perusing her diary and work logs, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of her life. At 26, she has completed an accelerated master's and doctoral program, graduating with distinction. and has become the chief researcher at the Virus Research Center of the School of Bioengineering. Zheng Yi cannot help but marvel, pondering how it is that she has never been in a relationship. Where would she find the time? Unconsciously, he recalls Huang Jingkong, sensing something amiss, and instructs GZ to monitor Huang Jingkong's movements. In the kitchen, Su Qingqing skillfully prepares the meal, her stunning beauty once again leaving Zheng Yi in awe. A woman who can grace both the drawing room and the kitchen, such a treasure, once beyond my wildest dreams, now feels within reach. Zheng Yi feels a swell of pride and smiles softly. Su Qingqing's culinary skills are exceptional, and he thoroughly enjoys the experience of dining and conversing with her, a true delight. After they have eaten their fill, Su Qingqing urges Zheng Yi to take a shower and presents him with a set of pajamas she had purchased in advance, saying, "I bought these on a whim. Do try them on and see if they fit." Zheng Yi stares at Su Qingqing in astonishment. Has this girl prepared so extensively? Could it be that she has been awaiting my arrival? This thought stirs a profound sense of emotion within him. He tenderly caressed Su Qingqing's head before entering the bathroom to shower. However, just as Zheng Yi had disrobed and turned on the shower, the bathroom door was pushed ajar. Su Qingqing entered, clad in a bathrobe, her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Subsequently, the bathrobe slipped from her shoulders, and with her head bowed, she murmured softly, I wish to bathe with you. I long for you. I yearn for you so deeply." Zheng Yi, a man of ardent passions, was hardly immune to such a spectacle. He reached out, drew Su Qingqing close, and embraced her tightly. Su Qingqing responded with fervor, unreservedly expressing the longing within her heart. Thus, the two intertwined in tender intimacy, reveling in amorous delight until the break of dawn. When Su Qingqing awoke, it was already midday. Zheng Yi had departed early, leaving only a note behind. "My dear Qingqing, should you desire my presence, do not hesitate to call. I shall be at your beck and call." Su Qingqing smiled contentedly, burying her face in the bedclothes, and whispered, "My beloved Yi, I think of you constantly." The reason for Zheng Yi's surreptitious departure was a message from GZ, indicating that Huang Jingkong was behaving erratically, engaging in clandestine meetings with hazardous individuals from abroad. At a derelict steel mill, Huang Jingkong glanced around furtively, as if awaiting someone. After an indeterminate period, a vehicle arrived and halted before him. Subsequently, a burly, bearded man emerged from the car, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Clearly not of Chinese origin. Upon seeing him alight, Huang Jingkong hastily approached. "Su Qingqing's research data is rigorously guarded. I am unable to procure it." The bearded man offered a callous smile and patted his shoulder. "Mr. Huang, we are in the same boat. You have accepted my funds, and you must deliver. This is not how business is conducted, understand?" Huang Jingkong nodded profusely, assuring, "Rest assured, grant me a little more time, and I will certainly acquire Su Qingqing's research data and procure the viral serum you require." The bearded man took a deep puff of his cigar, laughing gleefully. As he was about to depart in his vehicle, he suddenly noticed a figure standing before him. He hastily drew his firearm and fired, but to no avail. Zheng Yi had arrived. Having stumbled upon individuals who posed a threat to Su Qingqing's safety, he naturally felt compelled to eliminate them. With a thunderous strike, the bearded man met a gruesome end, not even a fragment of bone remaining. The sanguinary scene petrified Huang Jingkong. He collapsed to the ground, his legs unresponsive. As he watched Zheng Yi advance towards him step by step, "You, stay away. You are a demon, stay away." Huang Jingkong completely broke down. Zheng Yi, disinclined to waste effort on him, knocked him unconscious with a single slap. Then, as if carrying a lifeless dog, he tore through the void and vanished. Reappearing, he stood before the main entrance of the Dragon Group's southern sector headquarters. The guards were startled by Zheng Yi's sudden arrival and immediately surrounded him. "Identify yourself immediately, or we will treat you as an intruder and open fire," the guard shouted. Zheng Yi casually discarded Huang Jingkong, declaring in a deep voice, "This man is a traitor. Turn him over for investigation and relay a message to Long Wuji that I am extremely displeased with his arrangements." Having spoken, he was about to tear through the void and depart when he heard a cold chuckle from behind. "Humph, such audacity. Do you dare to threaten the foremost of the Dragon Clan's southern stronghold?" Zheng Yi slowly turned, his gaze meeting that of a woman wielding a long sword, advancing towards him. Chapter 34, Defeating Long Linger with a Single Strike, the Tornado Atmospheric Weapon. "My name is Long Linger. Long Wujai is my elder brother, and your previous remarks have greatly displeased me." Long Lingo's expression was frigid, her eyes fixed on Zheng Yi with palpable animosity, her grip tightening around her sword as if to remind him to watch his words. Zheng Yi subtly nodded, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Long Wujia had previously warned him that Long Linger sought to challenge him, advising him to go easy, lest he cause her harm. Who would have thought they would meet under such circumstances? Displeased? What do you intend to do? Words have been spoken and cannot be retracted, can they? Zheng Yi jested. However, unbeknownst to him, Long Lingo had a fiery temperament, and his words ignited her fury. With a swift exclamation, she unsheathed her sword, declaring, "No one has ever bullied the dragon family, especially not by humiliating my elder brother. I care not who you are. Disrespect demands a price. Prepare yourself." Long Linger launched a lethal strike, her swordplay distinct from that of Long Wuyang and Long Wujai, showcasing a formidable and domineering technique. Zheng Yi remained composed, and just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Random mission triggered. Does the host wish to commence the task? A random mission? Zheng Yi chuckled inwardly. The timing of this mission was indeed fortuitous. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to begin. The random task has commenced. Current random task. Defeating the supreme ancient martial artist with a single move. Zheng Yi was taken aback. He never anticipated that Long Lingo was a top-tier master of the Dragon Group. Task reward, 1,000 sets of meteorological weapons. Host. Do you wish to commence the current random task immediately? Zheng Yi was once again astonished. The task reward was indeed a meteorological weapon. Although it was yet another area of his ignorance, he could certainly envision the power of such a weapon. Thus, he unhesitatingly opted to begin immediately. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Long Linger unleashed her lethal strike, and a myriad of sword shadows surged forth. "Sword Chi Great Wall," Long Linger exclaimed lightly, as countless sword images, reminiscent of an indomitable fortress, descended upon Zheng Yi with the might of thunder. She held unwavering confidence in her swordsmanship, believing that even a master of celestial rank would find it challenging to contend with her. She could hardly fathom that the unfamiliar individual before her might surpass even the celestial masters she had encountered and recognized. However, her sword Chi Great Wall, with its myriad of sword shadows, was effortlessly shattered by Zheng Yi's single finger. In an instant, he appeared before Long Linger as if teleporting, extending his right hand slowly and flicking his finger gently against her forehead. Boom! The seemingly feeble flick propelled Long Linger away, sending her flying several hundred meters until she crashed into and broke through a dozen large trees before finally halting her flight. As Long Linger felt a sweetness in her throat, she could not help but cough up blood, her aura instantly diminishing, the sword in her hand slipping from her grasp. In the next moment, Zheng Yi appeared before her like a specter, lightly chuckling. "Your brother, Long Wujia, is of no concern to me, let alone you." Long Lingo glared at him with fury, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" Zheng Yi smirked and teased, "Did you not proclaim your intent to challenge me after I defeated Long Wuyang?" At this revelation, Long Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Zheng Yi." With a subtle smile, Zheng Yi grasped her shoulder and stepped forth. The power of spatial laws unfurling as they instantaneously returned to the entrance of the Long Group headquarters. He pointed at Huang Jingkong and instructed Long Linger. "This man is a traitor. You must investigate thoroughly and provide me with a satisfactory answer." Long Lingo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her earlier arrogance replaced by a solemn expression. "The Long Group will handle it promptly, rest assured. However, I still refuse to accept your superiority. Let us schedule another duel." She surveyed the onlooking members of the Long Group, feeling a sense of humiliation, and bellowed, "Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and take this scoundrel inside for interrogation. Are you all dead?" Zheng Yi shot her an exasperated glance before turning to tear through the void and vanish. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Linger's delicate features contorted in disbelief. Tear through the void? Long Wujia, you claimed that man was only slightly stronger than I. He has torn through the void, and you call that slightly? How dare you deceive me? Long Linger erupted in a torrent of curses. Zheng Yi's fury dissipated in an instant. She sought an opportunity to confront Long Wujing. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi intended to recline on the sofa, preparing her consciousness to enter the celestial realm. However, a sudden one struck her, prompting her to inquire, "System, is it possible for my physical form to enter the celestial space? Constantly entering with just my consciousness proves somewhat inconvenient." This marked her first proactive communication with the system, leaving her uncertain if a response would ensue. Within 2 seconds, the system replied, "Host, you can indeed enter the celestial space in your true form, and you may also bring others along." Zheng Yi was taken aback. Could it truly be so? Why did you not inform me sooner? I have been entering with my consciousness only to emerge again. The system responded, "Host, You never posed this question before. Zheng Yi retorted. Well, the jester is indeed myself. Immediately, with a flicker of thought, Zheng Yi's true form vanished from the spot, only to reappear suspended in the celestial realm. The sensation was hardly different from her previous experiences. Yet it felt significantly more tangible. Before her floated a gray treasure chest. She smiled faintly and commanded, "Open." In the next moment, an uncountable number of gray light particles burst forth from the chest, swiftly transforming into an array of uniquely designed, almost indescribable, sci-fi weaponry. Tornado meteorological weapons. As the weapons emerged from the chest, Zhang Yi absorbed information regarding their various functions and capabilities. True to their name, these weapons could conjure tornadoes, inflicting lethal damage upon life. Disregarding all else, Zheng Yi focused solely on one aspect. This tornado meteorological weapon could, at its peak, summon a level 10 tornado. It is noteworthy that the blue planet currently classifies tornadoes into merely 6 categories. Should this meteorological weapon unleash its full potential to generate tornadoes, the aftermath would be a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Zheng Yi expressed his astonishment. He had resolved to present this meteorological weapon to the state and urged GZ to expedite its construction, envisioning its immense future significance. Presently, only 1,000 units exist. A meager quantity that is woefully insufficient. Zheng Yi remained within the celestial realm, taking a moment to assess the progress of the sci-fi celestial palace's construction. The 999-tiered heavenly ladder had been completed, and GZ was instructing the mechanical heavenly soldiers to erect the grandiose southern heavenly gate. Zheng Yi nodded in satisfaction before departing the celestial space. Upon returning to reality, he instructed GZ to seek out experts or teams in Long Country engaged in meteorological weapon research, and results were swiftly obtained. The formidable prosperity of Long Country necessitates mastery over meteorological weapon technology. My personal strength is, after all, insignificant. Zheng Yi felt a surge of exhilaration as he tore through the fabric of space, preparing to submit the tornado meteorological weapon and its schematics to the state. Chapter 35. A timely appearance to rescue the fair maiden and submit the meteorological weapon in a certain region of Long Country, amidst a desert wasteland. A group clad in specialized work attire belonging to a military-industrial sector of Long Country gathered. Their purpose for venturing into the arid expanse was to test the efficacy of the newly developed meteorological weapon. Towering above the desolate terrain stood a launch pad, the platform for deploying the meteorological weapon, where test personnel were conducting final checks prior to launch. A launch control center had been constructed over 1,000 meters away from the launch pad. At this moment, the atmosphere within the control center was somewhat oppressive, with every individual wearing a serious expression. The research on atmospheric weapons was exceedingly arduous, demanding immense effort and dedication. A woman clad in a white lab coat, her hair tied up in a high ponytail and adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was intently focused on the screen before her. Her name was Gu Yunqi, the chief researcher of the atmospheric weapon trial. Despite her tender age of 28, her innate talent and brilliance rendered her exceptionally prominent in the field of atmospheric weaponry. Moreover, she possessed striking beauty, with an appearance, figure, and demeanor that were nothing short of exquisite, a true embodiment of unparalleled grace. Even when donned in the simplest of lab attire, devoid of any makeup, she evoked a sense of admiration that stirred the imagination. However, she dedicated herself entirely to her scientific endeavors, remaining in a state of singleness. After an indeterminate passage of time, the intercom in her hand crackled to life. Chief Gu, the pre-launch inspection has been completed. We are ready to proceed with the launch at the scheduled time, reminded Imo Xiaozong, the head of the launch platform. Though a wicked smile lingered on his face, Gu Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, we shall launch punctually in 10 minutes. Please ensure a timely evacuation to the safety zone." She then approached the control panel for launching the atmospheric weapon and addressed everyone. "In 10 minutes. We will launch as scheduled. All units, prepare for data tracking." With a resounding command, everyone in the control center stood at attention, awaiting the launch. Soon, the moment arrived. Gu Yunqi pressed the launch button, and simultaneously, the atmospheric weapon on the launch platform ignited successfully, ascending into the sky with grace. In a fleeting moment, the meteorological weapon ascended to its predetermined altitude, and the control center input a series of commands, successfully activating the device. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Clouds swirled ominously as a tornado began to take shape, growing ever larger. Through the myriad of surveillance cameras, Gu Yunqi discerned that the initial deployment of the tornado weapon had been a tentative success. The personnel at the control center could not contain their jubilance. But their elation was short-lived as the console abruptly lost data detection and remote sensing of the meteorological weapon. In an instant, the fully formed tornado dissipated, and the launched weapon erupted in a catastrophic explosion, plummeting from the sky. The debris raining down, engulfed in flames, signified Gu Yunqi's failure. At that moment, she inhaled deeply and, invigorated, proclaimed, "In this trial, we have gathered crucial data. This marks a significant advancement compared to our previous attempts. Fellow researchers, the path of scientific inquiry is rife with failures and challenges. Let us press on." Following her words, the control center resonated with enthusiastic applause, both in support of Gu Yunqi and as a morale booster for themselves. Just then, someone, pale with fear, detected an anomaly and switched the main screen to the surveillance feed, reporting, "Chief Engineer Gu, within the fallen debris, an unidentified creature has emerged." Gu Yunqi's expression shifted as she turned her gaze to the large screen, where a creature resembling a vulture, yet much larger and enveloped in flames, soared forth from the wreckage, heading towards the control center. Realizing the impending danger, she promptly ordered an evacuation to the underground safe house. Upon hearing the command, everyone hastily abandoned their tasks and retreated to the safety of the control center. However, the monstrous creature soared through the air with astonishing speed, reaching the control center in less than a minute. Its claws were razor-sharp, and before long, it breached the center, wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. With a voice that echoed human language, it proclaimed, "The apocalypse for humanity is nigh. Such formidable weaponry should never exist. Let all perish." The beast ruthlessly destroyed everything in its path, and several researchers, unable to evacuate in time, met their demise on the spot. Gu Yunqi had never witnessed anything of this nature before. In her panic, she sprinted towards the safety room, only to find herself targeted by the creature. With a triumphant roar, the monster unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Gu Yunqi. As she fled for her life, she stumbled over an unseen obstacle and fell to the ground. In a state of sheer terror and despair, she gazed up at the approaching fireball, the shadow of death looming over her. "Am I to perish?" she thought, slowly closing her eyes. Yet, at the very moment the fireball was about to strike her, a rift in the void appeared, and a figure emerged, catching the fireball in a single hand and instantly absorbing it. In a critical moment, Zhang Yi made his timely entrance. Gu Yunqi opened her eyes wide, catching only a glimpse of a man's silhouette. Zhang Yi glanced back to ensure she was unharmed, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Opposite him, the vulture-like monster roared in fury. "Who are you to withstand my assault?" Zhang Yi responded with a cold smile, and in the next instant, the flames he had just absorbed re-emerged. He unleashed a full rebound, amplifying it tenfold. "Beasts, perish in your own flames." Zhang Yi forcefully hurled a fireball, which instantly struck the aberrant creature, leaving it no time to react. Boom! The fireball exploded, annihilating the creature on the spot and obliterating the control center along with it. Zhang Yi harnessed the power of space to weave a protective spatial net around Gu Yunqi, ensuring she was shielded from the blast. Once the dust settled, Zhang Yi retracted the spatial net, smiling as he gazed at Gu Yunqi, extending his hand. "Chief Gu, are you all right?" Gu Yunqi, still shaken, looked at Zhang Yi and cautiously grasped his hand, rising slowly. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Zhang Yi replied with a smile, "My name is Zhang Yi, and I have come to find you." "Find me?" Gu Yunqi was taken aback. Zhang Yi glanced around and said, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. I will take you outside." With that, he took Gu Yunqi's hand and stepped forward, utilizing spatial displacement. Zhang Yi, now increasingly adept in the manipulation of spatial laws, traversed vast distances effortlessly. To Gu Yunqi, it was akin to a miracle. Upon reaching a safe outdoor location, Zhang Yi released Gu Yunqi's hand and, with a thought, summoned all the tornado meteorological weapons from the heavenly realm. He explained to Gu Yunqi, "These are 1,000 sets of tornado meteorological weapons, and I am entrusting them to you." As he spoke, he handed over the meticulously prepared technical blueprints to her. Gu Yunqi stared wide-eyed, incredulous as she beheld the blueprints in the weapons arrayed before her. "How did you develop these? Why are you giving them to me?" Gu Yunqi pressed further. Zhang Yi shrugged, smiled, and replied, "Chief Gu, rest assured, the weapon prototypes and technical blueprints are safe for your use. By the way, please refrain from mentioning my name to outsiders." Gu Yunqi furrowed her brows deeply, only to see Zhang Yi wave his hand at her before turning and tearing through the fabric of reality to depart. Gu Yunqi, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment, left speechless for a long while. Could this man possibly be a divine being sent by heaven to rescue me? She pondered whimsically. From that moment on, the image of a man lingered in Gu Yunqi's mind, occupying her thoughts incessantly. Chapter 36. Voluntarily entering the trap to assassinate Chen Changsheng at the headquarters of the 749 Bureau in Yinjing, Sun Dashing was immersed in official duties, overwhelmed and frazzled. He picked up his teacup for a sip of water, only to find it empty. Just as he was about to rise, the air trembled suddenly, and a rift appeared out of nowhere, through which Jing Yi stepped forth. Startled, Sun Dashing fumbled and dropped his cup with a loud crash. He hurriedly welcomed, "Mr. Zheng. What brings you here? Come, let me have someone prepare a cup of tea for you." Zheng Yi waved his hand, his expression grave as he stated, "Director Sun, the sightings of the aberrant beasts are becoming increasingly frequent and pronounced. Is the 749 Bureau planning to take no action?" Sun Dashing, quick-witted, understood the implication behind Jing Yi's words. He proceeded to explain, "Mr. Jing, you have many responsibilities and may not be fully aware of current affairs. Please, have a seat. Let me brief you on some of the recent significant events." Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. He indeed had not been closely following the news. So he settled down, eager to hear what Sun Dashing had to share. Continuing, Sun Dashing recounted several significant news events to Zhang Yi. First, the emergence of a formidable beast from the cattle clan in Yang City triggered a series of sensational incidents, sparking rampant rumors online. The 749 Bureau expended considerable manpower and resources, yet the situation remains far from resolved. Next, Zheng Yi's live-streamed annihilation of the Qin family, initially a personal vendetta, inadvertently summoned a lion-like beast, compelling both the 749 Bureau and the Dragon Team to publicly acknowledge their existence. Following that, on the international front, a paranormal organization in the Bear Nation discovered traces of an otherworldly creature within its borders. After a fierce confrontation, they suffered grave losses before the beast managed to escape, severely wounded. Meanwhile, a squad of supernatural ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Nation was dispatched to eliminate a mysterious, unknown beast, only to face total annihilation with no survivors. Similarly, the Bald Eagle Nation's paranormal organization sent operatives across the country to exterminate randomly appearing beasts, but after incurring significant casualties, the creatures fled unscathed. Upon hearing these reports from Sun Dashing, Zheng Yi's expression gradually darkened. The situation appeared to be even more dire than he had anticipated. "Mr. Zheng, aside from not yet having formally announced the impending apocalypse to the public, the state has already been privy to the secret." Sun Dashing sighed softly before continuing. "Currently, all the operatives of the 749 Bureau are on duty, hunting down the beasts that have revealed their presence." Zheng Yi nodded in agreement. The beasts evolve by consuming humans. Thus, early detection and swift extermination could effectively halt their evolution. "Director Sun, what were the results of the blood samples you previously withdrew from me?" Zheng Yi inquired. Sun Dashing did not conceal the truth, responding candidly. "We have indeed developed the evolution liquid and conducted numerous experiments, yielding astonishing results. Type F ability users, after consuming the evolution liquid, remarkably leap 4 levels, advancing directly to Type C. Type E ability users ascend to Type B following its use. However, Type C users can only barely elevate to Type A, while the effects on Type B and Type A users are rather negligible. As for those beyond Type S, the results are virtually non-existent. Otherwise, Pei Muan would have already leveled up." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi could not help but furrow his brow. After all, this was not a genuine evolution liquid, and the research capabilities of the 749 Bureau were limited. How fortunate it would be to possess a divine-grade apparatus for concocting the evolution liquid. After an extensive conversation with Sun Dashing, Zheng Yi gleaned a wealth of information. Just as he was about to depart, Sun Dashing informed him that the SSS-level ability user from the Chen family was seeking him. Zheng Yi waved his hand with a smile, tearing through the fabric of space and returning to the Shishan villa. However, upon arriving home, he was taken aback to discover that his residence had been invaded. On the coffee table lay a note, which Zheng Yi picked up to read. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Hongqi Hotel in Yanjing, I invite you to dinner. Please make it a point to attend. Signed, Chen Changsheng." Zheng Yi raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "A banquet of treachery? Ha! Truly oblivious to the peril they invite. I shall see what prowess an SSS-level ability user truly possesses." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the dinner invitation. With a single step, Zheng Yi unleashed the power of space, and in the blink of an eye, He had transported himself from the Shishan villa to the Hongqi Hotel. Inquiring at the hotel reception, Zhang Yi swiftly made his way to the private room reserved by Chen Chongqing. Upon entering the hotel, Chen Chongqing was already aware of his arrival. Attending the banquet alone? Very well. I shall ensure your demise is swift and unrelenting, he said with a venomous gaze. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, and Zhang Yi entered with a smile upon his face. Chen Chongqing quickly plastered on a grin and rose to greet him. Mr. Zhang. It is an honor to finally meet you. Please, take a seat. The food and drink are prepared. Zhang Yi offered a faint smile, refraining from responding. He had already entered the game and was merely awaiting his opponent's move. Accepting the wine that Chen Chongqing presented, he drank it down in one gulp, softly remarking, Director Sun has long urged me to seek an opportunity to engage with the high-level practitioners of the Ability Academy, and today that opportunity has finally arrived. At this utterance, a jolt of anxiety shot through Chen Chongqing's heart. Nonetheless, witnessing Zhang Yi consume the drink he had poured for him filled Chen Chongqing with a sense of pride, as though victory were assured. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhang Yi began to sway unsteadily, his head spinning as he questioned, How am I already intoxicated? I've only had one glass. Observing this scene, Chen Chongqing burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands, which prompted a group of individuals to rush in and surround Zhang Yi. He proclaimed loudly, Everyone, this man is the mastermind behind the destruction of the Qin family estate, responsible for the tragic deaths of your brothers, sisters, parents, and children. Slay him and avenge your loved ones. With that declaration, Chen Chongqing was the first to strike. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming mental pressure descended upon them. Thud. Thud, thud. In an instant, everyone collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, while some of the weaker individuals were killed on the spot by the force. Chen Chongqing stared, aghast. At the revived Zhang Yi, his visage a mask of disbelief. How are you unscathed? You imbibed my poison draft. How is it that you remain unharmed? Zhang Yi sneered, poised to crush him underfoot, when the other interjected with menace, You must not slay me, or else Pei Muwen shall perish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's descending foot faltered momentarily as he promptly directed Jizi to ascertain Pei Muwen's whereabouts. Simultaneously, Chen Chongqing sneered. The monstrous entity that surfaced in Ling City was none other than a descendant of the lion Qin you eradicated. I have already apprised those beasts whose lairs have been exposed to seize Pei Muwen and deliver her to me for disposition. Should you kill me, Pei Muwen's survival is forfeit. Yet, scarcely had these words left his lips when Zhang Yi's foot descended upon his face. With the force of 1,000 pounds, Chen Chongqing's skull was instantly pulverized, his brain matter splattering in all directions. Thus did an SSS-level Esper meet his ignominious end, his formidable abilities rendered useless, extinguished before they could be unleashed. In the ensuing moment, Jizi transmitted a video to Zhang Yi. The footage depicted Pei Muwen, grievously wounded, locked in combat with a lion-kin beast amidst a scene of devastation littered with the corpses of Espers, a tableau of utter carnage. Zhang Yi's heart quailed within him, and he swiftly rent the fabric of space, departing with haste. Sister, persevere. Chapter 37. Peril befalls immortal maiden Pei. The pill's adverse effects re-emerge Ling City. Within a secluded forest glen, nestled in a mountain cave, immortal maiden Pei, we are besieged by 4 lion-kin beasts. Only 4 of us remain. What course shall we take? An A-level Esper, his courage shattered, spoke with a face etched with terror. At the entrance of the cave, Pei Muwen expended immense effort to conjure 10 layers of flame shields, a temporary defense against imminent threats. At this moment, she was gravely injured, her strength rapidly waning. The team of extraordinary individuals she led had suffered devastating losses, and the intelligence they received was utterly misleading. The reports indicated a single beast in Ling City. Yet upon arrival, they discovered not one, but 4 formidable creatures, as if they had been lying in wait for their arrival. We have been betrayed. As Pei Muwen regained her composure, the reason for their mission's failure became clear. Soon, the 10 fire shields were breached, and the 4 lion-like beasts charged in. Their movements were swift and brutal, swiftly dispatching all but Pei Muwen. The ferocious beasts encircled her, and though she contemplated self-detonation, her intention was thwarted. One of the beasts spoke in a human tongue. One strike to kill her would be too merciful. We shall ensure she endures excruciating torment. Agreement followed, and the lion-like creatures took turns mercilessly breaking Pei Muwen's limbs, gnawing through her thighs while she watched in horror. The agony was unbearable, and she sensed her life force rapidly ebbing away. In her final moments, the image of Zhang Yi flickered in her mind. Dear brother, I cannot return. Should there be a next life, Please do not reject me." After the beasts finished devouring her thighs, they prepared to feast upon her arms when suddenly the air trembled and a rift in space materialized. Zheng Yi had arrived, but this time he was too late. Overwhelmed by incandescent fury, he cast his gaze downward upon the prostrate form of Pei Yuan, her lifeblood ebbing away. That once pristine and exquisite figure, now ravaged by the mandibles of savage beasts? "You shall meet your end," he bellowed. As he was poised to unleash his wrath upon the quartet of monstrous creatures, an interjection from the system reverberated. Temporary quest initiated. Refusal not permitted. Current temporary quest. Slay the leonine beasts. Quest reward. Fabrication apparatus for organic life form evolution serum. Disregarding the system's decree, Zheng Yi unleashed a fatal blow, his fist pulverizing one of the leonine abominations into a sanguinary mist, leaving naught but remnants. With relentless ferocity, he delivered another cataclysmic strike, dismembering a fourth-tier leonine beast. Its bones and flesh rent asunder in a gruesome spectacle. Subsequently, he constrained the very fabric of space, cleaving the firmament asunder. Harnessing the resultant spatial fissures to vivisect the remaining two beasts, their demise a testament to his overwhelming might. Thus, the four formidable leonine beasts met their collective end. Zheng Yi hastened to Pei Yuan's side, his heart wrung with anguish as he beheld her pitiable state, teetering on the precipice of oblivion. Casting aside all else, he retrieved from his celestial domain a crimson elixir of fourth-tier civilization origin, reputed for its miraculous properties. This panacea possessed the power to resurrect the deceased and regenerate flesh from bone. Exercising prudence, Zheng Yi administered only half of the elixir to Pei Yuan, lest its potent efficacy overwhelm her mortal frame. Pei Yuan, bereft of speech, could only fixate her gaze upon Zheng Yi, her heart brimming with contentment. To behold his visage one last time before the final curtain call, she was replete. Zheng Yi administered the halved elixir, its essence dissolving upon contact, its boundless potency swiftly enveloping Pei Yuan's entire being. Her wounds and severed limbs healed at a visibly astonishing rate, regenerating before one's very eyes. Soon, Pei Yuan returned to her former glory, unscathed and even more powerful. I have actually recovered? Brother, what kind of miraculous medicine did you give me?" Pei Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly oblivious to her nearly bare state. Zheng Yi exhaled in relief, turning his gaze away, unable to meet Pei Yuan's eyes. "Sister, it's a relief to see you well. Let us leave this place." Zheng Yi smiled, intending to escort Pei Yuan away. However, he was taken aback by the peculiar glint in her eyes, a look that seemed hauntingly familiar. Panic surged within him as he recalled the side effects of the pill. Could it be? Does this red pill also carry such repercussions? Zheng Yi's mind raced. Glancing back at Pei Yuan, he found her entwined around him like an octopus. Her body began to radiate heat, akin to a blazing furnace. Realizing something was amiss, Pei Yuan did not exhibit the restraint of Su Qiqing from before. "Brother, I feel so hot. I am burning. Help me." Pei Yuan's temperature soared, as if she were about to ignite. Zheng Yi was momentarily stunned when, in the next instant, Pei Yuan lunged at him, pinning him beneath her. With a swift motion, she leaned in, tearing away his clothing. "Brother, this is my first time." With that, the two became locked in an intense embrace, surrendering to the greatest pleasures of life within the solitude of the cavern. For hours later, Pei Yuan's temperature had returned to normal, and her consciousness was fully restored. Her beautiful eyes fluttered as she gazed affectionately at the man beneath her, her heart brimming with joy. "Naughty little brother, I have finally captured you." Zheng Yi gently patted her back and said softly, "Sister, how much longer do you intend to stay like this?" Pei Yuan playfully protested, tightening her embrace around Zheng Yi. "You've torn my clothes to shreds. How can I possibly get up? Why don't we remain in each other's arms like this for a while?" Zheng Yi let out a dramatic exclamation, unable to contain himself as his body responded once more. Realizing the implications, Pei Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she clung even more tightly. In the next moment, Zheng Yi tore through the void and instantly returned to the Shishan villa. After gently placing Pei Yuan on the bed, he hurried to take a shower. However, Pei Yuan was not one to let him off easily. As Zheng Yi turned on the shower, she burst into the bathroom, unabashedly revealing her flawless form. Zheng Yi wished to cry for help and explain his situation with Su Qiqing, but before he could utter a word, Pei Yuan silenced him with her soft lips. Thus, the two of them shared a bath for 3 hours before emerging. Although Pei Yuan's physique had been rejuvenated and was now significantly stronger than before, after several hours of exertion, she finally succumbed to fatigue. She lay on Zheng Yi's bed and did not awaken until noon. Upon opening her eyes, she found Zheng Yi absent. Naughty little brother, you truly are formidable. She chuckled softly, rose from the bed, donned Zheng Yi's clothes, and set off towards the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Yinjing. As for Zheng Yi, he found himself lost in thought in a secluded corner of the celestial realm. His mind drifted to Su Qiqing and the myriad moments they shared. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Zizi and inquired, "Did you already know that those pills had side effects?" Zizi did not deny it and replied, "Master, human morality holds no significance for me. Achieving the objective is paramount. Master, you have ascended to a level 4 civilization being, and perhaps you will grow even stronger in the future, surrounded by numerous beautiful companions." I find it unsurprising. Listening to Zizi's analysis, Zhang Yi's expression grew peculiar. He could not articulate a counterargument. Instead, he found her reasoning somewhat compelling. Shaking his head, he focused his thoughts, and a cerulean treasure chest appeared before him. A faint smile graced Zhang Yi's lips. Open the chest. Chapter 38. Demigod-level creation. Organic life form evolution liquid manufacturing device. As the cerulean chest opened, a beam of azure light emerged, transforming into an intricately designed and complex apparatus. It was not a weapon of any kind, but rather a demigod-level creation, an organic life form evolution liquid manufacturing device. Zheng Yi quickly grasped the details of this device and felt an overwhelming joy. The reason was simple: this apparatus could produce evolution liquid, enabling organic life forms to achieve genetic evolution. And humanity on Blue Star comprised organic life forms. Of course, the evolution liquid produced by this device could not be compared to the level 4 civilization evolution liquid that Zheng Yi had consumed. However, he was certain that whether it was the superhumans of the 749 Bureau or the ancient martial artists of the Dragon Team, their strength would be significantly enhanced after consuming this evolution liquid. The evolutionary liquid derived from my blood sample in the 749th laboratory has shown minimal effects. However, if one were to consume the evolutionary liquid produced by this device, the problems would be effortlessly resolved. Zheng Yi murmured to himself, finally finding a solution to the dilemmas that had plagued him. Before the impending apocalypse, it is imperative that the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom partake in this evolutionary liquid. Coupled with the antidote to the plague developed by Su Qiqing, it may be possible to withstand the pestilence disseminated by the White Knight and preserve their lives. This was Zheng Yi's plan, and he felt compelled to act swiftly, as he had long refrained from complacency. The power of the aberrant beasts had grown formidable. What then of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Am I assured of victory against them? Zheng Yi pondered, for the first time doubting his own strength. Emerging from the heavenly realm, he reached out to touch the sheets, still imbued with warmth and the lingering fragrance of Pei Muan. Su Qiqing, Pei Muan. Both are extraordinary beauties, and I have shared intimate moments with each. How shall I choose? Zheng Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, tearing through the void to depart. He intended to entrust the manufacturing device for the evolutionary liquid to the Dragon Group, allowing them to mass-produce it and swiftly distribute it for public consumption. In Gue City, at the southern branch of the Dragon Group, Long Wujie had just returned from a meeting in Yinjing, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from his sister, Long Linger. With her hands on her hips, she unleashed a torrent of words upon him, scolding him with fervor. "Linger, your impatience and instability in the face of challenges could lead to dire consequences. Many within the Dragon Group, out of respect for my position, would temper their approach even during a spar with you." Long Wujie gazed earnestly at Long Linger, continuing, "Mr. Zhang is a distinguished elder, a formidable being capable of shattering the void. It is indeed a blessing for you to receive his guidance." Long Lingo pouted in frustration, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, "In any case, you have caused me to lose face, and I must reclaim my dignity." Long Wujie rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself, how do you intend to regain your standing from a superpower who can shatter the void? The Chen family sought to salvage their reputation, only to face annihilation. Just then, a fissure appeared in the void, and Zheng Yi stepped through. Having overheard Long Linger's words, he teased, "Pray tell, how do you plan to reclaim your dignity?" Long Linger was startled by Zheng Yi's sudden appearance. Stammering and flustered, she shook her head, saying, "And no, it's nothing. I was just joking. How could I dare to seek my standing from you?" Zheng Yi smiled, then turned his attention to Long Wujie, his gaze sharpening. Long Wujie quickly realized the gravity of the situation and promptly stated, "Mr. Zheng, due to my negligence, I nearly allowed Dr. Su to come to harm, and I bear full responsibility. I have already increased the personnel assigned to protect Dr. Su. Rest assured, it will be foolproof." Zheng Yi nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As for Huang Jingkong, Whatever revelations the Long group had unearthed would be addressed accordingly, and he need not concern himself with it. At that moment, a knock resounded at Long Wujia's office door. Upon receiving permission, a long-haired woman clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit entered. Her figure was striking, voluptuous and curvaceous, rivaling that of Pei Muan. However, her expression was indifferent, and her gaze haughty, resembling an ancient glacier, in stark contrast to the fiery enthusiasm of Pei Muan. First seat, Mu Qingyi has come to report and submit the task report for your review. Just as she spoke, Long Lingo stepped forward, grasping Mu Qingyi's arm, exclaiming, "Qingyi sister, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly." Mu Qingyi managed a slight smile and retorted, "I heard you got beaten up. Why are you longing for me if you're not practicing martial arts?" Long Lingo's face fell as she shot a fierce glare at Long Wujie. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes darted towards Jingyi. She addressed Mu Qingyi. "Look, Qingyi sister, it was he who gave me a thrashing. You must avenge me and teach him a lesson to relieve my grievances." "Jingyi? Long Wujie? This girl truly thrives on chaos." It was only at this moment that Mu Qingyi turned her attention to Zheng Yi. To her astonishment, despite her own formidable prowess as a transcendent martial artist, she found herself unable to discern the depths of Zheng Yi's abilities. He appeared to her as an ordinary person. This sensation was unprecedented for her. Thus, driven by a martial artist's spirit of challenge, Mu Qingyi inexplicably issued a challenge to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi looked at her in bewilderment, then cast a glance at Long Wujie, his expression one of utter disbelief. Long Wujie hurriedly interjected, "Captain Mu, Mr. Zheng is my esteemed guest. Is it truly appropriate for you to challenge him?" Mu Qingyi disregarded his words. Her gaze fixed on Zheng Yi as she declared, since he was able to defeat Linger, his strength must surely be considerable. On the path of martial arts, I shall pursue the pinnacle. Without challenging the formidable, how can one speak of progress? Long Wujie's was about to articulate further thoughts when Zheng Yi gestured to silence him. Despite Zheng Yi's reluctance to engage in combat, an unexpected task from the system had been assigned to him. Temporary task activated. Refusal is not an option for the host. Current temporary task: accept the challenge of a celestial grade warrior and conquer them. Task reward: extraordinary grain seeds. Accepting the challenge is unproblematic. But to conquer, what does that even mean? He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Once more, the notion of subjugating others. This system is becoming increasingly abstract. The next moment, he smiled at Mu Qingyi and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge. It is an opportune moment to test the prowess of a celestial grade warrior from the dragon group." With a respectful gesture, Mu Qingyi replied, "Please, let us proceed to the training ground, where the space is ample enough for us to display our skills." Long Wujie's grimaced and shot a sharp glance at Long Linger before promptly arranging for the training ground to be available for both of them. Meanwhile, the news of Mu Qingyi's intention to spar with someone quickly spread throughout the entire division. Upon learning that her opponent had previously defeated Long Linger, excitement surged among the onlookers, who hastily flocked to the training ground to witness the event. In the midst of this, the instigator Long Linger realized the situation had escalated and silently prayed, "Sister Qingyi, I am sorry, you cannot overcome him." On the training ground, Mu Qingyi and Zheng Yi stood facing each other, exchanged formal greetings, and the competition commenced. Chapter 39, The Great Yin Ice Sky Sword Technique, Conquering Mu Qingyi. Mu Qingyi wielded a sword as her weapon. Amidst the surging inner force, she emanated an extraordinarily frigid aura, causing the spectators in the stands to gasp in astonishment. The Dian Ice Heaven Sword Technique? Ah, this is her ancestral martial art, revered as a supreme legacy. Some elucidated the origins of Mu Qingyi's swordplay. They too were ancient warriors, possessing commendable aptitude and talent, yet they paled in comparison to Mu Qingyi. Look, Mu Qingyi has made her move. One wonders if that fellow can withstand even a single strike. Her swordplay is notorious for its bloodshed. Some cast sympathetic glances at Zheng Yi, believing he would struggle to withstand her onslaught. In truth, Mu Qingyi's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. The Dian Ice Heaven Sword Technique, combined with her family's ice sovereign inner power, unleashed a frigid tempest, freezing the heavens and earth. Wherever the icy sword shadows passed, they obliterated all in their path, displaying extraordinary combat prowess. "Mr. Zheng, taste my blade," Mu Qingyi exclaimed lightly, her long sword dancing as she unleashed a strike. The Dian Ice Heaven Sword Technique comprises 72 forms, and this particular maneuver was merely a probing strike. Its power was not overwhelming, yet its offensive nature was remarkable and should not be underestimated. Alas, the fellow is finished. This strike is powerful, and he wields no weapon to defend himself. Many shook their heads in despair, seemingly foreseeing the inevitable outcome. A multitude nodded in silent agreement, convinced that Zhang Yi would falter and fail to withstand Mu Qingyi's strike. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi slowly extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers into a sword-like gesture, gently tapping toward the oncoming icy sword shadow. Bang! The sword shadow was halted. Zhang Yi's fingers trembled slightly, effortlessly shattering Mu Qingyi's assault. This scene left everyone, including Long Linger and Long Wuji, utterly astounded. 2 fingers obstructed the icy sword of Sister Qingyi. Could a master capable of shattering the void possess such formidable strength? Long Linger was utterly astonished, her heart brimming with shock. For even with her utmost effort, she could not withstand a single strike from Mu Qingyi. As for Long Wujin, he wiped the sweat from his brow and silently reflected, "Fortunately, I interrupted my brother and prevented him from causing trouble. Otherwise, the Long family would have long been doomed." In the martial arts arena, Mu Qingyi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her heart filled with surprise. Although the previous strike was not her most powerful sword technique, the ease with which Zhang Yi countered it was truly remarkable. Undeterred, she unleashed the full might of the Ice Sovereign's martial arts. With a swift step forward, she rapidly approached Qingyi, her sword executing a breathtaking 72 forms of the Ice Heaven Sword. Holding nothing back, Mu Qingyi poured all her strength into the attack, even summoning an icy tempest that froze the entire arena. To her astonishment, Zhang Yi emerged unscathed, effortlessly neutralizing each of her strikes. Not only was she taken aback, but the spectators in the stands were also left in disbelief. This was the 36th strike, and yet that man remained standing, undefeated, truly incredible. Some gasped, unable to believe that Zhang Yi could endure for so long. Perhaps we underestimated him. He might be exceptionally strong, possibly on the brink of entering the realm of divine warriors, just a step away from shattering the void. With discerning eyes, some spectators quietly analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyi grew increasingly alarmed as she fought. The Ice Sovereign's technique surged beyond her expectations. As she continued to execute the Ice Heaven Sword, Zhang Yi remained on the defensive, never initiating an attack. He did not intentionally hold back. Rather, he uncovered a shocking secret: Mu Qingyi's Diyan Ice Sky Sword technique. During its execution, unexpectedly harnessed the power of space. Though subtle, it was undeniably effective. Now, Zhang Yi, having mastered the laws of space, was exceedingly familiar with such forces. As a being of 4th-level civilization, wielding the power of spatial laws, he had long been exploring the methodology of using this power. It was astonishing to realize that ancient martial artists, upon reaching a certain realm, could similarly invoke the forces of space. What an eye-opener! He marveled inwardly, his gaze fixed upon every movement and swordplay of Mu Qingyi. Gradually, he entered a profound state of understanding. He sensed that the 72 sword techniques were incomplete and that there should be a continuation. "Icebound for 1,000 miles," Mu Qingyi exclaimed, unleashing her most formidable strike. In an instant, the air was filled with icy energy and sword shadows, effectively obscuring the sky and sealing off all routes for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, responding with a single punch. Boom! Mu Qingyi's strongest move was shattered, and she was momentarily shaken, spitting forth a spurt of blood. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, sensing something awry with the cultivation method Mu Qingyi practiced. He promptly instructed Jizi to investigate. Within 2 seconds, he received a reply: "Master, Mu Qingyi has cultivated the Ice Sovereign technique for many years, leading to bodily deficiencies. The accumulation of icy energy has already harmed her life source." Zhang Yi was secretly astonished and hurriedly inquired about how to resolve this issue. Jizi responded, "Master, administer the evolution liquid to her, and then use your spatial power to clear her meridians, expelling the accumulated icy energy that has lingered within her for years." Zhang Yi secretly exhaled in relief and swiftly commanded Jizi to concoct a portion of the evolution liquid for him. Meanwhile, the icy energy within Mu Qingyi spiraled out of control, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that engulfed her entirely. She immediately began to meditate, hoping to suppress the rampant icy energy, but her efforts proved futile. What was happening? Why was Mu Qingyi spitting blood? No. Why was the cold energy surrounding her so potent? Some began to feel apprehensive, sensing the impending danger. This was dire. It was rumored that the icy energy she cultivated was prone to losing control, and her current state clearly indicated a backlash. Flee at once. Those who discerned the signs promptly fled in haste. Chaos erupted in the training grounds as a blizzard began to form, with Mu Qingyi at its epicenter, threatening to freeze the area. Yet, Zheng Yi continued to approach her step by step. Mr. Zhang, you must leave quickly, or else, before she could finish her warning. Zhang Yi swiftly bent down and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, administered the evolution liquid into her mouth. In an instant, the medicinal properties activated, swiftly healing the hidden ailments within Mu Qingyi's body and significantly enhancing her strength. Following this, Zhang Yi flicked his fingers, pressing them onto specific acupoints on Mu Qingyi's body, some of which were rather intimate. The spatial energy surged forth, akin to unraveling silk from a cocoon, purging the long-accumulated icy essence within her. The out-of-control icy energy was subdued, and the blizzard dissipated without a trace. Mu Qingyi gazed at Zhang Yi in astonishment, bewildered by the nature of the potion he had administered to her. She sensed a remarkable enhancement in her strength, and the icy energy that had been stagnant within her for years finally melted away, no longer tormenting her. In the next moment, Zhang Yi picked up her long sword and smiled gently, saying, "Your Ice Heaven sword technique can evolve further. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Zhang Yi unleashed the insights he had comprehended, sparing no effort in his display. Although he lacked internal energy, he infused the sword with spatial power, rendering its might even greater. Each move was simple and unadorned, yet imbued with the essence of the Grand Tao, as fissures in space quietly manifested. Mu Qingyi was entranced, unable to suppress her admiration. This is the true Great Evolution Ice Heaven sword technique. Before long, Zhang Yi completed his performance and returned the sword to Mu Qingyi, inquiring, "Did you grasp it?" With excitement, she nodded fervently and then, with a thud, knelt before him. "Mr. Zhang, I wish to become your disciple. Please accept me as your apprentice." Zhang Yi, everyone else. At that moment, the system notified him that the task was complete, and the reward had been delivered to the celestial realm. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering, "Have I just conquered Mu Qingyi?" Chapter 40. Accepting Mu Qingyi as a disciple and sending her to the evolution liquid device. Mu Qingyi's public declaration of apprenticeship indeed surpassed Zhang Yi's expectations. However, for her, it felt entirely natural, devoid of any doubt. Throughout their sparring, Zhang Yi had not initiated an attack, remaining entirely in defense, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Even when she pushed herself to the limits, activating the Ice Sovereign technique and suffering backlash, she could not compel Zhang Yi to strike. It was evident how formidable Zhang Yi truly was. More importantly, in a moment of peril, Zhang Yi had saved Mu Qingyi's life. Not only did he assist Mu Qingyi in suppressing the Ice Sovereign's energy and eliminating the cold ice essence that had accumulated within her for years, but he also continued the Ice Sky sword technique, demonstrating his profound understanding of martial arts. All of this was sufficient to compel Mu Qingyi to lower her proud head and completely submit. Observing the kneeling Mu Qingyi before him, Zhang Yi felt utterly perplexed. Scratching his head, he was utterly ignorant of martial arts. How could he possibly serve as her master? Just as he was about to decline, Mu Qingyi bowed once more, proclaiming, "If you do not agree, I shall remain kneeling indefinitely. Please, Mr. Zheng, accept me as your disciple, and I shall ensure your esteemed reputation is upheld." Zheng Yi let out a helpless sigh. He had merely come to submit the evolution liquid manufacturing device, only to be inexplicably challenged and assigned a task. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself with a remarkably skilled female disciple in swordsmanship. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Long Wuji burst into laughter and rushed over. He was well aware that Mu Qingyi was a martial arts enthusiast and knew of her hidden affliction, now that she had been healed by Zhang Yi. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Thus, he urged, "Mr. Zhang, Qingyi is diligent and eager to learn. It would not be amiss to accept her as your disciple. A delightful tale to tell." Zhang Yi cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of his intentions. Accepting Mu Qingyi as a disciple would essentially bind him to the Long Group. In that case, even if he chose not to join them, he would not engage in actions detrimental to the Long Group or the nation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi extended a hand to help Mu Qingyi to her feet and nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my first disciple." Zhang Yi. Mu Qingyi was overjoyed and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze towards Long Wuji, pondering thoughtfully as he inquired, "Master, you must be curious about the substance I administered to Qingyi just now, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyi's eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked over. Long Wuji, somewhat awkward, managed to smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Indeed, nothing escapes Mr. Zhang's keen observation. I implore you to reveal it, for it may prove invaluable to the Long Group." Zhang Yi, amused, inwardly chastised Long Wuji as a crafty old fox. Subsequently, he summoned an organic life-form evolution fluid manufacturing device from the celestial realm, presenting it before Long Wuji. This was a semi-divine creation, capable of producing evolution fluid that enables life to evolve and enhance its strength. Qing-Yi had recently partaken of a dose, resulting not only in her physical recovery but also a significant boost in her power. Zheng-Yi explained at a measured pace. Long Wuji, upon hearing this, was left utterly astonished. Such a treasure. Mr. Zheng, if you were to showcase this to me, could it possibly mean? Long Wuji speculated, his excitement escalating. Zheng-Yi nodded affirmatively, responding, indeed, I intend to entrust this device to the Long Group. Long Wuji was elated beyond measure. However, Zheng-Yi quickly added, but do not rejoice prematurely. There is a task attached to its use. Long Wuji suppressed his overwhelming joy, clasping his hands as he vowed, I shall fulfill Mr. Zheng's instructions to the best of my ability, without any negligence. Thus, Zheng-Yi articulated his requirements. First, within 1 week, produce a sufficient quantity of evolution fluid for the ancient warriors of the Long Group and the ability users of the 749 Bureau. Long Wuji nodded in understanding. Secondly, within 2 months, sufficient quantities of the evolution serum must be manufactured and distributed to the populace for consumption. Long Wuji's pupils constricted in surprise at this unexpected demand. Yet he complied without hesitation. Thirdly, Dr. Su Qingcheng is developing a replica medication. Upon its success, he will assist her in its production and distribution to the public. Long Wuji nodded, silently committing this to memory. At that moment, Mu Qingyi gazed at Zheng-Yi with eyes full of admiration and reverence. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts and a master of the Dragon Group, her heart was fiercely resolute. The enigmatic and formidable Zheng-Yi emerged like a celestial being, disrupting her inner peace and altering her destiny. Once everything was arranged, Zheng-Yi prepared to depart, only to be halted by Mu Qingyi. Master, are you leaving so soon? Could you tell me where you reside? If I find the time, I would like to visit you. Zheng-Yi pointed towards Long Wuji and chuckled. Ask him. He knows where I live. With that, he tore through the fabric of reality and vanished, leaving Mu Qingyi standing in a daze. A being capable of shattering the void, she murmured to herself, suddenly realizing the true extent of her master's power. Yet, in the next moment, her fair face grew cold, and she roared like a lion. Long Linger, come forth and face your doom. At that moment, Long Linger, who was contemplating a hasty retreat, grimaced and exclaimed, Sister Qingyi, spare me. I was merely jesting. I never imagined you would truly challenge someone. Long Wuji paid no heed to their exchange and immediately assigned personnel to prepare for the mass production of the evolution serum. Zheng-Yi did not return to the Shishan villa. Instead, he went to the place where Su Qingcheng worked. Su Qingcheng was diligently engaged in her laboratory tasks when Zheng-Yi silently appeared, careful not to disturb her. After a considerable wait, it was only when Su Qingcheng concluded her experiments and prepared to change out of her lab coat for a respite that Zheng-Yi finally spoke. Su Qingcheng was startled, initially fearing that an intruder had broken in. Upon recognizing Zheng-Yi, her face instantly brightened with joy as she skipped over and embraced him tightly. Feeling the softness of her form in his arms, Zheng-Yi experienced a flicker of guilt, wanting to express something yet finding himself at a loss for words. Su Qingcheng sensed his unease but was unaware of the source of his distress. Being perceptive, she refrained from probing further and instead said, Come. Let me take you home and cook for you. Shall I? Zheng-Yi nodded absent-mindedly, then took Su Qingcheng's hand and together they traversed the void to her small abode. Upon their arrival, she swiftly changed her attire, retrieved some vegetables from the refrigerator, and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. Zheng-Yi offered to assist, but she gently urged him, Please, just sit on the sofa and rest a bit. I will have it ready shortly. Zheng-Yi complied, settling into the sofa, with his attention wholly focused on Su Qingcheng. After a while, he sighed, reflecting, What a wonderful girl she is, yet I. Sensing Zheng-Yi's emotional turmoil, Jizi took the rare initiative to communicate with him, stating, Master, do not confine yourself, nor draw boundaries. Only children make choices. You should embrace it all. Zheng-Yi responded, What on earth are these perplexing words? Jizi then articulated, Master, with the impending cataclysm. The moral fabric of humanity is poised to unravel and collapse. In such times, strength will be the paramount virtue, and the number of consorts one possesses will be of little consequence. Zheng-Yi responded with a contemplative pause. Jizi's pronouncements may seem preposterous, yet upon closer inspection, They possess a certain undeniable validity. He then quietly added, Su Qiqing is gentle and virtuous. Her aspiration is likely a lifelong commitment to a monogamous relationship. She would never countenance sharing her affections. Jizi paused momentarily before replying. Master, allow Su Qiqing to make her own determination. Zheng Yi was taken aback, comprehending Jizi's proposition. Consequently, during their evening repast, Zheng Yi resolved to be forthright and candid. Chapter 41. A child makes either-or choices. An adult desires all. Brother Yi. You seem troubled. Has something occurred? Su Qiqing inquired with gentle concern. Zheng Yi's gaze was intricate, and he inhaled deeply before mustering the courage to speak. There is a matter I must disclose to you, one I cannot conceal. Su Qiqing nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Zheng Yi recounted the events involving Pei Muan, omitting no detail. He particularly emphasized Pei Muan's grave injuries and his administration of the medicinal pill, which precipitated the subsequent series of events. Su Qiqing listened in silence, continuing her meal without uttering a word. A heavy silence descended upon them. After a protracted interval, Su Qiqing slowly raised her head, and Zheng Yi could perceive tears welling in her eyes. At that instant, Zheng Yi's heart was filled with trepidation and a pang of sorrow. She inquired, Ego, are you planning to part ways with me, to abandon me? Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly my intention? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Su Qiqing stood up, approached him, and struck him several times with great force. Her body trembled, her hands shook, and tears streamed down her face unabashedly. Zheng Yi remained silent, gazing at Su Qiqing, his heart aching painfully. Then, with a sob, Su Qiqing confessed, Zheng Yi, I cherish you. I long to be with you. And I even envisioned the moment I would introduce you to my parents, yet you. Zheng Yi's pupils quivered slightly as he slowly rose and said, I am deeply sorry for disappointing your expectations. With that, he tore through the void and vanished, leaving behind a heartbroken Su Qiqing, who wept inconsolably. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. Time passed, and eventually, Pei Muan returned. Noticing Zheng Yi's despondent demeanor, she asked with concern, Brother, what troubles you? Zheng Yi lifted his gaze to meet hers, contemplated for a moment, and recounted the events concerning Su Qiqing. Pei Muan's expression shifted noticeably. After listening to Zheng Yi's account, she fell into deep contemplation. After a while, she smiled gently, embraced Zheng Yi, and softly remarked, Dear brother, are you truly so disheartened over this trivial matter? Zheng Yi looked at her in confusion. Pei Muan smiled tenderly, gently pressing his head against her snow-white bosom, and murmured, That day in the cave, when I was gravely injured and near death, all I wished for was to see you. Subsequently, you emerged, preserving my existence, administering medication, and precipitating the events that transpired. I harbor no regrets, for my heart is replete with joy. Do you comprehend the rationale? I was further bewildered by her pronouncements, as she continued, for I have come to the profound realization that my very essence is inextricably linked to being in your presence. A tremor coursed through my being. She released my visage, her eyes fluttering delicately, and declared, As for the number of women you have known in the past, or the multitude you may encounter in the future, I remain unconcerned. This sentiment diverged from the conventional perspective. Perplexed, I sought elucidation. With a gentle caress of my cheek, she elucidated, For I am destined to never possess you in exclusivity. Your power transcends mortal comprehension. And to be acknowledged as your woman is a privilege that fills me with contentment. I gazed at her with profound contemplation, remaining silent for a protracted interval. Both she and Su Qiqing were paragons of virtue, each possessing a distinct temperament and worldview. With matters having reached this juncture, the concepts of right and wrong were rendered inconsequential. Henceforth, may we each find solace and contentment in our respective journeys. With this epiphany, the knot in my heart dissolved, and she responded with a serene smile. She then embraced me tightly, guiding me into the lavatory. Come, dear brother, attend to my back, massage my lumbar region, and knead my legs. I frantically beseeched deliverance, but alas, I was ensnared. 3 hours later, we emerged from the ablution chamber. She reclined upon the bed, succumbing swiftly to slumber, while I lay beside her, my consciousness transported to the celestial realm. Upon my arrival, I beheld a celestial gate towering before me, lofty and imposing, majestic and dignified, exuding an extraordinary aura. The southern heavenly gate, has it been completed? Zheng Yi was astonished by the remarkable speed of Jizi. Jizi promptly responded, Master, the main structure of the southern heavenly gate has been completed, and we are about to commence the construction of the heavenly soldier hall on the first tier as planned. Zheng Yi nodded in delight, praising Jizi's efficiency. In an unprecedented moment, Jizi jested with Zheng Yi, saying, "Master, I truly admire Pei Muwan's mindset. Please remember, only children make choices, adults take everything." Zheng Yi rolled his eyes at Jizi's words. Without engaging in further banter, he concentrated, and a resplendent golden treasure chest materialized before him. Zheng Yi eagerly opened the chest, only to see 5 bags of different colors soaring out. Each bag possessed an immense capacity of 50,000 cubic units, filled with nothing less than seeds of the 5 grains. The 5 grains refer to rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. Observing the seeds within these bags, Zheng Yi was bewildered. Did the system intend for him to cultivate? Upon discovering the extraordinary applications of these seeds, Zheng Yi realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. The extraordinary grain seeds could be planted in any environment and would mature swiftly for consumption. Once harvested, the grains could be transformed into various foods that would remain impervious to any pathogens, never spoiling or rotting. Reflecting on his past experiences, Zheng Yi felt a deep sense of resonance. The Black Horse Knight among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse possessed the ability to cause all food to decay and land to dry and crack, bringing famine upon humanity. With these 5 grain seeds, the issue of food scarcity would be effortlessly resolved. Even in the face of an apocalypse, the S3 season would not commence. Zheng Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. He set aside a portion of each seed, entrusting them to Jizi for the arrangement of heavenly soldiers to cultivate. The remaining grains he resolved to submit to the state, distributing them to national agricultural bases with utmost urgency. Time was of the essence as the impending judgment of the apocalypse drew nearer, and not a moment could be squandered. As his consciousness returned to reality, Zheng Yi found Pei Muwen sprawled atop him, drooling at the corner of her mouth. With a resigned smile, he attempted to extricate himself, only to hear Pei Muwen, in a state of unconsciousness, murmur, "Stinky little brother. No matter how many women you have in the future, never forsake me." Zheng Yi paused, gently embracing Pei Muwen, quietly accompanying her in slumber. When Pei Muwen awoke in the morning, she discovered a note left by Zheng Yi. "Sister, breakfast awaits in the kitchen. I shall be out for a while. I will return swiftly once my task is accomplished." A smile graced Pei Muwen's lips as she hurried into the kitchen. "So this is what it feels like to have a man prepare breakfast," she whispered softly, her face radiant with joy. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of space, materializing in Longjiang City in the northeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Following Jizi's recommendation, he located a state-run farm, intending to submit the grain seeds. At that moment, Jizi alerted him. "Master, an unknown beast has been detected." Zheng Yi felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately instructed Jizi to pinpoint the beast's location and charge forth. The appearance of the beast at the farm was certainly no good omen. It must be eradicated entirely, not leaving a single trace. Zheng Yi was consumed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Chapter 42, The Beast of the Tiger Clan, Submission of Extraordinary Grain Seeds. Longyang City. A certain state-run farm. After finishing work at noon, Mengxue, we can take a few days off and perhaps explore the city? Staying cooped up on the farm has become quite unbearable. A young man spoke to a woman with braided hair. The woman's name was Yuan Mengxue, who had just graduated from Agricultural University and was interning at the farm. "Lu Gu, I want to be joining you. Having just graduated, I lack sufficient work experience and must dedicate myself to improving, striving to secure a position here in a year." Yuan Mengxue replied with a smile, gently declining the man's invitation. The young man, Lu Dishing, an experienced employee of the farm tasked with mentoring Yuan Mengxue, smiled awkwardly at her refusal and was about to make another attempt when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Zheng Yi. His unexpected arrival startled Yuan Mengxue. "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" she questioned, her tone filled with suspicion and unease. Zheng Yi disregarded her, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Dishing. And without uttering a word, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Lu Dishing was caught off guard by the sudden attack, his body propelled backward, shattered in half. Exploding upon impact, blood gushed forth, splattering all over Yuan Mengxue. She stood frozen in shock, her face pale with terror, as she let out a piercing scream, trembling violently. With a thud, Yuan Mengxue collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Zheng Yi, pleading, "Please, don't," following a grotesque contortion. The pulverized portion of its physique regenerated. Concurrently, the monstrous entity reverted to its original form, to green. A notification from the AI, Jizi, chimed, "Master. This is a Tier 5 monstrous entity." A furious roar erupted from the creature's maw. It bellowed. How can a human be so formidable? What manner of being are you? A human of your caliber should not exist. Zheng Yi's gaze shifted subtly. Why should one as powerful as I not exist? He mused. Does this creature possess some arcane knowledge? Realizing its precarious situation, the Tigrine took a step, instantly closing the distance to Zheng Yi. Its claw swiped out, aiming for his vital points. Upon impact, the Tigrine's countenance underwent a drastic transformation as it witnessed Zheng Yi parrying its assault with his bare flesh. How is this conceivable? We have been surveilling humanity, eliminating those with extraordinary potential. It is impossible for one such as you to have reached maturity, the creature exclaimed, its face etched with disbelief. Zheng Yi nodded imperceptibly, understanding dawning. The next instant, he unleashed a kick, impacting the Tigrine's abdomen with devastating force, causing its body to rupture into fragments. Yet, it lingered on the precipice of death. After a brief interval, the creature's form reconstituted itself, poised to renew its assault, only to find itself instantly immobilized, unable to maneuver. Zheng Yi refrained from delivering the coup de GRC, intending to interrogate the beast with a spatial cage. The Tigrine's form was confined, precluding its escape. Subsequently, he contacted Sun Dashing, apprising him of the situation. Sun Dashing, unwilling to delay, promptly contacted the head of the northeast branch of the 749 Bureau and swiftly made his way to Longjiang City to apprehend the aberrant beast. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Zheng Yi attracted the attention of the farm's overseer, who arrived with his guards and surrounded Zheng Yi. However, upon encountering a beast with the head of a tiger, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, retreating in terror and crying out for help. Observing their panic, Zheng Yi stepped forward to reassure them, saying, I am Zheng Yi. The aberrant beast has been captured and poses no threat to you. Who is in charge here? Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man stepped forward. His name was Xie Guangquan. He was slightly balding, with a somewhat dark complexion, and appeared quite straightforward and honest. Who are you, and how did you come to be on our farm? What is the nature of this creature? Upon hearing this question, Zheng Yi pointed to Yuan Mingxue and replied, This aberrant beast has disguised itself as Lu Dishing, infiltrating this farm for many years without your knowledge. What? You claim this beast is Lu Dishing? How is that possible? Xie Guangquan found it hard to believe. He had known Lu Dishing for many years, and their relationship was amicable. How could a perfectly ordinary person become a monster? Director Xie, I can attest that this beast is indeed Lu Dishing. I witnessed him transform into this form with my own eyes. Yuan Mingxue, regaining her clarity, corroborated. Though Xie Guangquan remained somewhat skeptical, the urgency of the situation allowed little room for further discussion. He then inquired, What shall be done with this creature? Zheng Yi replied, A designated individual will come to take over. As for me, there is a matter of utmost importance I must entrust to you. Xie Guangquan's expression shifted continuously. Faced with the enigmatic Zheng Yi, he felt no trace of trust. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to witness Zheng Yi conjure 5 bags of different colors as if by magic. Zheng Yi elaborated. Within these 5 bags lie extraordinary seeds of 5 grains. Crops grown from these seeds, once transformed into food, will not rot or spoil. I wish to entrust you with their cultivation. Upon maturity and harvest, they should not be sold as commodities, but preserved as strategic reserves for the nation. Xie Guangquan's countenance grew even more conflicted. The bags were merely palm-sized. How much seed could they possibly contain? And yet he was expected to cultivate them. He deemed Zheng Yi a fool, spouting nonsensical claims, utterly unreliable. However, when Zheng Yi fully released the seeds from one of the bags, Xie Guangquan and everyone present were rendered speechless. An astonishing volume of seeds, enough to occupy a vast expanse, poured forth 50,000 cubic units of grain seeds. Yuan Mingxue was utterly stunned, her eyes wide as she gazed at Zheng Yi, her worldview shattering. Could this man be a deity? She pondered. Soon, the leader of the Northeast Division of Bureau 749 arrived with a team of enhanced individuals to receive the exotic beasts and handle subsequent matters appropriately. As for Zheng Yi, he proceeded to the Northeast Division of Bureau 749 to personally confine the 5th-tier Tiger Man beast in a special prison. Tell me, what are your intentions for infiltrating the farm? Zheng Yi interrogated. The exotic beast let out a disdainful snort, responding with an air of arrogance. Human, I concede that you possess great strength, yet the apocalypse shall inevitably descend, and the 4 demon lords will obliterate this world. Zheng Yi's gaze turned icy as he harnessed the power of space to rend the beast's form, subjecting it to severe torment. However, the creature showed no fear of such pain. Outside the prison, a female SSS-grade psychic observed the proceedings intently and turned to inquire of the division head beside her. Boldly, "Who is this man? This is our territory, yet a stranger dares to take charge and interrogate the exotic beast on our behalf?" The head of the Northeast Division of Bureau 749, named Li Dishing, hastily waved his hand, saying, "Mu-Ling Wang, his name is taboo. Director Sun from the Yanjing headquarters has expressly instructed us not to interfere with his actions." Mu-Ling Huang was taken aback. As an SSS-grade psychic, she had never witnessed Director Li display such deference to anyone. The name is taboo? Huh, is he truly formidable? I shall put his qualifications to the test. What right does he have to flaunt his power in our Northeast Division? Li Dishing, alarmed, was about to intervene when he saw, to his horror, that Mu-Ling Huang had already entered the interrogation room, standing before Zheng Yi. Chapter 43, Dual Powers of Lightning and Thunder? I shall still grind him into the ground. Stop. Mu-Ling Huang's sharp command abruptly interrupted Zheng Yi's interrogation. She stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority and haughtiness. Zheng Yi could not help but frown and slowly turn, puzzled by the unfolding events. He surmised that Director Sun had likely given prior instructions for the Northeast Bureau to fully cooperate with him. How could a woman suddenly emerge to obstruct his interrogation? As an SSS-class ability user, Mu-Ling Wang's prowess is regarded as the absolute force of the Northeast Division of the 749 Bureau. Her strength ranks among the highest within the entire Bureau. Being a dual-element ability user, she wields the formidable powers of speed and lightning. This is the Northeast Division of the 749 Bureau. Who are you to interfere with our interrogation of the beast? Oldly mentioned that your name is taboo and should not be spoken. Are you perhaps the offspring of some influential figure? Mu-Ling Wang's tone was stiff, laced with palpable hostility, leaving Zheng Yi bewildered. He chose to ignore her, turning back to continue his interrogation of the fifth-tier Tiger Man beast, dismissing her presence entirely. Zheng Yi's disregard instantly provoked Mu-Ling Wang. "Do you have such audacity to overlook me?" she hissed softly. "Regardless of your background, I shall teach you a lesson." Zheng Yi rolled his eyes, retorting, "People often say that those with ample bosoms lack brains. Yours resembles an airport, yet you prove to be equally dim-witted." He was utterly speechless. Had he wronged her in any way? Why was she so intent on reprimanding him from the outset? Mu-Ling Huang's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fury as she glanced down at her ample bosom, feeling deeply humiliated. "You seek death, fueled by rage." Mu-Ling Wang unleashed her lightning abilities, transforming into a goddess enveloped in thunder, countless arcs of electricity striking towards Zheng Yi. Thunderous grasp. She bellowed in fury, delivering a powerful blow. Zheng Yi, however, reacted swiftly, stepping forward and vanishing from sight, effortlessly evading Mu-Ling Wang's assault. Mu-Ling Wang's gaze momentarily froze. Her extensive battlefield experience allowed her to react instantaneously as she unleashed a powerful strike of lightning from her hand. Unfortunately, her prediction was flawed, as Zheng Yi was nowhere to be found behind her. Suspended in midair, Zheng Yi felt a flicker of irritation. This madwoman must be out of her mind. "Very well. If you wish to engage, I shall firmly press you into the ground." Just as he was about to act, a system notification echoed. Special mission activated. Refusal not permitted. Current special mission. Defeat the SSS-level dual ability user and press them into the ground for 5 minutes. Mission reward: 1,000 sets of thunderstorm weaponry. The special mission must be completed within 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in mission failure. Please, host, act swiftly. Zhang Yi's expression turned peculiar, a myriad of black lines appearing on his forehead. Defeating the ability user was reasonable enough, and pressing them into the ground. Also reasonable, but for 5 minutes? That seemed utterly deranged. However, he found it amusing. "Madwoman, where do you think you're aiming? I'm right above you. Ha, take this punch." With a gleeful grin, Zheng Yi descended from the skies. Mu-Ling Huang suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment, and swiftly unleashed her super speed ability, moving at an astonishing velocity and leaving a mere afterimage in her wake. Narrowly evading Zheng Yi's punch. Boom. The ground fractured beneath the impact, and Zheng Yi was somewhat taken aback. Although the punch was light, his speed was remarkable, and he anticipated Mu-Ling Huang dodging it. Super speed ability? Thunder ability? Indeed, she possesses formidable skills. No wonder she exudes such arrogance. Zheng Yi mused. Yet he remained unconcerned about Mu-Ling Huang. Mu-Ling Huang's expression was indifferent, surrounded by crackling thunder, as a lightning sword coalesced in her hand. With remarkable speed, she launched an attack towards Zheng Yi. The fusion of her speed, and the lightning sword exponentially amplified its power. Confident in her abilities, she believed Jing Yi could not evade this strike. Her extraordinary speed had proven inescapable to anyone within the 749th Bureau, however. She overlooked one critical factor. Zhang Yi's strength far surpassed her imagination. With his hands clasped behind his back and an air of nonchalance, Zhang Yi made no attempt to dodge. He braced himself to withstand Mu Linghuang's onslaught with sheer physicality. Witnessing his audacity, Mu Linghuang scoffed, warning him not to blame her for being merciless should he fall victim to her attack. With a thunderous crash, her strike collided with Zhang Yi, who she presumed would be easily penetrated. Instead, it was as if she had struck an unyielding boulder. The lightning sword shattered instantly, and arcs of electricity erupted chaotically. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh as he seized Mu Linghuang by the throat, slamming her to the ground and mercilessly rubbing her face against the earth. The sheer brutality of the scene left Mu Linghuang in utter despair. Despite her desperate resistance, she was powerless, with his grip constricting her throat. Any attempt to utilize her lightning abilities was futile, as Zhang Yi remained unfazed. The arcs of electricity barely grazed him, akin to a mere tickle. As Zhang Yi continued to hold her down, the explosive spectacle was witnessed by many, captured on video, and rapidly disseminated within the 749th Bureau. Upon viewing this footage, Sun Dashing, far away in Yinjing, was left utterly stunned. He immediately called Li Dishing to demand an explanation. What is happening? How did we once again incur Mr. Zheng's displeasure? Are you cognizant of the ramifications of offending him? Li Dishing frantically wiped away perspiration, elucidating the sequence of events. Sun Dashing, upon hearing the explanation, remained silent for a prolonged interval, eventually emitting a profound sigh. Mu Linghuang is indeed in need of discipline. Does she presume herself invincible merely by virtue of her status as an SSS-class Esper? A sound thrashing might do her good. Li Dishing nodded incessantly, concurring with Sun Dashing's assessment. Concurrently, the high-ranking Espers of the Esper Academy also witnessed the scene. Young Master Ling, Mu Linghuang is the woman you admire. To see her subjected to such humiliation is a blemish on your reputation. Someone began to instigate, addressing a man clad in a black trench coat. This man, named Ling Feng, was one of Mu Linghuang's ardent admirers and suitors, possessing formidable strength and also classified as an SSS-class Esper. With a resounding crack, Ling Feng shattered the communicator in his companion's hand, unwilling to continue watching the videos. At that precise moment, his sole desire was to instantaneously reach Mu Linghuang's side. Regardless of your identity, for daring to mistreat my woman, I shall ensure you pay a price beyond salvation. Ling Feng silently vowed, his gaze imbued with boundless murderous intent. On the other side, Zhang Yi subjected Mu Linghuang to a relentless pummeling for 5 minutes, ceasing only upon receiving system notification of mission completion. Woo. Mu Linghuang felt profoundly humiliated, an indignity more excruciating than death itself, and she dissolved into aggrieved sobs. Zhang Yi chuckled derisively, callously mocking, "Madwoman. Before attempting to discipline others, you ought to assess your own capabilities." Having spoken, he stepped forward, instantly appearing before Li Dishing. Clasping his hands in apology, "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused. The exotic beast is temporarily detained here. I must take my leave." Li Dishing hurriedly bowed, saying, "Not at all. It is my lack of discipline that has allowed Mu Linghuang to act insubordinately. I shall impose a severe punishment upon her." Zhang Yi waved his hand with a smile, tearing through the void as he departed. Meanwhile, Mu Linghuang remained on the ground, wailing and shouting, "No matter who you are, I will personally kill you." Chapter 44. Gu Yunqi captured, once again at a critical moment, to rescue the damsel in the celestial realm. Zhang Yi gazed at the violet treasure chest manifesting before him, and with a flicker of thought, he opened it. In an instant, 1,000 sets of thunderous atmospheric weapons materialized before his eyes. As the name suggests, these weapons possess the ability to conjure cataclysmic bolts of lightning, wielding tremendous destructive power. GZ is already aware of the manufacturing principles and blueprints for these weapons, and will soon be able to produce them. Zhang Yi pondered briefly before realizing to whom he should entrust them. Last time, he had provided Gu Yunqi with 1,000 sets of tornado atmospheric weapons. Would she not regard him as a monster upon receiving another 1,000 sets of thunderous atmospheric weapons? Zhang Yi smiled faintly, preparing to instruct GZ to locate Gu Yunqi. However, before he could utter a word, GZ urgently alerted him. "Master, Gu Yunqi is in peril, captured by a group of flying exotic beasts, and has already been carried into the uninhabited region of the desert." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi immediately returned from the celestial realm to reality, tearing through the void to rescue Gu Yunxi. Simultaneously, Gu Yunxi was being forcefully dragged into the desert's uninhabited area by a flying exotic beast resembling a vulture. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Yunxi coughed heavily several times, her gaze filled with fear as she surveyed the encircling horde of monsters. Suddenly, the monstrous throng parted, revealing a man who emerged from behind them, standing before Gu Yunxi. Upon recognizing his visage, Gu Yunxi was struck with shock and fury. "It's you, Emo Xiaozong? How could you possibly associate with these beasts? Who exactly are you?" Emo Xiaozong adjusted his glasses, a shadowy smile playing upon his lips as he glanced at the otherworldly creatures beside him. "Chief Gu, the apocalypse approaches, and humanity is destined for destruction. I have merely chosen the path of enlightenment." Gu Yunxi, bewildered by his words, retorted, "Did you betray my whereabouts, leading these monsters to capture me here?" Emo Xiaozong nodded, offering no denial. Gu Yunxi pressed on, "What is your objective? Is it the design blueprints for the tornado weather weapon?" Emo Xiaozong clapped his hands in delight, admitting, "Indeed, it is for that classified technical document that I spared your life. If you are wise, surrender the blueprints to me, and I shall grant you a swift death." Gu Yunxi scoffed coldly, spitting at him. "Pa, you must be dreaming. Even in death, I will not yield to you. You have allied with evil, and you shall surely meet a grim fate." Emo Xiaozong's eyes turned icy, his cruel nature no longer concealed. He threatened, "Gu Yunxi, whether I live or die is beyond your perception. However, I assure you, your demise shall be at my hands." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly, as if she had anticipated something. Then, Emo Xiaozong remarked, "Gu Yunxi, I shall certainly find a way to obtain the technical drawings. As for you, I intend to toy with you thoroughly, relishing the experience before discarding you to be devoured by them." With that, Emo Xiaozong advanced upon Gu Yunxi, laughing maniacally as he tore her clothing to shreds. Despite her injuries, Gu Yunxi's desperate resistance proved futile, and soon her garments were reduced to tattered rags, offering no concealment whatsoever. Emo Xiaozong laughed with wild abandon, his eyes ablaze with desire, just as he prepared to pounce upon Gu Yunxi. At that moment, the previously clear sky transformed dramatically, a tempest arose, and thunder rumbled ominously. The sudden change startled Emo Xiaozong, who quickly looked up to discern the cause. To his horror, he discovered a figure standing above him. Behind this person floated 10 enigmatic devices radiating with a thunderous silver light, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon them. Gu Yunxi, too, recognized the figure, and amidst her terror, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be him? She whispered softly. In midair, Zheng Yi glared at Emo Xiaozong with fiery intensity, his anger reaching a boiling point. As a human, to ally with monstrous beasts, betraying his own kind and plotting their demise, was a crime deserving of the harshest punishment. With a sharp command, Zheng Yi wielded the 10 thunderous meteorological weapons, summoning a deluge of lightning. Thunder roared as dozens of bolts descended from the heavens, striking the monstrous beasts and Emo Xiaozong alike, leading to their swift demise in less than 10 seconds. Zheng Yi descended from the heavens, landing gracefully beside Gu Yunxi. Without hesitation, he removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. However, the coat was too short to cover her entirely, leaving her vulnerable. Thus, he lifted Gu Yunxi into his arms, tearing through the air and returning to the West Mountain Villa in an instant. "Chief Gu, this is my home. Please freshen up while I fetch some clothes for you," he exclaimed, turning to leave her to her own devices. Yet, Gu Yunxi called out to him, lowering her voice to a whisper, "I've twisted my ankle, and my arms and legs are injured, rendering me quite helpless. Could you assist me in cleansing myself?" Zheng Yi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. While he possessed pills that could heal her, he was acutely aware of their side effects. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. He turned back, gently lifting Gu Yunxi and carrying her into the bathroom. As he turned on the shower, a hint of shyness crept into his voice. "I apologize for the intrusion, Chief Gu." His touch was tender, yet it still caused her discomfort, though he felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of the situation. He could not deny that Gu Yunxi possessed an exquisite figure, her curves elegant, and her skin remarkably fair and soft to the touch. Nevertheless, he masked his feelings well, betraying no signs of his inner turmoil, apart from a slight discomfort in his nose, as if it were on the brink of bleeding. Gu Yunxi, equally bashful, kept her head down, turning her back to Zheng Yi. After a moment, she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life once more." Zheng Yi offered a gentle smile as he swiftly finished washing her, helping her into his own clothing. The injuries Gu Yunxi bore were minor, and with a period of rest, she would soon recover. After expressing her thanks once again, Gu Yunxi prepared to take her leave. Having been missing for quite some time, it was certain that the personnel at the research institute were searching for me everywhere. Could you possibly escort me? She cast a hopeful glance at Zheng Yi. With a hearty laugh, Zheng Yi immediately embraced her and tore through the void, swiftly transporting her to the research institute where she worked. At that moment, the staff were mobilizing all their efforts to locate Gu Yunxi. After delivering her, Zheng Yi hastily summoned the Thunder Meteor weapons. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Here are 1,000 sets of Thunder Meteor weapons. I entrust them to you. They can be used in conjunction with the Tornado Meteor weapons, exhibiting tremendous power." As he spoke, Zheng Yi handed over the technical blueprints he had prepared in advance. Gu Yunxi caught them, her eyes reflecting not only astonishment but an indescribable emotion. Having completed everything, Zheng Yi turned to depart, only to be halted by Gu Yunxi's grasp. Then, to his astonishment, she hugged him tightly. "From now on, do not call me Chief Engineer Gu. Just call me Yunxi." With that, she dashed into the research institute. Zheng Yi chuckled in bemusement before shattering the void and returning to his villa in Xishan. He settled onto the sofa, switched on the television, and prepared to rest for a while, only to be met with breaking news. Dragon Country's scientist Feng Rulin successfully develops controllable nuclear fusion technology, making the artificial sun a reality. Zheng Yi was elated, marveling at his choice. However, his joy was short-lived as Zizi urgently alerted him, "Master, a dangerous human is rapidly approaching Feng Rulin." Zheng Yi's smile instantly vanished, and disregarding everything else, he tore through the void once more. Chapter 45, The Ninja Assassin? Eradicate them all. Dragon Country, Sucheng, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Center. At this moment, a press conference is being held here, with Feng Rulin delivering a speech on the stage. A reporter inquired, "As the world's first person to develop controlled nuclear fusion technology, your name will be etched in the annals of history. Chief Engineer Feng. At this very moment, who is the person you most wish to express your gratitude to?" Upon hearing the reporter's question, Feng Rulin paused for a few seconds, as if contemplating something. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath and responded to the mainstream media both domestically and internationally. "The person I am most indebted to is named Zheng Yi. He provided me with a technical blueprint that allowed me to circumvent numerous detours." These remarks immediately caused a tremendous uproar. A reporter followed up by asking, "Who is Zheng Yi? Is he also affiliated with the research center? Is he present here?" Feng Rulin shook her head and explained with a smile, "To me, he is akin to a deity. He once instructed me not to reveal his name, but I cannot abide by that. He is the greatest contributor to the advent of controlled nuclear fusion technology." With these words spoken, everyone's curiosity was piqued. They all speculated about the identity of Zheng Yi, wondering what kind of extraordinary individual he was, that he enabled Feng Rulin to develop controlled nuclear fusion based on a single technical blueprint. Soon after, Feng Rulin concluded her speech, stepped down from the podium, and quietly left the scene. Following the press conference, she was scheduled to attend a celebratory banquet hosted by the research center. In the dressing room, Feng Rulin was changing her attire. As the undisputed protagonist of the evening's celebratory banquet, she had to dress in a manner that was both grand and dignified. Little did she know that danger was stealthily approaching. Veiled in shadows, three figures clad in black bodysuits infiltrated the dressing room with stealthy precision. Startled, Feng Rulin was about to cry for help, but was silenced by one of the intruders. He uttered a few unintelligible words, which she disowned to be the language of Sakura. Her attempts to break free proved futile. A blow to the back of her head rendered her unconscious. Without delay, the three figures hoisted Feng Rulin and prepared to flee. At that moment, the void quivered, and a spatial fissure materialized. Zheng Yi emerged, witnessing the fleeing assailants. Spatial imprisonment. He immediately confined the space, immobilizing the three figures. Advancing, Zheng Yi retrieved Feng Rulin from their grasp. With a flick of his finger, he utilized the spatial rift to obliterate the three figures. Their terrified screams echoed as they struggled in vain. Sakura assassins? Zheng Yi surmised their origin from their cries, which were easily identifiable. To ascertain their precise identities, Zheng Yi preserved their bodies intact. Awakening Feng Rulin, Zheng Yi shook his head with a wry smile. "I cautioned you not to reveal my existence, yet you mentioned my name at the press conference?" Still disoriented, Feng Rulin was unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon recognizing Zheng Yi, she inquired with alarm, "What about the three assailants?" Zhang Yi gestured slightly, revealing the three corpses behind him, causing Feng Ruolin to gasp in horror. After a prolonged moment, Feng Ruolin regained her composure, gazing at Zhang Yi with profound gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. However, why does the assassin from Sakura country want to capture me? She was filled with confusion. Zhang Yi's countenance darkened as he replied in a deep voice. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? I fear that in the days to come, you shall encounter numerous troubles. Feng Ruolin instantly grasped the crux of the matter, feeling an overwhelming weight upon her shoulders. What shall I do? Am I to be deprived of even the chance to return home? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating. The most terrifying aspect is not this predicament, but rather the hidden adversaries who may very well seize your family and friends, threatening you to relinquish the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Feng Ruolin, being a perceptive individual, quickly comprehended Zhang Yi's implication. Yet, she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of the formidable abilities required for self-preservation. She turned to Zhang Yi, beseeching, my life is inconsequential, but my family must not suffer because of me. Zhang Yi nodded with a reassuring smile, stating, rest assured, I shall not stand idly by. Since they have made a move against you, I shall show no mercy. As he spoke, he instructed GZ to investigate whether the three men in black had accomplices. If so, he would personally confront them and eliminate them all. GZ swiftly responded, providing Zhang Yi with the locations of the three men's associates. Upon reviewing the information, Zhang Yi's expression grew exceedingly grim. The sheer number was overwhelming. Densely packed, suggesting not a recent infiltration but rather a long-term presence in the Dragon Country for a special mission. A flock of insignificant roosters dares to act so brazenly in my Dragon Country? They even harbor the audacity to attempt to seize the controlled nuclear fusion technology? Zhang Yi smirked coldly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. I am a firm believer in the principle of retribution, an eye for an eye, and blood for blood. Since you have arrived, none shall depart. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Zhang Yi, Feng Ruolin was momentarily startled and softly inquired, Mr. Zhang, what troubles you? Zhang Yi swiftly reined in his aura, donning a smile as he replied, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he tore through the void, instantly making his way to the southern division of the Dragon Team. At that moment, Long Wuji was attending to nature's call in the restroom when, suddenly, the air trembled and Zhang Yi materialized before him. Even with Long Wuji's considerable composure, he was left utterly bewildered, trembling slightly and unfortunately soiling his trousers. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? He stammered. Holding back laughter, Zhang Yi placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled gently. I have a favor to ask. Come with me to a certain location. Before Long Wuji could even fasten his trousers, Zhang Yi had already bound him and whisked him away. Meanwhile, Feng Ruolin was preparing to report to the leadership of the research center regarding the intrusion of intruders. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yi appeared with Long Wuji in tow. Dragon Chief, this is Dr. Feng Ruolin, the brilliant mind behind controllable nuclear fusion technology. Currently under threat from individuals from Sakura Nation. I require you to arrange for specialized protection for her safety. Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered Long Wuji became even more perplexed. Feng Ruolin? Isn't she the scientist who just made headlines internationally? Glancing at the three corpses on the floor, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He assured Zhang Yi, rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will ensure Dr. Feng's safety. Darn it. These footbath chickens have become increasingly audacious. I truly wish to teach them a lesson. Zhang Yi nodded and turned to Feng Ruolin, advising her. His name is Long Wuji, the foremost leader of the southern region of the Dragon Group. He will ensure the safety of you and your family. Feng Ruolin, momentarily taken aback, nodded with deep gratitude, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Having arranged everything, Zhang Yi prepared to depart. When Long Wuji curiously inquired, Mr. Zhang, what is your intended course of action? Zhang Yi responded with a faint smile, his voice low yet firm. I am going to take a life, and perhaps make a brief sojourn to the land of cherry blossoms. Upon hearing this, Long Wuji surmised Zhang Yi's intent and cautioned, the ninja organization in the land of cherry blossoms is shrouded in mystery and possesses formidable strength. Proceed with utmost caution. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, then tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Long Wuji, with a sigh of contemplation, mused. I truly wish to witness those so-called chickens trembling and begging for mercy before Mr. Zhang. The void quivered as Zhang Yi stepped forward, finding himself at the outskirts of a deserted steel factory in Sioux City. A team of 10? They must have met their end here. Zheng Yi scoffed, commencing his hunt. Chapter 46. After all, it all turns to ash. It matters not where it is scattered. Within the abandoned steel factory on the outskirts of Sioux City, a leader among the dark-clad figures exclaimed in frustration, "What is taking Nara Chuanpu and the others so long? How can there be no news after all this time?" This leader, named Tokugawa Benkyo, was the captain of this small team, hailing from the ninja organization of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. They had lurked in the Dragon Kingdom for years, secretly monitoring Feng Ruo's land's every move. As an S-rank ninja, he was immensely powerful, having led teams for many years, endowed with extensive experience. When Feng Ruolan publicly announced the development of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the headquarters of the Sakura Nation's ninja supernatural organization immediately issued an order to abduct her and seize the technical blueprints. Tokugawa Benkyo dispatched 3 A-level ninjas to infiltrate the research center in an attempt to capture Feng Ruolan. However, now the trio had exceeded their time limit for return, and no communication had been relayed, causing a profound unease to swell within Tokugawa Benkyo, an emotion he had never experienced before. Even when facing the ancient martial artists of the Dragon Group or the supernatural beings of the 749 Bureau, he had never encountered such a situation. He promptly ordered a retreat, but alas, it was too late. Since they had come, it seemed they might as well remain. After all, whether turned to ashes or not, it mattered little where one was scattered. Zheng Yi silently revealed his presence, blocking the soul escape route. Tokugawa Benkyo's anxiety surged to its peak. The enemy was merely a breath away, yet he remained blissfully unaware. "Quickly, do not linger in battle. I will hold him off for you. You must withdraw," Tokugawa Benkyo exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals, and then, as if by magic, conjured 10 identical replicas of himself. The technique of multiple shadow clones. As an S-level ninja, Tokugawa Benkyo commanded highly advanced ninjutsu. Yet Zheng Yi, unfazed, extended his hand to exert a mental pressure that engulfed everyone, rendering them motionless. As for the 10 clones of Tokugawa Benkyo, they collapsed in an instant, bursting with a series of explosive sounds, akin to deflating balloons. With a mental power reaching the 100 level, Zheng Yi was not someone who could be thwarted by these mere foot soldiers. Tachibana Bienkong's face turned pale with shock. His chakra immobilized as if bound, rendering him incapable of utilizing any ninjutsu. Who is this formidable individual? Is he a practitioner of ancient martial arts from the Dragon Group? Or perhaps an esper from the 749 Bureau? The shadow of death loomed over him. He had yet to unleash his formidable ninjutsu before facing imminent doom. Zhang Yi's gaze was icy as he approached, mercilessly crushing them underfoot, extinguishing their lives. Tachibana Bienkong watched helplessly as his comrades fell one by one, his voice rising in desperation. "Baka, baka, baka." Zheng Yi, filled with revulsion, brought his foot down upon Tachibana Bienkong's neck, snapping it with a single movement. In less than a minute, this ninja squad was utterly annihilated. Yet Zheng Yi showed no signs of halting, following the intelligence he had previously gathered. He proceeded to eliminate wave after wave of ninjas from the Cherry Blossom Nation. After dispatching the 81st batch, he lost count of how many lives he had taken. He was consumed by a bloodlust, feeling no remorse. When dealing with adversaries, one must show no mercy. Of course, this was merely the beginning. He instructed Shiko to locate the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Nation's Ninja Esper organization. They had intruded upon his territory, and Zheng Yi was determined to return the favor. He resolved to strike down a group of incompetent ninjas to assert his dominance, instilling fear in those lurking in the shadows, scheming in silence. Zheng Yi murmured softly, "Soon." Shiko provided him with an accurate address, and without hesitation, he tore through the fabric of reality and vanished. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom Nation's Ninja Esper organization, the air was thick with tension. "What did you say?" "Within a mere 2 hours, one of our divisions was annihilated, resulting in the demise of 932 B-class and above ninjas. Even the esteemed S-class ninja, Tokugawa Benkyo, has perished." A middle-aged man, whose countenance bore an air of sternness, gazed at a report in his hands, his face etched with shock. His name was Akidu Taichi, the head of the Ninja Abilities Organization's headquarters. Just moments ago, he had been awaiting the triumphant return of Tokugawa Benkyo, only to be met with the harrowing news of his death. Who could have committed such an atrocity? It was inconceivable that the Dragon Nation's Dragon Group warriors and the agents of the 749 Bureau possessed such formidable combat prowess. What exactly transpired? Akidu Taichi was engulfed in confusion. The obliteration of a division was no trifling matter. If the perpetrator had succumbed to bloodlust and sought to eradicate all infiltrating ninjas within the Dragon Nation, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Investigate immediately. Dispatch ninjas from all 10 divisions of the Dragon Nation to uncover the mastermind behind this calamity. 932 ninjas cannot simply vanish without a trace. With his command, the Ninja Abilities Organization sprang into swift action. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a harbinger of death had quietly arrived. The very fabric of space trembled. A rift materialized, and Zhang Yi stepped forth, no longer concealing his overwhelming murderous intent. The power of spatial laws permeated the air, and a mental pressure was unleashed with full force. In an instant, a pitch-black spatial black hole emerged, exuding an unparalleled force of devouring might. The Ninja Abilities Organization was thrown into disarray. Anyone caught within its grasp, be they ordinary individuals or ninjas, was consumed and obliterated, leaving nothing in their wake. Just as Akidu Taichi's emotions began to stabilize, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. He sensed that something was amiss and was about to step outside to investigate when the alarm suddenly blared. An enemy attack? How could that be possible? The location of the headquarters was a closely guarded secret. How could it have been compromised? He was utterly astonished. In the brief moment of his distraction, his office was obliterated, and a tremendous force ensnared him. What manner of power is this? Qiu Dao Ding was filled with dread. Zhang Yi stood like a deity, hovering in the void, unleashing the might of spatial energy and mental pressure, annihilating everything in his path. The entire organization was in chaos, with individuals fleeing in terror. Numerous high-ranking ninjas attempted to resist with their techniques, but to no avail, whether through the laws of space or the weight of mental force. Zhang Yi was akin to a god, and these mere fledglings were utterly incapable of withstanding him. In less than 5 minutes, the headquarters of the Ninja Supernatural Organization was demolished, leaving no survivors. The ground caved in, and flames soared into the sky, while ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the unfolding calamity, merely capturing videos to share online. Some even recorded Zhang Yi's silhouette ascending into the heavens, resembling a divine being in his departure. Who is this person? How can he fly? Astonishing. Indeed, our Sakura nation does not harbor idlers, concealing individuals of divine caliber. What is the origin of this immense pit? The Long Wujian was filled with immense excitement, fervently applauding in congratulations. Truly, Mr. Zhang is remarkable. With a mere flick of his hand, he has obliterated the headquarters of the Ninja Superpower Organization. It is as if an immortal has descended upon us. Before him, Mu Qingyi wore a proud expression, as if to say, "That is my master, indeed, my master." Meanwhile, Sun dashing from Bureau 749, in a state of astonishment, sighed softly. "Mr. Zhang, as long as you refrain from sinking the 4 islands of Sakura country, it should not pose too much of a problem." At the same time, Zhang Yi did not depart, for the system had issued a new task. Temporary task triggered. Refusal is not an option for the host. Task content: destroy 81 Sakura shrines. Task reward: 1,000 Poseidon-class submarines. Naturally, Zhang Yi would not decline this task, and, with fervor boiling in his veins, he set out for the location of the first Sakura shrine. Little chicks of the Foot Basin, I shall ensure you remember this day forever. Chapter 47: Destruction of the Sakura Shrine. Global shock in a certain location within Sakura country at a Sakura shrine. The void trembled as Zhang Yi tore through space and descended. He gazed down upon the shrine, commanding Shitzi to manipulate the global live streaming platform. Since he aimed to establish his authority, he decided to make a grand statement. With a single thought, Zhang Yi summoned 3,000 mechanical celestial soldiers from the heavenly realm. Once Shitzi indicated that the connection had been established worldwide, he issued the command, and the 3,000 mechanical soldiers opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of laser beams. Bullets rained down like a tempest upon the shrine below. Meanwhile, in a certain live streaming room, a viewer exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is happening? Oh, is that the mysterious powerhouse from last time? Has he gone live again?" In a mere moment, the live stream was inundated with hundreds of thousands of viewers. Fortunately, thanks to GZ's stable internet quality, otherwise, an ordinary server would have collapsed under the pressure. During the last incident with the Chen family, numerous netizens witnessed a miracle. Is it that man again? Where on earth is he? His firepower is so intense. Who is he aiming to annihilate? I recognize it. This is the Cherry Blossom Shrine of the Foot Basin chick. Goodness, he is actually demolishing the Cherry Blossom Shrine. Ah, I wholeheartedly support this. Indeed. This is the Cherry Blossom Shrine. It had previously been set ablaze. only to be restored by the foot basin chick. Excellent, well done. The cherry blossom shrine ought not to exist. Those foot basin chicks deserve their fate. This is the epitome of masculinity, a role model for us all. Regardless of his identity, I must rally in support against the foot basin chick. Yes, this is true manhood. He has obscured his face, otherwise I would surely wish to marry him. The live stream chat erupted in chaos, with the phrase true man flooding the screen. Not only on a certain platform, but even on international platforms like YouTube, comments from viewers were equally fervent. However, netizens from the land of cherry blossoms were in despair, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Who is he, and why is he destroying our spiritual sanctuary? I must find him, slay him, and make him atone. Oh heavens, the cherry be just when the global netizens believed everything had come to an end, Zheng Yi tore through the void and ventured to another realm. This miraculous event astonished internet users worldwide. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? A rift in the void? A portal to another dimension? Who is that man? Is he a deity? Regardless of his identity, as long as he annihilates the Sakura Shrine, the netizens of the Dragon Nation shall rally to his cause. The foot basin chicken enthusiasts, you shall have an insomniac night, for I stand in support of that enigmatic man, to obliterate all Sakura shrines. I second that. I second that. The entire online community descended into madness, for just as they were bombarding the screen with comments, yet another shrine was demolished. Zheng Yi once again tore through the fabric of space and departed, continuing his path of destruction. Thus, Zheng Yi led 3,000 mechanical celestial soldiers, relentlessly advancing and forcefully dismantling the Sakura shrines. Should anyone dare to obstruct him, they were mercilessly eliminated on the spot. Time and again, netizens were left in awe, fervently expressing their exhilaration and fervor through their comments. That night, the world trembled. Everyone was curious about the identity of that man and the reasons behind his ostentatious destruction of the Sakura shrines. At the same moment, the temporary headquarters of the Sakura Nation's Ninja Abilities Organization was established. Yet, they WER at that moment, a subordinate replied, although I am unaware of his identity. I can confirm that he hails from the Dragon Kingdom. A frown creased Qiu Daoningxi's brow as he pondered. Dingy had previously informed me that he commanded the S-rank ninja Tokugawa Benkyo to abduct a female scientist from the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that the mission has failed and now the adversary seeks vengeance? No one could provide an answer to this dilemma. Yet Qiu Daoningxi was convinced of the accuracy of his conjecture. Contemplating this, his heart involuntarily convulsed. Damn Dingy, damn Tokugawa Benkyo. Their attempts to pilfer had resulted in a grievous miscalculation, provoking a formidable adversary. Qiu Daoningxi fixed his gaze intently on the live broadcast screen, bearing witness to the destruction of shrine after shrine, utterly powerless to intervene. In the Dragon Kingdom, Gue City, Su Qingcheng had yet to fall asleep. Lying in bed, clutching her phone, she was engrossed in a live stream that was destined to be etched in history. Brothery, do you truly no longer want me? When you are not by my side, are you engaged in such perilous endeavors? Su Qingcheng's eyes remained glued to the silhouette on the screen, tears cascading down her cheeks. She sobbed quietly, heartbroken, clutching her phone tightly as though embracing Zheng Yi himself. Brothery, I am so sorry for slapping you that day. Will you come to find me? I long to see you, to be with you. Her sorrowful weeping caught the attention of the agents from the Dragon Group assigned to protect her. A figure rushed out from the guest room, and she inquired with concern, Dr. Su, what troubles you? Su Qingcheng hastily wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, Sister Hongya, I am fine. I simply yearn to see someone. Yin Hongya looked at her in surprise, noticing that she was watching Zheng Yi's live broadcast. She speculated, Dr. Su, you wouldn't want to meet Mr. Zheng, would you? Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng's expression shifted, and she hurriedly asked, Sister Hongya, do you know him? Do you know where he lives? I want to find him. I want to see him. Su Qingcheng's emotional response made Yin Hongya realize that her connection with Zheng Yi was extraordinary. She immediately contacted headquarters to inquire about Long Wuji's intentions. After receiving permission, Yin Hongya replied, Dr. Su, I can share Mr. Zheng's address with you. But could you tell me what your relationship with him is? Su Qingcheng pondered for a moment, as if resolutely making a decision. He is my man. The man I love. Yin Hongya was utterly taken aback, secretly nodding and becoming even more vigilant, determined to ensure Su Qingcheng's safety. If anything happened to her, no one could withstand Zheng Yi's wrath. At the same time, Pei Muan was also watching Zheng Yi's live broadcast, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Truly my man. Whether in bed or out of it, he is so formidable. In a naval base somewhere in Longhua, Zhao Fengqing stood on the deck of a Changlong-class cruiser, feeling the sea breeze as she watched the live stream on her phone, murmuring, "Mr. Zheng, I truly wish to see you again." In another location in Longhua, at a research center near the Gobi Desert, Gu Yunqi, still at work, paused her tasks, cradling her phone in both hands. Her eyes fixated on the figure on the screen. "Mr. Zheng, Yunqi yearns for you, longs to see you, and wishes to converse with you." Zheng Yi, stationed far away in the land of the cherry blossoms, obliterated 81 Shinto shrines in less than 2 hours, a feat that sent shockwaves across the globe. Subsequently, he recalled his 3,000 celestial warriors vanished with a mere wave of his sleeve. The live broadcast concluded, yet the fervor of netizens worldwide had been ignited. This incident promises to be a protracted affair, with far-reaching implications. As for Zheng Yi, he had already returned to the West Mountain Villa and entered the celestial court space. He gazed upon the pale blue treasure chest floating before him and smiled faintly. Open. Chapter 48. Neptune-class submarines. Zhao Fengqing in peril, a cerulean radiance erupted, swiftly transforming into 1,000 submarines of peculiar design, their specifications becoming known to Zheng Yi. Neptune-class submarines, integrating offense and defense, capable of submerging to depths of 3,000 meters, possessing formidable firepower, equipped with quantum shields, and capable of forming squadrons with Azure Dragon-class Star River cruisers, providing mutual fire support. Zheng Yi murmured to himself. The combat prowess of the Neptune-class submarines is considerable. He already had someone in mind to entrust them to. Upon departing the celestial court space, he found that it was already late at night. He disrobed and entered the bathroom to shower. Soon after turning on the shower, Zheng Yi heard Pei Muen's return. Detecting the sounds from the bathroom, Pei Muen's lips curved into a mischievous smile, and she swiftly disrobed, entering barefoot. Embracing Zheng Yi tightly from behind, Pei Muen's beautiful eyes quivered slightly as she whispered softly, "Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your actions, I am certain there is a cause. Please be mindful of your safety." Zheng Yi nodded with a smile, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, I am quite formidable." Pei Muen giggled, her eyes sparkling as she responded, "Indeed, indeed. You are exceptional at everything you do." With that, she wrapped her arms around Zheng Yi's neck, clinging to him like a koala. The two embraced tightly, lost in their own world. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the bathroom, collapsing onto the bed in a state of blissful rest. Zheng Yi indulged in a deep slumber until the following morning. After preparing a delightful breakfast for Pei Muen, he tore through the fabric of space, setting out to find Zhao Fengqing. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengqing was commanding a Songlong-class Star River cruiser in the midst of a training exercise. Due to various considerations, the Dragon Nation's Navy had refrained from disclosing details about the Songlong-class cruisers. Currently, the global community remained unaware that the Dragon Nation's Navy possessed a fleet of 1,000 powerful cruisers, whose deterrent capabilities far surpassed those of aircraft carriers. However, due to the limited duration of training, the Songlong-class cruisers had yet to develop true combat readiness. Consequently, the naval fleet assigned to the Songlong-class cruisers was engaged in intensive sea trials and training missions, striving to achieve operational capability at the earliest opportunity. Yet, while Zhao Fengqing was directing the cruiser through a certain expanse of international waters, an unexpected incident occurred. Four enormous octopus-like creatures suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean. The cruiser issued no warnings whatsoever, as if its detection systems had malfunctioned. Remain composed in the face of danger. Zhao Fengqing swiftly commanded the crew across various departments to spring into action. Deploy the quantum shields. Activate all 32 naval defense cannons. Initiate the vertical launch units and fire the nuclear fusion shells. Engage the 105mm laser cannon immediately. Zhao Fengqing's orders were swiftly disseminated to all combat units. In an instant, the cruiser's firepower was unleashed, relentlessly bombarding the 4 colossal octopus monsters. Initially, it seemed victory was assured. However, to Zhao Fengqing's astonishment, the formidable firepower did not dispatch the beasts with the same efficiency as before. The monsters, battered by the assault, let out anguished cries and thrashed wildly in the water. Yet they refused to succumb. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Fengqing commanded once more, "Maintain full firepower, and we shall retreat swiftly." Simultaneously, he reported to the base, requesting reinforcements. Following the issuance of the combat orders, the barrage intensified. The 4 octopus monsters were mercilessly pummeled, and at last, one could not endure the onslaught and was brutally slain, staining the surrounding waters with its blood. Yet, at that moment, A massive shadow surged from the distant sea, approaching with alarming speed. Then, with a thunderous crash, a creature resembling a lizard's head emerged from the depths. It possessed two sharp, sturdy claws and a heavy back adorned with spiny protrusions. With a fierce glare fixed upon the cruiser, the spines on its back began to emit a phosphorescent glow, as if gathering energy, quickly coalescing towards its neck. Suddenly, the lizard-like beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed a silvery energy beam that struck the cruiser's quantum shield with tremendous force. The overwhelming impact caused the cruiser to lurch violently. Fortunately, the quantum shield proved sufficiently robust, rendering the beast's assault ineffective. However, two additional lizard-like creatures surfaced from the ocean, positioning themselves on either side of the cruiser and unleashed their own silvery beams, slamming into the quantum shield. The cruiser trembled violently, and fissures began to appear in the shield, threatening to shatter. Zhao Fengqing, perceiving the dire situation, promptly commanded the cruiser to ascend. However, she received feedback from the operator. "Captain, we have yet to practice the ascent procedure for the cruiser. We are currently in international waters. If we inadvertently enter another country's airspace, it could lead to a dispute." Yao Fengqing furrowed her brow in silence. She was acutely aware of this risk. Yet the pressing circumstances necessitated her to take a gamble. Regrettably, her order plunged her into a perilous predicament. The cruiser ascended rapidly, but the relentless breath attacks from the octopus monster and the lizard beast continued unabated. It seemed as if they had conspired to annihilate the cruiser before them. As the cruiser successfully left the ocean's surface and soared into the air, three enormous flying creatures resembling giant seagulls swooped down unexpectedly. Their immense size was daunting, and their sharp claws savagely struck the cruiser, shattering its quantum shield. The situation took a drastic turn, and Zhao Fengqing's expression changed dramatically. However, her options had become exceedingly limited. Boom! The lizard beast's breath struck the hull, while the octopus monster's tentacles lashed out at the ship's defensive artillery. Under the barrage of attacks, the cruiser's propulsion system was compromised, causing the vessel to tilt dangerously and plummet. A multitude of crew members were thrown off balance, and Zhao Fengqing, caught off guard, plunged into the sea alongside them. The flying creatures emitted triumphant roars, while the lizard beast continued its breath assaults, intent on sinking the cruiser entirely. Meanwhile, the octopus monster wielded its colossal tentacles, targeting the fallen crew members. In that moment, the scene was one of chaos and devastation. Although Zhao Fengqing had narrowly escaped a grim fate, it was only a matter of time before she would be discovered. Reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon, leaving her life hanging by a thread. "Mr. Zhang, I have failed to meet your expectations. Such a formidable cruiser, and I allowed it to sink." Witnessing the sunken cruiser, Zhao Fengqing was filled with sorrow. At that moment, she was discovered by a lizard-like beast. Energy rapidly gathered, and a breath of attack was unleashed from the creature's mouth, hurtling towards Zhao Fengqing. In utter despair, she slowly closed her eyes, knowing that her demise was inevitable. Just then, a rift in space appeared, and Zhang Yi stepped through. The creature's breath struck Zhang Yi directly. Zhao Fengqing realized something and quickly opened her eyes, catching sight of the figure she had longed for. "He has come?" Zhang Yi turned his head slightly, offering her a gentle smile. "Are you all right? Have you been injured?" Zhao Fengqing shook her head and replied, "I am fine, but there are casualties among the crew." Zhang Yi nodded subtly, then his gaze turned icy as he unleashed a full counterattack. He amplified the creature's breath attack that had struck him tenfold and sent it back. Boom! The beast, caught off guard, was hit in the head and shattered on the spot. Zhang Yi showed no mercy, directing the rebounded breath towards the remaining lizard beasts and the octopus monster. In less than 10 seconds, they were all annihilated. Only 3 flying beasts hovering in the air sensed the peril and let out desperate cries before fleeing swiftly. Zhang Yi quickly lifted Zhao Fengqing from the water and, with a thought, summoned a Poseidon-class submarine from the heavenly realm. The surviving crew were rescued, and Zhao Fengqing's beautiful eyes trembled as she gazed at Zhang Yi, who had saved her twice, her heart racing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on the depths of the ocean, commanding his intelligent companion to conduct a comprehensive search of the world's seas. Intuition told him that something was gravely amiss in the sea. Chapter 49, The Abyssal Rift, Shadows of the Four Horsemen. In a certain expanse of international waters, the rescue team of the Dragon Nation's navy had arrived. After confirming the absence of any monstrous creatures in the vicinity, Zhang Yi addressed Zhao Fengqing, stating, "You take this Poseidon-class submarine back. I must venture into the depths of the ocean for an investigation." Zhao Fengqing's brows furrowed slightly. Into the depths? Mr. Zheng. The creatures of the sea are mysterious and formidable. Would it not be perilous for you to go alone? Zheng Yi offered a reassuring smile. Fear not. Should I sense any danger, I will retreat swiftly. I shall meet you at the naval base shortly. Understanding the futility of her objections, Zhao Fengqing nodded in agreement. Thus, Zheng Yi harnessed his spatial powers to create a barrier that would shield him from the surrounding water. With a splash, he plunged into the depths, swiftly navigating towards the anomalous area as guided by his intelligence. Standing upon the deck of the submarine, Zhao Fengqing brushed her hair back and gazed intently at the spot where Zheng Yi had vanished. Mr. Zheng, you must return safely. As he descended further, Zheng Yi soon reached the ocean floor, 5,000 meters beneath the surface. Having evolved into a fourth-level civilization being, he was impervious to the immense pressure of the water and could breathe freely. It seems my body can no longer be judged by the standards of Blue Star humanity, he murmured to himself, pressing onward in his exploration. Before him, he noticed an uncanny glow emanating from a nearby location, a striking anomaly in the pitch-black abyss. As he approached, he discovered a spatial rift before him. The enigmatic and unpredictable radiance emanated from the fissure. Zheng Yi felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Upon reflection, he suddenly recalled the day the Qin family estate was destroyed. Within the underground chamber, there existed a gateway that facilitated the passage of otherworldly beasts into Blue Star. Zheng Yi was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated the existence of a colossal spatial portal in the depths of the pitch-black ocean. Was it from here that the otherworldly beasts had emerged to launch their assault on Zhao Fengqing? Zheng Yi speculated. He initially intended to obliterate the spatial rift directly but hesitated. GZ, can you ascertain what lies beyond this rift? Zheng Yi inquired. This time, he waited a full 10 seconds before GZ responded. Master, behind this fissure lurks countless otherworldly beasts, all of them at least 5th tier in strength. And there are 4 exceptionally formidable presences. Please exercise caution. Zheng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He had never witnessed GZ issue such a grave warning. It was evident that the peril concealed behind this rift was immense. Taking a deep breath, he harnessed the power of space to conjure a black hole, intending to devour and obliterate the fissure. However, to his astonishment, his spatial annihilation failed to swiftly shatter the rift. Not only that, he sensed a retaliatory force, as if it aimed to shatter his black hole. Zheng Yi could not afford to be negligent. He summoned the power of space, unleashing the annihilative force of the black hole, prepared to forcefully destroy the rift. Suddenly, a towering phantom flashed forth from the fissure. Zheng Yi's gaze fell upon the apparition, and he was struck with an unparalleled shock. The Red Knight? The demonic god wielding the power to control otherworldly beasts? The ethereal figure that materialized before him rode a crimson steed adorned with wings, clad in resplendent blood-red armor, and brandishing a cross-shaped sword. Though his visage remained obscured, an aura of formidable majesty emanated from him, instilling dread. Merely as a phantom, he conveyed an overwhelming strength that left Zheng Yi in awe. Yet, at that moment, Zheng Yi was not the powerless being he had once been in a past life. Spatial annihilation, Zheng Yi uttered with a decisive tone, unleashing the force of space towards the Red Knight's apparition, intent on obliterating it. The Red Knight countered with his sword, but quickly found himself at a disadvantage, exclaiming in surprise, as if he recognized his inability to resist. In an instant, 3 more phantoms emerged, the White Knight, the Gray Knight, and the Black Knight. Zheng Yi was taken aback, never anticipating that at this juncture, in the abyssal depths of the ocean, he would encounter the 4 demonic gods heralding the apocalypse. The 4 demonic phantoms united, striving to counteract Zheng Yi's spatial annihilation, and a temporary stalemate ensued. At this critical moment, Zheng Yi unleashed the full force of the laws of space, conjuring an enormous black hole with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The unparalleled power of absorption enveloped the phantoms of the 4 demonic gods, completely consuming them alongside the spatial rift at the ocean's floor. Spatial strangulation. Fearing an insufficiency of power, Zheng Yi augmented his attack with spatial strangulation, ultimately fulfilling his mission by successfully vanquishing the phantoms of the 4 demonic gods and obliterating the spatial rift. As tranquility descended, Zheng Yi's expression darkened profoundly. The destruction of the phantoms did not bring him joy. Rather, it filled him with profound apprehension. If the 4 demon gods were to descend in their true forms and besiege me collectively, would I stand a chance? In our brief encounter, I have already grasped the formidable power of the 4 demon gods. Across the vast expanse of Blue Star, apart from myself, No one possesses the capacity to contend with them. Should the apocalypse arrive, heralded by the 4 demon gods and the onslaught of the monstrous army, humanity's current arsenal would be utterly insufficient to withstand such an assault. Our firepower is gravely lacking, and time is critically short. The pace of progress in our sci-fi realm must accelerate. Zheng Yi silently contemplated. With his present strength, he could aid the Dragon Kingdom in resisting the 4 demon gods. Yet to shield the nation from any harm would be an unattainable goal. The impending doom would undoubtedly result in countless casualties and global devastation. Zheng Yi's only recourse was to minimize civilian casualties and ensure the survival of the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed that his troubled thoughts were sensed by Jizi, who reached out. Master, do not burden yourself excessively. Every outcome is predetermined, and saving the world is not solely your responsibility. Zheng Yi shook his head, managing a bitter smile, and reassured himself. If I cannot withstand the assault of the 4 demon gods, I shall open the heavenly realm and lead the Dragon Kingdom to mechanical ascension. Upon hearing this, Jizi cautioned, Master, while the heavenly realm can admit individuals, it can accommodate no more than 100 million people. Please bear this in mind. Zheng Yi's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. This was a last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from opening the heavenly realm. After resurfacing from the depths of the ocean, Zheng Yi tore through the void and swiftly made his way to the naval base, where Zhao Fengqing was stationed. He intended to submit 1,000 Poseidon-class submarines to the National Navy. The situation was urgent. Only 80 days remained until the arrival of the apocalypse. The weapons and equipment he submitted must quickly be transformed into combat readiness. Upon witnessing Zheng Yi's safe return, Zhao Fengqing was overwhelmed with joy. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she stepped forward and embraced Zheng Yi tightly in front of numerous crew members and high-ranking officers. The highest commander of the base, Tang Zhan, observed this scene with a sense of awkwardness, suppressing his discomfort with a few gentle coughs. Realizing her lapse in decorum, Zhao Fengqing hurriedly apologized. Zheng Yi waved his hand with a smile, gently touching her forehead, and softly reassured her, Do not worry about my safety, nor should you feel remorse for the loss of a cruiser, understand? Zhao Fengqing's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zheng Yi summoned all the Poseidon-class submarines from the celestial realm and addressed Tang Zhan, saying, I am handing these submarines over to the National Navy. How you choose to utilize them is up to you. Tang Zhan was elated and gratefully accepted this arrangement. Having concluded this matter, Zheng Yi cast a glance at Zhao Fengqing before turning to leave, but an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. An unidentified individual like you should be apprehended and kept under strict surveillance. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow and slowly turned around, only to see a figure emerging from behind Tang Zhan. The individual held a respectable rank, surprisingly being a naval colonel. Chapter 50. I do not lay hands on those in military uniform. Zhao Fengqing's confession. First update. CFA, what do you mean by that? Zhao Fengqing's expression instantly hardened as she fixed her indifferent gaze on the newcomer. Witnessing Zhao Fengqing's protective stance towards Zheng Yi, CFA's face darkened, akin to someone whose possessions had been unjustly taken. However, as a naval colonel, he had to maintain his dignity. Thus, he suppressed his inner fury and offered a faint smile. I am a member of the National Navy, tasked with safeguarding my country's security. This is my solemn duty. This individual possesses an obscure background and is providing an abundance of advanced weaponry, which raises considerable apprehension. CFA spoke with unwavering conviction and candor. You, Zhao Fengqing, filled with indignation, boldly declared, I am willing to vouch for Mr. Zheng. Should he be apprehended for interrogation, I shall willingly face the same fate. CFA's expression darkened further. He could not tolerate Zhao Fengqing's defense of Zheng Yi. Just as he was about to issue an order for Zheng Yi's arrest, Tang Zhan, who had remained silent until now, interjected. CFA, Mr. Zheng is not as you perceive. He is a patriotic youth, and I would stake my life on that. Upon hearing these words, CFA's countenance soured to an unprecedented degree. He had never anticipated that even the highest commander of the base would speak in favor of Zheng Yi. Yet, he was unyielding. He continued to issue orders. Bring him in, bind him, and take him away for interrogation. Regardless of who he is or his status, he must not pose a threat to the security of Longhua. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Yi smiled and shook his head. Having lived 2 lives, how could he possibly be oblivious to the situation at hand? A formidable psychological pressure enveloped the room. Apart from Zhao Fengqing and Tang Zhan, none could move. CFA's expression shifted wildly. He had not anticipated that Zheng Yi would dare to confront him publicly. Zhang Yi strode confidently to Xie Fei's front, adjusted his military uniform with a steady hand, and then turned to address all present. You are the people's navy. I shall not lay a hand on those in military attire. You are the children of the people, defending our homeland and safeguarding our territory. Each of you is a hero. As he spoke, Zhang Yi removed Xie Fei's military uniform, swiftly arranged it, and placed it aside with utmost respect. Then, he withdrew the psychological pressure and, facing the terrified Xie Fei, said, You are not in military uniform now, so I can. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap struck Xie Fei's face. The crowd was instantly petrified. The sound of that slap was undeniably loud. If you admire Zhao Fengqing, pursue her boldly. If you fail to win her affection, it is merely a matter of fate between you two. Why direct your anger at others? Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed the truth, sparing no dignity for Xie Fei. After delivering his words, he glanced at Zhao Fengqing and said to Xie Fei, You must accept the reality that the one you cherish may not reciprocate your feelings. If someone does not like you, resorting to indignation and causing trouble for them will only breed disdain. Zhang Yi's voice was soft, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000. Zhao Fengqing quickly stepped forward and pleaded, Mr. Zhang, let us find a place to talk. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked at her in surprise and nodded. Consequently, Zhao Fengqing hurriedly took his hand and led him away from the scene. Meanwhile, Xie Fei could only watch helplessly as they departed, unable to intervene. Tang Zhan let out a wry smile, approached him, and patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. Whom Zhao Fengqing falls for is her choice. Your earlier actions were quite immature. With that, Tang Zhan turned and left, reminding Xie Fei to put on his uniform properly before he departed. Xie Fei's heart seethed with frustration, yet he felt powerless. In the base dormitory, Zhao Fengqing faced Jing Yi, her heart filled with apprehension and unease. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and said to Zhang Yi, I like you, and I wish to be your girlfriend. Is that possible? Zhang Yi was taken aback. He had only met Zhao Fengqing a handful of times and had not established a close connection or rapport with her. When did her affection for him begin? Zhao Fengqing's petite face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, as if she were confessing her feelings for the very first time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot be your boyfriend. Zhao Fengqing's expression dimmed, and she quietly nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she feigned nonchalance and said, I was presumptuous, but I have no regrets. At least I have expressed my feelings. Zhang Yi regarded Zhao Fengqing with a hint of admiration. She was straightforward in her demeanor and sincere in her interactions, a truly commendable woman. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. And just as Zhang Yi was about to seek an excuse to depart, he noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in Zhao Fengqing's eyes. Unable to hold back her emotions, she softly inquired, Mr. Zhang, could you tell me why you cannot reciprocate my affection? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Zhao Fengqing after his rejection. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Captain Zhao, you are a remarkable woman, strong and capable. I'm currently involved with someone. Although our relationship has yet to be defined. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengqing's eyes clouded completely. She fought back her tears and said, I'm sorry, I have overstepped. Zhang Yi offered her a gentle smile and extended his arms to embrace her, reassuringly stating, You will undoubtedly encounter the person destined for you. We shall remain good friends. Zhao Fengqing wept more intensely, holding Zhang Yi tightly. Perhaps this was the most favorable outcome. If they could not become lovers, then being lifelong friends would suffice. As Zhang Yi and Zhao Fengqing engaged in conversation, Su Qingqing, accompanied by Yin Hongye, arrived at the villa in the western hills of Yanqing. By a stroke of coincidence, Pei Muwen was at home on her day off, not out on any assignments. Upon receiving unexpected visitors, Pei Muwen, although filled with uncertainty, graciously welcomed them. May I inquire who you are and what brings you to seek Xingyi? She asked. Su Qingqing regarded Pei Muwen with a look of complexity, despite her suspicions. She inquired, Are you Pei Muwen? Pei Muwen, taken aback, nodded and asked in confusion, Do you know me? Su Qingqing affirmed with a simple yes, I am Su Qingqing. Upon hearing the name Su Qingqing, Pei Muwen's expression shifted dramatically. Even with her formidable inner strength, she felt a flutter of anxiety. At that moment, Yin Hongye, an outsider to the unfolding drama, keenly sensed the tension, her curiosity igniting like a flame. A love triangle involving two women and one man promised to be a spectacle not to be missed. After a brief moment of panic, Pei Muwen swiftly regained her composure, radiating the formidable presence of a queen. Though you have shared a bed with Zhang Yi, I too have been in his embrace. Regardless of your intentions today, I shall not relinquish him to you, Pei Muan declared, asserting her stance. Yin Hongya's pupils widened in shock. This revelation was indeed monumental. However, what followed left her even more astounded. Observing Pei Muan's defiance, Su Qiqing smiled gently, undeterred. I will not yield him either. I love him. He is my man. Since neither of us is willing to concede, let us both be his women. Pei Muan? Yin Hongya? Pei Muan stared at Su Qiqing in utter astonishment, while Yin Hongya found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp Su Qiqing's decision. After a long pause, Pei Muan softly replied. Very well, it's settled. We shall both be his women. Yin Hongya? She stood there, almost petrified, her worldview experiencing a profound upheaval. At that moment, a fissure appeared in the void, and Zhang Yi stepped through, immediately locking eyes with Su Qiqing. Pei Muan, beaming with delight, waved at him, exclaiming, Dear little brother, your sister Qingsheng has come to see you. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had stumbled into this chaotic scene. Chapter 51, The Shackles of the Heart Unbound. Zhang Yi becomes the target of a global bounty, Part 2. The atmosphere in the villa was somewhat stifling. The four of them exchanged glances, unsure of how to break the silence. As Su Qiqing's substitute bodyguard, Yin Hongye realized that she could not linger in such a situation. So she made an excuse to slip away. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, glancing at Pei Muan, his eyebrows raised in a silent plea for help. However, Pei Muan gradually rose from her seat, approached Zhang Yi, and, in front of Su Qiqing, bestowed a deep kiss upon him, as if to assert her claim. Dear little brother, she has come to find you. Do have a good chat while I step outside for some fresh air. Regardless of the outcome, you will always be my brother. Zhang Yi could only manage a wry smile. This enchanting siren seemed utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. She kissed when she pleased and embraced without hesitation. Su Qiqing undoubtedly witnessed Pei Muan's affectionate gesture towards Zhang Yi, her eyes fluttering slightly. Once Pei Muan had exited, she approached Zhang Yi. Unexpectedly, Su Qiqing tightly embraced Zhang Yi, sobbing softly, her sorrow palpable. Zhang Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. After a while, Su Qiqing's tears gradually subsided as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Yi's, her eyes brimming with emotion. In the next moment, she rose on her tiptoes, her soft lips pressing deeply against Zhang Yi's, bestowing a heartfelt kiss. Zhang Yi's mind went blank. What was happening? Had their relationship already? Before he could comprehend, Su Qiqing, with a voice laced with grievance, said, Igu, I'm sorry for hitting you that day. Does it still hurt? Zhang Yi shook his head, his heart growing increasingly perplexed. Su Qiqing's gaze was filled with remorse as she continued, Igu, I've made up my mind. I want to be with you. Zhang Yi? Wasn't this transition rather sudden? He inquired, Qiqing, this isn't fair to you. Can you truly accept it? Su Qiqing gazed intently at Zhang Yi, nodding emphatically, I've thought it through. And I've come to an agreement with Sister Pei to be your woman together. Zhang Yi? Sister Pei? Upon hearing this response, the shock within Zhang Yi was indescribable. Even in his absence, the two women had decided his fate. Although he wasn't at a loss and such an arrangement was the ultimate dream for most men, Zhang Yi still found it somewhat unrealistic. After all, in his previous life, he had suffered immensely due to Lu Ruyan. He fell into silence. Su Qiqing watched him quietly, not interrupting, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. She was afraid that Zhang Yi would not accept her, would not be with her. At this moment, Zhang Yi was engaged in conversation with Jizi. Master, only children make choices. You should embrace them all. When the apocalypse descends, only you can ensure their safety. Zhang Yi silently pondered. Jizi, do you already know how many confidants I will have in the future? Jizi, unusually silent for several seconds, replied, Master, I cannot deceive you. I exist in 10-dimensional space. Beyond the confines of time and space, and indeed, I have glimpsed a fragment of the future. Zhang Yi's heart trembled with anticipation as he inquired, What advice do you have for me? After a brief pause, Jizi responded, Master, do not disappoint those who love you. Otherwise, regret may come too late. In the face of the apocalypse, lives are as fragile as blades of grass. These words rendered Zhang Yi speechless. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he recalled Zhao Fengqing. Had he betrayed her affection by rejecting her? Would he come to regret it in the future? Thus, he pressed on Jizi. What is Zhao Fengqing's fate in the fragment of the future you have seen? In an unusual turn, Jizi offered no reply, choosing instead to remain silent. That silence was, in itself, an answer. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yi emerged from his reverie. He had once been wounded by love and betrayed by a lover. And now he had finally encountered someone who genuinely cherished him. Perhaps, as Jeezy had said, only children make choices. He should embrace them all. He lowered his gaze to meet the tearful eyes of Su Chi-ching, and at that moment, the shackles on his heart fell away completely. In the face of the apocalypse, survival was paramount. He gently lifted Su Chi-ching's chin, his eyes trembling slightly, and softly said, "I'm sorry for making you suffer." Then, he tenderly kissed her. With tears in her eyes, Su Chi-ching responded, finally relinquishing her inner unease and trepidation. Poolside, Pei Muen's expression was tinged with jealousy, a palpable aura of resentment swirling around her. Clearly, her mood was far from pleasant. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "That rascal. Tonight, I must exhaust him. Utterly exhaust him." Nearby, Yin Hongye's cheeks flushed crimson, fully comprehending the implications of Pei Muen's words. She couldn't help but muse, women are drawn to strength. Mr. Zhang is akin to a celestial being descended to earth. It's only natural that he would be liked and admired by various women. No sooner had she spoken than she sensed a palpable wave of animosity. Turning, she found Pei Muen glaring at her with ill-concealed displeasure. "Miss Pei, please don't misunderstand." Yin Hongye quickly interjected, waving her hands to emphasize her neutrality. "I was merely expressing a sentiment. I have no ulterior motives. Though, I am curious about one thing." "What is it that piques your curiosity?" Pei Muen inquired. Yin Hongye offered an awkward smile. "Between you and Su Chi-ching, who will ultimately hold the position of seniority?" Pei Muen's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. She desperately wanted to assert her dominance, but reality dictated otherwise. "That decision rests with Zheng Yi. Alas, I can only hope that he will eventually moderate his behavior and refrain from constantly seeking new romantic entanglements. Endowed with extraordinary strength, yet prone to feigning weakness, conquering the hearts of other women was effortlessly within his grasp." Pei Muen could only offer a wry smile. She had already resigned herself to the fact that Zhang Yi's circle of female companions would undoubtedly extend far beyond herself and Su Chi-ching. After an indefinite period, Zhang Yi emerged from the living room, hand in hand with Su Chi-ching. A radiant smile adorned Su Chi-ching's face, her heart's burdens lifted, and she transformed back into the vibrant person she once was. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the somewhat pallid Pei Muen, offering a gentle smile before placing his hand on Yin Hongye's shoulder, tearing through the void to transport her and Su Chi-ching back to Gue City. The research on the replicative medicine was at a critical juncture, necessitating swift action. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He beheld Pei Muen, nearly undraped, gazing at him with unabashed intensity. An unsettling premonition washed over him, prompting an instinctive desire to flee, yet Pei Muen ensnared him in an embrace. He attempted to resist, but the more he struggled, the more fervent her grip became. "You owe me. Dear brother, you must make amends." Pei Muen's voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Yi's heart quaked, and he ceased his resistance, embracing Pei Muen and leading her into the bathroom. 4 hours later, he emerged from the bathroom, holding Pei Muen and gently placing her on the bed to rest. At that moment, he received a call from Sun Dashing. "Mr. Zhang, do you have a moment? If so, please come to Bureau 749. Sun Dashing's tone was gravely serious, as if faced with a formidable challenge. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow in silence, pondering the cause of concern. Sun Dashing hesitated before responding in a hushed tone. "Mr. Zhang, your demolition of 81 Sakura shrines has stirred global attention. Reliable intelligence indicates that the ninja organization from Sakura country has issued a worldwide bounty for your life." Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Very well, I shall pay you a visit to ascertain the particulars." As he spoke, Zhang Yi donned his attire and tore through the void, departing. Chapter 52. A single finger ignites the challenge. Ling Feng provokes war, third update. In the 749 Bureau, Beijing headquarters, Sun Dashing awaited eagerly, anticipating Zhang Yi's arrival. Upon meeting, he candidly remarked, "Mr. Zhang, please accompany me to an upcoming meeting. Senior leaders at the national level wish to meet you." Zhang Yi's expression subtly shifted, and he nodded imperceptibly, recognizing the significance of the matter. It seemed that his 2 live broadcasts had indeed produced an immeasurable impact. Shortly thereafter, someone reported to Sun Dashing that the conference room was ready. Sun Dashing nodded and led Jing Yi to the meeting room. At this moment, many individuals were already seated within. Judging by their attire, most were military personnel, and a few familiar faces stood out, such as Gao Dashan, a senior commander from an Air Force base, Tang Zhan, a chief from a naval base, and Hou Tiandu, a senior commander from an armored combined brigade. Zhang Yi smiled in greeting, which they reciprocated with warm smiles of their own. Besides these individuals, Zhang Yi also spotted someone else, Mu Ling Wang. What was she doing here? Zheng Yi murmured to himself, involuntarily recalling the brutal scene of pressing her down for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Mu Ling Wang had noticed Zheng Yi as well, her teeth clenched in fury, wishing she could consume him alive. Moreover, beside Mu Ling Wang stood a young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, his gaze towards Zheng Yi was fraught with hostility and animosity. Zheng Yi could not help but feel perplexed, prompting him to inquire of Sun Dashing beside him. Who is that person? He seems to harbor a grudge against me. Following the direction of Zheng Yi's finger, Sun Dashing quickly grasped the situation. He leaned in closer to Zheng Yi's ear and explained, "His name is Ling Feng, one of Mu Ling Wang's suitors. The tale of your encounter with Mu Ling Wang in the Northeast Bureau, where you subdued her for 5 minutes, has spread throughout the 749 Bureau. Ling Feng has boasted that he will defeat you and bring you to the ground." Zheng Yi blinked, thoughtfully stroking his chin, his gaze playfully assessing Ling Feng as he shook his head and chuckled. He was neither one to instigate trouble nor one to fear it. If someone sought to trouble him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Soon, the meeting commenced formally, and the first speaker directed his criticism squarely at Zheng Yi, accusing him of posing a grave threat to national security and asserting that he should not be allowed to act unchecked. Upon hearing this, Sun Dashing hastily gestured to Zheng Yi, urging him to remain calm. Zheng Yi responded with a faint smile, continuing to listen to the speaker. The individual in question was named Qin Huang, a member of the Qin family from Tongqing, the same family that Zheng Yi had publicly dismantled during a live broadcast. Initially, Zheng Yi had only targeted the supernatural beings of the Qin family, sparing ordinary mortals from harm. Qin Huang, as an ordinary citizen, had ascended to a position of management within the 749 Bureau, owing to the sheer number of supernatural beings in the Qin family, particularly those of higher rank. Although Zheng Yi had obscured his identity during the live stream that annihilated the Qin family, its members were well aware of the true culprit behind it. Moreover, Qin Changsheng, who had recently completed his mission, had mysteriously vanished, his whereabouts still unknown. Following a clandestine investigation, Qin Huang discovered that Qin Changsheng had been invited to dine with Zheng Yi, after which all trace of him vanished. Consequently, Qin Huang concluded that Qin Changsheng had met his demise, and the perpetrator was none other than Zheng Yi. Thus, upon speaking, he launched an assault on Zheng Yi, attempting to apprehend him without bloodshed by virtue of his position as a senior administrator within the 749 Bureau. Alas, his notions were excessively naive and foolish. Qin Huang delivered an impassioned address, branding Zheng Yi as an irredeemable villain, a transgressor of social order who flouted the law. "I vehemently advocate for Zheng Yi's incarceration and rigorous surveillance, lest he be allowed to roam with impunity." Qin Huang's emotions were visibly turbulent, his face contorted with bulging veins, his gaze so intense it could have been lethal. Zheng Yi chuckled, rising slowly to his feet, just as Sun Dashing anticipated Zheng Yi's imminent assault. The conference room's large screen abruptly displayed a voice recording. One of the speakers was none other than Qin Huang. The other party hailed from the Sakura Empire. The discourse between the two was extensive, but one particular utterance by Qin Huang was sufficient to seal his fate. He conveyed to his interlocutor from the Sakura Empire, the individual responsible for the destruction of 81 shrines is named Zheng Yi. "I possess his address. You may covertly assassinate him." Upon the cessation of the voice recording, Qin Huang's complexion turned ashen. He frantically engaged in a series of ineffectual actions, attempting to intervene, yet to no avail. The architect of this revelation, of course, was Jizi. Indeed, while Qin Huang was delivering his address, Zheng Yi had surreptitiously commanded Jizi to investigate all facets of Qin Huang's background, inadvertently uncovering his encrypted voice communications with a ninja organization of extraordinary abilities from the Sakura Empire. As a divine creation, the Jizi exists within a 10-dimensional space, with all occurrences on Blue Star under its vigilant surveillance. Capturing this audio recording is merely a trivial task. Subsequently, Zheng Yi rose slowly, pointing at Qin Huang with admonition. "I have shown enough mercy to the Qin family. Do not provoke my limits. Otherwise, the Qin family shall face annihilation." Upon finishing his words, he extended a finger, and an enigmatic force of space surged forth, striking Qin Huang's forehead with the mere gesture. Without uttering a single cry of anguish, Qin Huang fell lifelessly to the ground. Sun Dashing promptly dispatched individuals to clear the scene without uttering a word. He had been perplexed by how Zheng Yi's confidentiality measures were so effective, yet the ninjas from Sakura Nation had acquired Zheng Yi's information and issued a global bounty. It turned out that someone from the Qin family had leaked the information. With a single finger, Qin Huang was obliterated, and those present inhaled deeply, quickly regaining their composure. None dared to voice any accusations. Subsequently, Gao Dashan, Tang Zhan, Huatian, and Sun Dashing all spoke in unison, expressing unwavering support for Zheng Yi's every action. They asserted that if Zheng Yi were to fall victim to assassins from other nations, it would equate to declaring war against the military of Long Nation and the 749 Bureau. Zheng Yi felt profoundly moved. Just as he believed the meeting would conclude on a harmonious note, an incongruous voice pierced through. Bullying the weak, is that truly a display of prowess? If you possess courage, come and face me. It was Ling Feng. He stepped forward, and not only him, Mu Ling Huang also emerged, her face ablaze with fury. Her eyes filled with boundless murderous intent. Sun Dashing, sensing the brewing trouble, coldly commanded, "What are you two doing? Step back at once." However, Ling Feng paid no heed to Sun Dashing's furious reprimand. He cast a sidelong glance at an elder seated at the head of the conference room and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Grandfather, if we allow such a rogue to act with impunity, the safety of Longwu will be severely compromised." Sun Dashing's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Ling Feng's formidable background. After all, this meeting was convened by Ling Feng's grandfather, Ling Ruoxu, who was the former leader of Bureau 749. His connections and influence remained extraordinarily potent, even in retirement, as he still wielded considerable authority. At that moment, upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Ling Ruoxu smiled indulgently and countered. "What do you propose to do?" Ling Feng let out a cold laugh, glanced at Mu Ling Huang, and pointed at Zheng Yi, declaring, "I intend to defeat him. To grind him into the ground, and then imprison him within the confines of Bureau 749. Sun Dashing could hardly contain his frustration. He wished he could drown Ling Feng in a single spittle. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated through the room. Zheng Yi responded, "Very well, I accept your challenge. However, I must warn you that if I strike, blood will inevitably be spilled." Ling Feng chuckled heartily, provocatively beckoning with his finger. "Let us proceed to the training ground. The humiliation you inflicted upon Ling Wang shall return to you tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 53, The Fallen Ling Feng, the assassination squad emerges in the training room. Ling Feng stood with an air of arrogance, exuding an aura of superiority, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. As an SSS-level ability user, he indeed possessed the right to look down upon all. Yet today, his adversary was Zheng Yi. Opposite him, Zheng Yi wore a calm expression. His consciousness engaged in a dialogue with the system. The unexpected challenge posed by Ling Feng had triggered a temporary mission. Temporary mission activated. Refusal by the host is not permitted. Current temporary mission. Incapacitate the SSS-level psychic. Mission reward. 6,000 sets of the shipborne metal storm weapon system. Zhang Yi offered a faint smile. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the metal storm weapon system, he sensed its formidable power. Returning to the present, he paid little heed to Ling Feng's mockery. Initially intending merely to teach him a lesson, the system's directive to incapacitate Ling Feng compelled him to act with greater intensity. In the next moment, Sun Dashing announced the commencement of the duel. Ling Feng erupted into a boisterous laugh, unleashing his psychic abilities without reservation. However, to his astonishment, Zheng Yi had vanished. In a state of panic, he scanned his surroundings but saw nothing. Not only could he not locate Zheng Yi, but he could not even sense his presence. What is happening? Ling Feng was taken aback. Yet, the next instant, a rift in space appeared behind him, and Zheng Yi reached out, pressing his hand firmly on his shoulder. Ling Feng, in a frenzy, attempted to retaliate but was shocked to discover that he was unable to harness his psychic abilities. How is this possible? My powers have failed. Ling Feng could hardly believe it. The abilities he had always taken pride in seemed to have abandoned him. Almost immediately, Zheng Yi exerted a slight force, effortlessly shattering Ling Feng's arm. "Ah!" Ling Feng cried out, veins bulging on his forehead, writhing in agony. Yet this was merely the beginning. Zheng Yi's demeanor remained eerily composed, methodically dismantling Ling Feng like a toy, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Furthermore, he employed spatial manipulation to sever Ling Feng's tendons, rendering him permanently unable to stand or wield his abilities. Such retribution was more merciless than outright execution. Thus, the challenge initiated by Ling Feng concluded in under a minute. Ironically, he was deprived of the opportunity to unleash his powers, having been crippled by Zheng Yi. The brutal spectacle elicited beads of perspiration from the onlookers, particularly Sun Dashing. Mr. Zheng had indeed prioritized the greater good. Otherwise, Ling Feng would have met his demise. Alas, Mr. Zheng was placed in a difficult position. Ling Feng's agonizing cries reverberated throughout the training chamber. Ling Ruoxu, observing from the stands, was filled with indignation and promptly called for a halt. Zheng Yi, you are audacious. Someone sees him. Do not allow him to escape. Ling Ruoxu erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of rage. However, on this occasion, his commands were ignored. With a flicker of shadows, Zheng Yi instantaneously materialized before him, causing him to recoil in terror, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I am a veteran of the 749 Bureau. To kill me would be to antagonize the entire organization." Zheng Yi chuckled sinisterly, extending a hand to support Ling Ruoxu. "Your contributions are significant. I shall not harm you. However, your grandson's current predicament is the consequence of his own actions." Ling Ruoxu was left seething in impotent rage. How could he be oblivious to the fact that Ling Feng's actions were intended to avenge Mu Ling Wang? Regrettably, both grandfather and grandson had underestimated Zhang Yi's prowess. As for Mu Ling Wang, she stood transfixed in a corner of the stands, trembling with trepidation, fearing that Zhang Yi might turn his attention towards her. "Director's son, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have taken a life and incapacitated another, causing you trouble," Zheng Yi remarked with a light-hearted tone. Sun Dashing hurriedly shook his head and clasped his hands, saying, "I bid farewell to Mr. Zhang. I shall handle the ensuing matters. However, you are now under a global bounty, and I fear you will face incessant troubles." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi instinctively stroked his chin, pondering for a few moments before stating, "I can obliterate 81 shrines just as easily as I can devastate 81 cities in 81 nations." With that, he turned and tore through the fabric of space, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Pei Muwen was still in slumber. Zheng Yi gently lay beside her, his consciousness entering the celestial realm. 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy bases operated around the clock, ceaselessly supplying energy. The progress of the sci-fi celestial realm was rapid. The southern heavenly gate had long been completed, and the Hall of Heavenly Soldiers on the first tier was also finished. The construction of the second tier was nearing completion, with the efficiency of the AI, Jizi, proving exceptionally high. Were it not for the distraction of building the Songlong-class cruisers and extraordinary mechanical battle armors, Jizi's efficiency could have been even greater. At present, only 30,000 mechanical celestial soldiers were tasked with constructing the celestial realm. However, as Zheng Yi observed the other celestial soldiers cultivating crops, building warships, crafting battle armors, and developing meteorological weapons and aerial combat aircraft, he felt a sense of reassurance. Although he had surrendered the technology and equipment acquired as rewards to the state, time remained too short, and relying solely on the strength of Longwo was fraught with uncertainty. At critical junctures, the equipment constructed within the celestial realm could prove invaluable. 100,000 celestial soldiers still seems a tad insufficient. Zheng Yi couldn't help but let out a wry smile, then shook his head. With a flicker of his mind, a pale blue treasure chest materialized before him. Upon opening the box, an innumerable array of luminous points burst forth, transforming into a suite of metallic storm weapon systems. Concurrently, Zheng Yi became privy to information regarding this weaponry. His understanding of such systems was limited. Yet upon learning the intricate details, a singular revelation left him astounded: a staggering rate of 500,000 rounds per minute? How utterly ruthless! Zheng Yi was taken aback. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation boasts a complete industrial chain and a robust manufacturing system, alleviating any concerns regarding ammunition. Given that this is a naval weapon system, it would be more appropriate to consult Zhao Fengqing for installation on the Songlong-class cruiser, which would undoubtedly enhance its striking capabilities. With a satisfied smile, Zheng Yi returned to reality, only to find himself gazing into the alluring eyes of Pei Muwen. "Oh, little brother, you're awake?" Zheng Yi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to rise. But Pei Muwen pressed him down, mounting him playfully. "Sister, what are you doing?" Pei Muwen replied with a mischievous grin. "What do you think? I intend to have my way with you." Realizing her intentions, Zheng Yi feigned surrender, yet his hands swiftly began to remove Pei Muwen's garments. She eagerly complied, and thus the hours slipped by. After watching Pei Muwen drift back into slumber, Zheng Yi rose from the bed and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. Just as he finished, the prompt from Ji echoed in his ears. "Master, someone is approaching. They hail from the land of the morning calm, and are professional ability-wielding assassins." Zheng Yi paused momentarily, then a smile crept across his lips as he composed himself, leisurely dressing before exiting the room to stand in the courtyard. With his extraordinary spatial perception, 11 assassins from the land of the morning calm had arrived. According to the investigation by the intelligent entity, they were all SS-level superhumans, possessing formidable strength. However, in Zhang Yi's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Nation, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Since they had come, they might as well show themselves. He declared into the air. In the next moment, 11 figures appeared simultaneously, surrounding Zhang Yi from all directions. Concurrently, the system's notification chimed. Special mission triggered. Refusal is not an option for the host. Current special mission: eliminate the SS-level superhuman assassins from the land of the morning calm. Mission reward: 1,000 sets of powerful acid rain meteorological weaponry. Zhang Yi felt a surge of excitement, secretly relishing the situation. Not only were these assassins offering their heads, but they were also providing him with mission rewards. It was immensely gratifying. Chapter 54. Slay the assassins. Naval base under attack. The target has been confirmed. Commence the attack. It was unclear which assassin spoke, but upon verifying Zhang Yi's identity, they swiftly issued commands. They spoke in the language of the Dragon Nation. Yet their intonations sounded peculiar and rather awkward. Zhang Yi shook his head with a smile, mocking them. A bunch of second-rate assassins dares to come for my life? Truly seeking their own demise. The 11 assassins launched a coordinated assault from every direction, yet Zhang Yi remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. As the assassins approached within a meter, a tremendous mental pressure surged forth, instantly pinning all the assassins to the ground, rendering them immobile. The assassins from the land of the morning calm were caught off guard, their expressions filled with horror. The agony from the depths of their souls inflicted unbearable suffering. Some of the weaker ones bled from their mouths and noses, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle, his right hand gracefully waved, and a rift in space materialized silently. In less than 5 seconds, he annihilated them all without sparing a single soul. These SS-level extraordinary beings, who could have proudly looked down upon the world, had not even the chance to execute a single move before their lives were extinguished in such a humiliating manner. Zhang Yi casually clapped his hands, turned, and returned to his room, as if nothing had transpired. The act of eliminating those assassins from the neighboring nation felt no different than crushing a few ants. Upon entering the celestial realm, Zhang Yi opened a treasure chest, revealing 1,000 sets of formidable acid rain meteorological weapons. It seemed he would need to seek out Gu Yunxi once more. That girl had looked at him with a rather peculiar gaze the last time. Zhang Yi could not help but stroke his chin, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. At that moment, the voice of Zizi echoed, "Master, why not just take them all?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and exited the celestial space. Without disturbing Pei Yuan, he quietly set up a spatial barrier enveloping the entire Shishan villa before tearing through the void to depart. In a certain location within Dragon Country, at a naval base, Zhao Fengqing stood on the deck of a newly commissioned Songlong-class cruiser, gazing at the distant sea and sky, her heart awash with myriad thoughts. "Mr. Zhang, I miss you. I cannot contain my feelings for you." A bittersweet ache filled her heart. Just as she was lost in her longing for Zhang Yi, an alarm blared unexpectedly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Unidentified creatures are emerging from the depths of the sea in great numbers. All forces prepare for battle. An alert was sounded from the control room. Zhao Fengqing snapped back to reality, returning to her captain's post and issuing a series of commands. Yet, scarcely had her orders been given when the entire base came under assault. Countless octopus tentacles emerged from the abyss, launching an assault on the various vessels anchored at the surface. Fortunately, Zhao Fengqing had already commanded the activation of the quantum shields. The other Changlong-class cruisers also followed the pre-established combat directives, engaging their quantum shields to fend off the onslaught of the octopus tentacles. Regrettably, those naval ships lacking quantum shields could not escape the tentacle attacks, suffering significant damage, with some even sinking outright. In addition to the vessels, the naval forces sustained grievous casualties. The assault from the octopus creatures was formidable, rendering conventional weaponry virtually ineffective. In this dire moment, all cruisers stationed in the port were swiftly deployed into battle, adhering to combat orders to launch a counteroffensive. However, the onslaught was not solely from the octopus beasts. There were also lizard-like monstrosities capable of unleashing devastating breaths. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of silvery energy beams surged from all directions towards the base and the cruisers, seeking to annihilate everything in their path. Zhao Fengqing was taken aback as she witnessed numerous lizard monsters emerge from the sea, continuously unleashing their breath attacks on the naval base. The entire base was engulfed in flames, with countless casualties. The cruisers retaliated fiercely, gradually suppressing both the octopus and lizard creatures, even managing to slay several of the monstrous invaders. Yet, their numbers were vast, and their might was formidable, making swift eradication a daunting challenge. Particularly alarming was the breath attack from the lizard beasts. Its destructive power was astonishing, and even the most robust quantum shields could not withstand the onslaught for long. With a resounding crash, under the combined assault of 4 lizard monsters, the quantum shield of one cruiser was shattered. Subsequently, the hull was struck, its defensive cannons were obliterated, the 105mm laser cannon was destroyed, and the vertical launch system's nuclear fusion rounds were expended. Under the combined might of 4 monstrous creatures, the cruiser was sunk, gradually descending to the ocean floor. The entire naval crew aboard the cruiser was cast into the water, desperately scrambling for survival amidst the ensuing chaos. The beasts roared with exhilaration. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengqing was filled with a profound sense of grief and anger, commanding an all-out assault on the creatures. The remaining operational cruisers and ground missile bases unleashed a relentless barrage, determined to retaliate at any cost. In that moment, the naval base erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. The octopus-like beast was vanquished, the lizard creature was slain, and the sea was stained crimson with blood, yet the battle raged on, growing ever more brutal. These monstrous entities seemed to have received a deathly mandate, vowing not to relent until the naval base lay in ruins. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Fengqing's cruiser became the target. The quantum shield sustained fierce assaults, ultimately shattering, and in scarcely a moment, the entire vessel was engulfed by the depths. Crew members perished, others were injured, and some fled for their lives. Boom. The command center of the ship was struck by the lizard creature's breath, resulting in a violent explosion that left Zhao Fengqing wounded, plunging her into the frigid waters. Her consciousness swiftly faded, and though she struggled, her strength waned. Her body sank rapidly, the shadow of death looming ever closer. Within her heart, there was no fear, only an overwhelming sense of regret. Mr. Zheng, I truly am useless. I have destroyed yet another cruiser. Now I too shall perish, never to see you again, she whispered to herself, the flicker of life within her dissipating as her eyelids slowly closed, just as her heartbeat grew exceedingly faint, teetering on the brink of cessation. Zheng Yi tore through the void to reach her. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought Zhao Fengqing into the celestial realm and, without any delay, administered half of a crimson pill to her. This miraculous elixir possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased and restore life to the lifeless. Upon entering her body, the potent essence of the pill rapidly disseminated, coursing through Zhao Fengqing's limbs and vital organs. Her injuries were grievous. The assault from the otherworldly beast had nearly obliterated half of her form, rendering her condition even more dire than that of Pei Yuan previously. Yet, the efficacy of the pill was remarkable. Although it required a modicum of time, it ultimately drew Zhao Fengqing back from the brink of death. Before long, Zhao Fengqing opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. Where am I? Mr. Zhang? Am I imagining things? She exclaimed in astonishment. She could hardly fathom the possibility of seeing Zheng Yi once more. Just as she was about to inquire, her body shuddered slightly, and an indescribable heat surged within her, overwhelming her senses. Zheng Yi's expression was complex. He was acutely aware of the tribulations Zhao Fengqing had faced. However, at that moment, he needed to attend to the external threat posed by the oceanic beasts. Fengqing, endure for a while. I shall return swiftly, he proclaimed before hastily exiting the celestial realm, leaving Zhao Fengqing to grapple with the intense heat surging through her body. She recognized the irregularity within herself and understood the nature of the heat. Mr. Zheng, I am prepared. Regardless of what the future holds, I will not regret becoming your woman. The internal heat intensified, causing her body to feel as if it were ablaze, akin to smoldering coals. Chapter 55. Breaking the Crisis, Rescuing Fengqing. Gu Yunxi is kidnapped. In the external world, with the arrival of Zheng Yi, the situation underwent a dramatic reversal. He granted GZ complete control over the cruiser's command authority and swiftly equipped the vessel with the onboard Metal Storm weapon system. Under GZ's command, the Metal Storm weapon system was successfully activated, unleashing a staggering rate of 500,000 rounds per minute against the monstrous beasts. Although the power of a single bullet was negligible, the sheer density of fire at such a rate was terrifying. Even the formidable beasts, endowed with both offensive and defensive capabilities, found it challenging to withstand the onslaught, especially with Zheng Yi joining the fray. Consequently, Under the relentless barrage of the metal storm weapon system and Zheng Yi's spatial strangulation, the remaining beasts hastily retreated, no longer willing to engage in battle. Zheng Yi instructed GZ to closely monitor the entire base to ensure no unforeseen incidents occurred. He then swiftly returned to the celestial realm. Zhao Fengqing's body was on the brink of eruption. If not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. "Fengqing, I am sorry," Zheng Yi exclaimed, his face flushed. The effects of these pills had indeed taken a toll on him. Understanding Zheng Yi's intentions, Zhao Fengqing relinquished her restraint and embraced his neck. "Mr. Zheng, this is my first time. Take me, I am willing." Zheng Yi gazed deeply into Zhao Fengqing's eyes. "I will take responsibility for you." Thus, the two laid bare their feelings, entwined in a passionate embrace, that this enchanting scene went unseen. It was not until 3 hours later that the side effects of the pills completely dissipated, restoring Zhao Fengqing's body to normalcy. Moreover, under Zheng Yi's perception, Zhao Fengqing's physical abilities had transcended those of an ordinary person. Although Zhao Fengqing is neither an extraordinary being nor a practitioner of ancient martial arts, her current offensive and defensive capabilities are undeniably beyond that of an ordinary person. Pei Muan, as an extraordinary being, experienced a significant enhancement in power after consuming a red pill. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengqing, an ordinary human, would naturally undergo substantial changes upon ingesting the same pill. She leaned on Zheng Yi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Mr. Zheng, have I caused you trouble?" Zhao Fengqing spoke softly, her words laced with a hint of guilt and self-reproach. Zheng Yi couldn't help but frown. "Trouble?" Then, Zhao Fengqing slowly rose, sitting atop Zheng Yi, allowing her soft curves to be laid bare before his eyes. "Mr. Zheng, you have a girlfriend, yet in order to save me, you slept with me. Am I not the third party?" Zheng Yi suddenly understood. It was this concern that weighed heavily on Zhao Fengqing's mind. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words to explain or comfort her. From her perspective, her thoughts and words were entirely justifiable. Zheng Yi smiled gently, reaching out to caress Zhao Fengqing's cheek, speaking softly. "You are not the third party. The responsibility lies with me. Had I not rescued you, your fate would have been sealed. Yet to save you, we inevitably arrived at this juncture. In this world, there exists no perfect solution. All one can seek is a clear conscience. If it must be labeled, I shall embrace the title of a scoundrel." Zhao Fengqing gazed at Zheng Yi in astonishment. You truly do not blame me? Then, will you abandon me?" she inquired cautiously. Upon hearing her words, Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, shaking his head. "I promise to take responsibility for you. How could I possibly abandon you?" Zhao Fengqing, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of happiness as she nodded emphatically and embraced Zheng Yi tightly, reluctant to let go. Zheng Yi felt a profound sense of emotion welling up within him. He suddenly recalled the glimpse of the future that GZ had witnessed, a future where Zhao Fengqing met her demise. Yet now, her fate had been irrevocably altered. The two did not linger in their affection. After tidying up, they returned to the outside world. The flames of war had subsided, but the naval base lay in ruins, with a staggering loss of life. After bidding farewell to Zheng Yi, Zhao Fengqing immediately threw herself into her work. Zheng Yi's expression turned grave as he instructed GZ to survey the globe. The results were astonishing. Not only had the Dragon Kingdom's navy been attacked, but vital naval bases of significant global powers had also suffered catastrophic blows. In particular, the naval facilities of the Bear Nation and the Beautiful Nation were nearly obliterated, with aircraft carriers sunk and barely a tenth remaining. The naval bases of smaller nations had been entirely erased, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, GZ reported the discovery of numerous spatial rifts appearing simultaneously across the world's oceans, gateways through which oceanic beasts could breach into reality. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow deeply. Could it be that the earlier confrontation with the 4 demon shadows had triggered this assault by oceanic monstrosities worldwide? A sense of unease gnawed at Zheng as an indescribable pressure bore down upon him. His individual strength was limited, and should the apocalypse descend, the world would surely succumb to chaos. All he could do was strive to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom and ensure its tranquility. Before long, news of the monstrous assault sweeping across the globe became a focal point of media attention, prompting nations to investigate the underlying causes. Several nations have declared a state of heightened military readiness in response to unforeseen circumstances. Zheng Yi chose not to depart but instead remained by Zhao Fengqing's side, offering his support. The reconstruction of the base is not a task to be completed in a day. The efforts of Zheng Yi and Zhao Fengqing are, indeed, quite limited. After approximately a day, The operations of the base had largely returned to normal, and Zhao Fengqing finally found a moment to rest. Ego, you may go about your business now. Having accompanied me for so long, I hope it has not impeded your responsibilities, Zhao Fengqing remarked. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she uttered the name she had long harbored in her heart. Jingyi shook his head with a gentle smile. It has not hindered anything for me. But what about you? What do you plan to do next, and where will you go? Zhao Fengqing explained. I will remain at the base for the time being. As a soldier, I seldom return home. However, the situation is different now. Ego, where is your home? Understanding her curiosity, Zhang Yi shared the address of his villa in Xishan. Zhao Fengqing happily noted it down, then embraced Zhang Yi, showering him with affectionate kisses. Reluctant to part. Ego, I must go report in soon. Zhang Yi gently patted her head, reassuring her, if you ever miss me, feel free to reach out. It will be much easier for me to come to you than for you to seek me out. All right. Zhao Fengqing nodded, her eyes shimmering with emotion. In the next moment, Zhang Yi tore through the fabric of space and departed. He had already left behind 6,000 sets of shipborne metal storm weapon systems. Now, he was on his way to find Gu Yunxi to hand over 1,000 sets of the formidable acid rain meteorological weaponry. Unexpectedly, Jizi urgently alerted, Master. Gu Yunxi has been kidnapped at home. The mastermind is the shadow organization from the Korean peninsula. Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Although he was unfamiliar with the shadow organization, he surmised it was akin to the ninja abilities in Sakura country. The abduction of Gu Yunxi was likely an attempt to seize her groundbreaking research on meteorological weaponry. After all, the people from the Korean peninsula had a penchant for appropriating others' possessions. Damn them. If you harm Gu Yunxi, I shall not hesitate to retaliate in a grand manner, demonstrating the price of crossing me. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi found herself bound, her mouth taped shut, surrounded by a dozen cloaked figures in black who were whispering amongst themselves. Shortly thereafter, someone administered an injection to her. They communicated in their native tongue, incomprehensible to Gu Yunxi, who could only silently weep in fear, her heart fervently praying, Mr. Zhang, I am so frightened. Where are you? Can you come to save me? Chapter 56. Is it again a pill that saves lives? Gu Yunxi's body evolves. In Tianshui City, Dragon Country, at an abandoned brick kiln, one of the kidnappers grumbled impatiently, why hasn't the vehicle arrived yet? If we don't relocate soon, we'll be discovered by the dragon team, and escaping will become exceedingly difficult. Gu Yunxi trembled, her body drenched in cold sweat, appearing exceedingly frail. Upon noticing her condition, someone inquired about the dosage of the drug she had received. Upon learning she had been overdosed, a torrent of curses erupted. Quickly call for a vehicle. This woman cannot die. Her research is incredibly valuable, and we must obtain it. Thus, the group continued their wait. However, what they encountered was a harbinger of death. Who could it be? Alas, we have been discovered. Engage. One of the kidnappers spotted Zhang Yi, promptly shouting and unleashing his abilities. Yet, Zhang Yi's defensive capabilities soared to the 1000th degree, rendering ordinary assaults utterly futile. With a mere flick of his finger, a shadowy projectile erupted forth, obliterating the shadow assassin that dared to strike him. Zhang Yi, refusing to linger in battle, swiftly advanced, teleporting to Gu Yunxi's side. Upon witnessing her dire condition, he immediately instructed Jizi to assess the situation, only to learn that she had been poisoned. Master, Gu Yunxi has been afflicted by the toxin of the soft orchid grass. This poison induces profound weakness and dizziness. However, the dosage within her system is alarmingly high, triggering cardiac spasms, leading to imminent cessation of her heartbeat. Zhang Yi was taken aback, urgently inquiring about a remedy. Jizi, without hesitation, responded, Master, you have 5 4th-level biological pills remaining, one of which is a white pill capable of counteracting the poison. Zhang Yi felt overwhelmed. What the hell? What kind of poison is this? As he hesitated over whether to administer the pill, Gu Yunxi suddenly gasped for breath, and in the next moment, her breathing ceased. A quick check of her pulse revealed the dreadful truth. There was none. Jizi urgently urged, Master, quickly administer the pill. There is still a chance to revive her. If the heart remains still too long, she will truly perish. With a resolute shout, Zhang Yi cast aside his doubts, swiftly retrieving the white pill and administering half of it to Gu Yunxi. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and its potent essence rapidly neutralized the poison coursing through her veins. Soon, Gu Yunxi opened her eyes and beheld the person she had longed for day and night. Instinctively, she leapt into Zhang Yi's embrace, holding on tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhang Yi gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. At that moment, shadowy assassins approached. Without uttering a single word, they launched their attack, unleashing their extraordinary abilities, only to be thwarted by the spatial barrier Zhang Yi had erected. The assassins, taken aback, grew increasingly frantic, preparing to unleash their ultimate moves against Zhang Yi. Yet, in the next instant, they were gripped by terror as they realized the very space around them had become a prison, ensnaring them as if they were trapped in quicksand, utterly immobile. Spatial strangulation, Zhang Yi exclaimed, and countless rifts mercilessly obliterated them, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Subsequently, Zhang Yi deftly created a spatial tear, efficiently disposing of their remains without a trace. Gu Yunqi, witnessing this act of violence, felt no fear. It was him once more, saving me, she mused internally. But in the next moment, an unsettling heat surged through her body, igniting a tumult of unspoken desires. Gu Yunqi looked at Zhang Yi in confusion, softly murmuring, "Mr. Zhang, I feel so unwell, I am in such pain. They injected something into me, and I do not know what it is." Without hesitation, Zhang Yi swiftly lifted Gu Yunqi and made his way to her home. Upon arriving, he rushed her into the bathroom, turning on the shower to cool her down with cold water. Then, with a grave expression, he turned to Gu Yunqi and explained everything to her. "Thus, all of this is my responsibility. It is the medication I provided that has caused such immense side effects." Originally, Gu Yunqi, who had been exercising great restraint, suddenly relaxed. She softly spoke, "Mr. Zheng, there is no need for you to blame yourself. I do not hold you accountable, for I have always harbored feelings for you." As she spoke, she could no longer contain herself, reaching out to embrace Zhang Yi and share a passionate kiss. At that moment, Gu Yunqi's body was ablaze with warmth, her veins vividly visible beneath her skin. Zhang Yi, no longer conflicted, responded eagerly to Gu Yunqi's affection. The two entwined in each other's embrace, savoring the greatest pleasures of life. 2 hours later, Zhang Yi carried Gu Yunqi out of the bathroom, placing her gently onto the bed before hastily donning his clothes. Although Gu Yunqi's body temperature had returned to normal, she remained unconscious, which caused Zhang Yi some concern. He quickly inquired with Jizi. After examining her, Jizi replied, "Master, there is no need for worry. The pill Gu Yunqi ingested is currently reconstructing her immune system, enabling her body to withstand all forms of deadly toxins. Furthermore, the white pill is reshaping her genetic structure, allowing her to evolve." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's pupils dilated in astonishment. Could this be a blessing in disguise? After approximately 3 hours, Gu Yunqi finally awakened. At that moment, she felt as though she had transformed into a different person, brimming with vitality and exuding an invigorating spirit, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Simultaneously, Zizi transmitted a set of data to Zhang Yi. Target individual, Gu Yunqi, combat power, level 300, defense power, level 300, mental power, level 2. Zhang Yi was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that half of the white pill would possess such miraculous effects. In the present day, Gu Yunqi undoubtedly surpasses the SSS level ability user of 749 tiers. Even though her mental strength lags slightly, it is still a remarkable feat observing Gu Yunqi. Her eyes fluttered, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Zhang Yi's eyes, Zhang Yi quickly grasped the situation and stepped forward, inquiring, "Given the circumstances, what is your decision?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yunqi abruptly raised her head, her expression anxious as she asked, "Zhang Yi, brother, do you not like Yunqi?" Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow, suppressing a mischievous grin as he replied, "Do you like me?" Gu Yunqi hurriedly exclaimed, "I like you. You are my favorite, Zhang Yi brother. I wish to see you every day." "Ah, you rascal, trying to trick me." Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Gu Yunqi's innocent and adorable nature made her blush profusely under his playful teasing. However, her expression soon shifted to one of distress as she pondered aloud, "Brother E, someone as exceptional as you must already have a girlfriend, right? Am I not taking advantage of someone else's situation? Am I not the third party disrupting another's family?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. She shared the same thoughts as Zhao Fengqing. He reassured her, "No, you are not that kind of person. If anyone dares to speak ill, they can blame me for being the villain." Gu Yunqi quickly shook her head, countering, "No, brother E is not a villain. If there are any rumors, I shall clarify the truth and defend you." Zhang Yi felt a profound stir within. Fate had been kind to him. After the pain and torment of his past life, someone had finally come to offer him solace in this one. The sky outside had darkened, and Zhang Yi initially intended to depart, yet he was halted by Gu Yunqi. "Gu, it's already dark. Could you please not leave? Gu Yunqi shyly implored. Zheng Yi couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two shared a bed for the night, engaging in deep conversation that enhanced their mutual understanding. As the sun rose, they awoke punctually. Zheng Yi escorted Gu Yunqi to the research institute and delivered 1,000 sets of advanced acid rain weaponry before returning to the Shishan villa. Upon his arrival home, he found Pei Muwan absent and turned on the television to catch the latest news. One particular report greatly inspired him. The Dragon Kingdom scientist, Sidu Jing, had successfully developed quantum shield technology, bringing science fiction into reality. Zheng Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before tearing through space. Chapter 57. Ingenious Rescue of Sidu Jing, Assault on the Shadow Organization Yang City, a certain quantum technology research center. Unlike the usual tranquility, today the research center was exceptionally bustling, teeming with activity and movement. Quantum field expert Situ Jing's successful development of quantum shield technology had ignited the global tech community, making her a sensational figure worldwide. In an hour, the research center would hold a press conference. As the protagonist, Situ Jing was engaged in her final preparations before speaking. At that moment, she stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing silently outside, lost in thought, her mind drifting far away. A man's figure materialized in her mind. After a long pause, she shook her head with a sigh and slowly turned around. In that instant, she was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Totally unforeseen by Sidu Jing, Zheng Yi materialized before her, a circumstance that took her by surprise. Zheng Yi offered a serene smile, bowing slightly as he conveyed his felicitations. My utmost felicitations on your groundbreaking achievement in quantum shield technology. Its implications for the future of the Dragon Kingdom are immense, and thus, my presence here is warranted. Situ Jing returned the gesture with a modest bow, eschewing any semblance of vainglory. Your commendation is overly generous, esteemed Zheng. Were it not for the technical blueprints you provided, I shudder to contemplate the inordinate amount of labor that would have been required to attain success. The lion's share of the credit belongs to you. A mutual smile passed between them, indicative of their profound understanding. In the midst of their amiable discourse, an unforeseen event transpired. A smoke grenade, engineered to induce vertigo, was hurled into the room. Zheng Yi, discerning the ominous nature of the situation, promptly erected a spatial barrier to safeguard Sidu Jing. Your cooperation is required. Feign the inhalation of toxic fumes and subsequent unconsciousness. I intend to unmask the puppeteer behind this nefarious scheme and extirpate them forthwith. Following a fleeting moment of disquiet, Situ Jing regained her composure with remarkable alacrity. Secure in the knowledge of Zheng Yi's protective presence, without hesitation, she reclined upon the floor, simulating a state of slumber induced by the soporific fumes. As for Zheng Yi, he remained seated, his eyes gently closed, likewise feigning unconsciousness. Before long, the chamber door was breached, and two individuals garbed in custodial attire entered the premises. Their countenances were obscured by masks, rendering their visages indiscernible. Nevertheless, through their exchange, Zheng Yi surmised their provenance. The Korean Peninsula. Could these be assassins affiliated with the Shadow Syndicate once more? Zheng Yi pondered inwardly. As the two figures neared Sidu Jing, they inadvertently triggered the spatial barrier, resulting in their forceful expulsion. Realizing their entrapment, they endeavored to retreat with haste, but their efforts proved futile. Zheng Yi, in his resolve, was not inclined to permit their escape. Spatial imprisonment. A soft admonition escaped as Zheng Yi restrained the two individuals, rising to stand beside them, inquiring, "Are you proficient in the language of the Dragon Nation?" One of them, eyes wide with astonishment, nodded affirmatively, indicating his ability to speak. Zheng Yi then pressed further. "Are you members of the Shadow Organization?" The individual nodded and replied, "Indeed, we are assassins from the Shadow Organization, tasked with the bounty to abduct Professor Situ Jing." Zheng Yi silently acknowledged this revelation, contemplating before continuing. "How did you infiltrate this place?" "This is a confidential facility, and outsiders are prohibited from entry." Upon hearing this question, the man fell silent for a moment, then, seemingly bewildered, he countered, "If I tell you the truth, will you let me go?" Zheng Yi nodded, assuring him, "Very well. As long as you speak honestly, I shall grant you your freedom." With Zheng Yi's promise, the man rejoiced and explained, "We had an insider, a man named Wang Chuanwei, who facilitated our entrance." Zheng Yi inwardly mused that his suspicions were confirmed, and he subsequently released the spatial confinement, granting them their liberty. Yet, in the next instant, a rift in space abruptly materialized, engulfing the two and dispatching them in an instant. Zhang Yi clapped his hands, a cold smile gracing his lips. I promised to release you, but I made no assurances regarding your lives. Situ Jing approached, her expression turning grave as she muttered. I never imagined Professor Wang would engage in such treachery. I can scarcely believe it. Zhang Yi hastily reassured her, stating, now is not the time for reflection. We must immediately dispatch someone to apprehend Wang Chuanwei. He must not escape. Situ Jing nodded in agreement. However, she did not reach out to the personnel at the research center. Instead, she contacted the individuals from the 749 Bureau's Yangqing branch. Shortly thereafter, agents from the Yangcheng branch arrived swiftly, employing decisive measures to apprehend Wang Chuanwei and subject him to rigorous interrogation. For safety's sake, Zheng Yi refrained from departing hastily. He chose to wait until the press conference concluded and Situ Jing was under specialized protection before quietly leaving. He contacted Sun Dashing, urging him to ensure the safety of Situ Jing. Sun Dashing promptly agreed. After hanging up, he immediately reached out to Chen Cheng from the Yangqing Sub-Bureau to inquire about the unfolding events. Following Chen Cheng's account, Sun Dashing was drenched in cold sweat from fright. Consequently, he issued a stern command. Chen Cheng, deploy high-level enhancers immediately to provide round-the-clock protection for Situ Jing. If she encounters any mishap, do not dare to present yourself before me. Chen Chen was left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Was it truly necessary to be so anxious over the protection of a female scientist? Little did he realize that a harbinger of death was traversing his territory. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi, fueled by a burning rage, traversed the void, crossing mountains and seas, heading straight for the land of the Koreans. He sought vengeance. It was one thing for the Shadow Organization to act against him, but they had audaciously kidnapped Gu Yunxi, administered poison to her, and even attempted to abduct Situ Jing, seeking to seize advanced technology. Such indignities were intolerable. Thus, he resolved to broadcast globally once more, rampaging through the land of the Koreans, determined to uncover and eradicate the assassins of the Shadow Organization. GZ, prepare to seize control of the global network, tonight. Under the enchanting moonlight is the perfect time for retribution. Zheng Yi scoffed coldly as he stealthily set foot on the soil of the Korean nation. Immediately following, he stepped forward, adhering to the guidance of GZ, and proceeded to a nearby branch of the Shadow Organization. Upon arrival, Zheng Yi levitated, summoning 1,000 mechanical celestial soldiers. Simultaneously, a global live broadcast commenced. Oh dear, why is my phone malfunctioning? Has it been hijacked again? Remarkably, it is that formidable individual who obscures his identity. The unsuspecting onlookers, compelled to witness the live stream, swiftly transitioned from astonishment to exuberant cheers. At last, he has made his entrance. I wonder where this is, and whom he intends to confront. Oh my, those are the characters of the Korean language. Is he heading to Korea for a brawl? Engage in battle with them? Excellent, indeed. They must have committed some wrongdoing to have provoked him. They have now encountered a formidable opponent. Ha ha ha, regardless of who is taking on the Koreans, we in Dormitory 358 will rally in support. The live chat exploded with a flurry of comments. Yet the consensus among the audience was unanimous. Support for the confrontation with the Koreans. With GZ's assistance, Zheng Yi sealed off all avenues of escape for the adversaries. Under the onslaught of the celestial soldiers, in less than 3 minutes, a branch of the Shadow Organization was obliterated. A large crater appeared on the ground, revealing an immense underground structure that had been reduced to ruins. Hundreds of corpses lay heaped within. The SD Zheng Yi paid them no heed and waved goodbye, determined to proceed to the next branch of the Shadow Organization. Meanwhile, the entire internet trembled as Zheng Yi's fervent acts of valor ignited a frenzy of comments. Chapter 58, Annihilating the Shadow Organization, the world's most dangerous individual. As I switched sides, I had just perceived him as ruthless and bloodthirsty. Yet upon witnessing the tearful gratitude of those women, my heart surged with emotion. This man is formidable and virtuous. Those he has slain undoubtedly deserve their fate. For those who are unaware, what exactly has he obliterated? What nefarious intentions lie behind the construction of secret bases so deep underground by those from the land of the morning calm? Regardless of the circumstances, it surely cannot be a place of good. Each time he broadcasts, it is a righteous quest for justice. One need only to observe. The barrage of comments in the live stream was predominantly filled with words of praise. However, dissenting voices emerged, condemning Zheng Yi's methods as cruel and his bloody rampage as detrimental to the youth. Yet, Such criticisms were swiftly drowned out by the accolades. Zheng Yi, for his part, remained indifferent to the opinions of others. At that moment, his singular focus was encapsulated in one word: annihilate. Those who dared to threaten or confront him faced but one inevitable outcome: death. The potential controversies or immense repercussions were of no concern to him. Thus, one after another, branches of the Shadow Organization were obliterated, while the torrent of comments in the live stream showed no signs of abating. At a pivotal moment, as Zheng Yi was dismantling a branch of the Shadow Organization, he was suddenly alerted by Jizi, "Master, I have detected that the remaining members of the Shadow Organization, both at the branch and headquarters, are rapidly retreating. They have decided to abandon resistance in favor of self-preservation." Zheng Yi could not help but click his tongue in amusement, shaking his head with laughter. One must admit, such audacity could only be exhibited by the assassin organizations of the Korean Peninsula. If they could win, they would fight. If not, they would flee. What a remarkable strategy. Alas, they were far too naive. Zheng Yi hastily summoned 30,000 mechanical heavenly soldiers from the heavenly realm, their numbers filling the void with an imposing presence. At his command, the 30,000 soldiers formed into groups of 3, dispersing into 10,000 small squads, each seeking out the assassins of the Shadow Organization to eradicate them completely. This scene was witnessed live by a captivated audience, igniting a frenzy of comments in the chat. The first trending phrase to dominate the screen was, "What the heck? What the heck? He has so many robots. Was he merely toying around before? What is he planning? To annihilate the Korean Peninsula? What the heck? I'm so excited my tongue is tied. Who exactly is this person, emerging from nowhere with such prowess? Stop with the what the heck, he is the pride of our dragon nation. What a pity we can't see his face, otherwise I would definitely find him and bear his children. Wake up upstairs, someone as strong as him must already have a partner. You have no chance. So what if he has a partner? I would gladly be his woman and bear his children. No need for titles. What the heck?" Such awareness of thought is impressive. It is truly astonishing, the fervor within the live streaming room surging ever higher. While Zheng Yi has already arrived at the headquarters of the Shadow Organization. With his extraordinary perception, he discerns that the headquarters is deserted, yet faintly. He detects an elusive presence that piques his curiosity. He commands Jizi to investigate, and soon receives a response. "Master, in the deepest depths below, there resides a formidable creature, possessing low combat and defensive capabilities, yet exhibiting an exceptionally strong mental power." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi is intrigued and resolves to conduct a personal exploration. Guided by Jizi, he swiftly takes a shortcut to his destination. At the subterranean depths, Zheng Yi stands before a colossal stone door, from which waves of ethereal energy ripple outward. He is intimately familiar with this energy. It is indeed mental power. Only beings with exceptionally potent mental faculties can emanate such energy. With his own mental power reaching a magnitude of 1,000, he is well acquainted with this phenomenon. With a resounding impact, Zheng Yi delivers a powerful punch, effortlessly shattering the stone door. Behind it lies a spacious chamber, where he steps inside to behold a sea of crimson, an unsettling sight. The surroundings are eerily silent, devoid of any sound. However, in the next moment, a massive head descends from above, 2 blood-red eyes fiercely fixating upon Zheng Yi. He quickly discerns its form, an enormous serpent. Meanwhile, the prompt from Jizi resonated, "Master, this is the bewitching serpent, a 5th-tier extraordinary beast, possessing a mental power level of 50. It excels at beguiling the heart and conjuring illusions to slay its victims." Zheng Yi's pupils contracted in shock. This creature was indeed an extraordinary beast. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a being. He could hardly fathom why a 5th-tier extraordinary beast like the bewitching serpent would be lurking beneath the headquarters of the Shadow Organization. Had someone already allied with these beasts, standing in opposition to humanity? At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Temporary mission triggered. Refusal is not an option. Current temporary mission: eliminate the 5th-tier extraordinary beast, bewitching serpent. Mission reward: a blueprint for quantum teleportation technology. Zheng Yi's gaze sharpened. This mission had arrived most opportunely. Just as he contemplated this, the bewitching serpent unfurled its massive maw, letting out a furious roar. It spoke in human tongue. "Foolish human, you have disturbed my slumber. To atone, offer your flesh and blood." With that, it lunged forward, intent on devouring Zheng Yi whole. Unfortunately for it, it had chosen the wrong target. Spatial confinement. With a sharp command, Zheng Yi ensnared the bewitching serpent, then unleashed spatial strangulation. Countless rifts tore through the fabric of space, swiftly slicing the serpent into countless fragments of flesh. In less than 3 minutes, the fifth-tier extraordinary beast, bewitching serpent, met its demise. Simultaneously, the live broadcast erupted with chaos. What on earth is happening? A giant serpent that can speak? What is this world coming to? Regardless of the world state, I only wish to know what underground organization from the land of the morning calm is responsible for harboring such a colossal serpent. Indeed, this world is rife with countless enigmas, shrouded in darkness that lingers around us, yet we remain blissfully unaware. What about the netizens from the land of the morning calm? Come forth and elucidate this matter. What is there to explain? They are preoccupied with indulging in kimchi. After resolving the conundrum of the serpentine enigma, Zhang Yi returned to the surface, commanding 1,000 mechanical celestial soldiers to obliterate the area, then patiently awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, the 30,000 dispersed celestial soldiers were engaged in the relentless pursuit and eradication of the assassins from the Shadow Organization, leaving no one behind. Approximately an hour later, the celestial soldiers tasked with the hunt began to return. Another hour passed, and all 30,000 soldiers had regrouped. Not a single one was missing. From that moment, the assassins of the Shadow Organization within the borders of the land of the morning calm were utterly annihilated. As for those executing missions abroad, Zhang Yi had neither the time nor the inclination to pursue them. Yet, he was acutely aware that this night would undoubtedly reverberate across the globe. The assassin organizations that had accepted the bounty would likely tread with caution, refraining from making any reckless moves against him. However, what he did not anticipate was that he would be labeled as the world's foremost dangerous individual by both the land of the morning calm and the land of cherry blossoms. The instigators of this notoriety were none other than the ninja psychic organization of the land of cherry blossoms and the surviving assassins of the Shadow Organization. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Pei Muan had already taken her bath and lay nestled in bed. As soon as she spotted Zhang Yi's return, she hurriedly sprang up to embrace him, showering him with fervent kisses. Zhang Yi offered a faint smile, playfully pinching Pei Muan's nose. "Lie down for now. I need to wash up. I am covered in blood." Pei Muan responded with a gentle hum, obediently nodding her head. After a swift cleansing, Zhang Yi emerged from the bathroom clad in his night attire. Gazing at the alluring Pei Muan, who lay bare on the bed, beckoning him with a playful gesture, he approached her with a smile. "Dearest brother, your aura today seems rather intense." Zhang Yi remained silent, enveloping Pei Muan in a tender embrace, lost in the bliss of their intimate connection. Chapter 59. Assisting Su Qingqing in cultivation, delivering quantum teleportation array blueprints in the stillness of the night. Zhang Yi caressed the soft form in his arms, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Pei Muan's forehead. He gazed at her intently, discreetly employing his intellect to probe further, and obtained a set of data. Target individual, Pei Muan, combat power, 400 level, defense power, 400 level, mental strength, 10 level. In accordance with his directives, Long Wuji had produced a sufficient quantity of evolution liquid, distributing it among the ability users of the 749 Bureau and the ancient martial artists of the Dragon Group. Pei Muan had already consumed the evolution liquid. Although her combat and defense capabilities had markedly improved compared to before, she still faced significant pressure when confronted with 5th or even 6th-tier beasts. Should she find herself surrounded by a group of 5th-tier beasts, she would undoubtedly be in peril. Zhang Yi's thoughts grew heavy as he momentarily struggled to devise a method to enhance Pei Muan's strength. Quietly, he rose, donned his attire, and tore through the fabric of space to depart. The moment he vanished, Pei Muan slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the spot where he had just been. "Dearest brother, do you harbor some secrets from me?" In Gui's city of Long Country, within Su Qingqing's modest abode, Zhang Yi arrived quietly, careful not to disturb the ever-vigilant Yin Hongye stationed there. He stood quietly before the bed, allowing Jizi to assess Su Qingqing's physical condition, which yielded a set of data. Target individual, Su Qingqing, combat power, level 10, defense power, level 10, mental strength, level 10, toxic resistance, immune to all viruses. Zhang Yi marveled inwardly. He had not anticipated that Su Qingqing's mental strength would be so remarkably high, and additionally, she possessed a resistance to toxins. Could it be the effect of that half-blue pill? Su Qingqing's combat and defense capabilities were somewhat lacking, and it would take time to enhance them. Perhaps it would be best to first augment her mental strength. Zhang Yi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Su Qingqing awoke. Bathed in the light of the bedside lamp, she initially appeared startled, then leaped up and plunged into Zhang Yi's embrace. "Ego, it's so late. What brings you here? Have you encountered some trouble? You seem so furious." Surely you've harmed many. Zhang Yi smiled gently, reaching out to pat Su Qingqing's head in a soothing manner. It's nothing. By the way, I have something for you. With that, he retrieved a bottle of Mingpa soup from the celestial space. Out of 10 bottles, he had already consumed one, which had elevated his mental strength from level 10 to level 100. He intended for Su Qingqing to take this one and observe how much it could enhance her abilities. Curious, Su Qingqing accepted the jade bottle, uncapping it to inhale its fragrance. Ego, what is this? It smells wonderful. Zhang Yi refrained from elaborating, instead instructing, Qingqing, drink it in one gulp. After you finish, you will fall into a deep sleep for a while. I will watch over you until you awaken. Su Qingqing nodded softly and drained her glass, smacking her lips as she murmured, it lacks flavor. However, scarcely had she spoken when a piercing headache struck her, causing her to faint. Hearing the commotion, Yin Hongye rushed in, ready to draw her sword, but upon recognizing Zhang Yi, she calmed herself. Zhang Yi waved his hand and smiled. Thank you, Captain Hongye, for your vigilance. There's nothing to worry about here. You may take your leave, as I will watch over her. Very well, I shall not intrude upon you too. Yin Hongye replied swiftly, retreating. After approximately 2 hours, Su Qingqing gradually regained consciousness, her gaze somewhat dazed. Zhang Yi offered her a glass of water, inquiring, how do you feel? After taking a sip, Su Qingqing responded, the headache has subsided, and I sense that I have changed in ways I cannot quite comprehend. Zhang Yi smiled faintly and instructed GZ to assess the level of Su Qingqing's mental power. The results left him astounded. Her mental strength had astonishingly reached a level of 50. Such a formidable capacity, if left unutilized, would be a tremendous waste. The 749 Bureau possesses psychics who must have methods for harnessing mental power, yet I do not wish for her to join their ranks. Zhang Yi contemplated silently. Observing Zhang Yi's contemplative silence, Su Qingqing chose not to interrupt but instead gazed at him intently. Moments later, Zhang Yi emerged from his reverie, having made a decision. Just as he was about to exit the room in search of Yin Hongye, he was halted by Su Qingqing. Brother Yi, let Sister Hongye rest well and not disturb her. I want to sleep with you. As Su Qingqing blushed adorably, Zhang Yi smiled gently, pinching her nose playfully before swiftly lying beside her. To his surprise, the typically shy Su Qingqing leaned onto Zhang Yi's body, hastily shedding her garments. Brother Yi, Qingqing misses you so much, she whispered softly, leaning in to kiss Zhang Yi, pouring out her heartfelt longing. Zhang Yi reciprocated eagerly, and the two became entwined until dawn broke. Early the next morning, feeling refreshed, Zhang Yi stepped out of the room and encountered a weary Yin Hongye. Captain Hongye, did you not sleep well last night? Zhang Yi inquired with curiosity. Yin Hongye's cheeks flushed, and she hesitated, unsure how to respond. She thought to herself, did you not hear the commotion? How could I possibly sleep? Noticing her silence, Zhang Yi chose not to press further and instead asked, Captain Hongye, does the Dragon Group have any methods for cultivating spiritual energy? Yin Hongye regarded Zhang Yi with intrigue, wondering why he posed such a question. Zhang Yi smiled. I wish to cultivate my spiritual energy to become a bit stronger. Yin Hongye replied after a moment of contemplation, you have already shattered the void. Do you still seek to grow stronger? After further thought, she continued, the Dragon Group indeed has ancient martial artists who specialize in spiritual energy, and we possess manuals on its cultivation. If you require them, you may borrow from the Dragon Group. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. Su Qingqing's spiritual energy cultivation would utilize the ancient martial manuals from the Dragon Group. After departing from Su Qingqing's modest abode, Zhang Yi entered the celestial realm, unlocking the treasure chest containing his task rewards. Inside lay a technical blueprint, a quantum teleportation array. Upon grasping its significance, Zhang Yi was utterly astonished. This resembled the teleportation formations described in immortal fantasy novels, to an uncanny degree. However, while the formations in those tales relied on various spirit stones and intricate patterns, the quantum teleportation array utilized quantum space for the transportation of individuals or objects. I must find Sidu Jing and present her with this blueprint. Urging her to construct it in the shortest time possible, Zhang Yi murmured softly to himself. Not only that, but he also commanded GZ to fabricate several units, as they would prove immensely beneficial. The quantum teleportation array held vast potential, applicable not merely for civilian use, but also for military endeavors. Just envision the prospect of ultra-long-range troop deployments. With traditional large transport aircraft, the process is laborious and time-consuming. Yet, with the quantum teleportation array, efficiency would soar. In a certain quantum technology research center in Sioux City, Sita Jing watched with relief as Zheng Yi returned unscathed. However, her astonishment was indescribable when she beheld him presenting yet another technical blueprint. Is this the quantum teleportation array? I had once envisioned such a concept but struggled to find an entry point. How did you accomplish this? Situ Jing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The complexity of the quantum teleportation array far surpassed that of the quantum shield. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily, offering no further elaboration, merely advising, construct it swiftly. It will be of great significance in the future. With that, he tore through the fabric of space and departed, seeking Long Wuji. As Situ Jing gazed with a fluttering gaze and an unusual expression at the spot where Zheng Yi had vanished, she murmured, "What an extraordinary man he is." Chapter 60. Borrowing Ancient Texts. Northern Region Chief Shen Xiushui in the office of Long Wujing at the Southern Division of the Dragon Group. The production of the evolution liquid must be conducted around the clock. Following Mr. Zheng's directives, the goal is to ensure that every citizen of the nation receives their share. Upon receiving a report from his subordinate, Long Wujing issued a firm mandate. He had already gleaned secrets regarding the impending apocalypse through confidential channels. And the national level has urgently mobilized to implement a series of policies and measures to confront the impending challenges. Whether it be the military, the Dragon Group, or the 749 Bureau, all are staunchly supportive of Zheng Yi. His every action is considered lawful and compliant. Even the previous destruction of 81 cherry blossom shrines and the recent eradication of the shadow organization in the Korean realm will not incur any accountability from the state. Rather, protection will be extended. For Zheng Yi is of paramount importance to the Dragon Nation. After arranging the morning's affairs, Long Wujing prepared to inspect the Dragon Group teams, a daily routine. At that moment, the void trembled, and Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of reality. Long Wujing's eyes brightened, and he instantly greeted him with a warm smile. "Mr. Zheng, what brings you here today? How may I assist you?" Zheng Yi waved his hand with a smile and got straight to the point. "I require ancient martial arts texts for cultivating spiritual power. Might the chief lend me a few volumes?" "Texts for cultivating spiritual power?" Long Wujing exclaimed in surprise, quickly responding, "To be honest, I do not possess any here. But Chief Shen Xiushui in the northern region has an ancient tome. Moreover, she herself specializes in spiritual power and has already ascended to the realm of celestial warriors, possessing formidable strength that even I find myself inadequate in comparison." The esteemed leader of the northern district, Shen Xiushui? Zheng Yi furrowed his brow discreetly. Although it posed a challenge, he deemed it necessary to embark on this journey to enhance Su Qingqing's prowess. Thus, he grasped Long Wujia's shoulder and requested, "It would be greatly appreciated if you could accompany me on this endeavor." In the Dragon Kingdom, within a certain location of Kunlun Mountain, deep in the snowy peaks, the void shattered as Zheng Yi stepped forth, followed closely by Long Wujia. This place served as the northern district branch of the Dragon Group. Established in the remote and harsh environment of the Kunlun Mountains, where human presence was scarce. As an ancient martial artist, Long Wujia was unfazed by the biting cold of ice and snow, and under his guidance, Zheng Yi swiftly reached their destination. Upon verifying their identities, the two were smoothly ushered into the northern district branch of the Dragon Group and led to the office of the esteemed leader. Upon entering the office, Zheng Yi was immediately enveloped by a powerful spiritual pressure, as if it were probing into his very being. Taking a few steps further, he beheld an elegant and dignified woman seated at an office desk. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as mutton-fat jade, and her gaze enchanting enough to captivate all. Yet, what drew the most attention was her hair, as white as snow, reminiscent of a fairy descending from the snowy realms. Upon catching sight of Long Wujia, she rose to greet him. She was Shen Xiushui, the esteemed leader of the Dragon Group's northern district. Today, she adorned herself in a purple classical high-slit chi-pao, her feet elegantly clad in custom-made red high heels, perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. "What wind has blown you to this desolate place, Long Wujia?" Shen Xiushui jested. Long Wujing waved his hand repeatedly before stepping aside to make a grand introduction. "Xiushui, this is Mr. Zheng Yi, the legendary figure of lore." Shen Xiushui's face displayed astonishment. As the foremost leader of the Dragon Group in the northern region, she was privy to many secrets, and she had certainly heard the tales surrounding Zheng Yi. In her imagination, he was a frail, silver-haired elder with a youthful visage. She never expected him to be a vigorous and handsome young man. Zheng Yi smiled faintly and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Zheng Yi, honored to meet you." "Chief Shen, I have come today to request the ancient martial arts texts for cultivating spiritual power. Shen Xiaoshui was taken aback once more and cast a glance at Long Wujin, who shrugged in helplessness, indicating he was unaware of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, "Indeed, I possess ancient texts for cultivating spiritual power, but in order to borrow them, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Zheng Yi inquired, puzzled. "Engage in a duel with me." Shen Xiaoshui chuckled lightly and continued, "I have yet to encounter a master capable of shattering the void. They say your strength is formidable, and I am eager to learn from you." Zheng Yi's expression darkened, and he was about to decline when the system's notification chimed. This was precisely what he feared, yet it had indeed come to pass. Special mission triggered. Refusal not permitted. Current special mission. Accept Shen Xiaoshui's challenge and defeat her. Mission reward: 5,000 yen Emperor Sky Bombers. Upon hearing this task, Zheng Yi sighed in relief and mused. At last, the system is functioning normally, and it no longer demands the conquest of others. Subsequently, the two individuals remained in the office, prepared to engage in a spirited contest. Long Wujia immediately retreated to the side, wishing to avoid the repercussions of Shen Xiaoshui's mental assault. In contrast, Zheng Yi exhibited no change in expression, entirely unperturbed. He had dispatched his companion, Jizi, to probe into Shen Xiaoshui's mental prowess, which, though astonishingly formidable at a level of 50, was inconsequential in his eyes. In the next moment, Shen Xiaoshui launched the first strike. Her immense mental energy surged forth, taking on a tangible form, coalescing into a corporeal figure that delivered a thunderous punch. Zheng Yi did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed his own mental pressure, effortlessly shattering Shen Xiaoshui's attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Xiaoshui's delicate features as she readied herself for another onslaught. Illusionary Oblivion. This was a potent illusion technique, one that typically ensnared its victims, leading them to a fate of self-destruction unbeknownst to them. Shen Xiaoshui had wielded this very technique to slay thousands in a single battle, earning her renown across the lands. Alas, today she faced Zheng Yi. With a low growl, Zheng Yi projected his mental force outward, akin to a great dragon emerging from the sea, instantly dismantling Shen Xiaoshui's illusion. Shen Xiaoshui emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of crimson escaping her lips, clearly indicating her injury. Yet, her spirit remained unyielding, and she pressed on for another bout. This time, she unleashed her ultimate move, the blooming of thought: one flower, one world. Once again, it was an illusion, but it surpassed illusionary oblivion in potency. Shen Xiaoshui crafted a dreamlike realm, ensnaring Zheng Yi within it. He found himself standing atop a colossal flower, rendered immobile, forced to watch as the petals spiraled inward, threatening to consume him. Nevertheless, none of this could harm Zheng Yi. "Break from me." With a light admonition, Zheng Yi dispelled the illusion and pointed a finger at Shen Xiaoshui's forehead, smiling as he said, "You have lost." Shen Xiaoshui's expression darkened, and with a respectful gesture, she replied, "Mr. Zheng, your strength is unparalleled, and I hold you in great esteem. Here, I present to you the secret manual." Zheng Yi laughed heartily and returned the gesture of respect. At that moment, a system notification confirmed the task's completion. Yet, in the next instant, Shen Xiaoshui coughed up blood, her body trembling, and she collapsed to the ground. Zheng Yi was taken aback. Long Wuji hurriedly rushed over, but after a thorough examination, he found no abnormalities. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Xiaoshui suddenly opened her eyes, striking Long Wuji away with one palm and directing another blow towards Zheng Yi. Furthermore, her once white hair rapidly transformed into a blood-red hue, as if she had succumbed to madness. Zheng Yi was utterly astonished, and his companion, Jizi, urgently warned, "Master, Shen Xiaoshui's mental energy is fluctuating violently between the 50 and 100 levels. She must be given Mengpa soup." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi sprang into action. However, at that moment, Shen Xiaoshui's mental energy was extraordinarily high, enabling her to resist him. In an instant, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted, engulfing everything in its vicinity. The situation was dire. Chapter 61. Saving Shen Xiaoshui, the Yen Emperor's Sky Bomber. The overwhelming mental energy surged forth, reducing any tangible object to mere dust in an instant. Long Wuji sensed the impending danger and attempted to pull Zheng Yi away, only to be pushed aside by Zheng Yi's palm. "Dragon Seed, retreat at once. No one is to approach. I must save her, otherwise, if she loses control entirely, the entire Northern Division will vanish." Long Wujin recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly retracted his presence, issuing orders under the name of Shinqiu Shui. Meanwhile, Shinqiu Shui's psychic storm erupted once more, a force so formidable that even Zhang Yi found it overwhelming. At the center of this tempest, Zhang Yi's garments were reduced to mere dust. Had it not been for his formidable defenses, he would surely have been torn to shreds by the psychic gale. As for Shinqiu Shui, her blood-red hair danced wildly, her gaze vacant and devoid of vitality, surrendering to the chaos of her uncontrolled mental power, annihilating all in its path. Drawing upon his immense physical strength, Zhang Yi advanced towards Shinqiu Shui step by painstaking step. Upon reaching her, he laboriously raised his right hand, harnessing the power of space. And with great effort, he conjured spatial ropes to bind Shinqiu Shui, temporarily restraining her form. He then swiftly retrieved a vial of Mengpa soup from the heavenly realm and administered it to her. As the potent elixir took effect, it revitalized Shinqiu Shui's mental faculties, instantaneously restoring her from her frenzied state. Her flowing blood-red hair transformed back to its original white, her eyes regained their brilliance, and her consciousness returned to normal. Realizing what had transpired, Shinqiu Shui was about to express her apologies when she noticed Zhang Yi standing before her, utterly unclothed, his fair visage tinged with a blush. In that moment, she became acutely aware of her own disarray. A chill coursed through her body, and upon glancing down, she discovered her own state of undress. Both individuals awkwardly turned their backs to each other, when suddenly, the voice of Long Wujin echoed through the air. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune, promptly turning to grasp Shinqiu Shui's hand, and with a swift shift, they teleported to her private quarters. Upon realizing it was her own room, Shinqiu Shui hurriedly sought out clothing to change into, and she also provided Zhang Yi with a special uniform designated for members of the dragon team. Once they had donned their garments, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Saying nothing further, being adults, their mental frameworks had long since matured beyond naivety. Shinqiu Shui gazed at Zhang Yi with an unusual glint in her eye and teased. "Yours is truly impressive." Taken aback by her words, Zhang Yi quickly grasped her meaning and retorted playfully, "Yours is both ample and fair." A blush crept onto Shinqiu Shui's cheeks as she playfully chided. It appears that Mr. Zheng is not merely an antiquated relic, but rather a man of flesh and passion. Zhang Yi laughed heartily, taking hold of Shinqiu Shui's arm as they stepped forward, soon standing before Long Wuji. Upon seeing the two unharmed, the storm of worry within Long Wuji dissipated entirely, allowing his anxious heart to find solace at last. Long Wuji inquired of Shinqiu Shui how she had fallen into such turmoil. Shinqiu Shui explained, "My eagerness and training has long sown the seeds of peril. In previous years, I managed to suppress it, but recently the backlash has become too frequent. Today, upon encountering Mr. Zhang, my competitive spirit was ignited, prompting me to seek a contest, which nearly led to disaster." Zhang Yi nodded in understanding and reassured her, "Chairwoman Shin, I have already resolved your predicament, so there is no need to fear falling into turmoil. Moreover, your strength has advanced significantly." At these words, Shinqiu Shui was taken aback and promptly began to circulate her energy, only to discover, to her astonishment, that her spiritual power was extraordinarily robust, devoid of any trace of volatility. "Mr. Zhang, was all of this your doing?" Shinqiu Shui exclaimed with uncontainable joy, having acknowledged the matter. Zhang Yi returned to the subject at hand, entreating, "I implore you, Chief Shin, to honor your pledge and permit me to peruse the ancient martial arts manual for cultivating spiritual power." Shinqiu Shui nodded repeatedly and promptly retrieved the manual, handing it to Zhang Yi. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yi bowed with cupped hands, then tore through the void and departed. Shinqiu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she gazed in the direction of Zhang Yi's disappearance, lost in a daze. Long Wuji chuckled and teased, "Jiu Shui, the man's already gone. What are you staring at? Have you taken a fancy to him?" Without reservation, Shinqiu Shui nodded, avowing, "Indeed, I have taken a fancy to him. He is worthy of being my man." Long Wuji curled his lip, disparagingly remarking, "Jiu Shui, don't say I didn't warn you. According to my investigation, Mr. Zheng already has 2 confidants. With your temperament, are you willing to share Mr. Zheng with other women?" Shinqiu Shui's expression shifted slightly as she glared at Long Wuji, retorting, "Attend to your own affairs and fret not about mine. Perhaps you should contemplate how you will return to the Southern Territory branch." Long Wuji? He abruptly realized something, exclaiming with a plaintive tone, "Mr. Zhang, you didn't take me with you." In Guiqing, at a certain bioengineering research institute, Su Qingcheng was engrossed in her experiments, unable to spare a moment. Zhang Yi glanced at her, then at the manual in his hand. deciding not to disturb her and departed. Within the celestial court space, Zhang Yi's true form entered. With a thought, a purple treasure chest materialized before him. With a soft exclamation, the chest opened. Zhang Yi beheld countless purple light particles emanating from it, transforming into enormous, fantastically ornate bombers. The Yin Emperor's aerospace bomber. A staggering fleet of 5,000 aircraft. Each bomber boasts a terrifying wingspan of 35 meters, a length of 82, 53 meters, a height of 18, 64 meters, and a wing area of 410 square meters. It surpasses the largest and most advanced long-range strategic bombers currently operational on Blue Star, such as the Russian White Swan and the American B-31, both in size and sophistication. Powered by a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The Yin Emperor aerospace bomber possesses an inexhaustible energy source, allowing for limitless endurance as long as it does not land. Its payload capacity is equally astonishing, reaching an incredible 200 tons. Although Zhang Yi is not a weapons expert and knows little about bombers, his intuition tells him that this aircraft is exceptionally formidable. With a heart brimming with excitement, Zhang Yi departs the heavenly realm, returning to the tangible world. Upon confirming his destination, he shatters the void and sets forth. In a certain location within Dragon Country, at an Air Force base, Commander Gao Dashan observes the fighter jet formation engaged in flight training exercises through a telescope and radar system. The aircraft executing the flight mission are none other than the Qingwan aerospace fighters. After a moment of observation, Gao Dashan expresses his admiration. What a magnificent aircraft! Utilizing it for surprise attack missions, there is no nation on Blue Star that can rival us. His statement receives unanimous agreement from everyone in the command room. While the domestically developed J-50 fighter jets of Dragon Country are formidable on a global scale, they still pale in comparison to the Qingwan fighters. The Qingwan aerospace fighter is the weapon of the future. Time passes, and eventually, the members of the flight training formation return safely. Chief Pilot Xin Yu approaches with a team of pilots to report. Gao Dashan gazed proudly at his soldiers, applauding their valor. Just as he was about to address them, the air trembled, and Zhang Yi emerged from the void. His sudden appearance startled many, especially the pilots who were witnessing him for the first time. My apologies. I seem to have miscalibrated my entrance, Zhang Yi said, bowing in apology. Gao Dashan waved his hands dismissively, promptly ordering everyone to withdraw and inviting Zhang Yi to the command room of the base. A few days prior, the naval base, where Tang Zhan was stationed, had suffered a devastating attack, resulting in heavy casualties. The military had issued a state of heightened alert, preparing for combat. Without inquiring about Zhang Yi's purpose, Gao Dashan took the initiative to introduce the situation. Zhang Yi was about to articulate the reason for his visit when, suddenly, alarms blared. Enemy attack. Gao Dashan's heart raced, and he immediately rushed to assess the situation, with Zhang Yi closely following. Chapter 62. The Air Force Base under siege, Judgment Day arrives prematurely? The piercing sound of the alarm echoed above the Air Force Base, prompting everyone to spring into action, entering combat mode. However, the adversaries they had trained against were merely human. This time, they faced a horde of monstrous beasts. In the distant sky, a dark mass loomed, resembling ominous clouds. Advancing towards the base, it was an unfathomable multitude of flying beasts. Gao Dashan swiftly commanded an attack, deploying all air defense missiles, close-in weapon systems, and anti-aircraft artillery into battle. Various combat formations took to the skies, piloting their Qingwan fighter jets to confront the threat. Are the laser weapons fully charged? His expression was grave, leaving no room for complacency. He had never battled against a legion of monstrous beasts before. Each command issued was based on past experiences. As a series of commands were issued, the fighter jet formation swiftly ascended, and all attack units opened fire in unison, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the advancing horde of monstrous beasts. However, conventional missiles proved inadequate for inflicting significant harm upon the higher-tier creatures, at best. They could merely impede their flight speed, affording the Qingwan fighter jets a precious window to mount their offensive. In midair, Qin Yu led a combat formation into the fray, launching a fierce assault against the incoming aerial beasts. The nuclear fusion missiles of the Qingwan jets boasted formidable power, capable of obliterating ordinary second and even third-tier creatures with a single strike. At that moment, all 500 Qingwan fighter jets stationed at the base had taken to the skies, their overwhelming offensive driving the beastly army into disarray, resulting in heavy casualties. Observing the resounding success, Gao Dashan could hardly contain his elation. However, His joy was short-lived as he received alarming intelligence. Mere 300 meters away, a multitude of lizards and serpents were rapidly closing in. Gao Dashan exclaimed in disbelief. Where did these beasts emerge from? Why was there no prior warning? In the command room, Zhang Yi sensed the impending crisis, realizing that relying solely on the Qinghuan jets would not suffice to address the current predicament. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of gratification. Although his time with the Qinghuan jets was brief, the recent combat had demonstrated that the base's pilots had become adept at maneuvering the aircraft against the enemy. Just as Gao Dashan struggled to allocate sufficient jets to confront the ground forces, Zhang Yi stepped forward. Commander Gao, focus on the aerial threats. I shall take charge of the beasts below. With that declaration, he advanced, positioning himself high above the base. Zhang Yi gazed into the distance, where clouds of dust billowed as countless lizard-like beasts and serpentine creatures surged forth in a tumultuous wave. With a single thought, Zhang Yi summoned 100 Yin Emperor aerospace bombers from the celestial realm. In the command center, the imposing Gao Dashan gazed in awe at yet another fantastical warplane hovering before him, his excitement palpable. Zhang Yi transferred command authority to Jizi, instructing it to control the 100 bombers to execute a carpet bombing of the advancing army of alien beasts. As Jizi issued the command, the 100 Yin Emperor bombers roared into action, arriving at their designated positions where their bomb bays opened. Within a mere 20 seconds, each bomber released a staggering total of 200 tons of nuclear fusion bombs, raining down upon the alien beasts below. The cumulative 20,000 tons of nuclear fusion explosives unleashed by the bombers indisputably obliterated the entire assaulting ground forces of alien creatures. The violent explosions generated shockwaves that shook the very earth, and mushroom clouds ascended into the sky, painting the heavens in hues of crimson, a truly breathtaking spectacle. The airborne alien beasts, locked in combat with the Qinghuan fighters, emitted anguished cries of despair. Realizing the dire situation, the aerial alien forces quickly turned to retreat, fleeing in panic. The Qinghuan fighter squadron prepared to pursue valiantly, but were ordered to refrain from chasing the retreating foes and to swiftly return to base for defense. In this battle, the Air Force achieved an overwhelming victory. Although there were some casualties, the accomplishments were remarkable. Upon returning to the command center, Zhang Yi was met with a salute from Gao Dashan, who expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Jing, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, the base would have undoubtedly faced a catastrophic blow." Zhang Yi waved his hand, smiling, and replied, "Commander Gao, you flatter me. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, though I am not a soldier. My devotion to safeguarding our homeland aligns with yours." Gao Dashan nodded appreciatively, poised to tidy up the aftermath, only to be halted by Zhang Yi. He led Gao Dashan away from the command center and summoned 5,000 Yin Emperor bombers. "These are the Yin Emperor aerospace bombers. I have handed them all over. Please report to the nation for swift allocation." Gao Dashan exclaimed with excitement, repeatedly expressing his approval. Zhang Yi bowed in farewell and tore through the void to depart. Yet, he did not venture far. Instead, guided by the marker from Jizi, he headed towards an underground cavern not far from the Air Force base. Within the cavern lay a spatial rift, the very portal through which the monstrous army had assaulted the base. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi decisively acted, employing spatial annihilation to forcefully destroy the rift. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A phantom of a demon god suddenly descended, wielding a longsword and unleashing a magnificent sword aura, intent on vanquishing Zhang Yi. However, the demon god's phantom underestimated Zhang Yi's prowess. Instinctively, Zhang Yi conjured a spatial barrier, thwarting the formidable sword aura. Without holding back, he unleashed a combination of spatial annihilation and spatial strangulation, decisively obliterating the demon god's phantom and dismantling the spatial rift. Once all was set right, Zhang Yi emerged from the cavern, his brow furrowed, as he felt an overwhelming pressure within. Could it be that the apocalypse had arrived prematurely? He murmured to himself, only to refute, "No, this does not yet signify the true advent of the apocalypse." With that, Zhang Yi tore through the void once more. Meanwhile, news outlets across Blue Star erupted with reports of military bases being attacked by mysterious beasts, instantly dominating the front pages of major media. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, people pondered the state of the world. Is the apocalypse upon us? A wave of panic swept across the globe, igniting a fervor for stockpiling supplies. In Gue City, at the residence of Su Qingqing, she had returned home from work and was in the kitchen preparing noodles, humming a tune, evidently in high spirits. Zhang Yi appeared quietly, standing at the kitchen door, watching the innocent and charming Su Qingqing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Startled by his sudden presence, Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise and hurried over to embrace Zheng Yi tightly. "Yi Ge, what brings you here? You stayed with me last night. Aren't you going to find Sister Pei tonight?" she asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. Zheng Yi's expression turned peculiar, and he chuckled softly. "This girl, truly carefree. Qingqing, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us have a meal together. There is something I wish to discuss with you," he said, playfully pinching her cheek. Su Qingqing nodded eagerly and quickly served 2 bowls of noodles. After they finished their meal, Zhang Yi presented her with an ancient martial arts manual, advising her. "Practice according to this text. If you have any questions, you may consult Yin Hongye." Surprised, Su Qingqing accepted the manual without further comment, knowing it was Zheng Yi's request and resolved to follow his guidance. "Will you stay tonight?" she asked softly, tucking the manual away, her fair cheeks flushed with shyness. Zheng Yi laughed heartily and replied, "I will stay with you tonight, if that pleases you." Su Qingqing nodded fervently, filled with joy. After a delightful evening, Su Qingqing fell into a deep slumber. At dawn, Zheng Yi rose and departed, returning to the western mountain villa. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by a scene that made him yearn to flee. Pei Mu Wan was engaged in conversation, and her companion was none other than Zhao Fengqing, dressed in simple yet elegant attire. "Ah, Yi Ge, you're back," Zhao Fengqing exclaimed joyfully, rising to welcome him. In stark contrast, Pei Mu Wan's eyes blazed with fury, as though she were ready to devour him whole. Zheng Yi could only respond with a silent stare. "Fengqing, you truly are a fierce one." Chapter 63, The Cultivation Manual. "Your sword is meant to vanquish beasts. Yi Ge, what troubles you? You look rather unwell. Is something amiss?" Zhao Fengqing inquired with concern. Zheng Yi hastily waved his hand, about to speak when Pei Mu Wan approached with a beaming smile, teasingly remarking, "Oh, dear brother, what mischief have you been up to?" With that, she pinched his waist sharply. Zheng Yi forced a smile, pleading for mercy. "It's a long story. I promise to explain later." Pei Mu Wan shot him a disapproving glance, playfully chiding. "What is there to explain? Fengqing and I have already had an open and honest conversation. We are like sisters now. Do you understand?" Zheng Yi was taken aback. "Huh? Isn't this efficiency rather astonishing? Perhaps I have been overly cautious in the past?" Zhao Fengqing blushed shyly and whispered, "Sister Pei is very kind. She has put me in any uncomfortable situations. By the way, where is Sister Qingqing? I haven't seen her around." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi quickly turned his gaze toward Pei Mu Wan. She, however, seemed unfazed and generously replied, "Since Fengqing has come to me, what is there for me to conceal? You really think you can keep your actions hidden from her?" Zheng Yi shook his head vigorously, not daring to voice any dissent. Upon witnessing the harmonious rapport between the 2 women, Zheng Yi felt a profound sense of joy within. Zhao Fengqing, rarely afforded a day off, and Pei Mu Wan, not required to report to the 749 Bureau, decided to indulge in a leisurely outing to the bustling shopping district. The atmosphere at home lacked the warmth of daily life, leaving much to be desired. Zheng Yi intended to accompany them, yet both women simultaneously declined his presence, insisting he remain behind. Left with no choice, Zheng Yi resigned himself to staying at home, feeling utterly bored. He swiftly transitioned into the celestial realm. "GZ, has the ancient martial arts manual belonging to Shun Qiushui been successfully copied?" he inquired upon entering the celestial space. GZ promptly responded, "Master, the manual has been duplicated. Please review it." With that, the contents of the manual materialized before Zheng Yi's eyes. This particular text focused on the cultivation of mental prowess, harnessing the mind as a source of power, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers, exhibiting formidable strength. Until now, Zheng Yi's offensive capabilities had been rather singular in nature, while the force of spatial laws was unparalleled, allowing him to dominate Blue Star with little competition. His mental strength, which had reached a staggering magnitude of 100, had gone underutilized, a true waste of potential. The acquisition of this manual presented the perfect opportunity to address this shortcoming. Thus, Zheng Yi embarked on his journey of mental cultivation, perhaps due to the extraordinary strength of his mind, or perhaps a result of his evolution into a level 4 civilization entity. He completed the entire manual's teachings within a mere half-day, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. His speed of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. In the expansive celestial realm, Zheng Yi meticulously practiced each technique from the manual, impressed by their potency and thoroughly satisfied with his progress. In future encounters, there will be no need for the naive display of mental dominance to subdue adversaries. The progress of the celestial realm in the science fiction narrative is exceedingly promising, with various weapon factories completed and commencing production. 100,000 mechanical soldiers, if not for Zheng Yi's pressing needs, would be wholly dedicated to food production, weapon forging, and the construction of the celestial realm. As the apocalypse looms near, Zheng Yi is racing against time to strengthen himself, striving to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom and protect those dear to him. He could easily remain aloof, indifferent to the world's affairs. However, the thought of being the sole inhabitant of this world seems rather dreary. Upon concluding his training, Zheng Yi emerged from the celestial space. At that moment, a call from Sun Dashing interrupted him. "Mr. Zheng, are you available at the moment? I have a rather troublesome matter that I would like your assistance with." Zheng Yi could not help but furrow his brow. A situation that could be deemed troublesome by Sun Dashing was undoubtedly significant. Thus, he inquired, "Director Sun, please elaborate on the matter, if it is within my capacity." "I shall certainly assist." Sun Dasheng, brimming with excitement, hastily articulated his request. Upon hearing it, Zheng Yi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Rescuing a person posed no issue yet. Would delving into the territory of the Bear Nation incite conflict? Sun Dashing quickly reassured, "No, the senior leadership of Bureau 749 has already submitted a request. The relevant departments in the Bear Nation are aware that we will be sending personnel." Zheng Yi nodded discreetly, since everything was in order. There would be no harm in making the journey. Soon, Sun Dashing transmitted the last known location of the individual to be rescued. Zheng Yi then relayed this information to Ji Zi for analysis, swiftly pinpointing the exact whereabouts of the missing person somewhere in the Siberian plains of the Bear Nation. Upon the frigid expanse of the ice field, a pair of twin girls of East Asian descent and a striking foreign beauty with golden hair and azure eyes are in flight. At this moment, the trio exhibits an alarming degree of exhaustion, their physical strength nearly depleted, particularly that of the golden-haired woman, who is intermittently bleeding. Behind them, 5 towering black bears, each exceeding 2 meters in height, pursue them relentlessly. These are no ordinary bears. They belong to a formidable species known as the Black Bear Clan. With their toughened skin and astonishing defensive capabilities, paired with powerful claws, they pose a challenge even to advanced supernatural beings. As the roar of the bears echoes from behind, the golden-haired beauty, unwilling to be a burden, exclaims, "Xian Yu, do not concern yourselves with me. I am gravely injured and on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, the twin girls fervently shake their heads. Xian responds, "Sophia, do not surrender. We will not abandon you. If we must perish, let us do so together. Even if it means self-detonation of our abilities, we shall take them down with us." The furious roars of the 5 bears grow ever closer, their silhouettes becoming visible to the trio. Sophia's expression is one of desperation as she attempts to buy time with her last ounce of strength, hoping to fend off the bears for just a moment to afford Xian and Xian Yu a chance to escape. However, Xian and Xian Yu resolutely refuse to leave her behind, unwilling to let her face death alone. Soon, the 5 black bears close in, encircling the 3 tightly. With excited roars, the bears drool profusely, reveling in their impending feast. As high-tier supernatural beasts, they possess the ability to speak, and they relish the thought of devouring tender, delicate maidens. Today, they are in for a treat, anticipating a sumptuous banquet. One of the black bears spoke candidly, eliciting hearty laughter from the other 4. Their eyes ignited with primal desire and deadly intent. With a swift motion, Sophia drew her sword, gripping it tightly despite the searing pain of her wounds. Her gaze unwavering as she confronted the 5 black bears. "Beasts, you shall meet your demise," she declared in a low voice, unleashing a fierce arc of sword energy. Alas, her efforts proved futile. The formidable fur of the bears rendered her attack ineffective. Meanwhile, Xian and Xian Yu unleashed their own abilities, but to no avail. They were simply outmatched. With a cough, Sophia expelled blood, her complexion ashen. At that moment, she was at her wit's end. Should she continue to channel her powers, death was inevitable. Xian and Xian Yu were not faring any better, as the shadow of death loomed over the trio. Yet, Sophia's spirit burned fiercely. Even in the face of death, she refused to succumb to becoming prey for these monsters. In the next heartbeat, she clutched her sword, preparing to take her own life. Xian Yu shouted desperately to stop her, but was powerless to intervene. The 5 black bears sneered, watching their quarry as though it were mere entertainment. With sorrowful eyes, Sophia was about to swing her sword to end her own suffering when, in an instant, a figure appeared silently beside her, gently brushing her sword aside. "Your sword is meant for slaying beasts." Zheng Yi arrived just in time, saving Sophia from certain death. Chapter 64. Slaying the Fifth Order Black Bear and entering the Scarlet Flame Lighthouse. The sudden appearance of this figure astonished Sophia and Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu alike, instilling a sense of grave threat in the 5 black bears. They roared fiercely, brandishing their massive bear paws, charging towards Zheng Yi. Gazing at the ferocious black bears, Zheng Yi let out a cold smirk, ready to strike when the system prompt resonated. Random task triggered. Will the host commence the task? Without hesitation, Zheng Yi decisively accepted. Random task has commenced. Current random task. Slay 5 tier. Task reward. 5,000 sets of vehicular metal storm weapon systems. Host. Shall you commence the current random task immediately? Zheng Yi opted to begin at once. He did not employ spatial power. Instead, he summoned his mental energy, coalescing it into 5 10-meter-long blades of psychic force. Boom. The psychic blades whistled through the air, and before the 5 black bears could comprehend the unfolding events, their paws detached from their bodies, plummeting to the ground, gushing blood. The bears emitted anguished howls, their expressions shifting from rage to terror as they sought to flee. Yet, Zheng Yi would not permit their escape. 5 cages of mental energy materialized instantaneously, ensnaring them. Soon after, the psychic blades reappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Each bear endured dozens, if not hundreds, of slashes, their immense forms dismembered into countless fragments, strewn across the ground. The 5 fifth-tier black bear beasts were effortlessly eradicated by Zheng Yi. The entire sequence was seamless, as simple as slicing vegetables. Such a shocking spectacle left Sophia in awe, the impact profoundly resonating within her. Despite her utmost effort, she could not fell a single black bear, yet the man before her dispatched them with remarkable ease. Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with skepticism as they speculated about Zheng Yi's identity. At that moment, Zheng Yi's gaze fell upon the two of them. Were they not the SSS-grade twin psychics from the 749 Bureau, Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu? He inquired, seeking confirmation of their identities. Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu nodded gently and countered, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Zheng Yi nodded with a smile, explaining, "Director Sun sent me. Fortunately, I arrived in time and did not delay matters." Upon hearing the name of Director Sun, Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Standing nearby, Sophia, having ascertained that Zheng Yi was an ally, finally reached her physical limits and collapsed to the ground. Her wounds continued to bleed, her consciousness fading as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Without delay, Zheng Yi swiftly led the 3 of them to the psychic organization of the Bear Nation, Crimson Flame Lighthouse. Though he could not comprehend the language of the Bear Nation, with Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu by his side, he carried Sophia and successfully entered a branch of the Crimson Flame Lighthouse. After entrusting Sophia to the capable hands of professional medical personnel, he quietly stood by, awaiting their return. Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu, too, had sustained injuries and were in urgent care, similar to the 749 Bureau and Dragon Team of the Dragon Nation. The Crimson Flame Lighthouse served as the psychic organization of the Bear Nation. With his acute perception, Zheng Yi was acutely aware of the number of high-level psychics present in this branch. To avoid any complications, he remained exceedingly composed, sitting quietly at the entrance of the medical room, awaiting the emergence of Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu. Meanwhile, Xian-Yin, undergoing treatment, managed to establish contact with Sun dashing through a secure communication device. What? Is he the one who tore through the void and annihilated the Chen family, Zheng Yi? Xian-Yin was utterly astonished, while Xian-Yu beside her wore an expression of disbelief. The name of Zheng Yi was already well known to them, and his prowess was spoken of in almost divine terms. Now, witnessing him in person, they were convinced that the rumors held truth. Soon, their treatment concluded, and as they emerged from the medical room, Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu respectfully bowed to Zheng Yi, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for saving our lives." Zheng Yi promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of humility, replying, "There is no need for such formalities. I was entrusted by Director Sun to provide assistance. Having ensured your safety, I can now fulfill my duty." Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu exchanged smiles, refraining from further words. At that moment, medical personnel wheeled Sophia towards them. She was gravely injured and could only sit in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Zheng Yi, she attempted to rise to express her thanks, but he gently pressed her back down. "No need for any formalities. Your health is the priority. Now that matters here are resolved, I must take my leave." With that, he turned to Xian-Yin and Xian-Yu, inquiring about their plans. Xian-Yin replied, "Xian-Yu and I must return to the 749 Bureau headquarters to report on the details of this cross-border cooperation mission. Zheng Yi nodded in understanding, then said, "In that case, allow me to escort you back." With a swift motion, he tore through the void, carrying Xian Yin and Xian Yu away from the Crimson Flame Lighthouse and back to the 749 Bureau headquarters in Yanjing. Meanwhile, Sophia, seated in her wheelchair, gazed in awe, her beautiful eyes trembling as she murmured, "This man is terrifyingly powerful." In the Dragon Kingdom, at the 749 Bureau headquarters in Yanjing, upon witnessing the return of Xian Yin and Xian Yu, Sun Dashing felt the tension in his nerves finally ease. He expressed his profound gratitude to Zheng Yi, bowing repeatedly, almost to the point of prostrating himself. Zheng Yi, however, waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to be so formal. Shortly thereafter, Sun Dashing divulged a piece of classified information. "Mr. Zheng," he began, "the frequency of beast appearances has been alarmingly high recently, becoming increasingly rampant, even brazenly attacking our naval and air force bases. Consequently, the 749 Bureau and the Dragon Group have resolved to organize a large-scale extermination operation." Zheng Yi nodded quietly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, given the current combat capabilities of both the Dragon Group and the 749 Bureau, dealing with lower-tier beasts would be a mere formality. Yet, encountering beasts of rank 5 or above would still pose significant challenges. Director Sun, do not underestimate the strength of these beasts. It is imperative to prepare thoroughly to avoid widespread casualties. Sun Dashing nodded repeatedly, explaining, "You are correct, Mr. Zheng. Therefore, this operation will see military collaboration as we attempt new tactical strategies." Zheng Yi's eyes brightened at the prospect. This was indeed a commendable idea. The military's advanced weaponry, in conjunction with the ancient martial artists of the Dragon Group and the psychics of the 749 Bureau, could create tremendous destructive power through their combined efforts. If a successful tactical system could be established, then when the apocalypse arrives, the odds of safeguarding the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom would be significantly improved. With matters concluded, Zheng Yi returned to the Shishan Villa. Pei Muin and Zhao Fengqing had just returned from shopping, chatting and laughing as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Zheng Yi attempted to interject, but found no opportunity. Resigned, he settled onto the sofa to watch the news. As I gazed, a familiar figure emerged in the news. Gu Yunxi, an expert in meteorological weaponry from the Dragon Nation, unveiled tornado and super acid rain weather weapons, sending shockwaves across the globe. Zheng Yi offered a faint smile. Although he could not comprehend the timing of this announcement, it was evident that she had her reasons. This news swiftly ascended to the front pages of mainstream media worldwide, stirring the nerves of certain nations. In the shadows, various mysterious forces infiltrated the Dragon Nation, probing for secrets. Chapter 65. Realizing the Dream of Happiness. Metal Storm Weapon Armored Vehicle. First update, Pei Muin and Zhao Fengqing prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Zheng Yi savored every bite, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness within. He had never envisioned that one day he would experience such joy. Yet now, that dream had materialized. The three of them dined merrily, exchanging laughter and conversation, devoid of any barriers, as if they were family. After dinner, Zhao Fengqing informed Zheng Yi that she needed to return home, as her vacation was short and she was due back at the base by morning. Zheng Yi nodded in agreement, bid farewell to Pei Muin, and tore through the void. Departing with Zhao Fengqing, Pei Muin shook her head with a smile, murmuring, "Silly brother, you won't be back in less than 3 hours. Sister will wait for you, and then exhaust you." With that, she rose to shower, preparing to don the black silk camisole she had purchased during their shopping trip. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Zhao Fengqing's home, she could no longer restrain herself. She embraced Zheng Yi tightly and kissed him passionately. After a considerable time, Zhao Fengqing, panting and flushed, shyly suggested, "Yigu, shall we take a shower?" Zheng Yi smiled calmly, gathered her in his arms, and made his way to the bathroom. 3 hours later, he emerged from the bathroom holding Zhao Fengqing. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her body felt weak and limp, yet her spirits were high, and she radiated happiness. Zheng Yi gently placed her on the bed, quickly donned his clothes, and kissed her forehead, saying, "You should rest now. I must take my leave." Zhao Fengqing murmured in acknowledgement, wrapping her arms around his neck and showering him with fervent kisses. After a long while, she reluctantly released him, allowing Zheng Yi to depart. Upon returning to the Shishan Villa, the hour was quite late. The lights in the living room remained aglow, and Zheng Yi sensed that Pei Muin was still awake. Ascending to the second floor, he was greeted by a scene that ignited his senses. The striking Pei Muin lay on the bed in a sheer black camisole, her alluring figure captivating, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, exuding an irresistible charm. Her soft, full bosom subtly quivered with each breath, compelling Zhang Yi to swallow hard. This woman was becoming increasingly enticing. "Little brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tomorrow, I must embark on a special mission and will not return for many days. Tonight, you cannot sleep." Zhang Yi understood, recalling the classified information shared by Sun Dashing. With a smile, he reassured her, "Fear not, sister, I shall not sleep tonight and will devote myself entirely to you." With that, he stepped towards Pei Yuan, swiftly shedding his clothing to reveal his robust physique, the enticing contours of his body instantly stirring her emotions. "My dearest, you truly captivate me beyond measure." They shared a passionate kiss, entwined in each other's embrace, a night of tender intimacy that lasted until the break of dawn. After personally seeing Pei Yuan off, Zhang Yi entered the celestial court dimension and opened the mission treasure chest. Instantly, 5,000 armored vehicles, each equipped with the formidable metal storm weapon system, materialized before his very eyes. Zhang Yi was no stranger to the metal storm weapon system. He had previously acquired a ship-based version, capable of being mounted on the Azure Dragon-class cruisers. And this time, the metal storm weapon system armored vehicles he obtained were perfectly suited for various branches of the Dragon country's military. However, considering the limited number of units, Zhang Yi believed that prioritizing deployment to the Heavy Combined Arms Brigade Group Army would be the optimal choice. He decisively made his decision, formulated a plan, and then shattered the void to depart for his destination. In a certain location within Dragon Country, at a Heavy Combined Arms Brigade camp, Xie, clad in extraordinary mechanical battle armor, was undergoing training on the training grounds. By this time, she had become proficient in operating the mecha, achieving a seamless synergy between the two. Not only her, but other soldiers wearing extraordinary mecha had also made significant progress in their training, resulting in a substantial increase in combat effectiveness. Compared to the exoskeleton combat assistance equipment independently developed by Dragon Country, the extraordinary mecha possessed unparalleled advantages, greater agility, enhanced convenience, and superior power. Just as they were engaged in training, the camp's alarm sounded unexpectedly. At that moment, Hua Tiandu was stationed at the camp's command center. He received intelligence from the radar monitoring station, reporting that a spatial rift had suddenly appeared 3,000 meters away, from which a large number of alien beasts were surging forth. And the direction in which those alien beasts were advancing was precisely towards the camp. Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Tiandu promptly issued commands. All anti-air missile launchers, locate the position of the aberrant beasts and initiate autonomous launch. All tank squads, form combat formations and simultaneously bombard the aberrant beast army. All artillery teams, adopt combat formations and commence bombardment of the aberrant beast horde. Finally, the extraordinary mecha combat squads were deployed, armed with heavy weaponry, to confront the aberrant beast army head-on. As Hua Tiandu's orders resonated through the air, the entire camp swiftly transitioned into a state of combat readiness. Thus commenced the first battle between the Dragon Kingdom's heavily armored combined brigade and the aberrant beast army. In an instant, missiles soared into the sky, and the thunderous sounds of artillery echoed in a relentless symphony. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and fire at this moment. They achieved true firepower coverage, with an intensity of assault that defied description. However, despite the extensive bombardment and missile strikes, the aberrant beast army, though suffering casualties, did not falter in its advance. The distance of 3,000 meters rapidly diminished, encroaching upon the camp. Xie was no stranger to battles against aberrant beasts. Yet anxiety still gnawed at her. As the first round of artillery fire concluded, the extraordinary mecha squads immediately plunged into the fray to confront the advancing aberrant beasts. In the ensuing clash, the extraordinary mecha engaged the aberrant beasts in close combat, igniting the battle instantaneously. Xie took the lead. Fortunately, the extraordinary mecha was formidable. Ordinary aberrant beasts posed no threat to her. With a single powerful punch, she sent a low-tier aberrant beast flying, swiftly following up with a decisive blow to eliminate it. Xie was overwhelmed with excitement, her confidence soaring. Meanwhile, the other comrades grew ever more valiant. After overcoming their initial trepidation, they harnessed the extraordinary combat capabilities of their mechs to gain a decisive advantage in the battle against the monstrous beasts. At a certain moment, headquarters commanded the extraordinary mech squad to retreat as a second round of artillery bombardment was about to commence. However, at that very instant, the ground trembled violently and then erupted, revealing 6 lizard-like monstrosities that emerged from the depths below. Towering in stature, their backs adorned with vicious spines. They exuded a fierce and brutal aura. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their wrath, and in the next heartbeat, the spines on their backs began to shimmer, glowing from tail to neck. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, beams of silvery breath erupted from their maws, sweeping across the camp's missile launchers, tank squads, and artillery teams. The sheer force obliterated everything in its path, leaving no trace behind. Xuechen stood in shock, witnessing the breath attacks of the six beasts, a wave of despair surging within his heart. The situation had taken a drastic turn. The monstrous horde was invigorated, roaring with excitement as they charged towards the camp, determined to annihilate all in their path. In the midst of this dire crisis, a rift appeared in the void, and Zheng Yi emerged, his gaze fixed upon the advancing army of beasts, seething with fury. With a flick of his mind, 5,000 metallic storm armored vehicles descended swiftly from above. The AI immediately assumed control, successfully activating the metallic storm weapon systems. In the next moment, all 5,000 armored vehicles opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a staggering rate of 500,000 rounds per minute, mercilessly decimating the horde of beasts. As the six lizard-like creatures attempted to unleash their breath attacks to dismantle the armored vehicles, Zheng Yi would not allow them to succeed. Gazing upon the scene, resembling Godzilla, "I shall confront you all." With a firm yet gentle command, Zheng Yi stepped into the void, boldly engaging six lizard-like beasts. Chapter 66, Delivering Armored Vehicles. Assisting Yunxi in exposing the traitor, second update. As 5,000 metallic storm armored vehicles surged into the battlefield, the tide of war shifted dramatically, tipping the scales of victory in favor of our forces. Zheng Yi effortlessly restrained the six Godzilla-like creatures, laying a solid foundation for our triumph. The spatial cage and spatial strangulation techniques were deployed in succession, obliterating the colossal forms of the beast with ease. Their breath attacks proved utterly ineffective. As Zheng Yi annihilated them all, a torrential downpour of blood ensued, with corpses scattered across the ground, fragments of flesh littering the area, and the air thick with the scent of carnage, as if the apocalypse had descended. With the formidable Godzilla-like beast vanquished, the remaining creatures were utterly crushed under the relentless barrage of the metallic storm weaponry. Some of the more resilient beasts, though not slain, lost their will to fight and fled in terror. Hua Tiandu did not issue a pursuit order. Instead, he commanded his units to secure the battlefield and tally the casualties. In this battle, the air defense missile launchers, tanks, and artillery units were decimated. Hua Tiandu's heart bled for his fallen comrades. Br Zheng Yi, ablaze with fury, did not hesitate for a moment as he effortlessly obliterated the spatial rift before him. His gaze fixed upon the distant sky, he let out a profound sigh. Alone, my strength is insufficient to avert the descent of the apocalyptic judgment. I can only do my utmost to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom and protect those dear to me. With that, he turned and returned to the base. Upon entering the command room, he observed the sorrow etched on Hua Tiandu's face and chose to remain silent, refraining from disturbing him. The losses suffered in this battle were staggering. After a long pause, Hua Tiandu emerged from his sorrow, fully aware of Zheng Yi's timely arrival. Had it not been for his intervention with heavy weaponry, the entire encampment would surely have been overrun by the monstrous army. Zheng Yi, straightforward in his approach, pointed to the armored vehicles equipped with metal storm weaponry, declaring, "All these armored vehicles, a total of 5,000, will be surrendered to the heavy armored synthetic brigade." Hua Tiandu uttered no words, merely offering a solemn military salute. Zheng Yi returned the gesture before turning to depart. Instead of heading back to the Shishan villa, he sought out Gu Yunxi in Tianshui City, Dragon Kingdom, at a meteorological weapon research center. 10 hours had elapsed since Gu Yunxi disclosed the research achievements of the tornado and super acid rain meteorological weapons. The sudden public announcement of these weapons served her own purposes. "I shall see who dares to betray me from the shadows." Gu Yunxi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her office, gazing at the clouds on the horizon, a glint of lethal intent flickering in her eyes. The previous incident when she was abducted by the shadow assassins of the Korean nation had transpired with such alarming ease that it was almost beyond her belief. The group of kidnappers boldly entered the research center, effortlessly abducting her without triggering any security alarms or encountering even the slightest resistance. This was utterly incomprehensible. In order to lure the hidden adversaries out of the shadows, Gu Yunxi publicly announced her research findings, compelling those lurking in the dark to reveal their true identities. As she momentarily lost herself in thought, a subtle tremor rippled through the air, and Zheng Yi appeared before her as if descending from the heavens. Gu Yunxi beamed with joy, dashing towards him and leaping into his embrace. "Brother Yi, what brings you here? I've missed you dearly." Zheng Yi gently stroked her hair, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her, and softly replied, I wanted to see you, so I came to find you. Gu Yunxi nodded cheerfully, rising on her toes to give him a deep kiss, which lingered before she finally released him. Zhang Yi playfully pinched her nose, inquiring, "Why did you choose this moment to unveil the two meteorological weapons? Aren't you concerned about attracting unwanted attention and facing danger?" Gu Yunxi wrinkled her nose and explained to Zhang Yi the rationale behind her decision to disclose the weapons. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi realized that Gu Yunxi was not as fragile as she appeared. Beneath her exterior lay a confident, resilient young woman who sought vengeance against her foes. The ensuing hours were spent in quiet anticipation, waiting for the fox to reveal its tail. With rare leisure, Zhang Yi took a break. While Gu Yunxi requested a few days off from her workplace, under the pretense of spending time with her boyfriend. Thus, the two of them enjoyed 2 days together in Tianshui City, indulging in the simple pleasures of life as an ordinary couple. That evening, Zhang Yi led Gu Yunxi back to her doorstep. Just as she was about to retrieve her keys, Zhang Yi halted her. Zhang Yi made a gesture for silence, indicating that there were others in the room. Gu Yunxi instantly understood and quietly retreated to the side. Zhang Yi's expression darkened, becoming utterly indifferent. He did not open the door but instead moved into the room. Behind the door stood 4 robust men clad in black, their faces obscured. The confinement of space rendered them immobile, making it impossible for them to resist or even emit a sound before being subdued. Zhang Yi opened the door, allowing Gu Yunxi to enter. He then removed the masks from the black-clad men, revealing that they were all foreigners. Gu Yunxi scrutinized their faces but realized she did not recognize a single one. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation and commanded Jizi to investigate the origins of these 4 men and their recent associations. Within 5 seconds, Jizi provided an answer. "Master, they belong to the Eagle organization from the beautiful country, having secretly infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom for many years." Following Gu Yunxi's disclosure of weather manipulation weapons, they received a kidnapping assignment with an inside informant named Sun Hongyang, a colleague of Gu Yunxi. Armed with this knowledge, Zhang Yi wasted no time and decisively eliminated the 4 men. Gu Yunxi intended to voice her thoughts but was cut short. Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, "Yunxi, I have identified the informant as a person named Sun Hongyang. Are you familiar with him?" Gu Yunxi was taken aback. "Gu, are you certain he is the informant? I find it hard to believe." Zhang Yi was resolute in his conviction, trusting that Jizi would not err. Gu Yunxi then muttered to herself, "Sun Hongyang is renowned in our unit as a kind-hearted individual, diligent and sincere, and I have never heard of any misconduct on his part. But what could possibly drive him to betray me?" Zhang Yi gently patted her shoulder, soothingly saying, "Do not be anxious. I shall embark on a journey to interrogate personally, and then the truth shall unveil itself." Gu Yunxi nodded in response, a quiet affirmation. Meanwhile, hidden within the confines of his home, Sun Hongliang was in a state of restless unease, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He intermittently gazed at his phone, seemingly awaiting a message that never arrived. After an indeterminate passage of time, his composure shattered, and he hastily gathered his belongings to flee. At that moment, Zhang Yi tore through the fabric of reality and appeared. Sun Hongyang, startled, let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. "Why you? Who are you? And how did you enter?" he stammered, trembling as he pointed at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi replied with a cold smile, slowly extending his right hand. A surge of spatial power emanated, restraining Sun Hongyang and suspending him in midair. "Speak, why did you conspire with foreign forces to betray Gu Yunxi?" Sun Hongliang's eyes widened in terror, aware that his treachery had been uncovered. He quickly pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. I truly erred. I should not have been blinded by greed, selling Gu Yunxi for money. Please, spare my life." Zhang Yi silently affirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was for monetary gain that Sun Hongyang had betrayed Gu Yunxi. Subsequently, Zhang Yi handed him over to the National Security Bureau for legal proceedings. Upon returning to Gu Yunxi's modest abode, she inquired about Zhang Yi's next course of action. His gaze was fixed upon a world map, and upon hearing her question, he pointed decisively at the map. "Yunxi, I shall seek an explanation for you." Chapter 67. The arrival of the White Eagle Ability User Organization. I possess the strength to overturn tables. Third update. Drawing from the memories of my past life. Zhang Yi vividly recalls that the beautiful nation endured until the 9th round of the apocalyptic judgment, only to be utterly annihilated by the Red Horse Knight leading the Beast Army in less than 24 hours. In his former existence, he was but an ordinary individual, devoid of access to many secrets. The abilities, the 749 Bureau, the White Eagle Organization, all seemed far too distant for him. Yet, in this life, everything is different. If one extends their reach too far, then they must pay the price. Zhang Yi silently mused, traversing the void with determination. As he crossed the Pacific Ocean and set foot on the soil of the beautiful nation, guided by Zizi, he chose not to directly descend upon the headquarters of the White Eagle organization. Instead, he resolved to attack division by division, inflicting immense psychological pressure upon his adversaries. Slowly tormenting the enemy is far more terrifying than delivering a single fatal blow. In a city of the beautiful nation at a gas station on the outskirts, Zhang Yi hovered in the air, narrowing his eyes as he gazed down upon the station, a cold smile gracing his lips. Beneath this gas station lies a branch of the White Eagle organization. The structure above is merely a facade. Zizi, as before, activated a global live stream. The people of the beautiful nation have always relished in their might, bullying the weak. This time, I shall embody a great power, compelling them to tremble and kneel before me. Soon, Zizi confirmed that all preparations were in place, and the global live stream commenced. On a certain platform. What the heck? He's back again? Well, the enigmatic powerhouse has commenced another live broadcast. This time, whom shall he confront? Ah, this place appears somewhat familiar. Anticipation builds. I recognize this location. It is in the beautiful country. How astonishing that he has set foot on the homeland of the beautiful country. Truly remarkable. In his inaugural broadcast, he graced the land of cherry blossoms, obliterating 81 cherry blossom shrines. In his subsequent broadcast, he descended upon the land of the stick, dismantling a mysterious malevolent organization. What does he intend to annihilate this time? The upstairs observer is correct. Regardless of his target, I stand in unwavering support. For he is the embodiment of justice. The live stream has erupted, and the audience is brimming with eager anticipation for what will unfold next. On foreign platforms, global viewers are also tuned in, with comments soaring into the millions, even surpassing tens of millions. When the viewers from the beautiful country realized that Zhang Yi was at their doorstep, their shock was coupled with profound reverence. Oh my goodness, who has provoked him? They must quickly come forth to surrender and seek forgiveness. If he were to unleash his wrath and lay waste to the entire nation, it would spell disaster. Indeed, who summoned this harbinger of death? They must step forward and face their fate. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise so easily. Alas, I had always labored under the illusion that we were the paramount global power. Yet, now, an individual has audaciously ventured onto our very doorstep, betraying a profound disregard for our might. Henceforth, the dynamics of power have undergone a seismic shift. This formidable assassin shall ascend to global renown, his ascent paved with the remains of our fallen. This globally broadcast event has had an unprecedented impact, eliciting exhilaration in some quarters and utter despair in others. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, the protagonist of this drama, has marshaled a legion of 1,000 mechanical soldiers, unleashing a devastating assault. In mere moments, ground-level structures, including the petrol station, were utterly annihilated, leaving none in their wake. However, the celestial soldiery did not relent in their offensive, but continued to unleash their firepower, concentrating their efforts within a radius of 300 meters. In less than 2 minutes, the subterranean entrance to the White-Headed Eagle Division was breached, prompting the division's resident espers to mount a counteroffensive, resisting the celestial soldiers' advance. According to Zhang Yi's perception, the majority of these retaliating espers were of A-grade caliber. No match for the celestial soldiers. They were merely walking into their doom. Consequently, Zhang Yi displayed no leniency, the mechanical soldiers attacking with unrestrained ferocity, and within 3 minutes, all resisting espers were vanquished. However, many individuals remained within the subterranean division. Thus, Zhang Yi commanded his entire legion of 1,000 soldiers to descend into the depths and extirpate any survivors. At this juncture, Zhang Yi's countenance was devoid of emotion, resembling that of a callous engine of destruction, reaping the lives of espers with abandon. Is he ruthless? Perhaps. Yet, he would rather engage in the merciless slaughter of his adversaries than witness his beloved consort fall prey to their machinations. The mechanical soldiers exhibited remarkable combat efficiency. Their offensive tactics both incisive and brutal, and in less than 5 minutes, the subterranean division was utterly subjugated. Amidst the pandemonium, a superhuman of unparalleled prowess, designated as SS class, narrowly evaded the celestial soldiers' decimation. Just as he endeavored to abscond to freedom, he was intercepted by Zhang Yi. An immense handprint, a spatial palm forged by Zhang Yi, drawing inspiration from mental cultivation techniques and coalescing spatial energies. Boom. The palm descended, unerringly striking the fleeing SS-class superhuman, annihilating him as if swatting an ant. This awe-inspiring spectacle instantaneously stunned the live broadcast audience. Heavens! To what extent does this man's power extend? A void hand of immense power, obliterating adversaries with a single strike? This is akin to a deity's advent. Truly unfathomable? Is he even mortal? He is immensely powerful. I yearn to know his identity and would willingly bear his progeny. I concur. Such a man is the epitome of human excellence. Alas, his face remains obscured, and his identity elusive. At that moment, the global online community erupted in fervent excitement, bearing witness to the ascension of a legendary figure. Concurrently, within the headquarters of the White Eagle organization in the United States, a pall of gloom and despondency descended. James Bond, the head of the headquarters, glared at the live video feed, his eyes blazing with fury as he vehemently pounded the table. Damn it, who is this individual? How dare he brazenly assault us? Before him stood numerous individuals, each wearing a solemn expression. Upon hearing James's interrogation, one responded. Previously, he conducted 2 consecutive live broadcasts, decimating the Shinto shrines of the Sakura Empire and the operatives of the Shadow Syndicate. It is he, according to intelligence furnished by the Shadow Syndicate of the Korean Peninsula. His name is Jung Yi, and he hails from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing that they were from the Dragon Nation, James Bond's expression darkened considerably. In a moment of abstraction, he seemed to recall something, and with a stiff tone, he inquired, recently, a female scientist from the Dragon Nation unveiled 2 meteorological weapons. Have we dispatched anyone to intervene? Upon hearing this question, a subordinate promptly replied, indeed, that is the case. However, what is perplexing is that after the mission was announced, we have received no further communication. It seems there has been a complication. James's countenance shifted dramatically upon receiving this response. He appeared to grasp the root of the issue. Consequently, he commanded, immediately relay a message to the operatives on duty. Suspend all tasks, conceal yourselves, and refrain from any rash actions. The leaders of the various divisions swiftly evacuated, dispersing into smaller groups to avoid being apprehended en masse. Ultimately, everyone at headquarters was instructed to take all confidential materials and prioritize their survival. James, having succumbed to fear before the battle had even commenced, was already preparing for escape. At that moment, a subordinate reminded him, if we all depart, what shall we do about the beast we have encased in ice? At this remark, a cold smile crept across James's lips. The creature was formidable. Sever the power supply to break the ice, and let it engage Jing Yi in combat to determine which was stronger. Having spoken, the personnel at the White Eagle headquarters swiftly mobilized to commence their evacuation. Meanwhile, Jung Yi continued to strike, methodically dismantling 3 White Eagle branches one after another. Master, my investigations reveal that the members of the White Eagle organization are in urgent retreat. Dispersing into smaller units to avoid confrontation, Jing Yi remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. I now possess the strength to overturn tables. They evade confrontation. Yet I shall force their hand. Let us proceed to the Statue of Liberty, and with a single step, shatter it. Chapter 68. Treading upon the Statue of Liberty, the dark sorceress descends upon this visit to the beautiful nation, in response to the enemy's avoidance of battle. Jung Yi refrained from commanding his celestial troops to engage in widespread assassination. He feared that excessive actions might incite international conflict, ultimately leading to greater losses. The primary objective this time was to establish authority. Jung Yi aimed to inflict profound injuries upon them, compelling them to pay a heavy price, so they would think twice before daring to lay hands on the scientists of the Dragon Nation. The void trembled as Jing Yi materialized. Not far off stood the world-renowned Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were filled with astonishment. Isn't that the Statue of Liberty? What could he possibly want there? Is there an organization beneath the statue that he intends to destroy? Puzzled yet captivated, they continued to watch, sensing that the forthcoming events would be thrilling and undoubtedly world-shattering. Surely not? Is he truly going to destroy the Statue of Liberty? Oh my, that symbolizes our spirit. It is our intangible heritage. He cannot annihilate it. Freedom? You possess no freedom at all. The liberty you proclaim is nothing but a grand farce. True freedom resides in the Dragon Nation, and I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and I take pride in it. What was said upstairs is correct. I am fortunate to have been born in the Dragon Nation. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and I take pride in it. The comments in the live stream surged, as many had already surmised what Jung Yi was about to do. Indeed, he did not disappoint. In a fleeting moment, Jung Yi swiftly approached the Statue of Liberty. Gazing upon the statue, he harnessed the power of space to conjure a colossal footprint. With a decisive stamp, he crushed the statue beneath his foot. A thunderous roar echoed as the formidable force shattered the iconic figure, sending debris scattering and inciting panic among passers-by, who remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. only witnessing the collapse of the statue. In the wake of this destruction, Zheng Yi proclaimed with authority, "To the leader of the White Eagle Superpower Organization, if you do not reveal yourselves forthwith, I shall systematically annihilate your landmark structures, rendering you a global laughingstock." Simultaneously, James Bond, who was observing this spectacle through a live broadcast, felt his face flush with fury, ready to unleash a torrent of vitriol, when suddenly he received a phone call. Upon answering, his wrath dissipated instantly. He nodded repeatedly, exuding utmost respect. After the call concluded, he abandoned any notion of retreat and promptly contacted headquarters to reactivate the freezing power, intending to re-encase the monstrous entity. Subsequently, he personally utilized a communicator to summon the nearest high-level superpowered individuals to the Statue of Liberty. "Hello, Dark Witch. There's an urgent task at hand. Neutralize or eliminate the encroaching adversary. I will bear all consequences for this endeavor. Let us fight with all our might." "Hello, Thor. I have an urgent mission for you. The target is..." "Hello, Red Giant. I have a task for you. Defeat or eliminate him." "Hello, Lightning Man. I need you to assassinate someone." Thus, James Bond began fervently rallying support. Unbeknownst to him, a misplaced sense of confidence emboldened him to believe that the high-level superpowered individuals he had summoned could triumph over Zheng Yi. On the other side, Zheng Yi waited for an extended period, yet no response came. Just as he was about to proceed to his next target, a swirling mass of black fog appeared in the distant sky, and a lithe female figure gracefully emerged. The newcomer was clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit, her long crimson hair cascading down her back, and her blood-red eyes exuded an eerie allure. Her figure was strikingly voluptuous, rivaling that of Pei Muan. A formidable psychic force buoyed her, allowing her to hover in midair and execute short bursts of flight. Then, in a halting rendition of the dragon language, she declared, "I'm the Dark Sorceress, an SSS-level psychic, a visitor from afar. You have crossed the line." Zheng Yi responded with a cold smile, poised to speak when the system notification chimed. "Temporary mission triggered. Refusal is not permitted. Current temporary mission: eliminate the SSS-level psychic Dark Sorceress. Mission reward: 100,000 Heavenly Maidens Blossom Cluster Bombs." The familiar voice ignited a surge of excitement within Zheng Yi. Not only was the opponent offering herself as a target, but she was also presenting a generous reward. He was determined to show no mercy in dispatching her. A gesture of respect. Observing his silence, the Dark Sorceress's gaze turned icy, and she swiftly unleashed her attack, a torrent of psychic energy surging forth. With a commanding shout, her psychic force coalesced into two dark claws, lunging towards Zheng Yi. Death's Claw. However, in the face of the Dark Sorceress's assault, Zheng Yi merely scoffed, executing a powerful psychic handprint with ease. The handprint collided with the claws, shattering them instantly, and the Dark Sorceress was sent reeling, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Zheng Yi. She had not anticipated the sheer strength of his psychic power, far surpassing her own. Yet she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she continued to gather her strength for another assault. This time, she unleashed her full mental prowess, seeking to bind Zheng Yi's movements. Subsequently, she conjured an illusory realm, a phantasmagorical world dominated by her will, the Dark Domain. With a commanding shout, she believed she had ensnared Zheng Yi. However, in the next moment, Zheng Yi pointed skyward, and a spectral projection of mental energy surged forth, fiercely piercing towards her. Boom! The Dark Witch was struck as if by lightning, coughing up blood, her constructed dark domain shattering instantaneously. Zheng Yi would no longer grant her the chance to resist. Harnessing the power of space, he formed a colossal handprint and ruthlessly slammed it towards the Dark Witch. The weight of that force was akin to a mountain, reducing the Dark Witch to mere dust, leaving nothing behind. This breathtaking spectacle was witnessed by an audience of global netizens in the live stream. In an instant, some erupted in ecstatic cheers, while others wept uncontrollably. "A true man. Well done. I support you." The Dark Witch may appear fearsome, yet in truth, she is quite feeble, her strength lacking. Ha ha ha. It is not that the Dark Witch is weak, but rather that her adversary is overwhelmingly powerful. Woe betide. Free will shall not falter. We shall resist. Just wait and see. Someone will inevitably defeat him. Indeed, continue your struggle. We await the show. Though we fear that for every one of you that attempts, many will fall. Zheng Yi's vanquishing of the Dark Witch sparked a torrent of barrage comments. Yet he had no time to indulge in them, for another challenger approached. Thunder rumbled, and the winds howled as a golden-haired man wielding a massive iron hammer hurtled in from the distance. His arrival elicited gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd, and even the viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. It is the Thunder God, I have had the privilege of encountering him before. He is not the thunder god from Marvel Comics, but rather a wielder of lightning abilities. How splendid! With the thunder god taking action, that fellow's good days are evidently over. I can hardly wait to witness the moment he is struck down by the thunder god. However, hold your horses. Those above, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. In the face of the imposing thunder god, Zheng Yi remained calm and composed, dismissing his adversary entirely. The thunder god, enraged by this disdain, let out a low growl and hurled his mighty hammer with great speed. In his arrogance, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "No one can withstand a blow from the thunder god's hammer." Yet, in the next instant, Zheng Yi caught the hammer with a single hand. With a slight exertion of force, he utterly shattered the thunder god's weapon. Infuriated, the thunder god roared like a mad lion, swinging his fist towards Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi did not flinch. Instead, he lightly clenched his fist to meet the incoming blow. Boom! The clash of their fists silenced the thunder god's wrath. In an instant, his body began to disintegrate, his limbs and bones fracturing, as vitality vanished in a heartbeat. With a single strike, the thunder god fell. Zheng Yi dusted off his hands and proclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is that Thor? To think he was obliterated with a single blow. This is simply beyond belief." Indeed. The sight of the thunder god's hammer being crushed with one hand is unimaginable. Just how formidable is this mysterious powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom? Ha ha ha, tremble and worship. For he is the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. As the thunder god met his demise, the live stream erupted once more into a frenzy of comments. Yet Zheng Yi remained unperturbed. However, his thirst for battle was not yet quenched. The true decision-makers had yet to appear, and he intended to continue his rampage. In Tianquo City of the Dragon Kingdom, Gyunchi sat quietly in her laboratory, cradling her phone as she watched Zheng Yi's live broadcast. A smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "Igu, Yunshi loves you dearly." Zheng Yi's rampage across the beautiful nation was all for her. While she felt touched, she also harbored concerns, fearing that Zheng Yi might encounter formidable foes and face danger. Yet, her worries were unfounded. In another part of the Dragon Kingdom, Pei Muan sat inside an armored vehicle of the 749 Bureau. Her eyes fixed on her phone as she watched Zheng Yi's live stream. A smile adorned her face, her gaze unwavering. However, it wasn't long before a frown creased her brow, and she spoke solemnly, "Why do I have an ominous premonition that this guy's rampage is for some woman?" The thought only deepened her unease. After a lengthy moment, she sighed helplessly, "Oh, dear little brother, do take it easy. Too many women will take a toll on your health." As she spoke, vivid memories of her time with Zheng Yi flooded her mind, intensifying her yearning for him. Su Qiqing watched the live stream on her phone with a tense expression, murmuring to herself, "Good. It's always you undertaking such perilous endeavors alone. I truly wish I could alleviate your burdens." At a naval base in Longhua, Zhao Foqing stood on the deck of the Songlong-class cruiser, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the live broadcast, softly remarking, "As expected of my man. Confronting danger head-on, instilling fear in the hearts of our foes." Deep within the Kunlun Mountains, at the northern division of the Dragon Group, Shinxiu Shui, her silver hair cascading down, languidly reclined in her chair. Despite never being one to indulge in live streams, she was now engrossed in her phone, unable to tear herself away. Truly, the man I have chosen possesses such charisma and audacity. It has been ages since I encountered one of such caliber. Suddenly, she recalled Long Wuji's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "My man can only be a paragon of strength like Mr. Zheng. Even if I were to share him, I would not mind." Meanwhile, Zheng Yi faced a new adversary approaching. A deep, thunderous roar echoed from the distance, startling him momentarily. He then beheld a formidable, oversized man charging towards him, clad only in tattered shorts, his body a striking dark red, distinctly unlike that of an ordinary human. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Good heavens, is that the Red Giant? It is said he lives in seclusion. Who would have thought he would appear today? The Red Giant was renowned for his formidable strength, but even Thor had been bested. Could he possibly contend with the experts of Longhua? I perceive no significant issues. The prowess of the Red Giant is unmistakable, and his illustrious achievements assure that he shall triumph over the master of the Dragon Kingdom. The emergence of the Red Giant has incited a wave of excitement. Zheng Yi fixates intently on the Red Giant, and in the next moment, the Red Giant makes the first move. Harnessing his formidable leaping ability, he vaults forward, roaring as he charges at Zheng Yi. His fists clenched and ready to strike with ferocity. Unfazed, Zheng Yi retaliates with a punch of his own, meeting the Red Giant's blow head-on. The clash, devoid of any pretense, reveals the undeniable disparity in their might. The red giant's arm shatters, emitting a cry of anguish as he plummets from the sky, crashing to the ground. Zhang Yi steps forward, his foot landing upon the red giant, producing a series of sickening cracks as the creature's chest is crushed inward. With a series of violent coughs, the red giant expels blood, his internal organs reduced to fragments, mingling with the crimson fluid in a scene too gruesome to behold. Subsequently, Zhang Yi unleashes a spatial strangulation. Even the red giant, despite his tough exterior, cannot withstand the onslaught for more than 10 seconds. The red giant falls, his demise eliciting a chorus of lamentations from viewers in the beautiful nation watching the live broadcast. At that moment, a warning from Jizi interrupts. Master, a figure is detected approaching at near light speed. Please exercise caution. Zhang Yi's senses are jolted, and his spatial awareness expands, swiftly locking onto the target. The individual, clad in a distinctive uniform that exudes a striking aura, finds their speed advantage nullified under Zhang Yi's spatial perception. The newcomer is the SSS class ability user, Lightning Man, renowned for his extraordinary velocity, claiming superiority over all in the realm of speed. The Lightning Man, filled with bravado and adhering to the principle of striking only when capable, naively believed he could toy with Zhang Yi. Yet, to his astonishment, upon their first encounter, Zhang Yi seized him by the throat and forcefully slammed him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Panic washed over his face as he pleaded for mercy, but his entreaties fell on deaf ears. With a slight exertion, Zhang Yi swiftly snapped his neck. Thus, the legendary SSS class Esper known as the Lightning Man met a humiliating end at the hands of Zhang Yi, utterly devoid of resistance. Simultaneously, James Bond, the head of the White Eagle organization, was on the verge of a heart attack from fury. Losing 4 SSS class Espers consecutively, while being broadcasted live globally and publicly executed, was an agony surpassing even death itself. Amidst his furious outbursts, his phone rang once more. He quickly answered, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Understood. I know what must be done. I will personally handle the negotiations and ask him to leave. After hanging up, James's countenance darkened significantly. But in the interest of fulfilling his mission, he resolved to take the plunge. He hurried to the Statue of Liberty to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Upon his arrival, he looked up at Zhang Yi, who loomed above him, and urgently called out, Please, no more killing. We can discuss any demands you may have. Zhang Yi leaned down to inspect him, instructing his assistant, Jizi, to confirm the identity of the individual. Once verified, he slowly descended. You are James, the head of the White Eagle organization? Zhang Yi inquired knowingly, intending to instill a sense of intimidation. James Bond was taken aback. How does he know my name? Has he already investigated me? Thus, he hurriedly smiled and said, Indeed, I am James. May I inquire what we must do for you to depart? Zhang Yi was well aware of the other party's intentions and had no desire to exacerbate the situation further. He thus requested, It is quite simple, from this day forth. I do not wish to see any practitioners of the White Eagle organization within the borders of Long Kingdom. James hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. No problem. I shall recall them immediately, and they shall no longer enter Long Kingdom. Zhang Yi silently nodded, knowing full well that they would likely not uphold their promise. However, having compelled them to concede was already a significant achievement. Moreover, he did not desire the practitioners of the White Eagle organization to become dormant. The more they stirred, the more justification he had to eliminate them. With this matter concluded, Zhang Yi did not linger, tearing through the void as he departed. He left quietly. Yet the formidable aura he left behind lingered long after. Within the celestial realm, Zhang Yi entered in his true form, his mind focusing as an orange-red treasure chest materialized before him. Open the chest. Chapter 70, The Celestial Maiden's Cluster Bomb. The joint operation begins in the celestial realm. Zhang Yi opened the treasure chest containing the reward for his mission. This time, the reward was quite straightforward, a cluster bomb. Many nations on Blue Star possess the military technology to manufacture cluster bombs. Typically, cluster bombs come in 2 forms, the bundled type and the canister type. However, the system rewarded Celestial Maiden's cluster bomb does not conform to either of these classifications. Each individual cluster bomb is substantial in size and capacity, capable of containing thousands of submunitions within its body. Each sub-bomb can be a conventional bomb or even an atomic bomb. It is capable of carrying a thermonuclear device as well. Zhang Yi's heart raced with excitement as he gazed upon these cluster bombs and urgently requested Jizi to swiftly commence production of this type of bomb in the arms factory, for it would prove invaluable in the future. Jizi, fully aware of the immense destructive power of the cluster bombs, recognized that the arms factory was already operating at full capacity, with an overwhelming number of weapons to manufacture. The construction progress of the sci-fi Celestial Palace had already fallen significantly behind schedule due to the demands of weapon and equipment production. After departing from the Celestial Palace, Zheng Yi found himself in Gui City. With silent steps, he stealthily entered Su Qingqing's laboratory, observing her as she conducted her experiments without interruption. At this moment, Su Qingqing was engaged in the third phase of her research on a generic drug. Should she succeed, it would mark a monumental achievement that could benefit countless lives. Finally, after a prolonged 3-hour trial, fortune favored the diligent, and the third phase of the generic drug experiment yielded successful results. As she concluded her experiment, Su Qingqing exhaled with relief, removing her lab coat, only to notice Zheng Yi lurking in the corner. "Ah, Yi, what brings you here? Have you been waiting long?" she inquired with a smile, embracing him tightly and inhaling the familiar scent he bore. Zheng Yi shook his head, chuckling softly. "Not for too long. It seems your experiment has progressed quite smoothly." Su Qingqing nodded, stating, "The half pill you provided me has undergone all necessary trials. We can now begin vaccine production." Zheng Yi was astonished, realizing that the next step would involve mass production, followed by administering the vaccine to the citizens of Longhua. However, prior to vaccination, there exists a stringent protocol to adhere to. Naturally, these matters do not concern Zheng Yi, as long as the citizens of Longhua receive this vaccine before the impending apocalypse. Ensuring their resistance against the plague is sufficient. Soon, the workday concluded, and Zheng Yi, accompanied by Su Qingqing, shattered the void and instantly returned home. He had previously contacted Yin Hongye, informing her that she need not protect Su Qingqing that evening. Consequently, Zheng Yi and Su Qingqing relished their intimate time together, undisturbed. After all, the sounds they made in bed were quite pronounced. Following 2 hours of bliss, Su Qingqing drifted into a deep slumber, her face radiating happiness. Zheng Yi quietly rose and stepped onto the balcony, only to catch sight of Yin Hongye standing alone in the night breeze. She complied with Zheng Yi's directive, refraining from interrupting their rendezvous, yet her responsibilities compelled her to remain nearby. Observing Yin Hongye's serious demeanor, Zheng Yi chuckled and shook his head. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside her. "Ah, Mr. Zheng, what brings you down? Have you two finished?" Yin Hongye spoke candidly, without any pretense. Zheng Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet smiled warmly. Recognizing her faux pas, Yin Hongye felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into a crevice. Zheng Yi quickly gestured, "It's chilly outside. You should head upstairs to rest." Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "Hongye, do you happen to know the location of the joint operation between the Dragon Group and the 749 Bureau in collaboration with the military?" Yin Hongye was initially taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, she replied, "This joint operation primarily involves members from the Dragon Group's Northern Division, thus the location is around the Kunlun Mountains." Zheng Yi nodded, a sense of unease inexplicably gnawing at him. He continued, "Captain Hongye, please take good care of Qingqing. I must step out for a moment." With that, he shattered the void and departed, leaving Yin Hongye standing in a daze. After a long moment, she regained her composure and sighed softly. "Oh, Yin Hongye, you and Mr. Zheng belong to entirely different worlds. You cannot harbor feelings for him, understand?" With these words, she ascended the stairs, resolutely preparing to fulfill her role as Su Qingqing's protector. In a certain location within the Kunlun Mountains, a frozen gorge emitted a faint glow from a spatial rift that had existed for some time. This rift had long been detected and monitored by the Northern Division of the Dragon Group. Based on prior experiences and extensive deliberation, it was unanimously concluded that a multitude of exotic beasts lurked beyond the rift. Thus, through collaborative discussions among various factions, a joint operation was organized involving the Dragon Group, Bureau 749, and the military. The objective was to hone their combined tactical maneuvers in preparation for the impending onslaught of the beast horde. Not far from the rift, personnel from the Northern Division of the Dragon Group had already established their encampment. The psychics from Bureau 749 had also taken their positions. As for the military, their camp was situated at a greater distance, primarily comprising artillery and aerial units. At this moment, within the command center of the encampment, commanders from the three factions had gathered to deliberate on the operational strategies. The military commander was a senior officer from an artillery brigade named Zhu Shogua. The Dragon Group's commander was none other than the esteemed Shinshio Shui of the Northern Division. Lastly, the commander of the Bureau 749 Psychics was Pei Muan, who had recently ascended to the esteemed rank of SSS-level Psychic. Shinshio Shui solemnly introduced, according to real-time monitoring, the fissure is exhibiting frequent fluctuations. It is likely that the otherworldly beasts on the opposite side are stirring restlessly, poised to take action. Zhu Shougo and Pei Muan nodded in agreement, noting through specialized equipment that the fissure indeed displayed unusual activity. However, their estimations proved erroneous. They were convinced that the otherworldly beasts would launch a massive assault in the near future, yet they were utterly unprepared for the suddenness of their arrival. At the stroke of midnight, snowflakes danced in the air, and the temperature outside the tent plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, with the constant threat of avalanches looming. In such dire conditions, the fissure within the canyon suddenly widened significantly, and soon after, a multitude of frost-resistant beasts surged forth. Their appearances were peculiar. Some resembled snow leopards, others, snow martens, and still others, snow foxes, each distinct and numerous in variety. Yet, without exception, they exuded a formidable and ferocious presence, their massive forms proving to be formidable adversaries. The personnel stationed at the canyon outpost detected the anomaly and immediately sounded the alarm. In an instant, the triad of mobilized forces sprang into action, swiftly taking their designated combat positions in accordance with their prearranged tactical plan. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Alas, despite their comprehensive mental preparation, they still underestimated the strength and cunning of the otherworldly beasts. The horde launched a fierce assault, heedless of casualties. The Dragon Team warriors and the 749 Bureau psychics led the charge, engaging in close combat with the vanguard of the otherworldly beasts. Artillery and aerial support units provided firepower, targeting the fissure and the reinforcements of the beasts. In that moment, abilities clashed and artillery roared, marking the commencement of the epic battle between humanity and the otherworldly beasts. Pei Muan and Shinchio Shui surged forward, wielding their formidable strength to sweep through the ranks of the alien beasts, relentlessly crushing them and forcing the vanguard of the enemy to retreat in disarray. The subsequent reinforcements of the alien beasts suffered significant casualties as well, painting a favorable picture of the battlefield. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A towering nightly apparition emerged from the rift above, brandishing a long sword and unleashing a devastating sword beam that swept across the terrain. In an instant, the earth trembled and an avalanche erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Chapter 71. The emergence of a 6th-level alien beast, the power of cluster bombs. The sudden appearance of the demonic apparition caught everyone off guard. Even though it was merely a spectral projection, its power was immensely diminished. Yet, the single sword beam it unleashed was beyond their capacity to withstand. Fortunately, after delivering its devastating strike, the demonic apparition dissipated as if its time had expired. However, the terrifying destructive force of that strike resulted in widespread devastation and casualties. The counterattack from the alien beasts, coupled with the avalanche, obliterated a significant portion of the coalition forces' combatants in an instant. Pei Muan and Shinchio Shui narrowly escaped disaster, their faces grave as they surveyed the battlefield, promptly issuing a retreat order. Simultaneously, Zhu Shougo commanded the artillery units and the Air Force squadrons to initiate a saturation fire support. Moreover, he swiftly contacted the command center of the Southwest Theater, urgently requesting reinforcements. His objective was clear. At any cost, he was determined to prevent the alien beasts from breaching the Kunlun Mountains. However, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once again. At a certain moment, the alien army abruptly halted its advance, as if they had received a specific command. Immediately, they turned back to gaze at the fissure, bowing in reverence as if preparing to welcome their sovereign. With an unparalleled sense of intuition, Shinchio Shui sensed the immense peril. She shouted urgently for everyone to retreat swiftly. Pei Muan also felt the ominous shift and was preparing to withdraw when, to her horror, she witnessed the void's crack widen once more. A colossal serpent's head emerged from within. It flicked its forked tongue, its body cloaked in dark scales that glimmered with a chilling luster, and its 2 blood-red eyes radiated an eerie light. Astonishingly, it possessed wings, allowing it to soar through the air. Sensing the formidable aura of the serpent, Pei Muan's heart sank. My current strength allows me to easily contend with 5th-tier beasts. Yet, facing this great serpent, I am overwhelmed by an unsettling sense of helplessness. Could it be that this serpent's power has reached the 6th tier? Pei Muan's complexion drastically changed. With the emergence of a 6th-tier beast, none among those present could withstand it. However, even more despairing was the sight of several other beasts, exuding a similar aura, emerging from the fissure, akin to overlords of the abyss. 1 6th-tier minotaur, 1 6th-tier lionfolk, 1 6th-tier black bear, alongside the initially revealed 6th-tier flying serpent. There were a total of 4 6th-tier beasts. The immense pressure instilled a palpable sense of death in Pei Muan and Shinchio Shui. This battle appeared grim indeed. The 6th-tier beast had already attained sentience. With a commanding roar from the 6th-tier minotaur, the horde of beasts surged forward, their combat capabilities markedly enhanced. They relentlessly pursued the survivors of the Allied forces, ruthlessly slaughtering them. Immediately thereafter, the 6th-tier Flying Serpent and the 6th-tier Lion Man descended to engage in battle, each confronting Shinchou Shui and Pei Muan. The rationale was simple. By eliminating the two most formidable humans present, the remaining adversaries would pose little threat. With the enemy approaching, Shinchou Shui and Pei Muan had no choice but to confront them, despite the overwhelming disparity in strength. Shinchou Shui, a master of ancient martial arts specializing in spiritual power, drew her strength from this very essence, boasting formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, her opponent, the Flying Serpent, was equally adept in spiritual attacks and even more formidable. To compound matters, the serpent possessed the ability to exhale toxic mist. Caught off guard, Shinchou Shui was struck by the noxious vapors, rendering her body weak and her breath shallow, as if the very essence of her strength had been siphoned away. The Flying Serpent exultantly roared, "Delicate-skinned human woman, you are perfect for my progeny. Come, allow me to enter your being." The 6th-tier Flying Serpent was ecstatic, spewing forth vile words. Shinchou Shui, well-versed in the ways of the world, understood the implications. The serpent's nature was inherently debauched, and the toxic mist it released had a potent aphrodisiac effect. In a matter of moments, her body felt as if it were ablaze, searing with an unbearable heat. She summoned the last remnants of her strength to combat the serpent's venom, but the more she resisted, the more intense the backlash became. Gasping for breath, Shinchou Shui succumbed to utter exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, her gaze hazy as she surveyed her surroundings, her consciousness gradually fading. The 6th-tier Flying Serpent, in a frenzy, beat its wings and flew towards her, and just as it was about to consume her, a rift in the fabric of space suddenly materialized. Meanwhile, an indignant growl emanated from within, and a colossal fist imprint surged forth. "Beast, you seek your own demise." Zhang Yi made his entrance, as predictably as ever. Concurrently, the system's notification echoed. Special task activated. Host must comply. Current special task: eliminate 4 6th-order beasts. Task reward: 500 sky motherships of the Celestial Ring. Behind him, Shinchou Shui gazed at him with delight, her heart ignited with hope. The 6th-order Flying Serpent was repelled by a single strike, its wings shattered. Its immense body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. "Oh!" The serpent emitted a cry of agony, its two blood-red eyes wide with disbelief as they fixed upon Zhang Yi. "How could this be? I am a 6th-order beast. Even a nuclear bomb could not slay me. Yet, this mere human has destroyed my wings?" The 6th-order Flying Serpent was enveloped in incredulity. Zhang Yi let out a cold snort, offering no further words. The power of spatial laws enveloped the area. In the next moment, the space trembled, and a mountain, entirely forged from spatial energy, descended with great force. This was Zhang Yi's novel endeavor with spatial power, simulating all things with an unfathomable might. This technique was a product of his insights gleaned from the ancient martial arts tome of mental force, allowing him to innovate a method of attack. As the mountain imprint fell, the Flying Serpent, stripped of its wings, found itself unable to flee. In its moment of peril, 2 6th-order beings, the Bullman and the Black Bear, charged forth. They raised their arms to the heavens, bracing their bodies to absorb the impact of the spatial mountain imprint. Regrettably, they had overestimated their own prowess. The mountain seal crashed down with a weight akin to 10,000 June, overwhelming the 6th-level beast men and the Black Bear tribe, who could only withstand for a fleeting moment before succumbing. Their robust forms bore cracks, unable to withstand the immense pressure. Observing the dire situation, the 6th-level Flying Serpent hastily fled, decisively abandoning its comrades. Subsequently, the mountain seal fully descended, resulting in the immediate demise of the 2 6th-level aberrations. At that moment, Pei Muan, engaged in battle with the 6th-level Lion Men, found herself at a disadvantage. A powerful blow struck her abdomen, sending her hurtling backwards like a meteor, crashing violently into a small mountain. She coughed up blood, her complexion ghastly pale, as flames danced around her. With all her might, she unleashed her extraordinary abilities, preparing to resist with her life on the line. The 6th-level Lion Men, seizing the opportunity, charged forward with ferocious intent, their iron fist raised to deliver a fatal blow. "Die, wretched human woman." Just then, the void trembled as Zhang Yi appeared, throwing a punch to intercept. The collision of their fist resulted in the obliteration of the 6th-level Lion Man, its flesh and blood transforming into a rain of gore, scattering across the ground. Zhang Yi reached out, tearing through the void, and flung Pei Muang to safety. Among the 4 6th-level beasts, he had slain 3, only the struggling 6th-level Flying Serpent remained. Quickly sensing the aura of the flying serpent, Zhang Yi's anger surged upon realizing it was dragging Shen Qiushui into a rift in the void. With a low growl, he summoned 1,000 cluster bombs from the heavenly realm, manipulating the fuses with his mental prowess, readying for a carpet bombing. Boom, boom, boom. The army of aberrations had nowhere to retreat, annihilated by the relentless onslaught of bombs, nearly all perishing. Meanwhile, the 6th-level flying serpent, clutching Shen Qiushui, vanished into the rift. Zhang Yi let out a low growl, stepping forward with unwavering determination, plunging into the rift of the void, intent on slaying the flying serpent and rescuing Shen Qiushui. This time, he had been rather careless, he murmured softly. Chapter 72. The battle against the demon goddess Phantom. Zhang Yi sacrifices himself to neutralize the serpent's venom. The power of the void was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yi. Even when confronted with the interdimensional void pathways traversed by exotic beasts, he navigated them with remarkable ease. Within the rift, the 6th-tier flying serpent clutched Shen Qiushui, desperately attempting to flee, as if it were aware of its destination, twisting its body in frantic motions. Unfortunately, its speed appeared excruciatingly slow in Zhang Yi's eyes. With a single step, Zhang Yi swiftly intercepted the serpent, blocking its escape route. Spatial confinement. With a decisive maneuver, he rendered the serpent immobile. Following this, Zhang Yi unleashed a spatial strangulation, utterly annihilating the 6th-tier flying serpent amidst the bloodshed of the void. Simultaneously, a system notification confirmed the completion of the task, and the rewards were delivered to the celestial realm. Subsequently, Zhang Yi reached out to catch Shen Qiushui. Cradling her in his arms, feeling the heat of her delicate form, his brow furrowing deeply, he inquired about her condition from the intelligent entity. Receiving an answer that left him bereft of tears. Master, Shen Qiushui has been afflicted by the venomous mist of the 6th-tier flying serpent. It is unnecessary to employ a 4th-tier biological antidote to cure her. However, the process is similar and requires your sacrifice. Zhang Yi. Sacrifice? That wretched flying serpent. Why did you unleash your venomous mist? Zhang Yi seethed inwardly, wishing fervently to resurrect the 6th-tier flying serpent. Just to slay it a few more times. In her embrace, the beauty's body grew increasingly feverish. Shen Qiushui keenly sensed something amiss. Wrapping her arms around Zhang Yi's neck, she softly murmured, Mr. Zheng, if it were you, I would be willing. But please, be gentle. I am inexperienced. This is my first time. Zhang Yi's pupils dilated in shock. As the foremost figure of the Northern Territories with formidable combat prowess, Shen Qiushui was unparalleled in both worldly wisdom and social acumen. Yet, to his astonishment, she was a lifelong singleton. This revelation was utterly beyond Zhang Yi's expectations. He swiftly shook his head, admonishing himself. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I must return swiftly. Just then, a spectral knight suddenly materialized, clad in armor. Wielding a longsword and masked, his visage remained obscured. However, Zhang Yi recognized the crimson steed beneath him. The commander of the beast army, the demon god? Zhang Yi murmured to himself. This manifestation of the demon god was more corporeal than any he had previously encountered, exuding a more perilous aura and greater strength. Yet, Zhang Yi felt no fear. With combat capabilities and defenses both at 1,000 units, he had never feared anyone. The demon god's apparition before him, while formidable, was not insurmountable. Then, the demon god's apparition struck first, unleashing a flurry of sword lights from his blade. Each beam sliced through the void, causing the air to shatter and the very fabric of space to tremble, unleashing torrents of chaotic spatial currents that stirred the heavens and the earth. Zhang Yi raised his hand to defend, erecting a spatial barrier. The demon god's sword light struggled to breach his defenses. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yi harnessed the power of spatial laws to counterattack. In an instant, ethereal chains of space materialized, swiftly ensnaring the limbs of the demonic apparition. Subsequently, a black hole of space quietly manifested, instantly consuming the phantom of the demon. Yet, to Zhang Yi's astonishment, another demonic specter emerged from behind him, the White Knight. Clad in a mask that obscured his features, he immediately unleashed a spatial cage, enveloping Zhang Yi within its confines. Zhang Yi's expression shifted slightly. Was this a misstep in the midst of chaos? Fortunately, the specter of the Red Knight had been vanquished. However, Zhang Yi was perplexed as the White Knight's apparition quickly dissipated, as if time had run out and it could no longer sustain itself. At that moment, the woman he held, Shen Qiushui, let out a soft whimper. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune. The brief delay caused by the demonic apparition had exacerbated Shen Qiushui's condition. Gazing at the silent void surrounding them and the spatial cage that enveloped them both, he looked down at Shen Qiushui, realizing what was about to unfold. She ceased to suppress her innermost desires and, with fervor, tore away her garments. "Mr. E, you are worthy of being my man," she whispered softly, and in that moment, Shin Xiushui succumbed entirely. She clung tightly to Zhang Yi, experiencing the profound intimacy of her first encounter. 3 hours later, Zhang Yi shattered the spatial cage with a punch, feeling invigorated. Behind him, Shin Xiushui wore a charming smile, her complexion radiant and her spirit rejuvenated, appearing even more enchanting than before. "Ego, let us return. This joint operation has taken a heavy toll on the Allied forces. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Shin Xiushui's gaze darkened. In this joint operation, they had grossly underestimated the strength of the alien beasts, paying a harrowing price. Zhang Yi silently nodded, refraining from uttering a word. He was at a loss for how to console Shin Xiushui, having endured a true apocalypse himself. This level of alien beast invasion was merely child's play. If the Red Horse Knight were to personally lead an army of beasts into battle, the outcome would be far more devastating. Upon returning to the northern division of the Dragon Team, Zhang Yi was relieved to find Pei Mu-wan safe and sound. Pei Mu-wan dashed forward, throwing herself into Zhang Yi's embrace. Shin Xiushui's expression shifted slightly, a pang of emotion stirring within her, an indescribable sentiment. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yi and hastily sought an excuse to withdraw. Zhang Yi could only manage a wry smile. "Thank heavens you arrived in time, dear brother. Otherwise, I would never have seen you again." Pei Mu-wan giggled playfully, grateful to have survived the ordeal. Zhang Yi tenderly caressed her cheek, speaking softly. "Next time you encounter formidable alien beasts, if you cannot prevail, do not hesitate to flee. Do not be reckless." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he discreetly inquired of Zizi, "Previously, I tasked you with constructing several quantum teleportation devices. Have you completed them?" Zizi promptly replied, "Master. 10 quantum teleportation devices have been successfully constructed, configured for bidirectional point-to-point transmission." Zhang Yi's eyes brightened. Upon returning home, he would distribute the devices. In these turbulent times, he must safeguard those who were important to him. Meanwhile, Shin Xiushui concealed herself in the office, her emotions tumultuous, as if a stone were lodged in her heart. After a long while, she sighed softly, comforting herself. "Is this what it feels like to fall in love? Regrettably, he does not belong solely to me. How vexing." Not long after, Zhang Yi appeared before her to bid farewell. He had a multitude of words swirling in his mind, yet when the moment came, silence enveloped him. Shin Xiushui understood his sentiments. She gently rose on her toes and bestowed a heartfelt kiss upon him. "Ego, there is no need for words. I comprehend everything. Just promise you won't neglect me too much, or I shall feel envious." Zhang Yi offered a bashful smile, enveloping Shin Xiushui in a warm embrace, and whispered tenderly in her ear, "I shall not abandon you. Our feelings can flourish gradually." Shin Xiushui, blushing, playfully retorted, "Humph, you little rascal. Should you dare to forsake me, I shall sever ties with your brothers." Zhang Yi laughed heartily before taking his leave. Pei Mu-wan had a meeting to attend and was to accompany the main contingent back to the 749 Bureau headquarters. Hence she did not return to the Shishan Villa with Zhang Yi. Upon his return to the Shishan Villa, Zhang Yi was not idle. He entered the heavenly realm space. With a mere thought, a purple treasure chest materialized before his eyes. "Open the chest," Zhang Yi exclaimed with exhilaration. Chapter 73, The Celestial Ring Aerospace Carrier, Mu Qingyi's Visit. Within the heavenly realm space, Zhang Yi opened the treasure chest, and in an instant, radiant beams of light burst forth, dazzling in their brilliance. Following this, enormous aerospace carriers floated majestically before him. Simultaneously, the intricate details of these carriers flooded Zhang Yi's mind. The Celestial Ring Aerospace Carrier, measuring 1580 meters in length, with a wingspan of 820 meters when fully extended and a height of 220 meters, including weaponry, its empty mass stands at 420,000 tons, with a maximum payload of 180,000 tons. In terms of propulsion, the vessel is equipped with 4 primary engines, each a blazing solar-type nuclear fusion thruster, boasting an astonishing thrust of 120 million tons per unit. Additionally, it possesses auxiliary power systems, featuring an anti-gravity suspension array for hovering and low-speed maneuvers within the atmosphere, as well as a quantum leap engine, facilitating short-range spatial jumps with a cooling period of 24 hours. Regarding velocity, within the atmosphere, it can achieve a maximum speed of 8 Mach at altitudes below 30 kilometers, while in low Earth orbit, it is capable of sustained cruising at 0.2 times the speed of light. As for its primary weaponry, the vessel is armed with 32 electromagnetic railguns, capable of launching tungsten alloy projectiles weighing 1 ton at an initial velocity of 15 kilometers per second in a simultaneous volley. Furthermore, it contains 48 missile silos for nanoswarm drones, allowing for a single launch of 5,000 suicide drones. Additionally, there are 16 lateral phase particle beam emitters, firing 3 rounds per second, capable of penetrating energy shields. More terrifyingly, the Celestial Ring space aircraft carrier is further outfitted with 120 plasma pulse naval defense cannons, achieving a staggering firing rate of 200,000 rounds per minute. The information is overwhelming and intricate. Upon delving into the capabilities of the Celestial Ring aircraft carrier, Jing Yi was utterly astounded. This vessel can only be described as a fortress of warfare. Its sole drawback is that under full-power combat conditions, it can only operate for 72 hours before requiring a replenishment of helium-3 fuel. Such a formidable space carrier, with just one ship, could dominate the entire blue planet. And Zheng Yi possesses 500 of them. If he were to completely submit everything to the state, distributing it equally among the 5 major war zones, and make a grand appearance, it is likely that no one on the Blue Star would dare to speak loudly in the presence of the Dragon Nation. Zheng Yi could hardly contain his excitement. However, he had yet to determine the opportune moment for such a submission, as timing was crucial. Subsequently, he departed from the celestial realm with 10 small quantum teleportation devices crafted by Jizi. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to the underground safe house with the devices in tow. Following Jizi's instructions, he set up 3 quantum teleportation arrays and then, without delay, tore through the fabric of space. He swiftly made his way to the residences of Su Qiqing, Gu Yunqi, and Zhao Foqing to install the teleportation arrays. With this, the bidirectional teleportation was successfully established. In the future, after finishing work, Su Qiqing and the others could effortlessly reach the Shishan Villa through the teleportation array. As the apocalypse loomed and the situation grew tumultuous, it was only by personally safeguarding them that he could find peace of mind. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Zheng Yi smiled knowingly. Yet he overlooked a significant issue. How would he handle the situation if Su Qiqing and the others were to appear before him simultaneously? Once everything was set in order, Zheng Yi relaxed on the sofa to rest. With nothing pressing to attend to, he turned on the television and began to watch the news. To his astonishment, he learned that exotic beasts had begun to emerge on a global scale, causing widespread panic. The ordinary populace was increasingly convinced that the world was changing and that the end times were upon them. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zheng Yi was suddenly jolted by the sound of the doorbell. He couldn't help but wonder who had come to visit, as few people frequented this place. Through the surveillance at the front door, he discerned the visitor was none other than Mu Qingyi. After remotely unlocking the door, he spoke through the monitor. Qingyi, what brings you here? Please, come in. Upon hearing Zheng Yi's voice, Mu Qingyi, standing at the entrance, was instantly filled with excitement and hurried inside. In the living room downstairs, Zheng Yi poured a glass of water for Mu Qingyi. Today, she was not clad in the Dragon Group warrior attire, suggesting she was not on a mission. Master, I hope you'll forgive my abrupt visit, Mu Qingyi said softly, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Zheng Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having taken on such an exceptional disciple, he realized he had scarcely provided any guidance. This was their second meeting, and he could not help but feel inadequate as a master. Qingyi, you have come to seek me out personally. Is there something with which I can assist you? Zheng Yi inquired. Mu Qingyi smiled and replied, You are my master. Is it so unusual for me to visit without a specific reason? However, there is indeed a matter I would like to ask of you. With a playful blink, she appeared somewhat bashful. Zheng Yi nodded inwardly, suspecting that she must have a request. He urged her to share the trouble she faced. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingyi hesitated and stammered, Master, my family has arranged a marriage for me, but I do not like the suitor. I wish to dissolve the engagement. Zheng Yi was taken aback. How can I assist with this? It is a matter concerning your family, and I have no authority to intervene. Moreover, as the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break one marriage. Such matters are not easily resolved. He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Qingyi, why do you wish to annul the engagement? Is it that the other party treats you poorly, or could there be another reason? In response to Zheng Yi's inquiry, Mu Qingyi replied, Master, I harbor no fondness for that fellow. He hails from an ancient martial arts family, yet he is nothing more than a debauched scion, engaging in reckless and villainous deeds. Upon hearing her words, Zheng Yi began to grasp the situation. However, he was perplexed as to why, given the other party's notorious reputation, her family would arrange for her to marry him, Was this not akin to pushing her into a pit of fire? This line of thought rendered Mu Qingyi momentarily silent. After a lengthy pause, she elucidated, amongst the ancient martial arts families, the Mu clan is of little influence and has faced oppression and exclusion in recent years. We are left with no choice. My family regards me merely as a pawn for a strategic alliance. Jing Yi was taken aback by this revelation. While he did not comprehend the intricate grievances among ancient martial families, he had encountered similar scenarios in various novels and dramas. Thus, he inquired, Qingyi, since you wish to dissolve this engagement, allow me to assist you. What can I do to aid you? Upon hearing Zheng Yi's offer, Mu Qingyi was instantly elated. She could not help but leap towards him, exclaiming, Master, you are truly wonderful. If you could help me annul this engagement, I would be eternally grateful and serve you for a lifetime. Zheng Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, speak plainly. How may I assist you? Mu Qingyi chuckled sheepishly, realizing her breach of decorum, and quickly retreated a few steps, smiling as she said, It's quite simple. All that is required is for you to publicly renounce the engagement and declare your disapproval of this union. Jing Yi was left in a state of shock. Is it truly that easy? Yet something feels amiss. Qingyi, do you intend for me to antagonize someone? Ah, you treacherous disciple, have you led me into a predicament? Jing Yi remarked with a chuckle. Mu Qingyi, grinning mischievously, replied in a playful tone, Oh, master, you are an unparalleled expert of the void-shattering realm. Who would dare disregard your words? Moreover, if the other ancient martial arts families were to learn of my apprenticeship under you, they would think twice before bullying the Mu family. Master, you may not fully grasp the significance of a void-shattering level expert to the ancient martial arts families. Zheng Yi let out a few awkward laughs and shook his head. Thus, Mu Qingyi led Zheng Yi to the Tang family, intending to annul her engagement with the third young master, Tang Feng. Chapter 74. Dismantling the third young master of the Tang family. Defiantly protecting Qingyi as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the ancient martial arts families possess grand estates in Yanjing. Although their headquarters may not necessarily be located there, it has become an unwritten convention. At this moment, within the Tang family estate, Tang Xian was at home, enduring the admonishments of her elders, which surprisingly revolved around marriage proposals. She never anticipated that as an extraordinary ability user of the 749 Bureau, possessing formidable strength, and though not strikingly beautiful, she was nonetheless captivating. Yet, here she was, reduced to the fate of being pressured into marriage by her relatives. Xian, if you truly cannot find a suitable match, we shall take the liberty to arrange a marriage for you. We would never lead you astray. One noble woman proclaimed, her demeanor demure and smiling, which greatly displeased Tang Xian. However, she was not one to be trifled with. Aunt, I am a member of the Tang family's branch. Matters of marriage are of little importance, and I can handle them myself. I have heard that your son, Tang Feng, is preparing to marry the daughter of the Mu family. Congratulations, indeed, Tang Xian replied courteously, seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation. Upon hearing her words, the aristocratic woman raised an eyebrow and retorted with a tone dripping in sarcasm, Do not mention it. A daughter from a once noble family, if it were not for the old man's lingering sentiments, insisting on this engagement, I would utterly oppose it. She was none other than Tang Feng's mother, Zhou Jilan. The Zhou family of Yanjing was a prominent lineage, and her own prestigious background emanated an innate arrogance that was palpable from a distance. Tang Xian forced a polite smile, preparing to excuse herself, when suddenly, a messenger arrived with news. Mu Qingyi from the Mu family had come to pay a visit, claiming she wished to discuss the dissolution of their engagement and requested an audience. Zhou Jilan's expression darkened. What? Dissolve the engagement? Surprised by the revelation, her anger flared instantly. Even if the engagement were to be annulled, it should be she who accompanied Tang Feng to the Mu family for such a purpose. Who gave her the audacity? What emboldened her? The Mu family had long fallen from grace. Our alliance was their only hope for survival. And now she had the audacity to come forth and break the engagement? Truly, she was oblivious to her own insignificance, infuriating me. Come. I must see from where that insolent girl derives her confidence. With that, Zhou Jilan stormed off to confront Mu Qingyi, trailed by a throng of curious noblewomen. Tang Xian found the unfolding drama amusing and decided to follow suit. In the living room, Mu Qingyi appeared somewhat anxious. She had not informed her family elders and had taken it upon herself, bringing Zheng Yi along to call off the engagement. The reason for this is that she is acutely aware that no one at home would agree to her breaking off the engagement. Zheng Yi noticed Mu Qingyi's anxiety and reassured her, saying, Do not fear. I shall take charge on your behalf. I will certainly assist you in dissolving this engagement. Mu Qingyi nodded with a sense of relief. Zhang Yi's resolute demeanor stemmed from the fact that, on his way here, he had commanded Ji Zi to meticulously investigate all of Tang Feng's actions and background. His past was not merely blemished, it was utterly notorious. Hailing from a prestigious family of ancient martial arts, he had never engaged in cultivation, indulging instead in a life of excess, debauchery, and hedonism, reveling in nightly festivities. At this very moment, Tang Feng was in a luxurious private room at an upscale club, enjoying the company of 5 or 6 alluring women clad in sheer black stockings. Hardly dressed at all, attending to him. Mu Qingyi could not possibly marry such a man. Zhang Yi silently vowed to assist Mu Qingyi in terminating the engagement. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Zhilan and a group of affluent women entered, with Tang Ziyan trailing behind, initially unaware of Zhang Yi's presence. However, as her gaze swept past Mu Qingyi and landed on the smiling Zhang Yi, she nearly gasped in surprise. Zhang. Before Tang Ziyan could utter his name, Zhang Yi quickly gestured for her to remain silent. She instantly understood. Realizing why Mu Qingyi had the audacity to approach and break off the engagement, she had enlisted the support of a formidable ally. Curiously, Tang Ziyan pondered how Mu Qingyi had come to be with Mr. Zhang. With her keen intellect, she stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding situation. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Mu Qingyi hastily rose to her feet and performed a respectful greeting, clasping her hands together. "I am Mu Qingyi, your niece," she said. Although Mu Qingyi was not a daughter-in-law of the Tang family, addressing Zhou Zhilan as aunt was not considered disrespectful given their respective generations. Zhou Zhilan's brows twitched, and with a cold snort, she inquired, "Are you here to annul the engagement?" Mu Qingyi nodded, her gaze resolute as she stated, "Indeed. The third young master holds a distinguished status, and I am unworthy of him." Upon hearing this, the suppressed ire within Zhou Zhilan erupted. "You deem yourself unworthy of him? While that may be true, to come here and cancel the engagement is a blatant disregard for the Tang family. Do you not fear the consequences that the Tang family may impose upon the Mu family for such humiliation?" Mu Qingyi's expression shifted slightly, and she glanced at Zhang Yi, who offered her an encouraging nod and smile. Instantly, her heart steadied, and she met Zhou Zhilan's gaze with unwavering determination. When the two families agreed to the engagement, "I was not informed. I was treated as a mere pawn. Therefore, it is only fitting that I come today to annul the engagement." Zhou Zhilan, taken aback by the retort, trembled in anger, her silver teeth grinding together. Stopping her foot, she commanded, "Go fetch Fenger." The Tang family has never experienced such a public annulment. With that, she promptly contacted Tang Feng's father, Tang Lianzi, realizing that such a significant matter was beyond her sole authority. At that moment, Tang Feng was engrossed in a game of poker with a group of women clad in black stockings when he received the call from home. Annoyed, he answered the phone and, upon learning that Mu Qingyi had come to annul their engagement, he was immediately consumed by rage. He swiftly pushed aside the woman beside him, hurriedly donned his clothing, and rushed back home. "Mu Qingyi, how dare you annul our engagement? Who gave you the audacity?" Tang Feng was filled with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, Tang Lianzi, upon hearing this news, was on his way home. The Mu family truly knows no bounds. Their arrogance is intolerable. "I shall repay today's disgrace 100-fold. Tang Lianzi seethed with fury. Almost at the same moment, both Tang Lianzi and Tang Feng arrived home. As they stepped into the living room, Zhou Zhilan stormed over, her face flushed with anger. She pointed at Mu Qingyi and exclaimed, "The fallen heiress of the Mu family comes to sever the engagement. What do you two intend to do about it?" Tang Feng, with a tempestuous temperament and a fierce countenance, retorted, "Mu Qingyi, have you even considered the plight of the Mu family? My willingness to marry you is akin to your ancestral graves emitting smoke. How dare you come here to annul the engagement? Where do you expect me to hide my face?" Tang Lianzi scoffed coldly, threatening, "Annul the engagement? In your dreams. Mu Qingyi, even if you were to perish today, you would still be my Tang family's daughter-in-law." As the three of them bore down with their intimidating presence, Zhang Yi was poised to intervene when a system notification rang out. Special mission triggered. Refusal not permitted. Current special mission. Assist the disciple in nullifying the engagement. Mission reward. 6,000 sets of absolute domain composite shield devices. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking to himself, this mission has come at the perfect time. Consequently, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Tang Feng. With a swift gesture, Zhang Yi pointed at Tang Feng's forehead, channeling spatial energy into his body. In an instant, he obliterated all of Tang Feng's meridians, rendering him a cripple. Tang Feng had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation before collapsing to the ground, as if rendered completely paralyzed. The engagement was immediately dissolved. Otherwise, death would ensue. Zheng Yi declared with an air of authority, leaving no room for negotiation. In Chapter 75, Zheng Yi, heralded as a scion of a prestigious martial arts family, wielded an absolute domain composite shield. He had not delivered a lethal blow. Rather, he had merely incapacitated Tang Feng. Tang Xian, with her captivating eyes, cast a profound glance at Mu Qingyi, silently speculating on the nature of her relationship with Mr. Zheng, which seemed rather extraordinary. Tang Feng could still utter words through his mouth and nose, racked with excruciating pain as he cried out in terror, "Am I paralyzed? Have you crippled my meridians?" Lying on the ground, his face askew, he held in rage. Witnessing their son's dire state, Tang Nianze and Zhou Zilan's expressions turned frantic as they hurried over, intent on helping Tang Feng to his feet. Yet, with his meridians rendered useless, he was incapable of standing. Zhou Zilan, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "Who are you to cripple my son? You are courting death. Someone, seize him." At her command, numerous martial artists surged into the room, each emanating formidable energy. However, the most skilled among them barely reached the level of a celestial master, rendering them hardly a threat. Zhang Yi smiled serenely, instructing Mu Qingyi to refrain from intervening. Subsequently, he unleashed his mental prowess. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, exerting immense pressure that forced everyone, save for Tang Xian, to the ground. The unexpected turn of events astounded Tang Nianze and Zhou Zilan. They had not anticipated the incredible strength of the assistance Mu Qingyi had summoned. I shall not repeat myself. Henceforth, the engagement between Mu Qingyi and the Tang family is dissolved, and there shall be no further entanglements. Zheng Yi reminded him, not concealing his murderous intent in the slightest. Tang Nianze, realizing the formidable power of his opponent, hastily nodded in agreement. However, he inquired, "Who are you? And what is your relationship with Mu Qingyi?" Zheng Yi replied nonchalantly, "My name is Zheng Yi, and I am Mu Qingyi's master. Should you dare to trouble the Mu family, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he reached out, taking Mu Qingyi by the hand, and tore through the void, vanishing in an instant. Without the need for further elaboration, this display of power shattered Tang Lian's courage on the spot. His heart skipped a beat as he incredulously muttered, "He is truly a transcendent being capable of tearing the void, and he has become Mu Qingyi's master? How is this even possible?" Yet, regardless of his disbelief, the reality lay starkly before him. Even if he had 1,000 lives, he would not dare retaliate against the Mu family. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. The Mu family is on the verge of a resurgence. Who would dare provoke a transcendent being? Subsequently, the news of Mu Qingyi's apprenticeship under a transcendent master and the incident regarding her broken engagement swiftly spread among the prominent ancient martial families. Zheng Yi's name echoed throughout these families, his reputation soaring to unparalleled heights. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Mu Qingyi knelt down, expressing her gratitude with a deep bow. "Thank you, master, for your assistance. Without you, I truly would not have known what to do." Zheng Yi hurriedly helped her to her feet. "There is no need for formality, as I am your master. By the way, given the commotion caused, the Mu family will likely summon you back soon. Should you face any difficulties, contact me immediately. Your master will stand by you." Mu Qingyi smiled sweetly. "All right, master. With you by my side. Who dares to bully me again?" Zheng Yi responded with a tender smile. Soon after, the Mu family contacted Mu Qingyi, urging her to return home immediately. After bidding farewell to Mu Qingyi, Zheng Yi swiftly entered the celestial realm and opened the reward treasure chest for his mission. As the chest unfolded, 6,000 sets of absolute domain composite shield devices appeared before Zheng Yi's eyes. Simultaneously, he absorbed all the pertinent information regarding this device. The absolute domain composite shield is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is an electromagnetic deflection field, capable of diverting solid projectiles. The second layer comprises strong interaction force armor, and the third layer features a self-repairing nanocloud that can mend damage in real time. The technical specifications of this device are straightforward and comprehensible, allowing Zheng Yi to fully grasp its workings. Compared to quantum shields, this shield offers astonishing and formidable defense. It could withstand the breath attacks of a Godzilla-like creature without faltering. However, the sole limitation of this device lies in the current industrial manufacturing capabilities of the Dragon Nation, which are unable to produce it yet. After careful contemplation, Zheng Yi resolved to entrust the design to Jizi, directing it towards production in the weapons factory to prepare for future contingencies. As for the 6,000 ready-made composite shields, he decided to allocate them to the Navy, equipping them onto the Songlong cruiser. The cruiser's existing quantum shield could be transferred to domestically manufactured vessels or aircraft carriers. Without delay, he departed from the celestial realm, tearing through the void in search of Zhao Fengqing. Zhang Yi's arrival brought immense joy to Zhao Fengqing, who had specifically requested a 5-hour respite from the base commander, Tang Zhan, to accompany Jing Yi back home. Upon returning home, Zhao Fengqing could not restrain herself and embraced Jing Yi, showering him with passionate kisses, her eyes quivering with fervor and her heart ablaze with desire. Jing Yi, fully aware of her intention behind the 5-hour leave, jested, "Fengqing, make haste to take a shower. 5 hours of rest is rather insufficient." Zhao Fengqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully scolded him and swiftly retreated to the bathroom for a shower. When Zhao Fengqing emerged, her alluring figure captivatingly displayed before Zhang Yi, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Traditionally modest in her attire, she now adorned herself in a black lace ensemble that accentuated her perfect physique and emphasized her soft curves. Zhao Fengqing possessed an exquisite form, devoid of any excess flesh, with every contour perfectly sculpted. A rosy hue graced her cheeks as she approached Jing Yi, playfully inquiring, "Good. Do I look beautiful? Do you feel anything right now?" Zhang Yi, dazed, nodded in agreement. The sensation was undeniably overwhelming. However, he curiously asked, "Fengqing, who taught you to dress like this?" Zhao Fengqing, with a shy smile, replied, "It was Sister Pei. She said you prefer girls in black lace, especially during intimate moments." Jing Yi reacted with astonishment. "I did not. That is a complete fabrication. Well, I confess, I do indeed have a fondness for black lace." Drawing Zhao Fengqing into his embrace, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Zhang Yi could no longer contain himself and gently pushed her onto the bed. "Ego, please be gentle. This bed has endured quite a bit and may need replacing." Zhao Fengqing gently reminded. Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, and thus 3 hours swiftly passed by. Content, Zhao Fengqing rested her head on Zhang Yi's arm, gazing at him with affectionate eyes, and inquired, "Ego, may I stay at the Shishan Villa with you?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited his response. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, gesturing towards the quantum teleportation device he had installed in the bedroom, and assured her, "Of course. You can use that device to teleport to my home anytime." Overjoyed, Zhao Fengqing seized Jing Yi and showered him with kisses. As their leisure time came to an end, the two ceased their intimate moments and returned to the naval base. Zhang Yi accompanied Zhao Fengqing to meet Tang Zhan, where he submitted 2,000 sets of composite shields before turning to leave. He then proceeded to a certain heavy armored synthesis unit, where he met Hua Tiandu and handed over another 2,000 sets of shields. For the remaining 2,000 sets, he made his way to an Air Force base to deliver them to Gao Dashan. After completing the delivery of the shields, Zhang Yi returned to the Shishan Villa. No sooner had he sat down than his phone rang. It was Sun Dashing calling. "Director Sun, what can I do for you?" Zhang Yi inquired. On the other end, Sun Dashing spoke in a grave tone, "Mr. Zheng, our ability users were attacked while on a mission, and there have been considerable casualties." Zhang Yi's brow furrowed in concern. Who was responsible? Sun Dashing took a deep breath before responding. It was the Triad Alliance, comprising the Ninja Ability Organization, the Shadow Organization, and the White Eagle Organization. His words instantly darkened Zhang Yi's expression, a fierce intent glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 76. The Unveiling of the Sky Carrier. The world fell silent as the apocalypse loomed and strange beasts emerged with increasing frequency. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities ought to prioritize the eradication of these creatures and the maintenance of global stability. Thus, Zhang Yi found it perplexing that humanity could still engage in infighting under such dire circumstances. Previously, a multitude of oceanic beasts had surged through the oceanic fissures, nearly decimating the navies of the world's military superpowers. Had they not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? Sun Dashing remarked, "Mr. Zhang, according to our investigation, the assailants from the Tripartite Alliance seek to uncover the secrets of the evolution liquid." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Sun Dashing continued, "Previously, the evolution liquid you ordered to be mass-produced by the Dragon team, when administered to the ability users of Bureau 749, yielded remarkable results. Presently, the Academy of Ability users is replete with those of B grade and above, their powers far surpassing what they once were. I suspect there has been a leak, though the investigation is still ongoing." Zhang Yi nodded subtly. Indeed, the allure of the evolution liquid for ability users was immense. The enemy, driven by desperation, attacked the users of Bureau 749 in an attempt to infiltrate core secrets. Thus, Zhang Yi inquired, "Director Sun, What course of action do you propose? Shall we charge through their ranks, or? Sun Dashing pondered for a moment before responding with gravity, Mr. Zhang. In this tumultuous international climate where strange beasts roam freely, our most formidable adversary is indeed these creatures. However, there are those who wish to see us falter, and we must retaliate to make them feel the sting of adversity. Yet, my counsel is that intimidation should take precedence over slaughter. Zheng Yi nodded silently, comprehending Sun Dashing's intent. Suddenly, he recalled the 500 celestial motherships suspended in the heavenly realm, a sly smile gracing his lips. To intimidate the adversaries? Then let us employ them. This time, it should suffice to compel all those who harbor animosity towards the Dragon Nation to fall into line and maintain their silence. Without delay, Zheng Yi informed Sun Dashing to await his good news before abruptly ending the call. He then stepped forward, his figure materializing 1,000 meters above the ground. With a mere thought, he summoned 100 celestial motherships from the heavenly realm. 500 would be too daunting. 100 would suffice. He then commanded Jizi to take control of the motherships. In an instant, 100 celestial motherships successfully initiated their systems, commencing their journey at the predetermined speed. Equipped with Titan Core Quantum AI, the celestial motherships were capable of independent decision-making and multi-system coordination, making their operation remarkably convenient. Standing on the deck of the mothership, Zhang Yi's face radiated with excitement as he softly commanded, Jizi, initiate a global live stream, starting from the ruins of the Shadow Organization's headquarters in the Korean nation. Upon receiving the command, Jizi promptly sprang into action and soon responded, Master, course setting complete, live stream preparation finalized. Zheng Yi nodded in satisfaction and commanded, let it commence. This time, I shall instill fear across the globe. Soon, Jizi initiated the global live stream. Zhang Yi's face remained obscured, leaving no one able to discern his identity. On a popular streaming platform, comments erupted. Wow, I almost achieved a 5-kill streak. Why did it suddenly cut off? Huh, a live stream? Oh no, it's that person streaming again? Well, I forgive you. The live stream was rapidly inundated with hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the numbers continued to ascend. My goodness, what is that creature? It resembles an aircraft carrier, yet how does it soar through the heavens? Gasps of astonishment filled the chat as eager viewers frantically bombarded it with inquiries. Could it be an astral aircraft carrier? When did the Dragon Kingdom construct such a marvel? No, wait, was it that enigmatic man who brought this forth? It is highly plausible. The entire vessel appears to be operated solely by him. What a wonder. How does he command the entire fleet alone? The chat was a flurry of comments. Zheng Yi, inspired by the barrage of messages, decided to allow Jizi to enter the live stream and speak on his behalf. The host proclaimed, this is the Celestial Ring Astral Aircraft Carrier, measuring 1580 meters in length. Upon this revelation, the chat fell into a momentary hush before erupting into chaos. Did the host actually speak? A miracle indeed. He has uttered words. Celestial Ring? What a magnificent name. So grand. I adore it. Host, why are you obscuring your face? Allow me to gaze upon you. I yearn to be your woman. Host, what are you about to do? Are you heading off to battle? Who is your foe? The Foot Basin Chicken or the Great Beauty? Zheng Yi did not anticipate that such a simple utterance would ignite a torrent of comments. He promptly fell silent, diverting his attention from the live stream. Soon, he arrived in the land of the morning calm, hovering above the ruins of the Shadow Organization's headquarters. The imposing presence of 100 Celestial Ring Astral Aircraft Carriers was nothing short of lethal. Even if Zheng Yi were to do nothing but allow the aerial mothership to hover in the sky, the sheer power of its presence would be sufficient to compel any adversary to surrender. At that moment, those at the temporary headquarters of the Shadow Organization, who were monitoring the situation via live broadcast, were left pale with fear. After approximately half an hour, Zheng Yi utilized the Fleet-S broadcasting system to deliver a proclamation. I wish to cease the taking of lives. Members of the Shadow Organization, heed my words. Do not provoke the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he commanded the artificial intelligence to engage the Mothership's weapon systems fully. Subsequently, a formidable display unfolded, featuring 120 ion pulse ship defense cannons, 32 electromagnetic railguns, 48 nanobot swarm missile silos, and 16 lateral phase particle beam emitters. In an instant, the global audience watching the live stream fell into a moment of silence. This was soon followed by a deluge of fervent comments akin to a roaring tide. Wow. Has the military technology of the Dragon Kingdom advanced to such heights? How is this possible? It looks like extraterrestrial technology. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are the foremost power on Blue Star. No one can rival us. This must be a fabrication. Oh no, the beauty upstairs is losing composure. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. From this moment on, the tide is turned. What a thrill. This is our technology, stolen by the Dragon Kingdom. It is truly infuriating. Hey, hey, hey. To the person above, have you eaten too much kimchi and scrambled your brains? Seeing such a formidable aerial mothership. I sincerely hope the Dragon Kingdom is a nation that cherishes peace. Is the person above a foot-basin chicken? Humph, in the past. While you wielded formidable ships and cannons, we possessed an indomitable spirit. Now, we command aerial battleships, and you would do well to fortify your resolve. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. While Zhang Yi prepared to journey to his next target, the temporary headquarters of the Ninja Supernatural Organization in the land of cherry blossoms. Through quantum leap, 100 aerial battleships swiftly arrived. Witnessing the vast fleet that obscured the sky, the people on the ground were paralyzed with fear, unable to steady themselves. As before, Zhang Yi refrained from aggression, opting solely for intimidation. Without uttering a word or taking any action, he merely commanded the battleships to unveil their weapon arrays, instilling terror in the hearts of those below. Half an hour later, the fleet executed another quantum leap and departed with elegance. This time, their destination was the headquarters of the Bald Eagle Organization in the beautiful nation. James, drenched in sweat and trembling at the sight of 100 aerial battleships hovering above him, understood all too well why they had returned. Zhang Yi remained passive, merely hovering for half an hour before embarking on his departure. The entire fleet's leap left an indelible psychological scar on all who witnessed it. In the Dragon Nation, at the Yinjing 749 headquarters, Sun Dashing laughed heartily, filled with admiration. Truly, Mr. Zheng is formidable. Who would dare infiltrate the Dragon Nation to cause havoc after this? Just then, he received a phone call. Director Sun, the Beast Research Institute will be established in 3 days. May I extend an invitation to Mr. Zheng to attend? A crisp female voice inquired from the other end of the line. Chapter 77. The initial encounter with the enchanting Yunqi. Mu Qingyi urgently seeks help at the Shishan Villa. As dusk descended, Zhang Yi, having labored throughout the day, decided to prepare a meal for himself to unwind. While he busied himself in the kitchen, a sudden commotion emanated from the underground safe house. The quantum teleportation array had been activated. With a swift motion, he rushed over and beheld the figure of Gu Yunqi gradually materializing before him. Overjoyed at the sight of the one she had longed for, Gu Yunqi leaped into Zhang Yi's embrace, holding him tightly. Gu, this device is simply marvelous. It can transport me from Tianshui City to your home. How incredible! Gu Yunqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This meant she could visit Zhang Yi every day after work. Zhang Yi smiled gently, leading her out of the underground safe house. Yunqi, please take a seat for a moment while I prepare some noodles for us, all right? Gu Yunqi nodded enthusiastically. Thus, Zhang Yi returned to the kitchen to continue cooking, while Gu Yunqi explored the interior of the house. It was her first visit to the Shishan Villa. Just as she was wandering about, the quantum teleportation array in the underground safe house activated once more. Soon after, Su Qingqing's figure emerged. Having visited before, she quickly ascended from the underground safe house. Upon hearing sounds from the kitchen, Su Qingqing was about to call out when she came face to face with Gu Yunqi. The two women, encountering each other for the first time, simultaneously exhibited expressions of surprise. Intriguingly, both pondered inwardly, is she also Yi's woman? The atmosphere froze in an instant, until Zheng Yi, laughing heartily, intervened, introducing them. This is Su Qingqing, a PhD in bioengineering, and this is Gu Yunqi, an expert in meteorological weaponry. The two women exchanged smiles and shook hands, greeting one another. Zheng Yi's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Such a scene was indeed exhilarating. Both Su Qingqing and Gu Yunqi were intelligent individuals, each silently acknowledging the unspoken truth between them. They understood that it was impossible for either to monopolize Zhang Yi. Thus, harmonious coexistence was essential for lasting relationships. Then, a surprising moment unfolded. Sister Qingqing, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I regret not having prepared a gift, Gu Yunqi said sweetly. Su Qingqing nodded discreetly, responding politely, Sister Yunqi, you are too kind. I arrived in haste, and did not prepare a gift for you either. I hope you can forgive me. Gu Yunqi shook her head with a smile, indicating it was of no consequence. Zhang Yi was left bewildered. Is this how they are already calling each other sisters? Truly, the workings of a woman's mind are inscrutable. Before long, Su Qingqing and Gu Yunqi were engrossed in conversation, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Zhang Yi silently enjoyed his meal, unable to interject. However, seeing Su Qingqing and Gu Yunqi getting along so well brought him joy. After the meal, instead of using the teleportation device to return home, Gu Yunqi requested Zheng Yi to escort her personally. Zheng Yi, not refusing, bid farewell to Su Qiqing and departed. In Tianshui City, at Gu Yunqi's quaint abode. Upon returning home, she swiftly embraced Zheng Yi, burying her head in his chest, remaining silent. Bewildered, Zheng Yi was about to speak when the sound of Gu Yunqi's sobs reached his ears. He hastily inquired as to what was amiss. Gu Yunqi responded, her voice laced with remorse. Brother Yi, I am deeply sorry. Had it not been for rescuing me, you would not have become entangled in that affair with me. Qiqing is a woman of exceptional virtue, whom I admire and envy greatly. Zheng Yi, now even more perplexed, questioned her reason for weeping. Gu Yunqi replied, I weep for sister Qiqing, for had she not accepted me, I would have been unable to face her. Zheng Yi was speechless. She is most considerate. Tenderly, he lifted Gu Yunqi into his arms, carried her to the bedside, and gently laid her down, murmuring, in the days to come, let us live well and journey onward together. With tearful eyes, Gu Yunqi nodded in affirmation, clinging tightly to Zheng Yi, reveling in their shared bliss. 2 hours later, Gu Yunqi drifted into a deep slumber, and Zheng Yi rent the void to return. As anticipated, Su Qiqing awaited his arrival. She sat upon the sofa, her arms encircling her knees, her lips pursed in a pout, as if burdened by a great grievance. Upon seeing Zheng Yi's return, she could no longer contain herself and began to weep softly. Zheng Yi immediately approached her, offering no questions, but instead enfolding her in a tender embrace. After a prolonged silence, Su Qiqing lifted her gaze to meet Zheng Yi's eyes and declared, Brother Yi, you must take full responsibility for us sisters. Do you understand? Zheng Yi nodded with solemn resolve, feeling the weight of pressure and responsibility upon his shoulders intensify, with the impending apocalypse drawing near. Whether he could contend with the enigmatic and formidable 4 demon gods remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he was resolved to fight to the death, safeguarding the dragon kingdom and protecting the women he held dear. Upon the divan, their ardent kiss burgeoned into a fervent embrace, their garments discarded with haste, culminating in a tender dalliance that persisted until the break of dawn. After seeing Su Qiqing off, Zheng Yi reclined upon the sofa, seeking solace in tranquil repose. Ere long, the shrill of the telephone shattered the stillness, the caller an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the dulcet tones of Mu Qingyi resonated from the receiver. Master, she intoned, I find myself embroiled in a predicament, and I implore your assistance. Zheng Yi, galvanized by her plea, inquired with alacrity, what tribulations have befallen thee? Where art thou situated? I shall hasten to thy side forthwith. Mu Qingyi responded, I am presently in my ancestral home of Jinqing. I shall transmit my coordinates anon. Canst thou arrive with expediency? Zheng Yi affirmed, fear not, I shall depart immediately. Soon, he received the locational data from Mu Qingyi, whereupon he forthwith traversed the void. In Jinqing, within the confines of the Mu family estate, Mu Qingyi, her countenance etched with gravity, stood vigil at the bedside. Her hands clasped firmly around those of a middle-aged man recumbent upon the bed, she offered solace. Father, thou shalt surely recover. My master possesses unparalleled skills. He shall undoubtedly restore thee to health. Other denizens occupied the chamber, and upon hearing Mu Qingyi's pronouncements, one emitted a derisive snort and shook his head. Qingyi, he declared, the elder brother hath languished under the yoke of this poison for an inordinate duration, rendering any hope of resuscitation futile. In recent years, the mantle of responsibility for the family's affairs hath fallen upon my shoulders, even to the extent of arranging thine own betrothal. As he broached this subject, a glint of resentment flickered within his eyes, as though his machinations had been thwarted. Mu Qingyi's fair visage froze over with glacial disdain as she retorted, Uncle, my father yet lives. By what authority dost thou presume to arrange my nuptials? Think not that I am oblivious to thy ulterior motives. The speaker was none other than Mu Tenghua, Mu Qingyi's paternal uncle. After being confronted by Mu Qingyi, Mu Tenghua was consumed by rage and immediately shouted, Bring him away. My elder brother is dead, and from this moment forth, I shall be the one to speak for the Mu family. In a fit of fury, Mu Tenghua brandished a handgun, aiming it at the man lying on the bed, and fired a shot. Almost instantaneously, a rift appeared, and the bullet was swallowed by the fissure, sparing the man on the bed from harm. In the next moment, Zheng Yi stepped forth from the rift, his countenance icy, and fixed his gaze upon the startled Mu Qingyi, a fierce glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the prompt from Zizi chimed in, Master, the man before you is a beast in disguise. His true form is that of a 5th-tier pangolin beast, possessing formidable defenses. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi's murderous intent intensified. At that moment, the system notification echoed. Temporary mission triggered. The host cannot refuse. Current temporary mission. Eliminate the 5th-tier beast pangolin. Mission reward. 1,000 sets of nightmare cradle neurotoxin fog generators. Jung-yi smiled faintly, yet before he could utter a word, he was countered by the other party. Who is this thief? Someone, kill him. As Mu Qingyi prepared to intervene, Zhang Yi executed a spatial confinement, immobilizing everyone present. He then unleashed a powerful punch at Mu Tunghua, reverting him to his original form. Ah, second uncle, you are actually a beast? Mu Qingyi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 78, The Nightmare Cradle Neurotoxin Fog Generator, Establishing the Beast Research Institute. First update, Mu Qingyi swiftly came to terms with reality. Piecing everything together. She is a member of the dragon group and has encountered various exotic beasts, aware that some of them are capable of disguising themselves as humans. However, she never anticipated that her own uncle would be one such creature. Upon having its true identity unveiled and being subdued effortlessly, the 5th-tier pangolin beast realized its grim fate. It sneered, I never imagined there could be a human capable of defeating me. Yet, alas, your strength alone cannot halt the impending judgment of the apocalypse. When the 4 demon lords descend, it shall herald humanity's doom. Haha. Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he unleashed a punch that obliterated the creature, reducing it to a puddle of blood. Simultaneously, the system notified him that the mission was completed, and the rewards had been dispatched to the heavenly realm. On the bed, the drowsy middle-aged man coughed heavily. Mu Qingyi quickly assessed the situation and pleaded, Master, I implore you to save my father. He has been poisoned for many years. Do you have any means to help him? Zhang Yi reassured her not to panic and immediately instructed Jizi to examine the condition. The results brought him a sigh of relief. Jizi responded, Master, although this individual has been poisoned for a long time, it is not a potent toxin. You can use your spatial power to circulate through his meridians and expel the poison. After hearing this, Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully and then recalled something, pressing further. Earlier, Yunqi was poisoned by the relatively mild toxin of the soft orchid grass. Why did you instruct me to use a pill to save her? Upon hearing this question, Jizi fell unusually silent. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Yi inwardly cursed, Jizi, are you deceiving me? Wasn't it possible to save Yunqi without the pill last time? Jizi offered an awkward smile and replied, Master, I do this for your own good. I cannot disregard the heartfelt intentions of that young lady towards you. Zhang Yi responded with a faint smile, You truly possess a kind heart. I am grateful to you. Subsequently, Zhang Yi placed his hand upon the wrist of Mu Qingyi's father, channeling spatial energy to gently guide out the toxins that had accumulated within his body for many years. After approximately 2 hours, Zhang Yi successfully expelled all the toxins. The color in Mu Qingyi's father's face visibly improved, though he appeared quite frail and would require further recuperation to achieve complete restoration. With a sudden thud, Mu Qingyi knelt and bowed her head in gratitude, exclaiming, Master, thank you for your assistance. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Zhang Yi waved his hand with a smile, quickly helping her to her feet and reassuring her, You are my disciple. It is only natural for a master to aid his student. Overwhelmed with joy, Mu Qingyi wiped away her tears. In the following days, Mu Qingyi and her father, Mu Zhonghua, diligently reorganized the Mu family, rooting out certain dangerous elements to lay a foundation for its resurgence. To prevent any disturbances, Zhang Yi chose to remain at the Mu residence, lending his support to Mu Qingyi. Any dissenters or troublemakers were swiftly dealt with by Zhang Yi's decisive hand. After eliminating several groups of instigators, peace was restored, and no further challenges arose. 2 days later, with the Mu family stabilized and everything back on track, Zhang Yi quietly departed. In the celestial realm, Zhang Yi entered his true form, and with a thought, a pale yellow treasure chest materialized before him. He promptly opened the chest, revealing 1,000 uniquely designed devices laid out before his eyes. Upon discerning the specific details, Zhang Yi was left astounded. The nightmarish cradle neural toxin fog generator possesses the extraordinary capability to influence specific DNA sequences within biological neural systems, rendering its targets ensnared in paralyzing hallucinations. Additionally, it is equipped with a meteorological forecasting module that intelligently directs the dispersion of the toxic fog. Its core constituents comprise 3 elements: nanoscale acetylcholine inhibitors, synaptic blockers, and directional gene marker particles. The operational radius extends to 500 meters, with an effective duration lasting up to 45 minutes. Should the DNA sequences of aberrant beasts be collected and subsequently subjected to the nightmarish cradle, these entities could be plunged into a 45-minute state of debilitating illusion. vastly enhancing the odds of victory in warfare. Zheng Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. The rewards bestowed by the system had never failed to meet his expectations. However, he pondered to whom he should entrust this formidable weaponry. Upon departing from the celestial realm, Zheng Yi materialized at the Western Mountain Villa. Before he could settle in, a call from Sun Dashin came through. Once connected, he heard Sun Dashin's cheerful voice. "Mr. Zheng, may I inquire if you're available tomorrow?" After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Yi responded, "I'm available. What arrangements does Director Sun have in mind?" Sun Dashin shook his head repeatedly, explaining it is thus. In response to the impending threat of aberrant beasts, the nation intends to establish an institute for aberrant beast research, and we would like to invite you to serve as its director. Zheng Yi was taken aback. An institute for aberrant beast research? What manner of place is that? He hurriedly declined, stating, "I am accustomed to a free-spirited life. I would not be suitable for such a position. Please select someone more capable." It was absurd. He had no intention of undertaking such a perilous responsibility. Sun Dashing, as if anticipating his refusal, elaborated, "Mr. Zheng, it is merely a nominal position. The true operations of the Research Institute are managed by 5 vice directors." "Nominal position?" Zheng Yi inquired, perplexed. Subsequently, Sun Dashing elucidated the entire situation to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zheng Yi acquiesced to the request. The Beast Research Institute, ostensibly dedicated to the study of extraordinary creatures, is in reality a collaborative establishment of the military, the scientific community, the Dragon Group, and the 749 Bureau. In essence, the Institute serves as the frontline defense for Longguo against the impending invasion of these creatures. However, due to the complexity of interests and the multitude of personnel involved, the selection of a director necessitated a candidate who would be mutually recognized by all parties. After extensive deliberation, various factions had been unable to agree on a satisfactory candidate until a prominent military figure proposed Zheng Yi for the role, a suggestion that garnered unanimous support. To put it more bluntly, appointing Zheng Yi as the director was intended to instill a sense of deterrence among the factions, compelling them to collaborate in the defense against the monstrous incursion and to safeguard Longguo from the looming apocalypse. Given this request, Zheng Yi found no grounds to decline. "Director Sun, I shall be there tomorrow," Zheng Yi assured, before ending the call. On the other end, having received Zheng Yi's verbal commitment, Sun Dashing hurriedly dialed another number. "Ning Yin, Mr. Zheng has agreed to assume the position of director at the Beast Research Institute. Ensure that preparations are flawless for tomorrow's ceremony." A woman's voice on the other end responded with excitement. "Understood. Thank you, Director Sun." In a certain location in Yanjing, the Beasts Research Institute, Zheng Yi shattered the void and arrived at his destination. Upon lifting his gaze to the plaque before him, he realized he had indeed come to the right place. Just as he was about to step inside, he was halted by a guard at the entrance, who informed him that without an invitation, entry was forbidden. Zheng Yi clicked his tongue, recalling that Sun Dashing had not mentioned this detail. A quick search of his pockets revealed his misfortune. He had forgotten his phone. The guard's refusal to allow him entry was within the bounds of duty, and he had no intention of causing the man distress. At that moment, a man clad in a tailored black suit emerged from within, his demeanor haughty and exuding an air of arrogance. His name was Zhao Guozhong, the head of the security department of the Research Institute. What was going on? Today marked the grand inauguration of the institute, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Who was this man to block the entrance? After hearing the guard's explanation, Zhao Guozhong impatiently retorted, "No invitation? Spare me the pleasantries. Hurry up and escort him away. Important figures are arriving shortly, and the entrance must remain unobstructed." Zheng Yi initially intended to clarify the situation, but witnessing Zhao's attitude left him feeling somewhat irked. 2 guards approached politely, urging him to leave promptly, yet their words fell on deaf ears. Zhao Guozhong's temper flared as he pointed at Zheng Yi, exclaiming, "Who is this little nobody? A mere youth who dares to act foolishly. This is not a place you can enter." Zheng Yi, feeling a flicker of indignation at being insulted as a little nobody, was on the verge of retaliating when a pink Maserati sped towards him from a distance, coming to a halt right before him. Chapter 79. Appointed as the director of the Research Institute, Zheng Yi's dark secrets unveiled. Second update. The car door swung open, revealing a woman of striking elegance stepping out. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Guozhong hurriedly approached, bowing and smiling as he spoke. "Director Xian, you arrived quite early." The woman did not spare him a glance, bypassing him entirely and striding directly to Zheng Yi. With a smile on her face, she introduced herself, "Mr. Zheng. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Xian Ningyan." a scientist at the Exotic Beasts Research Institute responsible for studying the DNA sequences of exotic creatures. Zhang Yi was taken aback. You know me? Then, a sudden realization struck him, and he silently mused, a researcher of exotic beast DNA? The nightmare cradle is entrusted to her. How fortuitous. Xian Ningyan scrutinized Zhang Yi closely and clarified, I am acquainted with Director Sun from Bureau 749. I have known about you for quite some time, though we have never met. Zhang Yi nodded, understanding now. Xian Ningyan inquired why he was not entering, and he sheepishly scratched his head while offering an explanation. Observing his youthful demeanor, Xian Ningyan found him intriguing, quite different from her previous assumptions. She then addressed Zhao Guozhong, even without an invitation, you should be allowed entry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhong felt a surge of indignation, yet maintained a facade of respect. He recognized that Xian Ningyan was familiar with Zhang Yi. But driven by a desire to complicate matters for Zhang Yi, he retorted sternly, even if she is your friend, without an invitation. I cannot allow this young rascal to enter. Xian Ningyan's expression turned cold, and she replied icily, what did you call him? Young rascal? Zhao Guozhong. Are you willing to jeopardize your position? Do you even know who he is? Zhao Guozhong disdainfully spat and raised an eyebrow, challenging, who is he? Humph. This gate is under my jurisdiction. I decide who may enter. Xian Ningyan, filled with indignation, was prepared to engage in a debate, only to be interrupted by Zhang Yi. He offered a subtle smile and said, I shall remain here. Director Xian, please proceed with your tasks. Xian Ningyan sensed the gravity of the situation. She recognized that Zhang Yi was irate. Should he, in a fit of anger, refuse the position of president at the Research Institute, it would spell disaster. Despite her meticulous calculations and considerations, everything had been derailed by a mere security guard, Zhao Guozhong. What initially was a trivial misunderstanding could have been resolved with a simple clarification, yet Zhao Guozhong wielded his authority foolishly and spoke with disrespect. Oblivious to the severity of his transgression. The more Xian Ningyan pondered, the more exasperated she became, wishing she could deliver a swift reprimand to Zhao Guozhong. Mr. Zhang, I'm not busy. I'll stay here and wait with you for a while. Zhang Yi cast her a gentle glance, refraining from protest. As for Zhao Guozhong, he spat in disdain and departed, entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Shortly thereafter, Sun Dashing from the 749 Bureau arrived. Upon stepping out of his vehicle, he noticed Zhang Yi and Xian Ningyan at the entrance and hurried over, asking, Are you two waiting for someone? Zhang Yi remained silent, while Xian Ningyan leaned closer to Sun Dashing, swiftly briefing him on the events. This revelation startled Sun Dashing, causing his heart to race. Good heavens! How dare he insult Zhang Yi as a mere petty figure? He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, upon seeing Zhang Yi's darkened expression, chose his words carefully. Thus, Sun Dashing quietly joined the ranks of those waiting. Soon after, the leaders of the 4 divisions of the Dragon Group arrived in a single vehicle. Long Wuji spotted Zhang Yi at once. Yet he was puzzled as to why he was standing at the entrance. Accompanied by Shen Qiushui, whose face radiated joy, she hastened towards the man before her. Her smile enchanting yet playful. Had there not been onlookers, she would have readily leapt into Zhang Yi's embrace. Zhang Yi returned her smile, gesturing with his eyes for her to stand by his side. Long Wujia scratched his head, perplexed by Zhang Yi's actions, and nudged Sun Dashing with his elbow, inquiring quietly about the situation. Sun Dashing lowered his voice and explained, causing Long Wujia to instinctively clutch his heart in alarm. How dare one insult Mr. Zhang as a mere petty man? That Zhao Guozhong, even with centuries of ancestral protection, could not safeguard his fate. Long Wujia shook his head in silence, a bitter smile adorning his face. Eventually, the military dignitaries arrived one after another, some of whom recognized Zhang Yi. Yet, they were bewildered as to why such a large assembly stood at the entrance instead of entering. Upon inquiry, after learning the circumstances, one of the military leaders stepped forward and instructed someone to summon Zhao Guozhong. When Zhao Guozhong dashed out of the office and beheld the assembly of dignitaries blocking the entrance, he was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed leaders, what is happening? The ceremony is ready, awaiting your presence. Why are we all standing here? Zhao Guozhong remained in a daze. At that moment, Xian Ningyan coldly scoffed. Pointing at Zhang Yi as she introduced him, this is Zhang Yi, the director of the Research Institute, here today for the inauguration ceremony. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozhong stood frozen, his face reflecting disbelief. Just then, a leader proposed, Zhao Guozhong, report to the personnel department immediately and leave at once. Zhao Guozhong, flustered, hurriedly pleaded for mercy, but to no avail. Subsequently, Sun Dashing and Long Wuji endeavored to mediate, softly imploring, Mr. Zheng, please calm your temper. In comparison to confronting the aberrant beasts, this matter is trivial. You wouldn't dwell on it, would you? Zheng Yi cast a glance at the two, remaining silent until Shun Xiushui grasped his sleeve and murmured, "Igu, do not be upset. We must prioritize the important matters." Her words immediately quelled Zheng Yi's ire, and he offered a slight smile, saying, "Let us proceed. It is imperative that we attend to the official business." Thus, he stepped to the forefront of the crowd, striding into the research institute, with Shun Xiushui closely following behind. This scene left Long Wuji and the other two esteemed individuals astounded. Long Wuji pondered aloud. Did I just hear Xiushui refer to Mr. Zhang as Igu? Could it be that the so-called Ice Queen, Shun Xiushui, has been captivated? This thought prompted a series of incredulous exchanges among the group. The inauguration ceremony for the Research Institute and Zhang Yi's appointment as director was successfully held, garnering extensive media coverage nationwide and capturing widespread attention. Zhang Yi's name swiftly ascended the trending charts. Many were left curious about his identity and how he came to be the director of the Aberrant Beast Research Institute. As internet users delved deeper, a sensational revelation emerged. Wait, is that the Zheng Yi who was previously involved with Lu Ruyan, who recently caused a stir across the internet? The same Lu Ruyan who had a scandalous affair with Gu Haoyan, whose passionate video circulated online. How scandalous! The melon is rather large, sufficient to last for quite some time. Settle down on your small stool and await further developments. With such substantial scandal now exposed, it appears that Zheng Yi, having recently assumed the position of director, may soon find himself ousted. What a fleeting tenure it seems. The online discourse has quickly intensified, with some finding amusement, others expressing sympathy, and many indulging in mockery. In response, Zheng Yi remains utterly indifferent. At this moment, he is dining with the 4 esteemed members of the Dragon Group. "Brother Yi, what dish would you like? Allow me to serve you," Shun Xiushui said, completely ignoring the presence of Long Wuji and the other esteemed members seated opposite her. Zheng Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Xiushui, I can serve myself. You enjoy your meal." Shun Xiushui pouted playfully, insisting, "No, Brother Yi, I must serve you." Zheng Yi smiled indulgently. Meanwhile, Long Wuji and the others sat in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a charming display from Shun Xiushui. After their appetites were satisfied, they finally turned to serious matters. Long Wuji introduced, according to reliable intelligence, foreign forces have set their sights on the evolution liquid, and many Dragon Group teams have come under attack. Zheng Yi furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Previously, the abilities of the 749 Bureau had suffered significant losses during an ambush. After an investigation, Sun Dashing discovered that it was the work of a triad alliance of abilities. Subsequently, Zheng Yi piloted the Celestial Ring, a formidable aerial battleship, to establish global deterrence. According to Zheng Yi's strategy, they would not deploy abilities to infiltrate Long Country for special missions in the near future. But if it were not them, then who could it be? Suddenly, Zheng Yi was struck by a thought and murmured, "If the beasts are disguising themselves as humans to carry out assassinations, then we are in grave trouble." His words transformed the expressions of the 4 leaders of the Dragon Group into a mask of solemnity. Then, Long Wuji recalled something and added, "Mr. Zhang, our organization has been investigating a mysterious faction known as the 7 Deadly Sins for quite some time." "The 7 Deadly Sins?" Zheng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Long Wuji continued, "This organization has members scattered across various European nations. Their influence is extensive and their strength remains unknown. Despite years of investigation, we have yet to uncover their headquarters. Recently, during an assassination attempt, we discovered traces of the 7 Deadly Sins at the scene of the confrontation, leading me to suspect their involvement." Zheng Yi nodded thoughtfully. With Zhizi by his side, the entirety of Blue Star held no secrets for him. The group conversed for an extended period, each individual feeling the weight of immense pressure. Long Wuji and the other 2 leaders departed in a private vehicle. As for Shun Xiushui, she declined the arrangements made for her and requested Zheng Yi to escort her. The void trembled as Zheng Yi shattered it, taking her swiftly back to the Northern Division. In the private chamber of the leader, Shun Xiushui nestled in Zhang Yi's embrace. "Brother Yi, news of your scandal has surfaced online. How do you intend to handle it, particularly concerning someone named Lu Ruyan?" she inquired softly. Zheng Yi chuckled lightly and replied, "That is not my scandal, it is merely a remnant of my past. If Lu Ruyan remains in the shadows, she may continue to survive. However, should she choose to provoke trouble, she would surely meet her demise." Shun Xiushui was exceedingly pleased with the response and said, "If she dares to cause trouble, I shall intervene on your behalf. Is that agreeable?" Zheng Yi nodded, offering no objection. Then, with her heart fluttering, Shui gazed at Jing Yi with enchanting eyes and softly implored, "Ika, don't leave tonight. Stay and accompany me, will you?" Zheng Yi responded with a quiet affirmation, lifting Shui and laying her on the bed, entwining in a tender embrace. A night of bliss ensued, lasting until dawn. Upon departing from the Northern Division, Zheng Yi returned to the Beast Research Institute. The ceremonial proceedings were rather intricate, and he found no opportunity to present the Nightmare Cradle neurotoxin generator to Xianlingyan. Moreover, as the newly appointed director of the institute, he could not afford to appear negligent on his very first day. After locating Xianlingyan, Zheng Yi summoned a set of Nightmare Cradle generators from the celestial realm. Upon introducing its functions, she was taken aback. "Director, did you create this device?" Xianlingyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zheng Yi did not respond directly, but instead asked, "How many DNA sequences of the exotic beasts have you collected thus far?" Xianlingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization as she promptly replied, "Director, we have not yet amassed a significant number of exotic beast DNA sequences. Thus far, we have samples from the Go-Man, Bullman, Lion Man, Black Bear, Winged Humans, Vulture Clan, Octopus Creature, and a lizard-like beast reminiscent of Godzilla." After hearing this, Zheng Yi felt a sense of clarity. He then instructed Xianlingyan to input the acquired exotic beast DNA sequence data into the Nightmare Cradle generator. Upon receiving the inaugural task from the dean, Sun Yanyan brimmed with enthusiasm, vowing to expeditiously complete the assignment through on-site testing. Zheng Yi smiled and nodded, subsequently tearing through the void and vanishing. Sun Yanyan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she coyly remarked, "Dean, you have captured the attention of this humble lady." Instead of returning to the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi, following the guidance of Jizi, traversed the void en route to Europe to investigate the enigmatic organization known as the Seven Deadly Sins. In Europe, nestled within the majestic Alps, there lay an ancient palace concealed amongst the towering snow-capped peaks, having withstood the test of time for centuries. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing when or by whom it was constructed, only that it has existed for an exceedingly long duration. At this moment, amidst the swirling snow, a quintet of adventurers stealthily advanced through the night, their objective being the ancient palace. "Princess Katrina, we are drawing perilously close. Should we be encircled by the seven deadly sins, our chances of escape would be severely compromised." One of the women in the group cautioned the figure leading the charge. Hearing this, the figure did not falter, nor did she turn her head, confidently asserting, "Alice, I am now an S-rank Esper. Even when faced with the holy knights of the seven deadly sins, I am prepared for battle. What is there to fear?" Alice, poised to respond, was preemptively silenced by Katrina, who declared, "To secure my claim to the throne, I must fulfill this mission, otherwise, the crown shall elude me." Her words left the other members of the team in contemplative silence. However, simultaneously, the indomitable spirit within them was thoroughly ignited, compelling them to assist the princess in accomplishing her mission and successfully securing her eligibility for the throne. Thus, the group swiftly approached and infiltrated the palace without encountering any obstructions. Nevertheless, Katrina was not blindly overconfident. She quickly sensed something amiss and was about to retreat when an unforeseen event transpired. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and flames erupted, rapidly coalescing into a formidable figure. It appeared not to be human, resembling a monstrous beast, with two prominent horns resembling those of a bull and blood-red wings sprouting from its back. It possessed the ability to soar through the air, its form grotesquely bizarre. The beast emitted a furious roar, a thunderous growl that reverberated through the air. Katrina did not anticipate encountering such a creature here, her eyes wide with horror as she immediately commanded a retreat. Simultaneously, Alice grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming amidst their flight, "Princess, we have fallen into a trap. Someone has orchestrated this to kill you." Katrina's expression darkened to the utmost degree as she unleashed her full powers to combat the beast's relentless pursuit. Alas, the strength of the five was insufficient, and they lacked the advantage of speed. Soon, aside from Katrina and Alice, the other three were brutally slain and devoured by the beast. A low growl echoed as the creature's form surged forward, blocking the only path of escape for Katrina and Alice. "Humans, you are merely our sustenance. The apocalypse is upon us, and none shall survive." The beast spoke in human tongue. Alice, in a frenzy, unleashed her powers, summoning a tempest, as she urged Katrina, "Princess, flee. I will buy you time." Tears welled in Katrina's eyes as she summoned her extraordinary abilities to combat the otherworldly beast, yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The creature flapped its wings, unleashing a myriad of bone spikes that shot forth towards Katrina and Alice. The ferocity of the assault forced the two women to retreat relentlessly, leaving no hope for escape. Amidst the relentless barrage, Alice was struck in the shoulder by a bone spike, resulting in a grievous wound that gushed blood. Katrina was taken aback, poised to offer assistance. However, in her moment of urgency, a gap in her defenses formed, allowing a bone spike to hurtle towards them. Without a second thought, Alice leapt forward, pushing Katrina aside to shield her from the blow. With a sickening thud, the spike pierced her heart, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist. Alice managed to cast one last glance at Katrina before succumbing to the darkness, falling lifeless to the ground. "Oh, wretched beast, I shall fight you with all my might." Katrina erupted in fury, unleashing her full powers in a desperate bid to confront the creature. Chapter 81. The Demon God Punishes Humanity? A princess returned home. The beast roared with laughter, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Katrina. At that moment, the fabric of reality trembled, and Zheng Yi tore through the void. The bone spikes, falling like rain, were intercepted by a spatial barrier. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a force of spatial energy, dispersing the spikes into mere dust that scattered upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, he stepped forward, appearing before the beast, and with a single punch, obliterated it, leaving no trace behind. Katrina stood in stunned silence. Yet, in the next instant, her strength faltered, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in a cave, a warm fire crackling nearby, providing a comforting warmth against the cold. Although Zheng Yi's command of foreign languages is not particularly high, he is capable of basic communication. He inquired, "What is your name? And what brings you to this palace?" Katerina regarded him with a wary expression, offering no response. Zheng Yi chuckled awkwardly, refraining from pressing her further. He instructed Zizi to investigate her background, and the results arrived swiftly. To his astonishment, she turned out to be a member of the royal family from the Windmill Kingdom, a princess and an S-class psychic, affiliated with the Royal Academy of Psychics. Moreover, Zizi elaborated on her past experiences. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Among the five-member team, she was the sole survivor, which must have been a profound blow to her. Thus, he gently suggested, "Rest here for a while. It is quite safe, fortified by the barrier I established. I shall return shortly." With that, he tore through the fabric of space and departed. This scene left Katerina deeply shaken. She internally mused, "A spatial psychic? He appears to be from the Dragon Kingdom? But how could a Dragon Kingdom citizen be here?" Outside, snowflakes danced through the frigid air, the temperature plummeting. Yet, to Zheng Yi, this posed no challenge. He returned to the ancient palace, prepared to investigate further. The ancient hall exuded an eerie, unfathomable atmosphere, steeped in mystery. Within its confines, Zheng Yi felt an unsettling chill. Zizi prompted, "Master, there is nothing here of significance. The only valuable item is a massive mural in the main hall." Zheng Yi nodded and, following Zizi's guidance, made his way to the mural in the main hall. The palace stands as the headquarters of the enigmatic organization known as the Seven Deadly Sins. Yet for reasons unknown, it is utterly devoid of life. Before a mural, Zheng Yi scrutinizes intently, striving to uncover hidden secrets. However, upon his first glance, he is struck with astonishment. The mural, extending approximately 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, presents a remarkably intricate depiction, as if it were foretelling some prophecy. While many aspects elude his understanding, the four knights portrayed within the mural are a vision he knows all too well. The four horsemen of the apocalypse? How can this be possible? Zheng Yi exclaims in disbelief. He cannot fathom the presence of such a mural pertaining to the four horsemen here. Could it be that someone foretold the end of the world long ago? What manner of organization is the Seven Deadly Sins? A multitude of questions surge into Zheng Yi's mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Just as he becomes entranced by the mural, countless shadows swiftly converge behind him, coalescing into a dark figure. Almost immediately, it extends numerous tendrils toward Zheng Yi, yet he anticipates the attack. Spatial confinement. He commands softly, immobilizing the space around him. Upon turning to face the figure, he finds himself unable to discern whether it is a beast or a human. The Judgment Day approaches. The seven deadly sins shall embody the demons to punish humanity, eradicate sin, and cleanse the world. The shadow articulates with human speech. Zheng Yi snorts disdainfully, the space quaking violently as he shatters the entity into fragments. Clapping his hands together, he intones gravely, to claim to represent demons and punishing humanity? It appears that the seven deadly sins are either the vanguard of the four horsemen or a malevolent organization masquerading under the banner of world annihilation. In conclusion, the seven deadly sins have firmly secured a place on Zhang Yi's blacklist. Should he infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom to wreak havoc, he would undoubtedly annihilate without a trace of mercy. Then, he tore through the void and departed. At the very moment of his exit, the four demon gods depicted in the mural seemed to flicker with a mesmerizing crimson light in their eye sockets, as if they had momentarily blinked. Upon returning to the previous cave, Catherine's complexion had improved significantly. However, her wariness towards Zhang Yi remained unabated. Upon his return, she immediately retreated to a corner, her gaze vigilant, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Zhang Yi offered her a reassuring smile, exuding goodwill as he gently spoke. "Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. I possess the ability to traverse space. Tell me your home's location, and I shall escort you back." Though Zhang Yi was already aware of her identity and address, he feigned ignorance. Upon hearing his words, Catherine's eyes brightened, and she tentatively inquired, "You are not here to kill me?" Zhang Yi nodded in affirmation. Consequently, Catherine divulged a specific location to him. He pretended to ponder for a moment in silence, then placed his hand on Catherine's shoulder and soared through the air. In a certain part of Windmill Country, before a seaside villa, the void trembled, and a rift appeared, through which Zhang Yi and Catherine emerged. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Catherine let out a sigh of relief. She realized she had misjudged Zhang Yi, and thus said, "I apologize for misunderstanding your good intentions. Thank you for saving my life and bringing me back." Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to reveal her identity, and turned to leave, only to be halted. "Esteemed sir, might you tell me your name? I wish to repay your kindness." Zhang Yi slightly shook his head, uttering not a word, and once more tore through the void to depart. Catherine gazed vacantly at the spot where Zhang Yi had vanished, lost in thought. It was not until her maid, Margaret, rushed towards her that she regained her senses. "Margaret, we have been deceived. Alice is dead, and I seek vengeance," Catherine declared with a frosty tone. Upon hearing this, Margaret's expression shifted to one of deep sorrow as she softly replied, "Your Highness, I shall remain by your side, wholly devoted to you." Upon returning to the West Mountain Villa, Zhang Yi discovered that someone was present in his home. After a careful sense of his surroundings, he realized that Pei Muan had returned and was currently bathing. He chuckled to himself, opting not to enter, but rather to patiently await her emergence. Shortly thereafter, Pei Muan stepped out of the bathroom, and upon spotting Zhang Yi's mischievous grin, she instantly dashed over and leaped into his embrace. "You naughty brother. I've missed you so much. I could have returned sooner, but the report meetings took up so much time. It infuriates me." Zhang Yi laughed heartily, patting her back and offering words of comfort. Then, Pei Muan gazed at him with tender affection, softly saying, "Naughty brother, please draw the curtains." Zhang Yi understood immediately, and with a swift motion of his hand, the power of space caused the curtains to close rapidly. The ambient lights of the room illuminated just in time. Subsequently, the two engaged in a passionate kiss, quickly collapsing onto the bed, reveling in their shared ecstasy. 3 hours later, Pei Muan drifted into a deep slumber. Zhang Yi rose and stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant sky, savoring the rare tranquility. Time passed unmeasured until a procession of vehicles appeared at the foot of the mountain, winding their way up the slope. Zhang Yi could not help but furrow his brow and promptly instructed Jizi to investigate. Upon learning the results, his countenance darkened profoundly. "Gu Haotian, Lu Ruyan? How audacious you are to seek me out." His fury ignited, and murderous intent brewed within him. Chapter 82. Just Desert's Lu Ruyan, your demise is of no limit. Gu Haotian. When Zhang Yi consented to assume the role of the director of the Beast Research Institute, he was acutely aware that his identity and information would be unveiled, becoming known to many. The Gu family, a prominent clan in Yinjing, possessed formidable connections and resources. With a modest expenditure, uncovering Zhang Yi's whereabouts would pose no challenge. Soon, a dozen vehicles came to a halt at the villa's entrance. Gu Haotian and Lu Ruyan emerged from their cars in succession, exchanging a glance filled with cold indifference, as if they were well prepared. Furthermore, Gu Haotian had summoned several senior members of his family, who maintained favorable relations with both the 749 Bureau and the Dragon team. Knock on the door and announce the visit of the Gu family. Request Mr. Zheng to open up. Gu Haotian commanded. One of his subordinates stepped forward, poised to ring the doorbell, when suddenly the main door swung open. Gu Haotian and Lu Ruyan exchanged another glance, clasped hands, and entered, followed by a cadre of bodyguards. including both psychics and practitioners of ancient martial arts. As they entered the living room, Zheng Yi, clad in pajamas, lounged on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. He addressed his visitors. "I apologize for the informality. I am merely resting at home today and hope for your understanding." A flicker of derision and disdain crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she swiftly masked it. Gu Haotian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, addressed Zheng, "Mr. Zheng. I am Gu Haotian, the future heir of the Gu family. I have come to speak with you today for a reason. Spare me the pleasantries. Just get to the point." Zheng Yi interjected mercilessly, leaving Gu Haotian feeling humiliated in front of others. Gu Haotian's expression stiffened as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. Yet he maintained his smile and continued, "Mr. Zheng, you are a man of straightforwardness, so I shall be direct." With that, he took Lu Ruoyan's hand gently, his gaze earnest as he implored, "Mr. Zheng, the video circulating online has caused significant distress and trouble for both Run and me. The discussions on the internet have been relentless, and the public opinion has yet to wane, resulting in considerable negative repercussions for the Gu family. Thus, I have come today to request that you clarify publicly that you and Ruoyan had already parted ways before she and I became involved. In other words, I ask you to assert that Ruoyan is not a disloyal woman, nor am I the reckless heir who covets another's girlfriend." His words left Zheng Yi utterly astonished. He had never encountered such unmitigated audacity. A faint smile crossed his lips as he grasped the true intent behind Gu Haotian and Lu Ruoyan's visit. Yet, did he still regard himself as the ordinary person who had suffered indignities? A mere Gu family held no significance for him. Just as he was about to unleash a scathing retort, Pei Muan descended the staircase, dressed in a nightgown and her hair cascading loosely. She had certainly overheard Gu Haotian's remarks. Fury simmered within her as her delicate features turned icy. She surveyed the crowd and stepped forward to stand before Lu Ruoyan. "Lu Ruoyan, you truly possess audacity. Relying on the Gu family for support, you dare to bully my man?" Pei Muan exuded her formidable presence, causing Lu Ruoyan's complexion to pale as she hastily retreated behind Gu Haotian. Gu Haotian's expression changed dramatically, and his superhuman bodyguards, along with ancient martial artists, swiftly advanced. Pei Muan let out a cold snort and glanced at Zheng Yi. "Brother Yi, may I eliminate that wretched woman?" Without hesitation, Zheng Yi nodded and replied, "Do as you wish. If you intend to kill, then proceed." Pei Muan smiled knowingly, thoroughly pleased with his response. However, just as she unleashed her fiery powers, conjuring a phantom of a fire phoenix, Gu Haotian's elders gasped in recognition of her identity. They immediately stepped forward, urging, "Please, Fairy Pei, stand down. We have deep ties with the higher-ups of Bureau 749. Let us not harm each other's goodwill." Pei Muan hesitated for a few seconds, then resolutely declared, "Anyone who dares to insult my man shall find no salvation." Her overwhelming aura instantly repelled the elderly men, and the Gu family's bodyguards sprang into action to confront Pei Muan. Unfortunately, their strength was woefully inadequate. With a single move, Pei Muan annihilated all the bodyguards effortlessly, reducing their bodies to mere ashes. Gu Haotian, Lu Ruoyan, and the few surviving elders stood ashen-faced. With an icy demeanor, Pei Muan advanced towards Lu Ruoyan, who trembled in fear, utterly at a loss. Lu Ruoyan had initially believed that Zheng Yi was still the same as before, but never could she have imagined that he possessed a superhuman girlfriend of such formidable prowess. Thereupon, she immediately rushed forward and knelt, pleading, "Spare me, Zheng Yi. I shouldn't have come to trouble you. In your magnanimity, have mercy." To preserve her life, Lu Ruoyan cast aside her pride and begged for clemency. Zheng Yi glanced at her indifferently and kicked her away. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Temporary task triggered. Not subject to host refusal. Current temporary task. Eliminate Gu Haotian, who harbors murderous intent towards the host. Task reward: 5,000 Citybreaker magnetic rail cannons. Upon hearing the task's particulars, Zheng Yi looked up at Gu Haotian, sneering inwardly. "He dares to harbor murderous intent towards me? Gu Haotian, today is your day of reckoning. No one can save you." Lu Ruoyan, having been kicked aside, was instantly engulfed in Pei Muan's flames, swiftly reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Gu Haotian paled with fright. He never imagined that Zheng Yi would be so audacious, acting without the slightest compunction. He was, after all, the young master of the Gu family. At this juncture, the old fellows, realizing the gravity of the situations, prepared to whisk Gu Haotian away with haste. Just then, Zheng Yi scoffed. "Since you've come, you must leave something behind." With that, he extended a finger, delivering an imprint squarely upon Gu Haotian's back, instantly killing him, offering no chance of resuscitation. The old fellows were immediately overcome with grief, but with the deed done, They were powerless. They could only carry Gu Haotin's corpse and flee in disarray. The system notified that the task was complete, and the reward had been dispensed to the heavenly court space. Zheng Yi smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied. Pei Muwen approached Zheng Yi from behind, embracing him tenderly as she softly inquired, "Ego, I have slain Lu Ruyin. You won't be saddened, will you?" Zheng Yi turned to her, wrapping his arms around her, and with a smile replied, "What are you thinking? How could I possibly be upset? She had it coming. Her demise is of no consequence to me." Pei Muwen beamed sweetly, encircling Zheng Yi's neck, and whispered in his ear, "Ego, I desire more. Shall we ascend to the upper floor?" Zheng Yi chuckled heartily and carried Pei Muwen upstairs. After 2 hours of passionate entanglement, Pei Muwen was the first to plead for mercy, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Zheng Yi felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was invigorated, brimming with vitality. With a swift motion, he entered the celestial realm. Observing the dramatically transformed heavenly space, Zheng Yi was filled with profound emotions. The southern heavenly gate stood tall, while the third tier of the sci-fi celestial palace was under construction. 3 controllable nuclear fusion energy bases operated tirelessly, providing a continuous supply of power. 7 weapon factories were in full production, crafting various armaments and cutting-edge devices. In the distance, the vast expanse of land was lush and verdant, a testament to the grain bases cultivated by the heavenly soldiers. Everything was progressing towards a promising future. Zheng Yi could hardly contain his excitement. With a thought, a blue treasure chest materialized before him. He opened the chest. Chapter 83. The Siege Breaker Magnetic Rail Armor-Piercing Cannon. Long Wuji's Plea for Aid. Within the celestial realm. As Zheng Yi opened the treasure chest, 5,000 Siege Breaker Magnetic Rail Armor-Piercing Cannons appeared before him, and he became aware of the specifications and information regarding this formidable weapon. The Breaker S Magnetic Rail Penetrator is a formidable long-range weapon. In its fully deployed state, it measures 2.8 meters in length and weighs 380 kilograms, supported by a sturdy frame. Among its core specifications are a 2-4-meter acceleration track, enabling the projectile to achieve an initial velocity of 4,800 meters per second and an effective range of 12 kilometers. The ammunition consists of a single 40-centimeter tungsten uranium alloy penetrator, utilizing a 3-round burst mode of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Even more impressive, this penetrator is equipped with a dynamic prediction system that can calculate the trajectory of airborne aberrations in advance. Additionally, the integrated recoil buffer system allows for shoulder-fired operation by a single soldier. A knowing smile crept across Zheng Yi's face as he murmured to himself, "The last time the aberrant horde attacked the heavy synthetic brigade, many combat units were lost. I shall bestow these 5,000 penetrators upon them." With his mind made up, Zheng Yi departed from the celestial space, soaring into the void. In a certain location within the Dragon Nation, at the encampment of a heavy synthetic brigade, the command room was filled with a somber atmosphere as Hua Tiandu held a meeting with several senior commanders. The agenda focused on the urgent restoration of the unit structure, aiming to replenish combat units lost in the previous engagement. "Comrades," he declared, "our fallen brothers sacrificed themselves in the noble fight against aberrations. Their deaths were honorable, and their sacrifice was worthy. We cannot afford to wallow in sorrow. We must regain our confidence and prepare to excel in every battle to come. That is our utmost priority." The meeting continued for an extended duration, and midway through, a sudden spatial rift appeared, through which Zheng Yi stepped forth. Observing the astonished crowd, Zheng Yi offered an awkward smile and clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance. The positioning was inaccurate." Ho Tiandu laughed heartily, promptly interrupting the meeting, for he understood that Zheng Yi's visit signified an important matter. "There is no need for formality, Mr. Zheng. We are among friends here. Please, share your instructions freely." Zheng Yi waved his hands in modesty, replying, "I dare not presume to give orders. Rather, I have some exceptional equipment to present to you." Upon hearing this, Ho Tiandu's eyes brightened. Zheng Yi then requested that they step outside, where he summoned an armor-piercing cannon from the celestial space. This was the 5,000 magnetic rail armor-piercing cannons, codenamed City Breaker. Zheng Yi succinctly introduced the specifications and operational procedures of the armor-piercing cannons, entrusting the entire matter to Ho Tiandu overjoyed. Ho Tiandu saluted Zheng Yi with enthusiasm. Then, as if struck by a thought, he pulled Zheng Yi aside and lowered his voice, saying, "Mr. Zheng, I would like to discuss a matter with you." Zheng Yi, puzzled, responded, "Please. If you have something to say, do so. If it is within my power, I shall certainly fulfill it." Ho Tiandu smiled slightly and tentatively inquired, What about those 100 space carriers, known as the Ring of the Sky? Could you arrange for a few to be provided to me? Zheng Yi was taken aback, regarding Ho Tian-du with a strange expression. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "To be honest, I have not yet determined how to proceed with them. However, I will certainly report to the state." Ho Tian-du's expression faltered, and he added, "Since you intend to submit them to the state anyway, why not grant me a few in advance?" Zheng Yi chuckled lightly, waving his hand as he proclaimed, "I possess 500 celestial motherships. Even if distributed equally among the 5 military districts, each would receive 100 vessels. You are assuredly among the fortunate recipients." Ho Tian-du was left utterly astounded. 500 celestial motherships? He had assumed Zheng Yi owned only 100, which is why he contemplated reserving a few in advance. Given this revelation, I shall patiently await favorable news. The celestial mothership is indeed a formidable weapon. After exchanging a few words with Ho Tian-du, Zheng Yi intended to take his leave when he received a call from Long Wuji. "Commander Long, do you require my assistance?" Zheng Yi inquired casually, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Zhang, we face an urgent plea for help. Mu Qingyi is in peril. I have dispatched personnel to her aid. Yet for the sake of safety, I seek your assistance." Long Wuji's tone was fraught with urgency, starkly contrasting his usual composure. Upon hearing that Mu Qingyi was in danger, Zheng Yi's countenance darkened instantly. He refrained from questioning Long Wuji about the specifics of the incident, instead commanding Jizi to ascertain Mu Qingyi's location. Within mere seconds, Jizi provided the information. Without further delay, Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of reality and departed hastily. Observing Zheng Yi's swift exit, Ho Tian-du furrowed his brow in silent concern. It seems something urgent has arisen. Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. In the southwestern mountainous region of the Dragon Kingdom, amidst a dense forest, Mu Qingyi wielded her long sword. Channeling the Ice Sovereign technique and executing the Great Transformation Ice Heaven Sword art, engaged in combat with an adversary. The sword aura surged fiercely. Icy winds swept through the area, and the surrounding trees were entrapped in frost. The adversary she faced wielded a sword as well. Yet its design and style resembled that of the long swords used by ancient European knights. Furthermore, the individual donned a silver mask, adorned with a red emblem depicting a ram. Mu Qingyi recognized it as the insignia of the enigmatic organization known as the 7 Deadly Sins. The opponent possessed formidable strength. Even with her celestial-grade martial prowess, she found herself unable to vanquish him. Could he be one of the holy knights of the 7 Deadly Sins? A truly formidable foe. Yet upon crossing paths with me, I shall not relent until I have subdued him, for I must uphold my master's illustrious reputation. Mu Qingyi silently vowed. Channeling her full power, she unleashed the Ice Heaven Sword technique, determined to strike down her opponent. Noticing the intensification of Mu Qingyi's assault, the holy knight's expression shifted dramatically, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, revealing his full strength without restraint. With a resounding clash, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. The silver-masked knight wielded his longsword, astonishingly manifesting a fiery ability. The terrifying heat instantaneously melted the surrounding frost, suppressing Mu Qingyi's icy aura. Her complexion paled in disbelief. She had not anticipated that her adversary had been concealing such power throughout their prolonged battle. As her mind reeled, she swiftly regained her composure. Having completed the 72 forms of the Ice Heaven Sword, she was now prepared to execute the 9 forms of the Ice Heaven Sword technique, as passed down by Zheng Yi. In an instant, Mu Qingyi's aura transformed dramatically, her internal energy fluctuating violently, a menacing presence enveloping her, once again startling the silver-masked knight. Without a moment's hesitation, the knight fervently summoned his fiery ability, rapidly coalescing it into a colossal fire dragon. With a single stroke, the fire dragon roared forth, charging towards Mu Qingyi. Simultaneously, Mu Qingyi's Ice Heaven Sword technique coalesced into an icy serpent, poised to counter the impending onslaught. In the next moment, the fire dragon collided fiercely with the ice serpent, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that rippled outward, instantly toppling trees within a 100-meter radius. With a series of thuds, Mu Qingyi was violently shaken and staggered back several dozen meters before coming to a halt, coughing up blood. Her internal energy had been entirely depleted, her vital organs severely damaged, leaving her utterly incapable of continuing the fight. At that moment, a figure emerged, the silver-masked paladin. He stood before Mu Qingyi, raising his long sword and intoning gravely, "You are formidable, a significant threat to the 7 deadly sins. I shall end your life. May God have mercy on your soul." With that, he swung his sword downward. Just as the blade was about to descend, a rift in space materialized before Mu Qingyi. A colossal ethereal hand surged forth, striking the silver-masked paladin with unfathomable force. He was powerless to resist the overwhelming strength and was instantly obliterated, his body reduced to mere fragments, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Yi stepped forward, his heart aching as he gazed at the gravely wounded Mu Qingyi. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and tore through the fabric of space, returning to the southern division of the Dragon Group. Qingyi, you will be fine. With Master here, you cannot perish, he reassured her as he held her fragile form. Chapter 84, Reconstructing the Meridians, Am I a Rebellious Disciple? Within the medical room of the southern division of the Dragon Group, Mu Qingyi lay unconscious, undergoing urgent treatment. Zhang Yi and Long Wujia waited anxiously, their thoughts weighed down with concern, especially Long Wujia, who, while observing Zhang Yi's grim countenance, silently prayed, Qingyi, you must survive, otherwise, Mr. Zhang could bring the entire Blue Star to its knees. Time passed, though how much was uncertain, until the door of the medical room swung open, and the ancient martial doctor in charge of her treatment emerged. He elucidated that Mu Qingyi had sustained a fierce conflagratory assault. The superficial injuries had been attended to, and her compromised internal organs had been addressed with medical apparatus, thereby averting a fatal outcome. Upon hearing this, Long Wuji experienced a wave of relief. However, Zhang Yi's countenance remained grave. Subsequently, the physician continued, stating that the fiery and glacial energies had wreaked havoc within her corporeal form, nearly obliterating her entire network of meridians. Ergo, even though she had survived, she would forfeit all martial prowess, reduced to the status of a mere mortal. With these words, he departed. An expression of regret etched upon his features. Long Wuji was aghast, realizing the gravity of the situation. Mu Qingyi was infatuated with ancient martial arts, her aspiration being to cultivate them to the zenith of the contemporary world, ascending to the level of a void-shattering powerhouse. Yet now, with her meridians irreparably damaged and her martial arts rendered null, she might as well have perished, for death would be a sweeter fate. In a daze, he turned towards Zhang Yi, murmuring, Mr. Zhang, you. Before he could complete his sentence, Zhang Yi interjected, Chief Long, there's no need for further words. She is my disciple, and I shall undoubtedly save her. Long Wuji was rendered speechless, the words he intended to utter suppressed, unable to escape his lips. Thus, Zhang Yi remained by Mu Qingyi's side, never venturing elsewhere. 2 days later, Mu Qingyi regained consciousness, awakening to find Zhang Yi present. Overjoyed, she mustered a faint smile, playfully remarking, Master, I have disgraced you, failing to defeat that individual. Zhang Yi hastily shook his head, reaching out to caress her cheek, consoling her, Nay, you have not disgraced me, you were valiant. That person's strength is formidable, you were no match for her. Mu Qingyi nodded slightly, and then, recalling something, tears welled up involuntarily in her eyes. Zhang Yi inquired about her distress. With a voice thick with sorrow, she replied, Master, I am acutely aware of my condition. My meridians are irreparably damaged, rendering me incapable of harnessing inner strength. I have become a mere shadow of my former self, unable to practice martial arts ever again. She wept bitterly, and Zhang Yi felt a profound ache in his heart. Indeed, given the current medical capabilities, there was little hope for recovery. However, Qingyi, allow me to take you to a place where I can share something important with you. With that, Zhang Yi lifted Mu Qingyi into his arms and swiftly entered the celestial realm. Master, where is this? Mu Qingyi, cradled in his embrace, inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yi did not respond, continuing onward until they reached a warm spring, where he finally halted. This spring had been secretly created by Jizi, and Zhang Yi had been unaware of its existence. The water's temperature was just right, and he gently placed Mu Qingyi into it, deepening her confusion. Then, Zhang Yi spoke to her, Qingyi, I possess a means to help you reconstruct your meridians, but the process will be quite painful. Are you able to endure it? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyi's eyes sparkled with hope, and she eagerly asked, Master, do you truly have a way to save me? Do not worry. As long as I can practice martial arts again, I can endure any suffering. Zhang Yi nodded, understanding her resilient spirit. The agony of reconstructing her meridians would be a trivial matter for her, yet he hesitated. Qingyi, the divine medicine for meridian reconstruction comes with side effects. His gaze grew uneasy, as if he were harboring a dark secret. Mu Qingyi blinked, pressing further, Master, what kind of side effects? Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and revealed everything. After listening to his explanation, a delicate blush appeared on Mu Qingyi's charming face. After a long silence, she shyly addressed Zheng Yi, saying, "Master, do you know? From the very moment you accepted me as your disciple, I found myself enamored with you." Zheng Yi's pupils widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. Then, Mu Qingyi continued, "Later, I inquired about you from the Grand Master, learning all there was to know about your past and your life. Discovering that you have many cherished female friends." As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her lips. "I understand that I may never have a chance, but I am content to be your disciple. However, as time passed, my family pressured me into an engagement, and it was you who intervened on my behalf. When my family faced calamity and my father was nearly poisoned, it was you who saved me and my father." Mu Qingyi recounted her tale as if narrating a story. Zheng Yi listened in silence, feeling the depth of her emotions. "Master, the side effects are insignificant to me. I willingly accept them." Mu Qingyi reached out, embracing Zheng Yi tightly, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, "Master, they say that one should never encounter a person of extraordinary talent in their youth, for it may lead to a lifetime of regret. I believe that if I cannot be with you in this lifetime, I shall surely grow old in solitude." Zheng Yi was taken aback, softly murmuring, "Qingyi." Then Mu Qingyi declared, "Master, administer the medicine to me. I wish to train anew, to become your woman." With that, she gathered her courage and gently kissed Zheng Yi, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Zheng Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, promptly produced an orange pill, dividing it in half and administering one portion to Mu Qingyi. As the half pill entered her system, its potency rapidly disseminated, flooding her body like a deluge. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qingyi was lifted into the air, surrounded by a mesmerizing ripple of medicinal energy, an occurrence previously unseen. Soon after, her garments were shredded by the force, and she could not suppress a cry of anguish. Zheng Yi watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a pill capable of reconstructing meridians would inflict such torment. Jizi interjected, "Master, do not be alarmed. The process of reconstructing meridians and bones is akin to remaking a person from scratch. Naturally, it entails suffering. If Mu Qingyi endures this trial, her path in martial arts will become remarkably smooth, and ascension to the pinnacle will be within her grasp." Zheng Yi nodded inwardly, then rolled his eyes and reproached, "Jizi, this hot spring pool is quite splendid, isn't it? You truly consider my needs." Jizi replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Master." Zheng Yi remarked, "What an amusingly exasperating divine creation." The process of meridian reconstruction persisted for 3 hours. When it concluded, Mu Qingyi emerged revitalized, her strength elevated to the level of a divine warrior, merely a step away from shattering the void. Unconcerned about her lack of attire, she gracefully descended into the hot spring, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Zheng Yi. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of warmth surged from her lower abdomen, and Mu Qingyi instantly realized something, her complexion turning a deep crimson. Zheng Yi also sensed the shift. Upon witnessing the bashful Zheng Yi, Mu Qingyi beamed radiantly, reaching out to grasp his hand and drawing him into the warm embrace of the hot spring. The fervor within her surged uncontrollably, and her desires magnified beyond measure, rendering her resistance futile. "Master, Qingyi has overstepped," she uttered, before wrapping her arms around Zheng Yi's neck and leaning intimately against him, initiating an ardent advance. The enchanting scenery remained unappreciated by anyone else. 3 hours slipped away unnoticed. "Master, do I count as a rebellious disciple?" Mu Qingyi inquired with a shy smile, filled with delight. Zheng Yi chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully. "Come, let us return." Thus, the two departed from the celestial realm, making their way back to the southern division of the Dragon Group. In Chapter 85, the 4 maidens gathered to hunt the 7 deadly Sin's holy knights, within the office of Long Wujia at the southern division of the Dragon Group. He marveled at the transformed Mu Qingyi, astonished by Zheng Yi's enigmatic prowess. To him, Zheng Yi was akin to an omnipotent deity. Subsequently, Long Wujia inquired about the assailants who had targeted her. Mu Qingyi replied earnestly, it was one of the 7 deadly sins, a figure adorned with a silver mask, emblazoned with their insignia. Long Wujia nodded solemnly, casting a glance at the brooding Zheng Yi, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood that Zheng Yi's heart had turned to vengeance. There were numerous matters still requiring attention for the Dragon Group. After a reluctant farewell with Zheng Yi, Mu Qingyi immersed herself in her duties. Meanwhile, Zheng Yi shattered the void, returning to the Shishan villa. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a startling sight. Pei Muan, Su Qiqing, Zhao Fengqing, and Gu Yunqi were all present. Upon the return of Jingyi, the four women rose simultaneously, their earlier expressions of concern vanishing in an instant, replaced by enchanting smiles. "Ego," they called out in unison, leaving Zhang Yi utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Observing his perplexed demeanor, the women erupted into laughter. Zhang Yi, feeling awkward, scratched his head and approached them, inquiring, "What brings you all here?" In response, Su Qiqing, with a playful tone, remarked, "Ego, you've been out of touch for several days, and we were quite worried about you, so we decided to check in." Following her, Zhao Fengqing added, "Indeed, it is rare for you to be so unresponsive. It left me quite anxious, prompting me to muster the courage to seek you out. And here we are." Gu Yunqi, somewhat shy, softly confessed, "Ego, I missed you, which is why I came to find you. And I ended up meeting these lovely sisters." Zhang Yi, still scratching his head, was at a loss for words. Pei Muan teased, "Oh dear brother, are you feeling overwhelmed? Who told you to be so charming? This is all your fault." Zhang Yi could only manage a dry chuckle in reply. Noticing the time, Su Qiqing, ever observant, suggested it was time to prepare dinner. Consequently, the four women entered the kitchen together, chatting and laughing as they began to cook. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi felt a wave of emotion wash over him, softly murmuring to himself, "Such a life is one I must cherish and protect with all my heart." At that moment, the voice of Jizi suddenly echoed, saying, "Master, the villa is too small to accommodate so many people. Do not worry. I have already commanded 1,000 celestial soldiers to construct a grand villa, with ample rooms and numerous beds." Zhang Yi was left in a state of bemusement. "Oh, Jizi, you truly are becoming increasingly considerate." Soon, dinner was prepared, and the five individuals gathered around the dining table, enjoying a harmonious meal. While they dined, Pei Muan turned to Zhang Yi and declared, "I have already applied to Director Sun for the expansion of the Shishan Villa, and he has granted his approval." Zhang Yi, taken aback, queried, "Why the need for expansion?" Pei Muan shot him a glance, then looked at the other three women, playfully retorting, "Of course. It is to facilitate everyone living together. Qiqing resides in Guiqing, Fengqing at the naval base, and Yunqi in Tianshui City, all quite distant from one another. Even with a teleportation array, it is still inconvenient." Zhang Yi suddenly understood. Furthermore, judging by their expressions, it seemed they were all aware of this matter. Thus, he smiled and replied, "All right, let us proceed as you wish. I have no objections." Pei Muan shot him a glare. "Do you dare have objections? Humph. Keep your spirits up, and take good care of your health. There will be much for you to endure in the future." Zhang Yi responded, "I am well aware of my own health. Invincible in battle and unstoppable in offense." After dinner, the four women unanimously decided to sleep together that night on the large bed, leaving Zhang Yi to slumber alone on the couch, forlorn and helpless. However, in the middle of the night, Zhao Fengqing quietly descended from upstairs. "Fengqing, what brings you down?" Zhang Yi inquired. Zhao Fengqing pouted, expressing a hint of grievance as she spoke. "Ego, I will report back to the base tomorrow morning. I wish to be with you to do that." Zhang Yi, taken aback for a moment, quickly comprehended the situation. Rather than showing any displeasure, he smiled gently and replied, "All right, but do so softly, so as not to disturb them." Blushing, Zhao Fengqing nodded and proceeded to remove her clothing, leaping into Zhang Yi's embrace. Thus, the two indulged in moments of bliss upon the sofa. 2 hours later, Zhao Fengqing fell into a deep slumber, utterly satisfied. Sounds emerged from upstairs, and after a moment of careful contemplation, Zhang Yi shook his head and chuckled softly. It seemed he had indeed awakened them. At daybreak, the four women busied themselves with their respective affairs. As for Jing Yi, he commanded Jizi to conduct a global search for members of the Seven Deadly Sins organization. He sought to avenge Mu Qingyi. Soon, he received feedback from Jizi and, without hesitation, tore through the void, departing swiftly. In the Windmill Kingdom, within the Royal Palace of Amsterdam, which serves as one of the official residences of the Queen and a venue for significant meetings and grand banquets among royal members, a vibrant scene unfolded. The palace buzzed with activity as Her Majesty the Queen hosted a lavish banquet, inviting numerous nobles to partake in this prestigious event. Princess Katrina, of noble lineage, naturally held the qualification to attend the banquet. However, she remained somewhat inconspicuous. The spotlight of the entire event shone upon her brother, Prince William, the rightful heir to the throne. The Queen, now aged, found herself in a predicament, as her only son had passed away prematurely, leaving the choice of succession between Prince William and Princess Katrina. It is noteworthy that both Prince William and Catherine are esteemed members of the Royal Academy of Extraordinary Abilities, having awakened formidable powers. In light of Catherine's claim to the throne, the ministers supporting Prince William devised a plan. They beseeched the head of the Royal Academy to assign identical tasks to both William and Catherine. The outcome, determined by whether they complete the tasks and the level of their success, would dictate who would be deemed worthy of the throne. Clearly, the news of Catherine's failure to complete her task spread throughout the royal family. This banquet was a celebratory feast prepared by Her Majesty in honor of Prince William. In a shadowy corner of the banquet hall, Catherine's demeanor was icy as she held a glass of red wine, taking a delicate sip. She harbored vengeful thoughts, longing for an opportunity to eliminate her brother. Yet, she was torn. Should she take her brother's life, the nation would undoubtedly descend into chaos, resulting in the suffering of countless innocents. Conversely, how could she avenge Alice if she refrained from acting? Her gaze, filled with animosity, was fixed upon William, who was being toasted by the guests, while her heart was consumed by uncertainty. At that moment, a shadowy figure abruptly emerged in the banquet hall, his blood-red eyes piercing through the crowd as he proclaimed loudly, "For Princess Catherine to ascend as queen, eliminate William." Suddenly, the assembly witnessed dark tendrils surge towards Prince William, ensnaring him in an instant. William swiftly unleashed his powers, radiating light that momentarily repelled the dark figure. Simultaneously, the royal guard arrived just in time to encircle the shadowy menace. Prince William glared furiously at Catherine, who was cowering in the corner, and admonished, "Dear sister, how cruel you are to conspire to take my life for the sake of the throne." Catherine's pupils dilated in shock. She intended to defend herself, but suddenly realized that all eyes were cast angrily upon her. She understood that she had been ensnared once more. Prince William sneered coldly, commanding the guard to seize Catherine. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A rift appeared in the void, and Zhang Yi stepped through. Upon seeing the shadow, he wasted no time, executing a spatial confinement that immobilized it. He then unleashed a spatial strangulation, instantly obliterating the shadow. Catherine recognized Zhang Yi and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's him? How could he possibly be here?" Chapter 86, Accidental Revelation of the Conspiracy, winning the Princess's Kiss Amsterdam Palace. Zhang Yi's sudden appearance and his forceful annihilation of the malevolent shadow left all present in a state of shock, particularly Prince William. Instinctively, he assumed Zhang Yi was a hired ally of Catherine and immediately commanded the royal guards to attack. However, their assaults were utterly inconsequential in Zhang Yi's eyes. With a mere gesture of spatial confinement, he rendered everyone powerless. His aim was the 7 deadly sins. He had no desire to unleash a massacre or slay the innocent. Zhang Yi spotted Catherine and the aged queen adorned with a crown, and he frowned, murmuring to himself, "Have I unwittingly become embroiled in the contest for the crown prince?" As he prepared to withdraw, the prompt from Zizi resonated. "Master, a foreign beast's aura has been detected. That Prince William is a foreign beast." Zhang Yi's pupils quivered in shock as he abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on Prince William. The stakes were monumental. The individual before him was not only the prince of the Windmill Kingdom but also the future monarch destined to inherit the throne. To slay him would undoubtedly incite a significant international uproar. Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily. However, he did not linger long, employing the spatial grand seal. He unleashed a powerful strike towards the immobile Prince William. With that singular blow, the foreign beast's disguise was shattered, revealing its true form. Its visage contorted, resembling a human yet adorned with sharp fangs and massive wings that unfurled like those of a bat. Zhang Yi gasped in astonishment. A vampire bat? Concurrently, the system's notification echoed. Special mission activated. Host must fulfill. Current special mission. Eliminate the 6th-tier foreign beast, the vampire bat. Mission reward. 10,000 laser tanks of the Prism Warhammer. The emergence of the 6th-tier beast triggered the system's task. Zhang Yi's expression hardened, devoid of any further hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside the vampire bat. "Pitiful human, what do you intend to do? I am the king of the vampire bat clan. You cannot kill me." The foreign beast bellowed in madness, still oblivious to its imminent demise. In the next instant, Zhang Yi delivered a punch that obliterated it, leaving nothing behind. The system confirmed the mission's completion, and the rewards were dispatched to the celestial realm. At that moment, the unsuspecting Katrina was suddenly ambushed by 2 shadowy figures, rendered unconscious and whisked away in an instant. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and gave chase. Within the palace, all the noble members and affluent families attending the banquet were utterly astounded. The heir to the throne, Prince William, turned out to be a vampire bat of an otherworldly nature? This was indeed the most outrageous scandal to befall the royal family. The elderly queen promptly ordered a media blackout, forbidding anyone from disclosing this secret. Furthermore, she witnessed her granddaughter, Katrina, being abducted, filling her with deep concern. Meanwhile, Katrina was ensnared by two shadowy figures and taken to an abandoned seaside cabin. Subsequently, the shadows merged into a figure clad in black armor. The individual wore a black mask etched with the emblem of a canine head. "Who are you?" Katrina inquired, terror gripping her as she sensed the identity of her captor. The figure scoffed, "I am a paladin of the 7 deadly sins. You have thwarted our plans, and now, on behalf of the Dark Lord, I bestow upon you death." With that, the figure drew a sword from its waist, preparing to strike. At that moment, Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of reality. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a colossal blood-red handprint, effortlessly obliterating the assailant. Katrina was left in awe of Zheng Yi's formidable power. A paladin of the 7 deadly sins, an SSS-level supernatural being, was dispatched so easily? "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Zheng Yi gently inquired. He had slain the beast in disguise as Prince William, surmising that the real prince had already met his demise. Katrina now stood as the sole first-in-line heir to the throne. Her safety was paramount to the future stability and unity of the Windmill Kingdom, and there could be no room for error. Catherine shook her head and replied, "You have saved my life once again. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you, and I am immensely grateful." Zheng Yi waved his hand, intending to depart, but was halted. Catherine inquired, "How did you know that Prince William is disguised as a beast? Are there other beasts among the royal family?" Upon hearing this question, Zheng Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. He suddenly realized a grave matter that had been overlooked for too long. If certain beasts were masquerading as pivotal leaders or high-ranking commanders of the nation, the repercussions would be unimaginable. With this thought, Zheng Yi's heart sank as he recalled the cataclysmic judgment of the last days in his previous life. Many countries and regions were utterly annihilated during the initial wave of this judgment, the speed of which was astonishing. In response to Catherine's inquiry, Zheng Yi shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Catherine silently nodded, then took a step closer, rose on her toes, and, to Zheng Yi's astonishment, bestowed upon him a heartfelt kiss. "Esteemed sir, thank you for saving my life and my country. This is a gesture befitting a member of the royal family. I hope you will pardon any offense." Catherine smiled softly, exuding charm and allure. Zheng Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, and after bowing in farewell, he shattered the void and departed. He needed to continue his pursuit of the 7 deadly sins holy knights. Upon returning to the palace, Catherine met with Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing her safely returned, the Queen's anxious heart was finally at ease. Subsequently, at the Queen's behest, Catherine assumed command of the royal guard and began to apprehend and interrogate the aides of Prince William. After the tumult subsided, Katrina commanded her maid and steward, "Margaret, mobilize all resources to investigate that enigmatic man. I demand every shred of information about him." Margaret, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded with a solemn expression, "At your service, Your Highness." In the Bear Country, somewhere in the Ural Mountains, at a division of the Crimson Flame Lighthouse, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility. 2 holy knights of the 7 deadly sins, SSS-level superhumans, launched a surprise attack on the Crimson Flame Lighthouse, intent on obliterating the division. They had received intelligence indicating that there were no high-ranking superhumans present. The most formidable among them were merely 5 SSS-level superhumans. Under the relentless onslaught of fire and ice, the gates of the Crimson Flame Lighthouse were breached, allowing the 2 holy knights to wreak havoc as if they were in an unguarded realm. The 5 SSS-level superhumans fought valiantly in retaliation, yet they were no match for their foes, suffering defeat, with 2 of them losing their lives. Sophia, fighting with all her might alongside the remaining 2 SSS-level superhumans, defended the strongest line of defense. A distress signal had been dispatched, but she sorrowfully realized that reinforcements would not arrive in time. "Everyone, defend the Crimson Flame Lighthouse. Let us fight with all our strength," Sophia declared resolutely. "Ula, Ula." The 3 SSS-level superhumans made a desperate resolution, prepared to perish alongside their enemies. In that critical moment, Zheng Yi tore through the fabric of reality and arrived. As soon as he steadied himself, the system notification chimed. Temporary task triggered. The host cannot refuse. Current temporary task: eliminate the 7 deadly sins paladins. Task reward: 1,000 Thor's Hammer electromagnetic rail battle tanks. Zheng Yi felt a surge of excitement. Having just acquired 1,000 Prism Warhammer laser tanks and not yet had the chance to examine their appearance, another task was already upon him. Casting a cold smile at the 2 paladins before him, Zheng Yi declared, Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 87. Prism Warhammer Laser Tanks. The Beast Army strikes again upon the sudden appearance of Zhang Yi. Sophia was taken aback. She exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured to herself, "He has saved me once more." The two paladins sensed an overwhelming threat and hastily joined forces to attack Zhang Yi, but their efforts proved futile. With a flick of his finger, two energy projectiles swiftly shot forth, striking the foreheads of the paladins in an instant. Bang! Bang! The sound of shattering echoed as both paladins perished without a chance to struggle. Sophia was once again awestruck by Zhang Yi's formidable prowess. An SSS-class psychic had been slain by a mere finger poke. How utterly unimaginable. Gradually turning, Zhang Yi cast a glance at the injured Sophia. Due to the language barrier, he refrained from speaking, resorting instead to gestures for a brief exchange before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Sophia whispered, "I truly wish to share a dinner with him to express my gratitude for saving my life." Within the celestial realm, Zhang Yi's true self entered. With a thought, a red treasure chest and a silver treasure chest materialized before him. Zhang Yi first opened the crimson treasure chest, and in an instant, a fleet of 10,000 strikingly designed laser tanks unfolded before him. The Prism Warhammer Laser Tank. Its primary weapon is a high-energy pulse laser cannon, complemented by a secondary electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, boasting an astonishing firing rate of 1,200 rounds per minute, serving as a backup weapon during laser charging. Moreover, it is outfitted with miniature intercepting missiles, equipped with AI for predictive trajectory calculations. The defensive armor consists of a 3-layer dynamic system. The outer layer is a nanoceramic coating. The second layer is an electroactive polymer that hardens upon impact to counteract kinetic force, and the innermost layer is a self-repairing gel capable of sealing damaged areas. This tank's propulsion system is equally formidable, utilizing magnetic levitation tracks that allow for silent movement across various complex terrains, achieving speeds of up to 90 kilometers per hour. Additionally, it is equipped with emergency thrusters, enabling brief leaps to evade landmines or other obstacles. Gazing at the fleet of Prism Warhammer laser tanks, Zhang Yi was filled with exhilaration. His thoughts immediately turning to Huitiandu. Without delay, he swiftly exited the celestial space, and upon returning to the outside world, he hurried to seek out Huitiandu. In a certain location in Longhua, within the encampment of a heavy armored combined brigade, Huitiandu was engaged in a meeting with several advisors in the command room when suddenly, alarms blared. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A massive fissure, 100 meters wide, appeared 5,000 meters away, from which a multitude of monstrous creatures surged forth, racing towards the encampment. The intelligence officer promptly reported the situation at hand. Huitiandu's expression shifted, and he immediately commanded, "All personnel, enter combat status. All units, engage in battle at once." During the last assault by the monstrous horde, the anti-air missile units, artillery, and tank battalions were utterly decimated. In the short term, reinforcements have yet to arrive. However, Huitiandu remains unperturbed, for he possesses new weaponry. The Metal Storm armored vehicles have been deployed in a combat formation, organized into teams of 3, employing a shoulder-mounted approach to execute mobile strikes with the electromagnetic railgun. The extraordinary mech combat squad stands ready to confront the monstrous horde head-on. Although they lack the support of tanks, artillery, and anti-air missiles, the Metal Storm vehicles and the railguns exhibit even greater firepower. Coupled with the extraordinary mech squad, their combat capabilities far exceed those of the past. A distance of 5 kilometers may not seem daunting to the beasts, and they soon advance. The previous battle left many with deep scars, having lost comrades, igniting a fervent flame of vengeance within their hearts. This time, as the monstrous horde reattacks, every warrior is filled with unyielding resolve, undaunted by the prospect of death. Xia Xuechen, clad in her extraordinary mech, possesses a steadfast gaze, betraying no hint of panic. She endured profound sorrow after losing her closest comrade in the last conflict. This time, she vows to avenge her fallen friend. As the monstrous horde approaches, Huitiandu, in the command center, shouts through a specialized communication device, "Let us fight for our fallen comrades, and vanquish these beasts." At his command, spirits soar. The Metal Storm armored vehicles spring to life, each vehicle's weaponry unleashing an astonishing rate of fire, delivering 500,000 rounds per minute against the encroaching horde. 2,000 electromagnetic railguns simultaneously fire in a triple-shot mode, launching depleted uranium penetrators. The fierce artillery fire shattered the ranks of the alien beasts, with numerous lower-tier creatures being obliterated, reduced to mere puddles of muck. Even the more formidable higher-tier beasts found it arduous to withstand such relentless bombardment, resorting to defensive measures while becoming passive targets. Meanwhile, the extraordinary mech battalion deployed heavy weaponry for precise strikes, resolutely determined not to let a single alien beast escape. However, the respite was short-lived as the ground trembled ominously in the distance. The fissure, 100 meters wide, widened further, and from its depths emerged colossal creatures reminiscent of Godzilla, unleashing deafening roars. 1, 2, 3 a total of 10 Godzilla-like beasts appeared. They advanced with heavy footfalls, hastening towards the front line to reinforce the alien army. Witnessing the terrifying lizard-like creatures, Huatian's heart sank immediately. The breath attacks of these beasts were formidable. Was the tragic episode from before about to repeat itself? He furrowed his brow, filled with reluctance. Just as he struggled to devise a strategy against the lizard beasts, beams of silvery energy struck them with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed from all directions, emanating from the high-energy pulse laser cannons of the Prism Warhammers. Zheng Yi stood aloft, commanding the ZZ to operate the laser tanks to bombard the Godzilla beasts, testing the might of the pulse laser cannons. To his delight, the laser cannons proved immensely powerful, inflicting substantial damage upon the Godzilla creatures. A full battalion of 4,000 laser tanks, strategically positioned, unleashed a barrage upon the 10 Godzilla beasts, preventing them from executing their breath attacks. Moreover, under the intense and prolonged assault, the Godzilla beasts finally faltered, succumbing one after another. The colossal figure crashed to the ground, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. This scene ignited the spirits of the soldiers, intensifying their onslaught. The scales of victory had completely tipped in favor of our forces. The outcome was unequivocal. Zheng Yi stepped forward, positioning himself before the spatial rift, and with a decisive strike, shattered it, severing the escape route for the otherworldly beasts. Subsequently, he coordinated with Commander Huatian to annihilate the entire invading horde of otherworldly creatures. Once the battle concluded, Huatian erupted in joyous laughter, expressing profound gratitude towards Zheng Yi. Mr. Zheng, had you not arrived at this critical moment, we would have struggled to withstand the onslaught of the creature's breath attacks. You have saved us once again. Zheng Yi waved his hands modestly, his thoughts coalescing as he summoned a battalion of 10,000 laser tanks, the Prism Warhammers. Commander Hua, I entrust these 10,000 laser tanks to you, hoping they will empower you to achieve invincibility in warfare and serve as the bulwark against the incursion of otherworldly beasts. Huatian, overwhelmed with excitement, rendered a military salute. After returning the gesture, Zheng Yi turned to depart. He sought a suitable army district to deliver a battalion of the Thor's Hammer Electromagnetic Rail main battle tanks. Chapter 88. The Thor's Hammer Electromagnetic Rail main battle tank. Urgency in the Northern Territory within the Celestial Realm. Zheng Yi entered in his true form. He opened a silver treasure chest, unveiling the visage of another main battle tank, the Thor's Hammer Electromagnetic Rail main battle tank, weighing 72 tons. It is powered by a compact nuclear fusion reactor, allowing for a decade of operational endurance. Its primary weapon is a dual-mounted 400mm electromagnetic railgun, capable of firing at a rate of 3 rounds per second, with tungsten-uranium alloy projectiles that can penetrate 8 meters of composite armor. The auxiliary weapon consists of a 12-tube plasma incendiary launcher, boasting a coverage radius of 300 meters and maintaining a sustained burning temperature of up to 3000 C. The defense system is composed of 2 components: a complete set of active electromagnetic armor capable of deflecting physical attacks, complemented by a liquid metal self-repairing coating. Furthermore, it is equipped with a sonic resonance scanner, enabling the detection of monstrous activities up to 200 meters underground. In contrast to the laser-equipped Prism Warhammer tanks, the Thor's Hammer main battle tank possesses its own distinct advantages. Zheng Yi instructed the intelligent assistant, Zizi, to identify the most formidable armored divisions of the Dragon Kingdom before swiftly departing the Celestial Realm. Zizi promptly returned with the geographical location, and Zheng Yi immediately tore through the fabric of space to arrive at a military camp of an armored division in the Dragon Kingdom. There, a live-fire exercise was in full swing. The domestically developed Type 999A main battle tanks were showcasing their formidable prowess, excelling in both maneuverability and weaponry, regarded as world-class. With a resounding roar, a volley was fired, and all tanks struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Within the command post of the camp, Muchinga, a senior officer and one of the few female commanders in the tank division, was engaged in a tactical simulation with her staff officers. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared, startling them and prompting an immediate defensive response with their firearms. Zheng Yi emerged from the rift, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, conveying that he posed no threat and held no malice. Apologies for my abrupt intrusion, especially into such a critical military zone, Zheng Yi said. Smiling and devoid of any airs of superiority, Muchinga silently stowed away her firearm and, with a grave expression, inquired of the others to do the same. Who are you? You are not an ordinary person. Are you a warrior of the Dragon Group or a superhuman from the 749 Bureau? Zheng Yi shook his head and explained, I am neither a Dragon Group warrior nor a superhuman from the 749 Bureau. My name is Zheng Yi, a patriotic youth. Upon hearing his name, Muchinga seemed to recall something and countered, Are you not the recently appointed director of the Exotic Beast Research Institute? Zheng Yi looked at her in astonishment, surprised to be recognized. Since that was the case, matters would be easier to handle. He replied, Indeed. I am the director of the Exotic Beast Research Institute. I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to seek you out. Muchinga, filled with skepticism, asked. We are strangers. What business do you have with me? Zheng Yi smiled gently and gestured invitingly. Please, step outside. I have something to present to you all. With that, he exited the command room first, and then, with a subtle mental command, summoned an entire fleet of tanks before the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. This is the electromagnetic rail main battle tank, codenamed Thor's Hammer, a total of 10,000 units. I am entrusting them all to you. They can replace the domestically produced 999A main battle tanks. Muchinga was utterly astounded. She finally recalled who Zheng Yi was. Some friends in the military had mentioned a mysterious man who selflessly offered numerous advanced weaponry and equipment. Little did she expect that one day it would be her turn to benefit from his generosity. Muchinga quickly composed herself, her expression softening from seriousness to one of deep respect as she remarked. So you are the renowned Mr. Zheng. I apologize for any previous discourtesy. Zheng Yi, taken aback for a moment, quickly comprehended the situation. After all, his connections with the military were substantial. It was only natural for him to be recognized, given his interactions with all three branches of the armed forces. He waved his hand dismissively, humbly responding, Commander Mu, you are too kind. I entrust these 10,000 tanks to you. Muchinga's body trembled slightly as she performed a formal military salute, replying, Thank you for your generous contribution, Mr. Zheng. We shall not disappoint you. Zheng Yi offered a faint smile, his words laden with significance as he stated, I merely hope that you all can survive the impending cataclysm. With that, he turned and vanished, leaving Muchinga in a stunned silence. The tales surrounding him were indeed remarkable, filled with whispers of his many romantic entanglements. Witnessing him in person, one could truly see his uniqueness. Muchinga murmured to herself, resolutely deciding to leverage all her connections to investigate Zheng Yi. Upon returning to the Shishan villa, Zheng Yi finally allowed his taut nerves to relax. He sank into the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate when, after an indeterminate time, a call from Long Wujin disrupted his peace. As soon as the line connected, before Zheng Yi could utter a word, Long Wujin's anxious voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Zheng, there is grave news. The Northern Division is under relentless attack from the Beast Army, and we have lost contact. Qiao Shui's fate is unknown, and we urgently require your support. Zheng Yi's heart lurched violently, and without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the phone and soared into the air. In a certain location of the Kunlun Mountains, where the Northern Division of the Dragon Group resides, a torrent of monstrous beasts surged forth, assaulting the northern stronghold. The ancient warriors of the Dragon Group fought valiantly, yet their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming tide of the invaders. In comparison to the formidable beasts, the strength of the human martial artists was utterly inadequate for resistance. Qiao Shui fought with all her might, desperately holding back two 6th-tier beasts.